Chapter 1 Paternity Test in the Elevator. Bite. The elevator doors slowly closed, shutting out the noisy office lobby outside. In the enclosed space, the air seemed to freeze. Lin Zheng subconsciously straightened his back. The resume he was holding in his hand was damp from the sweat on his palm. He's here for an interview today with a Fortune 500 company, Sky Dome Technology. As a top student from a prestigious university who is about to graduate, getting an interview opportunity here is already incredibly lucky. But he never expected that he would run into the legendary icy female CEO, Xiao Qingya, in the elevator. There were only 3 people in the elevator: Lin Zhang, Xiao Qingya, and a beautiful little girl whose hand she was holding. Xiao Qingya wore a well-tailored black suit that accentuated her stunning figure, yet exuded a powerful aura that kept strangers at bay. Her pretty face was frosty, and her eyes were cold, as if the temperature in the entire elevator had dropped several degrees because of her. This woman is like someone who stepped out of a painting. She's unrealistically beautiful and unrealistically cold. Lin Zheng only glanced at it quickly before looking away, staring at the ever-increasing floor numbers, his heart pounding uncontrollably. The pressure is too much. This woman's aura was 10 times stronger than that of the strictest dean of students in their college. "Sister, look at that uncle." A clear, sweet child's voice broke the silence in the elevator. Lin Zheng's body stiffened. He slowly turned his head and met a pair of big, dark, bright eyes. It's that little girl. She looked to be about 3 years old, with cute pigtails and a white dress, as delicate as a porcelain doll. At this moment, she was tilting her little head up, looking at Lin Zheng without any fear. Xiao Qingya's cold gaze swept over, carrying a hint of scrutiny and vigilance. She frowned slightly, her voice like the sound of ice striking. "Nian Nian, don't be rude." The little girl named Nian Nian wasn't afraid of him. Instead, she pointed her little finger at the name tag lanyard on Lin Zheng's chest and asked curiously, "Uncle, do you work here too?" Lin Zheng's heart softened for no apparent reason. He crouched down, trying to make his smile look as friendly as possible. "Yes, Uncle is here for an interview." "Interview?" The little girl tilted her head, seemingly not understanding the word. Just then, she lost her footing and her small body lurched forward. "Careful!" Lin Zheng reacted quickly, instinctively stretching out his arms and firmly pulling her into his embrace. The little girl's body was soft and fragrant, with a pleasant milky smell. The moment he hugged her, Nian Nian wasn't scared at all. Instead, she giggled and wrapped her little arms around Lin Zheng's neck, nuzzling him affectionately. "Uncle's embrace is so warm." Xiao Qingya's expression changed instantly, and the wariness in her eyes almost materialized. "Let her go." There was a hint of nervousness in her voice. Lin Zheng's heart skipped a beat, and he quickly and carefully put Nian Nian back on the ground. At that very moment, the 3 people Lin Zhang, Xiao Qingya, and Xiao Nian existed simultaneously in this small space at an unprecedentedly close distance. Unexpected changes occurred. Bite. A cold, mechanical voice, belonging to no one, exploded in Lin Zhang's mind without warning. The host's bloodline core, bloodline origin, and bloodline source have been detected to be gathered together for the first time. Activation requirements have been met. The God-level omnipotence system is being activated. Activation successful. Lin Zhang's pupils suddenly contracted, and he was completely stunned. System? Has this led me to encounter a legendary cheat code? Before he could react, the voice in his mind rang out again. New player gift packs are being distributed. Congratulations, host, you have acquired God-level fighting technique. Congratulations, host, you have obtained Crisis Perception Max. Paternity test report being generated. Boom! A complex and exquisite fighting technique and muscle memory surged into Lin Zhang's limbs and bones like a torrent of data. He felt his body undergo a dramatic transformation in an instant, every muscle and every bone filled with explosive power. At the same time, his senses became incredibly sharp. He could clearly perceive the faint electrical noise in the elevator, Xiao Qingya's suppressed breathing, and even the lingering warmth of the baby bottle on Nian Nian's body. But none of that was the most shocking. What gave him the creeps was the last notification. Paternity test report? The next second, a virtual blue light screen, visible only to him, suddenly appeared before his eyes. Paternity test report? Subject of identification 1, Xiao Nian bloodline core. Subject of identification 2, Lin Zheng bloodline originator. Gene sequence comparison in progress. DNA similarity, 99.999%. Test results, parentage exists. Lin Zheng's head buzzed, as if he had been hit hard by a heavy hammer, and his mind went blank for a moment. He stared intently at the glaring 99.999% on the screen, then glanced at the little girl in front of him who looked so dependent on him, and then at the icy, powerful woman beside him. A chaotic night, buried for 4 years and deliberately forgotten by him, flashed back frantically like a movie in fast motion. 4 years ago, during the summer after graduating from high school, he worked part-time at an upscale bar. That night, he rescued a woman who had been drugged and was delirious from several thugs with ulterior motives. He wanted to take her to the hospital, but the drugs were too strong in her system. Her body temperature was alarmingly high, and she kept muttering something unconsciously, her hands gripping him tightly. What happened next got out of control. When he woke up the next day, the woman was gone, leaving only a thick wad of cash and a note on the bedside table with 2 words written on it: "Thank you." Lin Zhang felt absurd and ashamed at the time, and quickly left the hotel, burying that memory deep within himself. He always thought it was just a mistake he made when he was young, an accident from which they would never cross paths again. But he never dreamed that woman from 4 years ago is actually Xiao Qingya, the female CEO of the Sky Dome Group who runs a multi-billion-dollar technology empire? And this little girl whom she calls little sister, and who is also publicly identified as her little sister. It was actually his own. Her biological daughter? Bite. The elevator reached the top floor, and the doors opened immediately. Xiao Qingya glanced coldly at Lin Zhang, grabbed Nian Nian's hand, and walked out without looking back. The sound of her high heels hitting the ground was crisp and resolute. "Goodbye, uncle." As Nian Nian was being pulled away, she turned back and waved her little hand at Lin Zhang with lingering reluctance. Lin Zhang stood frozen in place, as if struck by lightning. He looked at the 2 figures, one tall and one short, their backs to him, his heart churning with mixed feelings. Turn out to be. I have a daughter in this world. An unprecedented sense of responsibility and protectiveness surged forth from the deepest part of my heart like a volcanic eruption. His daughter, his own flesh and blood, was right in front of him. Her mother, the aloof and icy CEO, seemed to be full of vigilance and rejection towards her. Lin Zhang took a deep breath and clenched his fist. The job title of Artificial Intelligence or D Engineer on my resume suddenly became incredibly uninteresting. Future prospects? Career? Ideals? Compared to the word daughter, everything else seemed so insignificant. He must stay. We must stay by their side. In any way. Only in this way will there be a chance for them to recognize each other. Lin Zhang raised his head, his gaze passing through the corridor and landing on the 2 black-clad bodyguards standing ramrod straight at the entrance to the president's office. His gaze instantly became incredibly firm. Chapter 2: A bodyguard. What makes you think you can do that? Tianqiang Technology, HR interview area. The atmosphere was a bit strange. The interviewer, Zhou Min, a capable career woman, was looking at the young man opposite her with an expression as if he were a fool. "Mr. Lin Zhang, let me confirm this again." Zhou Min pushed up her gold-rimmed glasses, her tone filled with an barely suppressed sense of absurdity. "You are a recent graduate of Jiangzhou University majoring in computer science and technology, ranking first in your department, winning a gold medal in a national programming competition, and holding 3 personal patents related to artificial intelligence?" Lin Zhang nodded, his expression calm. "Yes. Do you know that we've passed the initial screening for the AIRD engineer position you applied for, and today is the final technical interview? If you pass, you'll get an S-level offer with a starting salary of at least 500,000. "I know," Lin Zhang replied succinctly as always. Zhou Min felt her blood pressure rising slightly. She took a deep breath, leaned forward, and asked, word by word, "So, can you explain to me why you've given up this promising position and are now applying for the position our company is hiring for, the president's personal bodyguard?" The entire interview room was so quiet you could hear a pin drop. The assistant next to him, who was in charge of taking notes, had his pen frozen in mid-air, his mouth agape in an O shape. What kind of international joke is this? A genius programmer from a top university turned down a high-paying research and development job to apply for a bodyguard position. Is this a new era of reading is useless performance art? Zhou Min has been in the industry for 10 years and has interviewed thousands of people. She has seen all sorts of weirdos, but she has never seen anything as outrageous as this. She even suspected that this was a sabotage sent by a rival company. Lin Zhang met her scrutinizing gaze with a calm expression. After making his decision in the elevator, he went straight to the Human Resources Department and made this absurd request. He knew it was absurd, but he had no other choice. Only by becoming his bodyguard could he legitimately stay by Xiao Qingya and her daughter's side 24/7 and use the abilities granted to him by the system to protect them. Because I feel that the position of bodyguard is more suitable for me, Lin Zhang said slowly, his voice steady and powerful. Even he himself felt this reason was weak, but there was nothing he could do. He couldn't very well say that he had a system. More suitable for you? Zhou Min laughed angrily. Mr. Lin Zhang, do you know what qualifications are required for a president's personal bodyguard? Combat, security, reconnaissance, driving, do you even understand these things? What makes you think you're suited for this kind of work, being a programmer who sits in front of a computer all day? Her tone had become somewhat sarcastic. In her opinion, the young man in front of her was either mentally unstable or just trying to attract attention. I can vouch for that, Lin Zhang said. Prove it? How will you prove it? Zhou Min crossed her arms, leaned back in her chair, and gave him a look that said, I'd like to see what tricks you can pull. Lin Zhang didn't speak, but calmly looked towards the doorway. Almost simultaneously, the door to the interview room was pushed open. A burly man, as tall as an iron tower, walked in. He was wearing a black security uniform, his temples were bulging, and his eyes were sharp as an eagle's. Manager Zhou, I heard someone wants to apply for a bodyguard position? The burly man's voice was loud and clear, carrying a military aura. He is Wang Gang, the head of the security department at Sky Dome Technology, and a retired Special Forces soldier. When Zhou Min saw Wang Gang, she felt like she had found her pillar of support. Pointing to Lin Zhang, she said, Manager Wang, you've come at the right time. This is Mr. Lin, our future chief engineer. He said he wants to be a bodyguard. Wang Gang's gaze fell on Lin Zhang, and he looked him up and down. Lin Zhang was wearing a simple white t-shirt and jeans. He was tall and slender, and looked clean and refreshing, but he didn't look like a bodyguard at all. Young man, don't joke around. Wang Gang frowned and said in a deep voice, the bodyguard profession is about risking your life, not a place for students like you to play house. Lin Zhang stood up. Standing at 1.85 meters tall, his imposing presence was in no way inferior to Wang Gang's. Whether it's child's play or not, we'll find out by trying it. His tone was calm, yet it exuded an undeniable confidence. This confidence stems from the vast knowledge base of god-level fighting techniques in his mind. Theoretically, he is now the most outstanding fighting master on the planet. Wang Gang was stunned for a moment, then laughed in exasperation. How dare a student challenge a king of soldiers like him? You've got guts. Wang Gang grinned maliciously and said to Zhou Min, Manager Zhou, may I borrow your place for a moment? Today, I'll teach him a lesson on behalf of the school's teachers, and show him what it means to be arrogant. Zhou Min hesitated for a moment, but seeing Lin Zhang's reckless expression, she finally nodded and stepped aside with her assistant. She also wanted to see if this genius was truly capable or just a complete madman. Wang Gang took off his coat, revealing his bulging muscles. He moved his wrists, and his knuckles cracked and popped. Kid, I'll let you make the first move, don't say I'm bullying you. Wang Gang grinned, revealing a set of white teeth. Lin Zhang didn't waste any words. The moment Wang Gang finished speaking, he moved. There were no fancy moves, just a simple step forward. In Zhou Min and her assistant's eyes, Lin Zhang's figure seemed to blur for a moment. In Wang Gang's eyes, Lin Zhang's seemingly ordinary punch struck his center at the most cunning and swift angle he had never seen before. Fast. Too fast. Alarm bells rang in Wang Gang's mind. Years of combat instincts allowed him to react instantly, crossing his arms to block in front of his chest. Bang! A muffled thud. Lin Zhang's fist landed squarely on Wang Gang's arm. Wang Gang felt an irresistible and terrifying force coming towards him, as if he had been hit by a bull running at high speed. His massive 180-pound body staggered back 3 large steps, his arms going numb and almost losing all feeling. Wang Gang's eyes widened like copper bells, his face filled with disbelief. How is that possible? How can this kid be so strong? However, Lin Zhang's attack did not end there. Having landed a successful blow, he pressed forward, unleashing a barrage of attacks with his elbows, knees, fists, and feet. Every strike landed precisely on Wang Gang's weak points in his block and on the key points where he exerted his power. Wang Gang was completely on the defensive. His military combat skills, which he was so proud of, were like child's play in front of Lin Zhang. He was restricted at every turn and could not use them at all. He felt as if he wasn't fighting a person, but rather a highly sophisticated killing machine. Enough. I give up. In less than 10 seconds, Wang Gang's face turned red, and he took the initiative to call a halt. If this continues, he'll completely lose face today. Upon hearing this, Lin Zhang immediately stopped, took a step back, and returned to his calm and composed demeanor, as if he were not the one who had just been unleashing a storm. The entire interview room was deathly silent. Zhou Min and her assistant stared wide-eyed, their mouths agape, as if they could fit an egg in their mouths. What did they see? Wang Gang, the company's undisputed top fighter, a special forces king who could take on 10 men, actually. How could he be completely overwhelmed by a seemingly well-mannered college student in just 10 seconds? Wang Gang was panting heavily, and the way he looked at Lin Zhang had completely changed. From disdain to shock, and then to a hint of awe. He walked up to Lin Zhang and solemnly extended his hand. "My name is Wang Gang. You are very strong. I take back what I just said, you are fully qualified to be a bodyguard." Lin Zhang reached out and shook his hand. "Lin Zhang." Zhou Min finally snapped out of her shock. She adjusted her glasses and looked at Lin Zhang with a complex expression. A person with the brains of a top programmer and superhuman combat skills? What kind of monster is this? Mr. Lin Zhang, Zhou Min's voice was a little hoarse. I need to report to President Xiao. Your situation is too special. She no longer dared to make the decision. Using someone who can earn Wang Gang's complete respect as a bodyguard is definitely a waste of talent. But since he specifically requested the position, she couldn't stop him. This is a matter that only the CEO can decide. Lin Zhang nodded. He knew he had already succeeded halfway. Next, he will have to face the mother of that child, the woman from 4 years ago, the icy female CEO, Xiao Qingya. He was a little nervous, but more than that, he felt an inexplicable sense of anticipation. Chapter 3. Uncle, can you feed me? The CEO's office. Outside the huge floor-to-ceiling windows is a cityscape above the clouds. The office was decorated in a simple yet luxurious style, and the air was filled with a faint, cool fragrance that was exactly the same as that of Xiao Qingya. Lin Zhang stood in front of the huge desk, feeling as if he were being judged. Behind the desk, Xiao Qingya leaned back in her leather chair, her fingers interlaced, her cool phoenix eyes fixed on him, her gaze full of inquiry. Beside her, little Nian Nian sat in a children's chair, holding a paintbrush and drawing on a piece of white paper, occasionally looking up at Lin Zhang with curiosity. Zhou Min and Wang Gang stood aside, not daring to even breathe loudly. So? Xiao Qingya finally spoke, her voice cold and devoid of any emotion. A top student from the computer science department of Jiangnan University, a future AI expert, gave up a research and development position with an annual salary of 500,000 yuan to become my bodyguard with a monthly salary of 15,000 yuan? Her fingers tapped lightly on the table, each beat seeming to strike Lin Zhang's heart. Can you tell me why? Lin Zhang had already thought of the answer to this question. He can't tell the truth, at least not now. Because of money. Lin Zhang raised his head, looked directly into Xiao Qingya's eyes, and gave a slightly embarrassed smile that suited his age. My family is of modest means, and I urgently need money. Although the starting salary for a bodyguard position isn't as high as that for a research and development job, it includes room and board, offers various subsidies, and most importantly, the salary is paid monthly, which can solve my immediate financial crisis. This reason is half true and half false. His family background was indeed ordinary, but it hadn't reached the point of dire need. But for someone who doesn't know his background, this is undoubtedly the most reasonable and irrefutable explanation. Sure enough, upon hearing this reason, Xiao Qingya's sharp gaze softened slightly. It's understandable if it's for money. Manager Wang said you're very good at fighting. Xiao Qingya changed the subject. Wang Gang immediately stepped forward and respectfully replied, Yes, Mr. Xiao. Mr. Lin's skills far surpass mine. With him in charge of your safety, there is absolutely no chance of anything going wrong. The fact that Wang Gang could utter the words far above me shows how profound the impact was on him. A hint of surprise flashed in Xiao Qingya's eyes. She looked at Lin Zhang again. From the moment he entered, this young man had acted neither servile nor arrogant, and his composure was completely unlike that of a student who had just graduated. Especially considering that she could remain calm under the pressure of her aura, her composure alone is extraordinary. Only. For some reason, looking at him, Xiao Qingya always felt a strange sense of familiarity, and a ripple in the depths of her heart that she couldn't even explain. Is it just my imagination? Sister, I'm hungry. Just as the atmosphere became a little tense, Nian Nian put down her paintbrush, touched her little belly, and called out in a childish voice. This sound instantly shattered the serious atmosphere in the office. Xiao Qingya's icy expression softened slightly, revealing a rare gentleness. She pressed the intercom. Zhang Ma, bring Nian Nian's lunch in. Soon, a middle-aged maid came in carrying a beautifully arranged children's plate containing carrots, broccoli, cod, and rice, a nutritious and visually appealing combination. Miss, dinner is ready. Aunt Shan lovingly placed the plate on the small table in front of Nian Nian. But Nian Nian only glanced at it before pouting and turning her head away. I won't eat it, carrots don't taste good. Nian Nian, be good. You'll grow taller if you eat carrots, Xiao Qingya patiently advised. No, I won't eat. Nian Nian started to throw a tantrum, squirming her little body in the chair. Zhang Ma looked troubled, and Xiao Qingya's brows gradually furrowed. Nian Nian is a good child in every way, except that eating is a real headache, especially her picky eating habit, which she just won't listen to no matter what we say. The people in the office were all a little embarrassed. Just then, Lin Zhang, who had been silent all along, suddenly spoke up. Mr. Xiao, perhaps I can give it a try? All eyes instantly turned to him. Xiao Qingya looked at him with some surprise. You? Lin Zhang nodded, walked to Nian Nian's side, squatted down, and lowered his gaze to the little girl's level. Nian Nian, right? He smiled gently. Nian Nian looked at the handsome uncle, blinked her big eyes, and nodded. Uncle will tell you a story, okay? Lin Zhang's voice was full of magnetism. Look, this carrot, it's not a carrot, it's a magical energy crystal. If you eat it, Nian Nian will have more energy to draw this afternoon. He picked up a small piece of carrot and held it to Nian Nian's mouth. And this green broccoli, it's a little magic tree. If you eat it, Nian Nian will be as beautiful as a fairy forever. Nian Nian was captivated by his story, her bright black eyes filled with curiosity. Really? Of course it's true. Lin Zhang's smile was infectious. Don't believe me? Try it. Look, this white cod boat is waiting to carry the energy crystal and the magic tree to your belly castle. He scooped up a spoonful of rice, topped it with fish and vegetables, and shaped it into a cute form. A miraculous scene unfolded. Nian Nian, who had just sworn never to eat, inexplicably opened her little mouth and ate all the food in the spoon in one gulp. She chewed it, then her eyes lit up. Uncle, it's delicious. Is it delicious? Lin Zhang scooped up another spoonful. Then shall we move all the energy crystals and magic saplings to the castle? Good. And so, amidst Lin Zhang's vivid and interesting stories, the entire lunch that had given Xiao Qingya and Zhang Ma such a headache was devoured by Nian Nian. After finishing her meal, Nian Nian licked her lips with a lingering sense of satisfaction and let out a burp. The entire office fell silent once again. Zhang Ma was dumbfounded. Zhou Min and Wang Gang also looked on incredulously. As for Xiao Qingya, seeing this scene before her, her heart was filled with turbulent emotions. She watched as Lin Zhang patiently wiped Nian Nian's mouth with a napkin, his movements incredibly gentle. She watched as Nian Nian clung to Lin Zhang's clothes with a look of dependence, giggling. The scene was so harmonious. They're like a family. The moment that thought popped into her head, Xiao Qingya abruptly cut it off. But the way she looked at Lin Zhang had completely changed. A man with unfathomable skill, meticulous mind, and extraordinary patience and methods when it comes to children. Is this kind of person really only a bodyguard for money? Uncle, Nian Nian, having finished eating and drinking, suddenly slid off the chair, ran to Lin Zhang's side, grabbed his big hand, looked up at him with her clearest eyes, and asked expectantly. From now on, can you feed me every day? At this moment, Lin Zhang's heart was completely melted. He stroked his daughter's soft hair and nodded solemnly. Sure. After he finished speaking, he raised his head and met the gaze of the icy female CEO who was still sitting behind her desk with a complicated expression. His eyes seemed to say, now, do you still have a reason to refuse me? Chapter 4: The President's Probation Period. Nian Nian's expectant question, like a pebble thrown into the still lake of the office, was like a small stone. Xiao Qingya looked at her daughter clinging to Lin Zhang's clothes, and then at Lin Zhang's calm yet confident face, her mind in turmoil. This man is strange in every way. His skills were unbelievably strong, even making Wang Gang admit defeat. She is also frighteningly meticulous, and can handle her helpless daughter with just a few words. He said it was for money, but would a genius who can earn an annual salary of 500,000 come to do this kind of servant work for a mere monthly salary of 15,000? Risks are unknown. But the unprecedented, genuinely radiant smile on her daughter's face was like a powerful hand, forcefully pushing her to make a decision. After a long silence, Xiao Qingya finally broke it. I can give you a chance. She leaned slightly forward, her hands clasped on the table, revealing her desire for control. Probation period, 1 week. After 1 week, I will decide whether you stay or leave. Lin Zhang showed no joy, only nodding. However, I have 3 rules. Xiao Qingya held up a finger, the nail polish on the tip gleaming coldly under the light. First, outside of work hours, you are not allowed to have any unnecessary contact with Nian Nian without my permission. This was her bottom line. She couldn't let a man of unknown origin easily enter her daughter's world. Second, don't ask what you shouldn't ask, and don't look at what you shouldn't look at. It is strictly forbidden to pry into or interfere with any of my private affairs. She paused, then added a third point. Third, as my personal bodyguard, you must be on call 24 hours a day and available at any time. Your cell phone must be kept on. Harsh, even inhumane. Zhou Min, who was listening from the side, felt that it was a bit too much. However, Lin Zhang simply listened calmly and then uttered 2 words, okay. There was no haggling, not even the slightest hesitation. This composure made Xiao Qingya look at him with even greater respect. She had originally thought that this young man would at least offer some explanation for the first point. Okay. Xiao Qingya said no more. Manager Zhou, take him to process his expedited onboarding. Supervisor Wang, hand over the security department. Yes, Mr. Xiao. Zhou Min and Wang Gang accepted the order and led Lin Zhang out of the president's office. The moment the door closed, Wang Gang came over, gave Lin Zhang a thumbs up, and whispered, "Brother, awesome. You really did a great job." He pulled a folded note from his pocket and quickly stuffed it into Lin Zhang's hand. Take this. It contains some of Ms. Zhao's personal taboos and habits, such as not drinking coffee, being allergic to lily pollen, and not liking to be disturbed during meetings. You know what I mean. Lin Zhang unfolded it and saw 7 or 8 points of attention written in bold handwriting. He put the note away and nodded to Wang Gang. Thanks, Brother Wang. The word Brother Wang made Wang Gang grin. He admired this young man. He was capable and knew how to navigate social situations. The onboarding process was completed quickly. In less than half an hour, Lin Zhang received a brand new black suit, an encrypted work phone, and a Bentley Mulsanne car key. His first task was to take Xiao Qingya and Nian Nian home. Underground parking garage. Lin Zhang opened the car door and carefully helped Nian Nian into the child's safety seat, fastening her seatbelt. His skillful movements surprised Xiao Qingya, who was following behind. Only then did he open the back door for Xiao Qingya. The Bentley Mulsanne smoothly drove out of the garage and merged into the evening traffic. Xiao Qingya sat in the back seat, habitually taking out her tablet to check emails. Nian Nian, who usually felt uncomfortable after long car rides, was unusually quiet today, playing with her fingers. After driving for a while, Xiao Qingya realized something was wrong. The car was driven too steadily. It's not the steady, controlled feeling of an ordinary driver, but an ultimate, seamless connection between driver and car. There's no abrupt pushback sensation during acceleration, and no forward-leaning inertia during braking. Cornering is silky smooth with almost no body roll. The street scene outside the window was rushing past, and the car was definitely not moving slowly, but sitting in the car, I couldn't feel the slightest bump. It was so comfortable that I wanted to fall asleep. She glanced at the rearview mirror subconsciously, and saw Lin Zhang's focused profile reflected in it. What kind of person is he, really? The car headed west and eventually entered the top-tier affluent area located at the top of Yunfeng Mountain. A sprawling, luxurious villa came into view. The Gothic iron gate slowly opened, revealing 2 rows of bodyguards in black suits who bowed in unison. The high walls were covered with numerous security cameras and infrared sensors. Security here is even tighter than at the headquarters of Sky Dome Technology. Lin Zhang parked the car, his protective instincts and sense of responsibility growing heavier. This is their home. From this day forward, it will be his mission to protect the peace here. An elderly housekeeper with gray hair, dressed in a well-fitting suit, came out to greet us. She was Zhang Ma. Miss, Nian Nian, you're back. Zhang Ma took the bag from Xiao Qingya's hand with a kind smile on her face, but when she saw Lin Zhang getting out of the driver's seat, her smile turned into a scrutinizing and wary one. Who is this? The new bodyguard, Lin Zhang, Xiao Qingya introduced simply, then led Nian Nian inside. Lin Zhang nodded to Zhang Ma as a greeting, then picked up Xiao Qingya's briefcase and followed closely behind the mother and daughter. At dinner time, the long table was laden with exquisite dishes. The picky eating drama is playing out again. Nian Nian looked at the few bright green broccoli and orange carrot pieces on her plate, pouted, and shook her head like a rattledrum. I won't eat it, I'm just thinking about not eating vegetables. Aunt Zhang gently coaxed from the side, Nian Nian, be good. You can only grow tall and beautiful if you eat vegetables. No, I don't want it. Just as the little one was about to start acting up again, she suddenly seemed to remember something. Her big eyes lit up, and she pointed her little finger at Lin Zhang, who was standing not far away, and loudly announced, I want Uncle Lin to feed me. The atmosphere at the dining table instantly fell silent. Zhang Ma looked at Xiao Qingya with some difficulty. Xiao Qingya wiped her mouth with a napkin, saying nothing but also offering no objection. This is a form of tacit consent. Lin Zhang understood and walked to the dining table. Nian Nian, look, these aren't vegetables. Lin Zhang picked up a fork and speared a small piece of broccoli. These are energy beans that can defeat the hungry little monster in your stomach. He forked another piece of carrot. This is star fragments that will make your eyes sparkle. Nian Nian was drawn in by his explanation and looked curiously at the fork in his hand. Now we're going to use this rice spaceship to transport the energy beans and star fragments to your belly castle and drive away all those mischievous little monsters, okay? Lin Zhang scooped up a spoonful of rice, which was cleverly topped with vegetables and minced meat. Okay. Nian Nian nodded vigorously and opened her little mouth. 1 spoonful, 2 spoonfuls. By the end of the meal, all the food on Nian Nian's plate had been cleaned up. Standing to the side, Zhang Ma almost dropped the soup spoon in her hand. She had been taking care of Nian Nian for 3 years and had never seen the child eat so well before. It's late at night, 11 p.m. Nian Nian was already fast asleep. Xiao Qingya was still in her study, handling international business on her computer. This was her usual routine. She was the only one awake in the large villa. She habitually opened the living room security camera feed, intending to glance at it and then turn it off. What she saw in the video made her stop moving. Lin Zhang didn't go back to his own room to rest. Instead, he sat with Nian Nian, who had just finished showering, on the soft carpet. He was patiently helping Nian Nian build a block castle, piece by piece. Under the lamplight, the man's tall figure enveloped the little girl. The two huddled together, occasionally letting out soft laughter. The scene was incredibly heartwarming. As Xiao Qingya looked at the screen, her shoulders, which had been tense all day, quietly relaxed without her even realizing it. After lulling Nian Nian to sleep and settling her in her crib, Lin Zhang gently closed the door. He was not sleepy at all. Neither the daytime fighting nor the evening warmth made him forget his job. His crisis perception max ability gave him a beast-like intuition about his surroundings. From the moment he stepped into the villa, he sensed that something was amiss. He began a thorough inspection of the villa. He soon stopped in the southwest corner of the back garden. This was the angle between two buildings, and a surveillance camera, due to its angle, had a fan-shaped blind spot about 3 meters wide. He then walked to the outer perimeter wall. The indicator lights on the high-voltage power grid were flashing evenly, but in one section, the flashing frequency was 0.5 seconds slower than in other places. This is an extremely small difference that ordinary people cannot detect at all. But Lin Zhang knew this meant that section of the circuit was aging and the voltage was unstable. For a professional infiltrator, this was a fatal vulnerability that could be exploited. The moment he noted down the 2 locations, that familiar mechanical voice rang in his mind again. Ding! Hidden Guardian Achievement Basic Security Reconnaissance completed. Reward, Achievement Points plus 10. Current total achievement points, 10. A slight smile appeared on Lin Zhang's lips as he thought to himself that the system was quite user-friendly. I wonder if there are any other hidden dangers. It seems I need to check tomorrow. Their safety cannot afford to be compromised. Chapter 5: The Strongest Bodyguard's First Day. It was 5 o'clock in the morning, and the sky was still dark. He then began his second patrol along the new route he had explored the previous night. He paused for 30 seconds in the blind spot of the back garden's surveillance cameras, simulating the perspective of an intruder, to confirm the best time to climb over the wall and enter the villa. He used professional software on his work phone to retest the frequency of current fluctuations in the unstable power grid section surrounding the perimeter wall, and the data was exactly as he had predicted. An hour later, a completely new, 3-dimensional, and comprehensive patrol and security route had taken shape in his mind. The atmosphere in the restaurant was somewhat subtle at breakfast time. Nian Nian sat in her special high chair, happily eating the egg that Lin Zhang had cut into animal shapes for her. Uncle Lin, the little rabbit is so delicious. Standing to the side, Zhang Ma's expression was complicated. This new bodyguard had completely won over the young lady's stomach in just one day. Xiao Qingya quietly ate her oatmeal porridge, remaining silent about her daughter's interaction with Lin Zhang. Mr. Xiao. After finishing his meal, Lin Zhang took out a printed document from his briefcase and gently placed it in front of Xiao Qingya. This is my suggestions for optimizing the security system of Xiao residence, please take a look. Xiao Qingya paused for a moment. She picked up the thin report. The title was in neat, square font, very formal. She had expected it to be a long and rambling piece, but it turned out to be only 2 pages long, with extremely concise wording. The report was concise, simply listing 3 key issues with numbers. 1. There is a 3.5-meter fan-shaped blind spot in the southwest corner of the surveillance camera. It is recommended to add a wide-angle camera or adjust the angle of the existing probe to 35 degrees. 2. The C-section circuit of the external power grid is aging, and the voltage peak-to-valley difference exceeds the safety threshold. It is recommended to replace it immediately and add a backup power supply. 3. The fixed night patrol routes with 15-minute intervals are easily calculated and exploited. It is recommended to change to 2-person, irregular, cross patrols. Every question hits the nail on the head, and every suggestion is highly actionable. Its level of professionalism is completely unlike what a newcomer to the industry could write. Without showing any emotion, Xiao Qingya picked up her phone, took a picture of the report, and sent it directly to Wang Gang, the security supervisor. Less than 5 minutes. Her personal cell phone vibrated violently. It was Wang Gang calling. Mr. Xiao. As soon as the call connected, Wang Gang's voice, a mixture of shock and shame, came through. The report you sent. I've read it. This is simply a textbook-level analysis of security vulnerabilities. Lin Zhang, no, Mr. Lin, the 3 problems you pointed out are all fatal oversights in our security department. Especially the aging power grid circuits. We just did maintenance last week and we didn't even notice it. If professionals really have their eyes on this place, the consequences will be unimaginable. Wang Gang's voice was filled with lingering fear. This report is absolutely at the level of a top security expert. Mr. Xiao, just who exactly is this Mr. Lin? Xiao Qingya held her phone, listening to Wang Gang's report, her heart filled with even greater turmoil. A computer genius, a martial arts expert, and now a security expert? Just how many secrets does Lin Zhang still hold? You don't need to worry about his background. Xiao Qingya regained her composure. From now on, I authorize Lin Zhang to work with your team to immediately upgrade the Villa's security system. Everything will be based on his plan. All you need to do is cooperate unconditionally. Yes, Mr. Xiao. I understand. Wang Gang's answer was resolute, full of admiration for the strong. After hanging up the phone, Xiao Qingya looked at Lin Zhang. The man was gently wiping the milk stains from Nian Nian's mouth with a tissue, as if the report that had shocked Wang Gang had nothing to do with him. The sense of the unknown brought about by this man made her feel for the first time that things were beyond her control. In the morning, the Bentley smoothly stopped in front of the prestigious Eton College kindergarten. Lin Zhang carried Nian Nian out of the car. The little girl was wearing a pink princess dress today, looking like a little angel. When they arrived at the classroom door, Nian Nian refused to go in. She clung tightly to Lin Zhang's legs, tilting her delicate, pretty face up and pouting her lips. Don't go in, I want my uncle to stay with me. Be good, Nian Nian. Uncle has to go to work. I'll come pick you up this afternoon, Lin Zhang coaxed patiently. No. Nian Nian's big eyes welled up with tears. Unless Uncle kisses my forehead, I'll go in. The moment this request was made, the surroundings fell silent. The women picking up and dropping off their children at the gate were all wealthy and influential ladies. Their gazes were all fixed on Lin Zhang and Nian Nian, filled with curiosity and gossip. Isn't that the sister that CEO Xiao of Skydome Technology claims to be? Why is she so close to a bodyguard? Look how clingy that girl is to him, you'd think they were father and daughter. This man is really good looking, and has a great physique too, no wonder. The murmurs weren't loud, but they were loud enough to be heard. Lin Zhang ignored these discussions. He knelt down and gently placed a kiss on Nian Nian's smooth forehead. Alright, let's go in now. Nian Nian then giggled contentedly, let go of my hand, and ran into the classroom, turning back every few steps. Lin Zhang stood up but did not immediately get into the car and leave. He stood ramrod straight, seemingly waiting, but in reality, his crisis perception max ability was fully activated, bringing the entire area surrounding the kindergarten under surveillance. Soon, a target entered his sensory area. Across the street, a man wearing a baseball cap and a mask was leaning against an inconspicuous van, pretending to look at his phone. But his phone camera was always pointed at the kindergarten entrance, secretly filming the children coming in and out. His movements were very discreet, but they couldn't escape Lin Zhang's notice. Lin Zhang silently memorized the other person's physical characteristics, about 1.75 meters tall, slender build, and a scorpion tattoo on his left wrist. At the same time, he also noted down the license plate number of the van. Zhang asks. On the way back to the Sky Dome group, Xiao Qingya kept her eyes closed to rest. Lin Zhang was pondering the motives of the person who took the photos. Kidnapping and extortion? Or some other scheme? Whatever it is a potential threat. Bite. The president's private elevator has arrived. Inside the elevator, besides Lin Zhang and Xiao Qingya, there was also a middle-aged man with a receding hairline and a large belly. Lin Zhang recognized him from the name tag. He was Li Jianguo, the group's vice president. The elevator ascended smoothly. Li Jianguo's phone suddenly rang. He glanced at the caller ID, walked to the corner of the elevator, and answered in a low voice. Hello, Mr. Wang. Yes, it's me. Don't worry about the bottom price, I've already taken care of it. 370 million, not a penny more or less, that's Mr. Zhao's deadline. At the bidding meeting tomorrow, just add a little bit more to this number. That piece of land in the south of the city is definitely yours. His voice was so low that an ordinary person standing next to him could only hear a buzzing sound. But with Lin Zhang's extraordinary hearing, every word was crystal clear. Industrial espionage. Leaking the company's core bid reserve price. Lin Zhang's expression remained unchanged. The moment the elevator doors opened, Li Jianguo hurriedly walked out. Lin Zhang also took a step at the same time, and the two inadvertently had a slight physical collision. Oh, I'm sorry, Li Jianguo apologized casually, not taking it seriously at all. It's all right, Lin Zhang replied. In that split second of passing each other, Lin Zhang's fingers moved at a speed imperceptible to the naked eye, rapidly tapping across his phone screen. A miniature signal transmitter instantly connected to the phone in Li Jianguo's pocket via his phone's NFC function, completing a contactless copy of call logs and recent contacts. The entire process was seamless and imperceptible. Bite. In my mind, the system's notification sounded at just the right time. Complete the hidden mission and achieve investigation of corporate espionage. Reward, achievement points plus 50. Current total achievement points, 60. Lin Zhang followed Xiao Qingya out of the elevator, his face expressionless. He made an excuse to go to the restroom and, in a secluded corner, turned on the system screen that only he could see. He remained completely unmoved as he watched his total achievement points increase from 10 to 60. His gaze slowly swept over the dazzling array of all-in-one modules. Master of Fighting, God-level Hacker, Miracle Healer. The achievement points required to unlock these modules range from tens to hundreds. Finally, his gaze settled on a glittering golden module deep within the list. Business Emperor. Achievement points required to unlock, 10,000. This module can endow him with top-notch wisdom and skills to navigate the business world and control the universe. Being merely a bodyguard means you'll always be passively protecting others. To truly protect the mother and daughter under his wings and eliminate all threats, he needed to rise to a higher position. The forces behind her are definitely not simple. Although all we can do now is protect her, with the system in hand, anything is possible in the future. Chapter 6: Activating the Stock Market God, a Shocking Loan. It was late at night. Lin Zhang stood at the door of Nian Nian's room but did not go in. Through the crack in the door, you can see the dim yellow light from the nightlight, outlining the silhouette of the little one sleeping peacefully. He had just finished his third security inspection of the entire house tonight, and he had memorized every corner and every potential hazard. Monthly salary of 15,000. This figure is already considered a high salary among ordinary fresh graduates. But here, in this multi-million-dollar cloud-top villa, it seems so insignificant. It's not even enough to cover a month's property management fees and maintenance costs for the house. With this little money, how can we protect them? Relying on brute force? What if you encounter not a few thugs, but a massive capitalist empire crushing you? Everything he has now is too fragile. A faint car engine sound came from the foot of the mountain, growing louder as it approached. Xiao Qingya has returned. Lin Zhang walked into the living room, and sure enough, a few minutes later, the villa door opened, and Xiao Qingya walked in looking exhausted. She took off her high heels, forgetting even to change her coat, and walked straight to the sofa, sinking heavily into it while pinching her brow. Mr. Xiao. Lin Zhang handed him a glass of warm water. Xiao Qingya took the water glass, but didn't drink it, she just held it in her hand to warm it. For 2 consecutive days, due to an urgent overseas merger and acquisition project, she has only been able to sleep 3 or 4 hours a day. Video conferences come one after another, and she is completely on edge. She took a breath before getting up and heading towards Nian Nian's room. He stood at the door for a long time, but in the end he didn't push the door open and went in. He just peeked through the crack in the door a few times and then turned around and went back to his bedroom. Perhaps she was afraid that her own chill and fatigue would disturb her daughter's sweet dreams. Lin Zhang saw all of this. A woman, carrying the weight of a vast technological empire, and raising a child all by herself. Beneath that iceberg lies unimaginable pressure and hardship. A strong impulse surged in his chest. He wants to become stronger. Be quick. We must become strong enough to provide them with shelter and protection, so that they no longer have to work so hard or be so lonely. Just as this thought reached its peak, the system in my mind responded. A strong desire for wealth has been detected in the host. Unlock the money branch ability tree. Activation condition: have millions of starting funds. Millions of dollars in startup capital? Lin Zhang was stunned. 1 million. For him, this was an astronomical figure that seemed unattainable. With his current monthly salary of 15,000 yuan, it would take him more than 5 years to save up even if he didn't eat or drink. I can't wait. He can't wait that long. We must find another way. Faces flashed through his mind, but finally settled on one that always wore a nonchalant smile. Gu Xiaoming. His bunkmate from college, a genuine rich kid, was also his entrepreneurial partner with whom he used to stay up all night coding and dreamed of changing the world. Although we've lost touch since graduation, the friendship remains. Lin Zhang took out his phone and found the number that had almost been forgotten. The finger that had been flicking out paused for a moment. Asking your brother for money, especially such a large sum, is always a loss of face. But when he thought of Nian Nian's innocent little face and Xiao Qingya's lonely figure when she returned home late at night, the last bit of his ridiculous self-esteem vanished instantly. The call went through. Holy crap! Lin Zhang? You're still alive? A surprised and exaggerated voice came from the other end of the phone. I thought you eloped with some rich woman and vanished into thin air. It was that familiar tone of voice. Lin Zhang's tense body relaxed a little. Xiaoming, it's me. Nonsense, if it's not you, then who is it but a ghost? Gu Xiaoming shouted on the other end. What's wrong? Something's not right with your tone. Out of money for food? Tell me, which cafeteria? I'll order you a 10-dish and soup takeout. I need your help, Lin Zhang said bluntly. The laughter from Gu Xiaoming's side stopped. So serious? He paused. What happened? Is someone giving you trouble? Tell me, in Jiangcheng, there's nothing I, Gu Xiaoming, can't handle. No. Lin Zhang took a deep breath. I want to borrow money from you. Borrow money? No problem. Gu Xiaoming said nonchalantly. How much do you need? 3,000 or 5,000? I'll transfer it to you directly, no need to pay it back. 1 million. After Lin Zhang uttered those 3 words, there was a deathly silence on the other end of the phone. After a good 10 seconds, Gu Xiaoming's voice rang out again, but this time, the playful tone was completely gone, replaced by an unprecedented solemnity. Lin Zhang, say it again, how many times? 1 million. Damn. Gu Xiaoming cursed under his breath, are you serious? What are you going to do with so much money? Don't tell me you've got your eye on some female streamer and are going to send her rockets. I need it urgently, Lin Zhang said without further explanation. Gu Xiaoming fell silent again. Lin Zhang's heart sank as well. Was he being too presumptuous? After all, it's 1 million, not 10,000. Just as he was about to say never mind, Gu Xiaoming spoke up. 1 million? I don't have that much liquid cash on hand right now. But I can scrape together 500,000 for you in 5 minutes. Is that enough? Lin Zhang's heart skipped a beat. That's enough. His voice was a little hoarse. "Thank you, Xiaoming." "Thanks my ass." Gu Xiaoming resumed his nonchalant tone. "Send me your account number. Use the money first, don't feel pressured. But let me tell you, if you dare use this money for anything illegal or disorderly, I'll be the first to break your legs." "Won't." "That's good. Remember to buy me a drink once you've sorted things out." After hanging up the phone, Lin Zhang immediately sent his bank card number. Less than 3 minutes. Ding dong. A text message notification sounded on my phone. "Bank of XX, your savings card account ending in XXXX completed a transfer transaction of 500,000 renminbi on date at 23/18. Your current balance is 500,000 renminbi." Before Lin Zhang could even feel the weight of this brotherhood, the system's voice boomed in his mind as he stared at the long string of zeros. Ding. Funds detected. 500,000 in startup capital has been received. While not reaching the million level threshold, it has met the minimum activation requirement. Activate the money branch ability tree to gain the permanent core skill, God level stock market guru. The moment the words fell, an indescribable torrent of information rushed into Lin Zhang's mind. Candlestick charts, Bollinger Bands, MACD indicator, Dow theory, Elliott wave theory. Financial data from all listed companies worldwide, the flow of major funds, fluctuations in market sentiment, and even subtle changes in the financial policies of various countries. At this moment, countless complex financial knowledge and real-time data are no longer cold symbols, but have become a living pulse that can be directly perceived. He felt as if he were standing upstream in time, looking down on the past, present, and future of the entire financial market. God-level stock market guru, the host possesses a comprehensive supersensory and predictive ability regarding financial markets, stock trends, corporate financial reports, and market sentiment, enabling them to accurately capture the best investment opportunities and targets. It's done. This was his first weapon in his fight against fate. Lin Zhang was overjoyed inside, but his face remained calm. He went to the living room, turned on the huge LCD TV, and tuned it to the financial channel. The host analyzed tomorrow's stock market trends in a clear and articulate manner, while the experts offered their own opinions, citing various sources. To the average person, these analyses sound cryptic and confusing. But in Lin Zhang's ears, the data flow and logical loopholes behind these words were so clear they were outrageous. He picked up his phone and downloaded a stock trading app. Looking at the balance of 500,000 in the account, this money was no longer just a huge sum of money. It's a bullet. It was the first bullet he fired into the world. Chapter 7: The Securities Manager's Shock, First Glimpse of Talent. Early in the morning, after dropping Nian Nian off at the kindergarten gate, Lin Zhang watched the little one wave her hand, turning back every few steps, before turning away. Instead of returning to the Sky Dome Group, he hailed a taxi and gave them an address. Jiangcheng International Financial Center. Half an hour later, he stood in the VIP client department of Haitong Securities, the largest securities company in Jiangcheng. "Hello sir, how can I help you?" The receptionist greeted him with a professional smile. "I'll find an account manager, open an account, and enter the market," Lin Zhang said succinctly. The receptionist sized him up. He was dressed in a well-fitting suit, but he looked too young to be a big client. She politely led Lin Zhang to the waiting area and notified an account manager. Soon, a man in his 30s, wearing gold-rimmed glasses, named Li Ming, walked over. He glanced at Lin Zhang, a hint of perfunctory expression on his face. "Hello, this is Li Ming, your account manager. You'd like to open an account, right? How much are you planning to invest?" Li Ming had seen too many young people like this. Their families gave them some money, and they wanted to experience life in the stock market. In the end, most of them lost everything. 500,000, Lin Zhang calmly stated the figure. Li Ming's hand holding the teacup froze in mid-air, and the perfunctory expression on his face instantly faded. 500,000 yuan, while not exactly the wealthiest, is definitely a huge sum for a young person who looks like a recent graduate. Well, 500,000? That's certainly something worth planning carefully. Li Ming's attitude became much warmer. "We have a professional investment advisory team that can tailor an investment portfolio for you, focusing on steady growth." "No need," Lin Zhang interrupted him. "I want to activate the Hong Kong Stock Connect, the highest level of access, the kind that allows T+0 trading." Li Ming was stunned. Hong Kong stocks? Or the highest level of control? This kid has big ambitions. Young man, the Hong Kong stock market is a very complex market, much riskier than the share market, Li Ming kindly advised. I think you should start with stable funds or blue chip stocks first. You can pay your dues before considering high-risk investments. Lin Zheng didn't reply, he just looked at him. That calm gaze made Li Ming's next words catch in his throat. Something's off about this young man's aura. Do as I say. Lin Zheng's tone left no room for argument. Li Ming had some doubts, but the customer is always right, so he had no choice but to take Lin Zheng to complete the formalities. While working on the computer, Li Ming couldn't resist opening the stock market software. Young man, since you insist, let me add a word of advice. The market hasn't been good lately. Look, the entire market is down. If you really want to buy, you should buy those leading stocks with solid performance, like. No need. Lin Zheng's gaze fell on Li Ming's computer screen, and he tapped the desktop lightly with his fingers. Please bring up the stock Genesis Biotechnology for me, stock code HKXXXX. Li Ming paused, then pulled up the stock list as instructed. On the screen, a candlestick chart appeared, looking like a lifeless electrocardiogram. Genesis Biotech? Li Ming frowned. This stock has almost been forgotten by the market. It's a typical junk stock with pitifully low trading volume. Why would you buy it? Did you hear some insider information? Not insider information. In Lin Zheng's mind, the ability of the God-level stock god was clearly showing the astonishing future trend of this stock. Their anti-cancer drug RX-7 has very successful phase 3 clinical data. It was originally expected to be announced next month, but because the effect far exceeded expectations, it has been submitted for approval ahead of schedule. The announcement will be released by tomorrow afternoon at the latest. Li Ming was stunned. He spoke with such conviction that it seemed like the truth. But how could someone who isn't a senior executive of the company possibly know about this in advance? Young man, you can't just say things like that. Unverified information like this shouldn't be used as a basis for investment. Li Ming tried to dissuade him using professional terminology. Lin Zheng completely ignored his advice. Have the formalities been completed? All right. Deposit 500,000 yuan and buy Genesis Bio shares. What? All of it? Li Ming was genuinely shocked this time. This is gambling. You're not even doing position management? That's too impulsive. A mature investor should never go all in. This young man is treating the stock market like a casino. At the current price, buy in with all your funds. Lin Zheng repeated, his tone calm, yet carrying an unyielding resolve. Looking at him, Li Ming felt that he was not facing a young man in his early 20s, but a veteran who had been immersed in the capital market for many years. That disregard for risk and absolute confidence in his own judgment made him feel a chill. In the end, he carried out the transaction as Lin Zheng instructed. Bought it, average transaction price $1.25, Li Ming reported, already mentally condemning Lin Zheng to death. Just wait and see, tomorrow that 500,000 will be reduced by at least half. Good. Lin Zheng stood up, took his documents, turned and left without the slightest hesitation. The whole process was smooth, efficient, and decisive. Li Ming was left alone in the office when, as if possessed, he glanced at the creative creature on the screen again. The seemingly ordinary candlestick chart suddenly took on a mysterious and inexplicable meaning in his eyes. Could it be that what this kid is saying is true? Skydome Technology, CEO's office. Xiao Qingya irritably threw a project report on the table. The bidding for that plot of land in the south of the city has run into problems. A project that seemed certain to be one has now fallen into a passive position. She pinched the bridge of her nose. The fatigue of the past few days had given her a splitting headache. Just then, my phone vibrated slightly. It was a multimedia message from Nian Nian's children's smartwatch. The photo shows a drawing by Nian Nian, depicting a large hand holding a small hand, with the words Shu Shu, Wei and I written in crooked pinyin next to it. There is another voice message below. Xiao Qingya clicked on the link, and Nian Nian's sweet, childlike voice came through. Mommy, Uncle told me the story of Sun Wukong's 3 battles with the White Bone Demon today. Uncle told it so well. Nian Nian likes Uncle so much. Hearing her daughter's innocent and cheerful voice, Xiao Qingya's nerves, which had been tense all day, relaxed slightly without her even realizing it. She looked at the painting, her heart filled with mixed emotions. Evening at the Cloud Top Villa. Lin Zheng sat with Nian Nian, who had just finished showering, on the soft carpet. Uncle, please tell me another story, Nian Nian said, clinging to his arm and pleading. Okay. Lin Zhang smiled. The skill god-level storytelling, although it's just an auxiliary ability unlocked by the system, is absolutely devastating when used to coax children. Today, we'll tell a story about courage. In a far, far away place, there was a land called the Kingdom of Courage, where lived a cowardly scarecrow. Lin Zhang's voice was not loud, but it was full of magnetism. He did not use an exaggerated tone, but simply told the story in a straightforward manner. However, every plot and every twist was told in a captivating way. In his story, the scarecrow is no longer static, it has thoughts, worries, and longings for distant places. Nian Nian listened intently, her big eyes unblinking, completely immersed in that wonderful world. After the story was finished, Nian Nian was already leaning against him, her eyelids starting to droop. Lin Zhang picked her up, gently placed her on her crib, and covered her with a blanket. The little guy smacked his lips, a satisfied smile on his face, and fell asleep sweetly. Just as he was about to close the door, the system notification sounded in his mind right on time. Ding! Achievement: first steps into the stock market completed. Reward: achievement points plus 20. Current total achievement points, 80. Lin Zhang closed the door, walked to the floor-to-ceiling window in the living room, and looked down at the lights of thousands of homes below the mountain. That 500,000 was just the beginning. Chapter 8: Hong Kong Stock Market Turmoil, Stock Prices Soar. The Hong Kong stock market opened early the next morning. Lin Zhang was in the kitchen preparing a special cartoon breakfast for Nian Nian. His work phone was placed aside, and the screen displayed Haitong Securities trading software. It was exactly 9:30. The numbers on the screen jumped suddenly. Genesis Bio opened 15% higher. Immediately afterwards, huge orders poured in one after another, like a swarm of sharks smelling blood. The transaction details on the right side of the screen refreshed so fast that they almost appeared as blurry images. On the stock price candlestick chart, the horizontal line that was originally half dead has now become like it's been injected with chicken blood, sprinting straight upwards at a nearly 90-degree angle. 20%. 30%. 45%. The increase is still expanding wildly and irrationally. Haitong Securities, VIP Client Department. Li Ming nearly crushed the mouse in his hand. He stared intently at the glaring red candlestick on the computer screen, his mind completely blank. It went up. It really went up. And it wasn't just a small increase, it was a crazy, explosive surge. That young man, every word he said yesterday struck Li Ming's heart like a heavy hammer. The announcement will be released by tomorrow afternoon at the latest. Could it be true? How is that possible? This level of insider information is something that even the head of their branch office couldn't possibly know in advance, let alone a client manager like him. With trembling hands, he picked up his phone, found the number he had saved yesterday, and dialed it. The phone rang for a long time before it was answered. Hello. It was that young, calm tone. Mr. Lin. Mr. Lin. Li Ming's voice changed, filled with excitement and disbelief. Genesis Bio. That stock. Did you see it? It went crazy. Oh. Lin Zhang on the other end of the phone seemed to be busy with something else. The faint sound of a spatula being cooked could be heard in the background. Really? That's good. Great? Li Ming was practically going crazy. This is more than just great. How did you know? This is simply divine. Just lucky, Lin Zhang replied casually. Beep beep beep. The call was disconnected. Li Ming stood there dumbfounded, holding his phone and listening to the busy tone. Good luck? Screw your good luck. Really that lucky? Going all in on a worthless stock and making 50% in a day? In the villa's kitchen, Lin Zhang placed a fried egg shaped like a bear onto a plate without even glancing at his phone. Luck? No, this isn't luck. The god-level stock market guru's abilities allow him to clearly see the undercurrents of capital behind this stock. Those currently entering the market are merely astute speculative investors and retail traders. The real big players, the institutions with substantial funds, are still observing and awaiting the decisive announcement. This is just an appetizer. The next day, at the same time, Li Ming arrived at his computer half an hour early, his heart pounding. 9:30. Opening. Genesis Biotech stock price gave him no time to react, opening with a 70% increase and then soaring. Li Ming slumped into the chair, feeling as if all his strength had been drained away. This world has gone mad. It's completely mad. He looked at Lin Zhang's account with 500,000 yuan. At this moment, the total assets column of the account clearly showed a figure of more than 5 million yuan. In 2 days, it increased nearly tenfold. This isn't stock trading, this is printing money. He picked up the phone again, this time with utmost respect. Hello Mr. Lin, this is Li Ming from Haitong Securities. Sorry to bother you. Based on your asset size, we sincerely invite you to upgrade to our highest level Diamond VIP client and enjoy one-on-one exclusive service. The phone rang for a long time, but no one answered. Lin Zhang was driving Xiao Qingya to her company. He glanced at the caller ID and immediately muted the phone. His crisis perception max was sending waves of slight stinging sensations through him. This feeling didn't originate from outside the car, but from Xiao Qingya behind him. An invisible pressure and anxiety were emanating from this woman. Inside the president's private elevator at Tianxiang Group, Xiao Qingya gripped her tablet, staring at an urgent report on the bidding for the Changnan project, her face as cold as ice. Those old fogies on the board, using this bidding failure as an excuse, were once again pulling strings behind the scenes, trying to plant their own people. Beset by internal and external troubles, Lin Zhang stood behind her, like an emotionless shadow. His peripheral vision swept over the data on the tablet, which listed various information about the main competitor in this bidding process, Yuanqing Group. Yuanqing's cash flow is fake. A sudden sound rang out in the quiet elevator. Xiao Qingya stopped moving. She slowly turned her head and looked at Lin Zhang. Lin Zhang seemed to be talking to himself, his gaze fixed on the smooth metal wall of the elevator. Last month, they applied for a €3 billion long-term loan from Deutsche Bank to acquire a European semiconductor company, with a performance-based agreement on revenue targets for the next 3 years. They simply don't have the extra funds to wage a price war. They're only here to drive up the price of this land in the south of the city. They never actually intended to buy it. Xiao Qingya's heart suddenly clenched. A loan from Deutsche Bank? A betting agreement? These are all absolute trade secrets. Even the business investigation team she sent out only found out the basics. How could a bodyguard know so much? Her fingers flew across the tablet, accessing an international financial information database through a specially encrypted channel. Enter keywords. Search. A transaction record, encrypted in multiple layers, appeared on the screen. Lender, Yuanqing Group. Lender, Deutsche Bank. Amount, €3 billion. Additional terms, performance-based agreement. All the information was exactly the same as what Lin Zhang had said. For the first time, Xiao Qingya felt the weight of the tablet in her hand. She looked at Lin Zhang again. The man was still standing ramrod straight, as if what she had just said had nothing to do with him. How many secrets is this man hiding? The third trading day. 2:50 p.m. A major announcement has been issued by the Hong Kong Stock Exchange. Genesis Biotech HKXXXX announced that its independently developed anti-cancer drug RX-7 has achieved groundbreaking success in Phase 3 clinical trials, with an efficacy rate far exceeding that of existing similar drugs. The company has submitted marketing applications to drug regulatory authorities in multiple countries worldwide. The news caused an instant market frenzy. In the last 10 minutes of trading, the stock price of Genesis Bio was violently driven up by astronomical amounts of buy orders. Ultimately, the closing price settled at 125 Hong Kong dollars. Compared to Lin Zhang's purchase price of 1 Hong Kong dollar and 25 cents, it has increased 100-fold. 500,000 turned into 50 million in 3 days. Sitting in his office, Li Ming stared at the glaring number and felt a wave of dizziness wash over him. He had only one thought in his mind. He wants to see him. Absolutely. Immediately. Right now. Ignoring company regulations, he directly retrieved the address information left by Lin Zhang from the client files. Cloud Top Villa. When Li Ming drove his BMW and parked in front of this castle-like hilltop mansion, he was completely dumbfounded. The people living here need to open a 500,000 account with them? Do I also need a bodyguard? With a sense of pilgrimage, he rang the doorbell. The door slowly opened. He walked through the vast garden, and then he saw a scene he would never forget. On the lawn, the young man, who had been deified in his heart, was dressed in casual clothes, kneeling on the carpet, playing house with a beautiful little girl. Uncle Lin, you're the dad, and I'm the mom. We're going to cook for the baby now. Nian Nian said in a childish voice, holding up a toy carrot. Okay, as you wish, Nian Nian, mommy. Lin Jiang looked at her with doting eyes, took the toy carrot, and began to chop it on the toy cutting board with great seriousness. The sunlight shone on them, creating a scene as warm and inviting as a painting. Li Ming stood there dumbfounded, and the expensive fruit basket in his hand fell to the ground with a thud. Is this the stock market god who made 49.5 million in 3 days? He's a bodyguard? He's also a stay-at-home dad? This stark contrast caused Li Ming's worldview to completely collapse at that moment. Lin Jiang looked up and saw Li Ming, who was dumbfounded. He wasn't surprised. Just then, the system's voice sounded in my mind. Ding! Hidden achievement stock market winning streak completed. Reward, achievement points plus 50. Current total achievement points, 130. The curve of Lin Jiang's lips softened even more. He looked at Li Ming and spoke calmly. What's up? Chapter 9, A Hundredfold Return, shocking everyone. Lin Jiang's two calm words were like a bucket of ice water, pouring cold water over Li Ming from head to toe. He then realized that he had lost his composure standing on someone's lawn, and the fruit basket he had dropped rolled to the side. Mr. Lin! Mr. Lin! Li Ming jumped in surprise, not even bothering to pick up his things, and rushed forward, his back almost bent at a 90-degree angle. He kept saying I for a long time, so excited that he couldn't finish a sentence. Lin Jiang ignored him, but patted Nian Nian's little hand and handed her the toy carrot. Mom, Dad has chopped the vegetables, you can cook them now. Okay. Nian Nian took the toy and started stir-frying it in the toy pot in a very professional manner. This overly heartwarming scene clashed sharply with the image of a stock market tycoon in Li Ming's mind, someone who could manipulate the market at will. Li Ming stood anxiously to the side, sweat pouring down his face. He wanted to speak, but was afraid of disturbing the father and daughter's game. Speak, what is it? Lin Jiang finally spared a moment of his attention. Up. It's still going up. Li Ming quickly pulled his phone out of his pocket, opened the trading app, and practically shoved the screen in front of Lin Jiang. Mr. Lin, look, it's gone up again. Lin Jiang's gaze lingered on the screen for less than half a second. Oh, it's just a small-scale affair. His reaction was as indifferent as if he were saying the weather was nice today. Small, minor trouble? Li Ming felt as if someone had squeezed his heart. Turning 500,000 into 50 million in 3 days, is that considered small-scale? Then what constitutes a large-scale operation? Just then, Lin Jiang paused for a moment. In his mind, the abilities of a god-level stock market expert were clearly reflecting the flow of funds throughout the market. The frenzied sentiment driving up stock prices had reached its peak. Countless retail investors were frantically pouring in, while several large institutions lurking in the deep end had already begun quietly selling off their holdings in batches. The feast is coming to an end. If you are greedy for even a second longer, you will be trampled to the bone. Managerly, Lin Jiang said. Yes, Mr. Lin, what are your orders? Li Ming immediately stood up straight, like a soldier waiting for inspection. Lin Jiang stood up, brushed the bits of grass off his pants, and walked towards the living room. Open your trading platform. Yes. Li Ming quickly followed, sat down on the sofa in the living room, turned on his tablet computer, and logged into his back-end system. Mr. Lin, what's our next step? Clearance sale. Lin Jiang uttered 2 words. Li Ming's hand trembled, and the tablet almost fell to the ground. Clearance? All of it? He couldn't believe his ears. But Mr. Lin, the announcement just came out, the market's enthusiasm has just been ignited, there will definitely be several more waves to come. Selling now is such a waste. This is a hen that lays golden eggs, how can we kill it and eat it when it is at its most productive? Lin Jiang did not explain. He simply turned around and looked at Li Ming. There were no words spoken, nor any unnecessary movements. But Li Ming felt an indescribable pressure enveloping him. All his subsequent words of persuasion were instantly stuck in his throat, and he couldn't utter a single word. It was a pure, absolute confidence in one's own judgment. Yes, I understand. Li Ming swallowed hard, his fingers trembling on the screen. He clicked sell and entered all the shares he held in the quantity field. Then, he pressed the confirmation button. Throughout the process, he felt as if he was not executing a transaction, but rather personally destroying a myth. The moment the order was issued, a massive number of sell orders flooded the market like a torrent. Make a deal. Make a deal. Make a deal. The numbers on the screen scrolled wildly. In just over 10 seconds, all the stocks were successfully sold. Li Ming's hands were trembling as he looked at the transaction records. He opened the account overview. A long string of numbers appeared in the center of the screen. Li Ming counted them one by one. Ones, tens, hundreds, thousands, tens of thousands, hundreds of thousands, millions, tens of millions. 50,370,000. After deducting the principal of 500,000, the net profit is 49,870,000. Nearly a hundredfold return. Li Ming was completely stunned. He froze on the sofa, his mind blank, with only one thought echoing wildly in his head. 3 days. 100 times. This is not stock trading. This is a miracle. Mr. Lin Li Ming slowly raised his head, and the expression on his face as he looked at Lin Jiang was no longer one of awe, but of fervent worship. I please accept me as your disciple. With a thump, he actually prepared to kneel down. Lin Jiang reached out and helped him up. I don't need apprentices. Lin Jiang's reaction remained calm. I need an account manager who can keep secrets. Li Ming instantly understood, quickly stood up straight, and excitedly declared, Mr. Lin, rest assured. From today onwards, you are my one and only God. I will keep all your information to myself. I request that you activate Haitong Security's highest level Black Diamond service, where all information is physically isolated, and no one but you can access it. Okay. Lin Jiang nodded. Help me get a new card and transfer the money into it. Keep it a secret. Yes. Yes. I'll take care of it right away. Li Ming nodded vigorously, picked up the tablet and rushed out, even forgetting the fruit basket on the ground. Watching his hurried departure, Lin Jiang finally took out his phone. He found Gu Xiaoming's number. A moment later, Gu Xiaoming, who was bragging to his friends at the club, had his phone vibrate. Bank of XX, your savings card account ending in XXXX completed a transfer transaction of 500,000 renminbi on, date, at 1625. Hey, not bad, kid. You paid back the money pretty quickly. Gu Xiaoming smiled and was about to put his phone back in his pocket. Gu Xiaoming grabbed his phone and rushed into the corridor, dialing the number directly. The call was answered almost instantly. Lin Jiang. What the hell did you do? Did you rob a bank? Why are you paying back the money so quickly? Gu Xiaoming roared in a low voice. No. Lin Jiang's voice remained calm on the other end of the phone. The money I lent you was the principal, and the 500,000 is the interest. Gu Xiaoming almost choked. Don't scare me, did you run into something unclean? I was lucky and made some money in the stock market, Lin Jiang explained casually. Don't tell anyone about this. Good luck? Make a little money? Gu Xiaoming felt as if his understanding was being repeatedly rubbed into the ground. Alright, that's all for now, I have other things to do. The call was disconnected. Gu Xiaoming stood in the corridor for a long time, holding his phone. His brother seems to be becoming increasingly unfathomable. Late at night, the lights were still on in the top floor office of the Skydome Group. Xiao Qingya finally finished signing the last document. The Farstar Group's conspiracy was thwarted, and the land in the south of the city was acquired without incident. The old guys on the board of directors also temporarily backed down. But she felt no joy of victory, only a deep-seated exhaustion. She turned off her computer, grabbed her coat, and left the office. It was nearly midnight when we returned to the Cloud Top Villa. The entire villa was quiet, with only a few floor lamps on. She took off her high heels, went barefoot, and walked wearily into the living room, wanting nothing more than to collapse onto the sofa. But as soon as she reached the restaurant, she stopped in her tracks. The restaurant's warm-colored pendant lights were on, and on the table was a bowl of steaming soup, with several delicate side dishes beside it. Lin Jiang was sitting at the dining table, quietly wiping a silver spoon. He heard a noise and looked up. I'm back. His voice wasn't loud, but in the quiet night, it clearly reached Xiao Qingya's ears. Xiao Qingya looked at the bowl of soup, then at him. Lin Jiang noticed the lingering weariness between her brows. This woman always shoulders everything herself. Chapter 10: A Bowl of Soup, a recording that overturned the board of directors. Xiao Qingya stood in front of the dining table without moving. Warm lighting, delicate soup, a man quietly wiping a spoon. All of this was completely out of place in this empty and cold villa. Her weary mind was on high alert. All the gentleness and warmth she perceived might be concealing unknown schemes. What is your purpose in doing all this? Her questions were direct and sharp, devoid of any warmth, as if she were interrogating a subordinate with ulterior motives. Lin Jiang put down the spoon, his movements unhurried and deliberate. Caring about the health of one's employer is one of the professional qualities of a top bodyguard. This answer is impeccable. It categorizes everything under the umbrella of work, so professionally that there's no room for argument. Xiao Qingya fell silent. She looked at the bowl of soup, its steam rising gently, carrying a faint aroma of medicinal herbs. She couldn't remember the last time someone waited for her to come home late at night and prepared a bowl of hot soup for her. In the end, she pulled out a chair and sat down. I picked up the spoon and silently took a sip. A warm current slid down my throat into my stomach, instantly dispelling the chill and fatigue that had accumulated throughout the day. Her tense body relaxed slightly without her even realizing it. This man might really just be an overly diligent bodyguard. A tool. But this tool seems to begin to have warmth. After finishing the bowl of soup, Xiao Qingya felt alive again. She put down her bowl and was about to get up. Mr. Xiao. Lin Jiang's voice rang out again. As he cleared the dishes, he spoke casually. I think I found the person who leaked the reserve price for the Changnan project. Xiao Qingya abruptly stopped in her tracks as she stood up. She turned around and stared intently at Lin Jiang. Lin Jiang took a small USB drive out of his pocket, placed it on the dining table, and pushed it in front of her. I have a friend who's quite skilled in internet technology. I asked him to look it up, and here's what he found. It might be useful to you. Hacker friend? Xiao Qingya's heart began to pound violently. She picked up the USB drive, walked quickly to the living room, and plugged it into her personal laptop. An audio file. She put on her headphones and pressed play. A conversation flowed clearly from the earphones. Mr. Li, the reserve price for Skydome is 370 million, not a penny less. You can raise the price with confidence. Very good. Once this is done, the position of vice president of Farstar Group will be yours. She was extremely familiar with that fawning voice. He is Li Jianguo, the vice president of Tianxiong Technology and a longtime employee who has served her father for over a decade. Click. The mouse in Xiao Qingya's hand made a cracking sound as she squeezed it. A surge of anger mixed with a bone-chilling cold instantly engulfed her entire body. She thought she had only lost out in external competition, but little did she know that the real dagger came from within. From the elders and uncles she trusted most. She abruptly ripped off her headphones and hurried back to the restaurant. Who is your friend? Lin Jiang was washing the dishes. He turned off the tap and turned around. I'm sorry, Mr. Xiao. I promised him I would keep his identity a secret. His answer was calm yet resolute. As Xiao Qingya looked at him, the mystery surrounding this man grew even thicker. She didn't ask any further questions. Because she knew that asking wouldn't yield any results. That night, Xiao Qingya couldn't sleep a wink. The next day, Tianxiong Technology Group. An emergency board meeting was held in the top-level conference room. Several directors, led by Li Jianguo, are launching a joint attack on Xiao Qingya, vehemently accusing her of making poor decisions that have caused the company to suffer huge losses. Qingya, you're too young. The project in the south of the city was something we were determined to win, but now. Li Jianguo looked heartbroken. Xiao Qingya sat in the main seat, listening expressionlessly. Until everyone had finished speaking. She then gently tossed the small USB drive onto the center of the conference table. Uncle Li, before you criticize me, why don't you listen to this first? She pressed the play button on the conference room speakers. The next second, that potentially fatal recording of the call echoed throughout the entire conference room. Mr. Li, the reserve price for Skydome is 370 million, not a penny less. Li Jianguo's face turned deathly pale instantly. The meeting room was deathly silent. All the directors stared in disbelief at Li Jianguo, whose face was ashen. The recording has finished playing. Li Jianguo. Xiao Qingya stood up abruptly, her voice not loud, but carrying the force of a thunderbolt. What else do you have to say? Thump. Li Jianguo's legs went weak, and he collapsed into the chair, drenched in sweat, unable to defend himself. Those directors who had been echoing him just moments before were now trembling with fear, wishing they could disappear into the ground. The storm ended with Li Jianguo being expelled on the spot and handed over to the judicial authorities for processing. the entire board of directors was thoroughly purged. On this day, Xiao Qingya's authority as president was consolidated like never before. Evening at the Cloud Top Villa. When Xiao Qingya returned home, Lin Zhang was reading picture books with Nian Nian. She asked the nanny to take Nian Nian to take a bath, then walked up to Lin Zhang and handed him a check. "Thank you for this. This is a reward for you." Lin Zhang glanced at the check. The string of zeros above is enough for an ordinary person to strive for their entire life. But he didn't answer. "My duty is to protect your safety and that of Nian Nian. The stability of the Sky Dome Group is related to your safety." He looked up at Xiao Qingya. "Therefore, protecting the sky is protecting you and Nian Nian." Xiao Qingya's hand holding the check froze in mid-air. She imagined he would excitedly accept it, or pretend to refuse before accepting it. The one thing she never expected was that he would refuse. And it was for this reason. Protecting the sky is protecting you and Nian Nian. These words, like a pebble thrown into the center of a lake, stirred up ripples in her stagnant heart that she had never felt before. She suddenly realized that she couldn't understand the man in front of her at all. Did he stay with them really, just for the money? Chapter 11: The Shadow of Kindergarten. After the night Xiao Qingya refused the check, Lin Zhang's life returned to a superficial calm. But the money lying in the bank card, which had already ballooned to tens of millions, was like a sleeping beast, ready to obey its master's commands at any time. Without hesitation, Lin Zhang dialed Gu Xiaoming's number. "There's something I need your help with." Gu Xiaoming, who was on the other end of the phone, was in the club. He walked to a quiet corner and lowered his voice. "Go ahead and say it. You're my cash cow now. Anything is negotiable. I need a private detective agency, the best kind, with absolute confidentiality, no questions asked, just get the job done." Gu Xiaoming remained silent for a few seconds. "Lin Zhang, what exactly are you up to?" "Stock trading and detective work, don't scare me." "Investigate one person." Lin Zhang's answer was simple and direct: a man who secretly took pictures of Nian Nian at the kindergarten gate, with a scorpion tattoo on his arm. Gu Xiaoming gasped. He instantly realized the seriousness of the situation. "Okay. I understand. Zhangcheng's Falcon is the top tier in the industry. They only take big jobs and charge exorbitant prices. I'll give you their contact information. Contact them anonymously. I'll advance you the money first." "No need," Lin Zhang interrupted him. "Transfer 10 million of my money anonymously as a commission fee." Gu Xiaoming was completely speechless. 10 million, just to find a person who secretly filmed you. This is not just extravagance, it's madness. His brother has really changed. For the next few days, Lin Zhang continued to pick up and drop off Nian Nian as usual. But every time he parks his car in front of the kindergarten, that familiar stinging sensation comes from his crisis perception max. It wasn't as sharp as before, it was more like an invisible needle, constantly and gently pricking his nerves. Danger is brewing. It didn't go far, it simply lurked deeper underwater, waiting for the opportune moment to deliver a fatal blow. Lin Zhang remained calm and composed, his expression still gentle as he chatted and laughed with Nian Nian and greeted the teacher politely. But his senses had been elevated to their peak. The slightest breeze, any passerby, any car parked for more than 5 minutes, all will be marked, analyzed, and archived in his mind. It was late at night. The cloud-top villas have fallen into slumber. Lin Zhang's figure appeared silently in every corner of the villa, like a ghost. He did not alert Wang Gang's security team. He replaced the original equipment with a miniature infrared sensor that he purchased from the black market, which was far superior to civilian-grade sensors. He hacked into the villa's main security system, rewrote the underlying early warning logic code, and improved the sensitivity and linkage of the defense network by several levels. The whole process took him less than 3 hours. After doing all this, he returned to his room as if nothing had happened. The next day, an encrypted email appeared in his specially prepared anonymous email address. Preliminary report from the Falcon Detective Agency. The report is short, but it contains a wealth of information. Target locked. Nicknamed Scorpion, an international professional kidnapper, a former member of the French Foreign Legion, and an expert in disguise and counter-surveillance. A week ago, he was hired by a huge sum of US dollars from an unknown source to infiltrate Zhangcheng. The target is very likely the youngest daughter of the Xiao Group. Lin Zhang closed the email and completely erased all traces on his computer. Just as I expected. This was not an ordinary act of greed, it was a premeditated, professional attack specifically targeting Nian Nian. Who was behind that huge sum of US dollars? Is it a business rival defeated by Xiao Qingya? Or the remaining forces purged from the board of directors? Lin Zhang's mind raced. But now, thinking about these things is pointless. Because the hunter has already bared his fangs. Friday afternoon, kindergarten dismissal time. Lin Zhang drove the car and parked it in the usual spot. He habitually glanced around, but the dilapidated van that had been parked there for several days was gone. Everything around seemed normal. Parents chatted and laughed in twos and threes, while the children lined up, ready to leave the school. However, at that very moment, the taut string in his mind suddenly emitted its sharpest buzzing sound without warning. The alarm for crisis awareness max has reached an unprecedented peak. A strong, deadly sense of threat, like ice water poured over his head, instantly enveloped his entire body. It's here. Lin Zhang's body instantly entered battle mode, but his face showed not the slightest change. He didn't look at the kindergarten gate, but instead focused his attention to the side. A man in a deliveryman's uniform was slowly pushing a cart piled high with packages toward the side gate fence of the kindergarten. That's the area where children play outdoors. Nian Nian was chasing and playing with several other children by the slide. Almost at the same time. Bang! At the main entrance of the kindergarten, an electric scooter and a car collided. The man riding the electric bike fell to the ground, clutching his leg and howling loudly. The woman driving got out of the car and started cursing at him. The two immediately began to tear at each other. The two security guards at the entrance were immediately drawn to the scene and stepped forward to break up the fight. A diversionary tactic. A meticulously planned and perfectly executed collaboration. Lin Zhang's pupils suddenly contracted. He saw that the scorpion disguised as a deliveryman suddenly quickened his pace the moment everyone's attention was diverted. He dropped the cart, flipped over, and silently jumped over the not-too-high fence, landing without a sound. His target was Nian Nian, who was under the slide. The scorpion pounced suddenly. His movements were as fast as lightning. However, he reached for it, but not for Nian Nian. Instead, she thought of a little boy playing in the sand next to her. Wow! The little boy was terrified by the sudden attack and burst into heart-wrenching cries. Nian Nian was also stunned by this terrifying scene. Her little face turned pale, and she stood there. The next second, large tears welled up in her eyes. Wow! Uncle! I'm scared! The crying was like a sharp knife, piercing Lin Zhang's heart. He didn't hesitate at all. In the fraction of a second before anyone could react, the scorpion grabbed the little boy. Lin Zhang moved. Like a cheetah whose scales have been touched, he was ejected from the driver's seat. The car door wasn't opened. He emerged from the rolled-down car window like a dragon. 1 step, 2 steps, 3 steps. He rushed toward the fence, lightly touched the wall with his foot, and his whole body soared into the air, gracefully vaulting over it in an unbelievable manner. The whole process was so fast that it left only a blur. The parents and teachers present only felt a blur before their eyes and didn't see what happened at all. Scorpion is preparing to take the little boy hostage, create more chaos, and then take the opportunity to strike at his real target. But as soon as he turned around, he felt a gust of wind rushing towards him. He didn't even have time to react. A large, iron-like hand had already gripped his wrist and twisted it backward. Snap! The cracking sound of bones breaking. A sharp pain struck. Scorpion let out a muffled groan, and the child slipped from his grasp. Immediately afterwards, an irresistible force came, lifting his body into the air and then slamming him hard to the ground. Lin Zhang's knee was firmly pressed against his back. One move. Just one move. A clean and swift takedown. This professional kidnapper, who was somewhat famous internationally, was completely subdued before he even had a chance to resist, and was pinned to the ground like a dead dog. The entire venue was deathly silent. Everyone was stunned by the professional, swift, and even violently beautiful skill. Lin Zhang didn't even glance at the poisonous scorpion on the ground. He quickly walked up to Nian Nian and hugged the small, trembling figure in his arms. Don't be afraid, Nian Nian, your uncle is here. Just then, a screeching sound of brakes rang out at the kindergarten gate. A black Bentley came to a stop in a near-drift manner. The car door opened, and Xiao Qingya rushed out, her face showing unprecedented panic and paleness. Chapter 12: The Price of Protection. Just as Xiao Qingya rushed out of the Bentley, a piercing engine roar suddenly erupted. A dilapidated van, the same model that disappeared at the kindergarten gate, roared towards the playground like a mad beast, its tires screeching against the ground. Its target is the poisonous scorpion lying on the ground. These are accomplices who are there to create even more chaos and snatch the person. The surrounding parents and teachers screamed in terror and scattered in all directions. Lin Zheng didn't even glance back at the car that was hurtling towards him. He immediately bent down, grabbed one of the stunned Nian Nian and the other little boy in each hand, and then turned around abruptly, using his tall body to completely protect the two children behind him. His back was an indestructible shield, facing the steel monster that was about to crash into him. Squeak! The van braked suddenly a few meters away from Lin Zhang, and the door was flung open. The third kidnapper jumped out of the car. He clutched a gleaming dagger in his hand, his face contorted with madness. His target wasn't Lin Zheng at all, but the two children behind him, their little heads peeking out with tear-streaked faces. Go to hell! The kidnapper let out a beastly roar, lunged forward, and thrust his dagger straight at the gap in Lin Zheng's side, the very spot where Nian Nian was hiding. That strike was ruthless and vicious. Lin Zheng's body tensed up to the extreme in an instant. He cannot hide. If you dodge, Nian Nian behind you will be exposed to the blade. In a split second, Lin Zheng made his choice. He still held the two children tightly with his left hand, and suddenly twisted his body to the right. He took the initiative and faced the dagger head-on. At the same time, his right leg, like a whip, whistled through the air as it kicked fiercely at the kidnapper's wrist holding the knife. Put! The sharp blade sliced deeply into Lin Zhang's left arm. To protect the child, he had used his arm to shield him from the fatal blow. Click! Almost simultaneously, the kidnapper's wrist was kicked, making a cracking sound as the bone broke. The dagger flew out of his hand. Without pausing, Lin Zheng delivered a clean and decisive elbow strike, slamming it heavily into the opponent's temple. The kidnapper didn't even have time to scream before his body went limp and he fainted on the spot. Blood gushed out instantly from Lin Zheng's arm, staining his white t-shirt red, and dripped onto the lawn. Wah! The little boy in her arms could no longer hold on and burst into tears. Just then, sirens blared outside the kindergarten. Security Captain Wang Gang led a team of men, rushing in through the main entrance with swift and coordinated movements. A large number of police officers followed closely behind, quickly taking control of the entire scene. Before the driver in the van could react, he was dragged out by the police who had broken the window and pinned to the ground. The security personnel and police, who had been secretly notified by Lin Zheng, arrived simultaneously at the most critical moment. A meticulously planned kidnapping was completely foiled. The whole world seemed to fall silent. Xiao Qingye stood still, motionless. She looked at the man not far away. Blood was gushing from his left arm, the wound was so deep that the flesh was torn open, and his entire arm was stained a glaring red. But he was completely unaware. He simply lowered his head and gently patted the back of his daughter in his arms with his uninjured right hand, soothing her again and again in a voice only they could hear. Don't be afraid, Nian Nian. Uncle is here. It's all right now, the bad guys have all been arrested. Nian Nian was terrified, her little body trembling uncontrollably. She clung tightly to Lin Zhang's neck, burying her face in his shoulder, not daring to cry out loud. That image struck Xiao Qingye's heart like a heavy hammer. She felt her breath catch in her throat. VIP ward at Zhengqing First People's Hospital. The doctor is treating Lin Zhang's wound, using tweezers to hold a cotton ball and clean and disinfect the wound, which is deep enough to expose the bone. Ouch, young man, your wound is too deep. If it were any more off, all the nerves in your arm would be gone. Did you go and fight someone to the death? The doctor sighed as he stitched up the wound. Lin Zhang sat on the hospital bed, his upper body bare, revealing his well-defined muscles. From beginning to end, he didn't even frown once. He just looked at Nian Nian, who was huddled in the corner of the hospital bed, hugging her knees, still shaken, and asked her repeatedly. Nian Nian, is anything bothering you? Tell your uncle, were you scared? Nian Nian didn't speak, she just shook her head, her big eyes filled with tears. Xiao Qingye stayed by the bedside. A raging storm was brewing within her. Gratitude. I was terrified. There was also a deep sense of guilt. If it weren't for her, if it weren't for the fact that Nian Nian is her daughter, Lin Zhang would never have been involved in this danger. He was just a bodyguard, an employee who did things for money. But which bodyguard would use their own body to shield someone from a knife? Which bodyguard, while bleeding profusely, would only be thinking about whether their employer's child was frightened? All of this is so abnormal. The man's fearless demeanor was a stark contrast to his usual calm and gentle nature, leaving Xiao Qingya feeling a strange confusion and a pang of heartache that she herself was unwilling to admit. The doctor finished treating the wound and left the ward. Only the three of them remained in the room. It was eerily quiet. Finally, Xiao Qingya couldn't hold back any longer. She stepped forward, looked at Lin Zhang's arm wrapped in bandages, and spoke. "Why?" Her voice was a little hoarse. "What you've done has far exceeded the scope of a bodyguard's duties." Lin Zhang raised his head and looked at her. He did not answer. Because Nian Nian in his arms seemed to have exhausted all her strength, she finally fell asleep in his safe embrace. The little girl's face was still streaked with tears, and her long eyelashes trembled slightly. Her small hand gripped Lin Zhang's uninjured finger tightly, as if it were her only piece of driftwood in the ocean. In her dream, she seemed to sense something, and her little mouth murmured unconsciously, "Uncle, don't go." Chapter 13 The Truth, 4 years late. In the quiet of the hospital room late at night, you could hear your own heartbeat. Nian Nian fell asleep, her little hand still tightly gripping Lin Zhang's finger, her unconscious murmurs in her dream like a feather gently drifting into the room. The words "don't go" completely shattered Xiao Qingya's carefully maintained composure. She looked at the thick bandages on Lin Zhang's arm. Beneath the glaring white lay the gruesome wounds inflicted to protect her and her daughter. "Money, that reason no longer convinces me." Xiao Qingya finally spoke. She walked to the bedside and stood there. "You didn't take the check I offered. You stayed at the Cloud Top Villa, stayed with us, definitely not for that bodyguard's salary. What exactly is your purpose?" Her question was like a scalpel, precisely dissecting the core of the problem. Lin Zhang looked at his sleeping daughter in his arms, feeling her even breathing, then looked up at the woman in front of him whose face was full of complex emotions and confusion. He knew it was time. There's no point in hiding it any longer. Danger has befallen Nian Nian, and he must stand before them with the most undisputed identity. The identity of a father. Instead of answering Xiao Qingya's question directly, he asked another completely unrelated question. "Mr. Xiao, do you still remember that rainy night at the Jianzhou International Hotel 4 years ago?" This question struck Xiao Qingya like a thunderbolt, exploding in her mind. Her face turned deathly pale in an instant, devoid of any color. That was the biggest nightmare of her life, a secret she tried her best to hide and forget. Aside from herself, that damned man whose face she can't even remember, and her loved ones, there couldn't possibly be many people who knew. A strong sense of vigilance and hostility emanated from her. "Who exactly are you?" Lin Zhang was not affected by her aura. He spoke slowly, as if recounting a past event unrelated to himself. "That night, you were in room XXXX on the 18th floor. Someone secretly drugged your drink. I was just a college student working part-time at a hotel at the time, and it just so happened that I was the one who delivered that bottle of wine to your room. What happened later was beyond our control." Every word Lin Zhang spoke was like a heavy hammer blow to Xiao Qingya's heart. Room number, drugging, part-time student. These details instantly ripped open her long-buried memories. She remembered the young man who barged in. He was flustered and helpless, just like her, a victim of a conspiracy. She still remembered that out of her heart's reluctance, she chose to keep it all a secret, otherwise her family would definitely find out, and he would surely die then. "I always thought that after that night, we would never cross paths again." Lin Zhang's gaze returned to Nian Nian's peaceful sleeping face. "Until that day in the elevator of Sky Dome Technology, I saw you, and I also saw her. That feeling of blood connection is wonderful. The moment I saw her, I felt an immense sense of closeness." Xiao Qingya's mind had stopped thinking. Following Lin Zhang's narration, she walked step by step back into the abyss of the truth that she did not want to face. "To confirm my guess, I asked a friend for help." Lin Zhang came up with that universal excuse. "He is a very capable hacker. I sent him the photos of Nian Nian that I had secretly taken, and he used some special databases to compare the information." This explanation, though it sounds absurd, becomes the only reasonable logic in the face of the overwhelming truth. Lin Zhang took out his phone and opened a picture. It was a flawlessly forged paternity test report. All the formats, data, and signatures were so perfect that there wasn't a single flaw. He handed the phone to Xiao Qingya. The light from the screen illuminated her pale face. The conclusion at the bottom of the report, "The probability of parental rights is greater than 99.99%, was like a red-hot branding iron, burning into her eyes. Lin Zhang spoke clearly, word by word. Every word he uttered carried an undeniable power. Xiao Nian is my biological daughter. Boom! Xiao Qingya's mind went completely blank. At this moment, all the mysteries were answered. Why does he have such extraordinary patience and gentleness towards Nian Nian? Why would he give up a high-paying job in the RD department of Sky Dome Technology for a bodyguard position? Why is he always so fearless and always at the forefront in amusement parks and kindergartens? Why did he refuse that huge check and say things like, "Protecting the sky is protecting you" and Nian Nian? It turns out that it wasn't all about money, work, or any ulterior motives. All of this, simply because he is a father. One is a father who meets his daughter who has been separated from him for 4 years. Xiao Qingya felt dizzy and disoriented. She reached out and grabbed the edge of the bed to steady herself. Lin Zhang met her shocked and dazed eyes and continued speaking. His voice was deep and firm, with an unprecedented penetrating power. I'm not here for the Sky Dome Group, and I'm not here for money. I've only come to find my daughter. He paused for a moment. And her mother. Chapter 14: Father's Test and the Tip of the Iceberg. Xiao Qingya took a step back. Her high heels made a soft sound on the floor, her body swayed, and she reached out to grab the cold bed railing. The forged paternity test report and Lin Zhang's last words, and her mother, were like two mountains that instantly crushed all her psychological defenses. She looked at Lin Zhang, then at her daughter sleeping peacefully in his arms, and felt as if her soul had been ripped away. She couldn't say a word. There was no questioning, no anger, and no hysteria. She simply turned around and walked stiffly out of the ward, step by step. The door was closed gently without making a sound, just like her maintaining her dignity even in the face of imminent disaster. The ward fell silent again, as if death had returned. Lin Zhang didn't move. He just looked down at Nian Nian's slightly pouting lips because she had changed her position. He knew that Xiao Qingya needed time. This secret is so big that it could overturn the entire world she has built up over the past 4 years. All he could do was wait. This night was destined to be long. Lin Zhang leaned against the headboard, one arm in a sling and the other tightly held by his daughter's little hand, and didn't sleep all night. He could sense that in the next lounge, a light was also on that had never been turned off. The next morning, the first rays of sunlight filtered through the gaps in the blinds, casting dappled shadows in the ward. Nian Nian woke up rubbing her eyes and saw Lin Zhang standing beside her, giving her a relieved smile. "Good morning, uncle." "Good morning, Nian Nian." Lin Zhang used his uninjured hand to tidy her messy hair. Just then, the door to the ward was pushed open. Xiao Qingya walked in. She changed into a clean and crisp off-white business suit, and put on delicate light makeup, which concealed all her fatigue, as if she had transformed back into the aloof female CEO of Sky Dome Technology. But Lin Zhang still noticed that her clear, cold eyes were filled with fine red blood vessels. She didn't sleep all night. "Take Nian Nian to wash up and have breakfast first," she instructed the caregiver who followed her in, without a trace of emotion. The caregiver quickly picked up Nian Nian and left the ward. Once again, only the two of them remained in the room. Xiao Qingya did not sit down, but stood a few steps away from the hospital bed, as if she were conducting a serious business negotiation. "I'll accept your explanation for now." She finally spoke, each word clear and calm, without any emotional fluctuation. Lin Zhang didn't speak, but just looked at her quietly, waiting for her to continue. However, Xiao Qingya changed the subject. The identity of father cannot be claimed based on a report of dubious authenticity and a few words. She paused for a moment, as if organizing her thoughts. "I want to see your sincerity, your ability, and your sense of responsibility. I want to see with my own eyes whether you are qualified to be Nian Nian's father." Lin Zhang's heart skipped a beat. "Starting today, I'm giving you a 3-month trial period." Xiao Qingya held up 3 fingers, her conditions clear and her logic sound. "First, during these 3 months, your role will remain that of a bodyguard, responsible for protecting me and Nian Nian's safety. This is your job, and you must do your best. Second, you can continue to interact with Nian Nian as uncle, but you are absolutely not allowed to reveal any of our true relationship to her before the trial period ends. Third, I will examine your every word and action from a mother's perspective. If there is anything about you that I find unacceptable, the test will end immediately. You must disappear from our world forever and never see Nian Nian again." The conditions were harsh, even somewhat cold and inhumane. But Lin Zhang detected a hint of softening in that coldness. She didn't kick him out directly. "That's enough." "Okay, I agree. I'll add one more thing, I'll be responsible for your and Yin Yin's 3 meals a day. Lin Zheng answered without the slightest hesitation. Let alone 3 months, even 3 or 30 years, he would wait. He would pay any price for his daughter. Seeing how readily he agreed, a subtle, complex emotion flashed across Xiao Qingya's face. The moment Lin Zheng finished speaking, a system notification sounded in his mind. Ding! A crucial agreement has been detected between the host and a person associated with the core bloodline. Core emotional storyline quest triggered, Father's Test. Task description: pass all of Xiao Qingya's tests within 3 months. Mission reward: unlock the new feature, Family Relationships module. Earn a huge amount of achievement points. A huge surprise came. Family Relationships module? This is something he cares about even more than a god-level stock market guru or a god-level hacker. Lin Zheng suppressed his excitement, believing that the most difficult hurdle was over. However, Xiao Qingya's next words were like a bucket of ice water poured over her head. Okay, but don't get too excited yet. She looked at Lin Zheng, and for the first time, her bloodshot eyes revealed an emotion other than coldness. It was a warning tinged with pity. Even if you pass my test, things are far more complicated than you imagine. Lin Zheng's heart sank suddenly. What you've done saving Yin Yin, helping me get rid of the mole within the company proves that you're not an ordinary person. You have ability, resources, and even money, Xiao Qingya said slowly. But in the eyes of certain beings, these things mean nothing. She slowly walked to the window and looked down at the bustling city below. Lin Zheng, have you ever heard of the Xiao family of the capital? The Xiao family of the capital. These 4 words seemed to carry immense weight, freezing the air in the entire ward. Lin Zheng had certainly heard of it. That is one of the behemoths standing at the top of the pyramid of power and wealth in China. A true tycoon with a history of over a century and influence that permeates every field. He never imagined that Xiao Qingya was connected to such a family. I am the eldest daughter of the Xiao family. Xiao Qingya's next words confirmed all his guesses and made him understand the weight of her warning. For years ago, the reason I was alone in Jiangzhou was to escape my family's arrangements. But now, I can't escape anymore. She turned around and looked at Lin Zheng again. Do you know what a family like the Xiao family values most? She asked and answered her own question. It's about being well matched in terms of social status and the purity and nobility of one's bloodline. They will never admit that a bodyguard of unknown origin is the father of the Xiao family. In their eyes, your presence by Nian Nian's side is a stain and a provocation on the entire family. Lin Zheng finally understood that he was facing more than just Xiao Qingya's test. Rather, it is a terrifying existence that he is currently completely unable to contend with. That's not the worst part. Xiao Qingya's words were like a knife, cutting through the cruel reality piece by piece. In order to consolidate the family's position in the capital and to completely sever my ties with the past, the family has arranged a marriage for me. The other party is the sole heir of the Qin family, another top-tier wealthy family in the capital. Chapter 15: A 3-month test? Let's start by conquering the CEO's stomach. Xiao Qingya left. The sound of high heels clicking on the floor went from clear to indistinct, finally fading away at the end of the corridor. In the ward, only Lin Zheng and his daughter, who was sleeping soundly in his arms, remained. What a sleepy little girl. She can fall asleep right after eating. Lin Zheng gently stroked his daughter's nose with his finger. The Xiao family in the capital. The Qin family in the capital. These 2 names seemed to weigh heavily on Lin Zheng's heart, carrying the weight of 1,000 pounds. He had originally thought that the biggest obstacle was gaining Xiao Qingya's approval, but now he realized that it was merely the first hurdle in the beginner's village. The real bosses are those 2 colossal figures standing atop the pinnacle of China. He looked at Nian Nian's peaceful sleeping face, her little hand unconsciously gripping his fingers. He must become stronger. To build up a force capable of rivaling the top elite families as quickly as possible. He agreed to a 3-month trial period for Xiao Qingya. These 3 months are not only a test, but also a precious golden period of development that he has earned for himself. The promise he just made to take care of the mother and daughter's 3 meals a day is the first core task of this test. To melt an iceberg, perhaps we must begin with the warmest, most human touch. A nurse pushed open the door and came in to change Lin Zheng's dressing. Hello, excuse me, Lin Zheng called out to her. The nurse stopped and said, please speak. I would like to ask, for women like Ms. Xiao who work long hours and experience high levels of stress, what special dietary precautions should they take? The nurse was taken aback, clearly not expecting a grown man to ask such detailed questions. The main thing is to eat a light and balanced diet, supplement with high-quality protein and vitamins, and avoid spicy and greasy foods, which will help the body recover and stabilize emotions. Lin Zhang nodded and continued to ask. What about a toddler around 3 years old with a history of allergic eczema? What are the absolute dietary restrictions? What foods help strengthen the spleen and remove dampness? The nurse was completely astonished. These questions are so professional that they don't sound like something a family member would ask casually, they sound more like a nutritionist doing a case analysis. She adjusted her glasses, her attitude becoming much more serious. Children with eczema need to strictly avoid certain foods. Seafood, beef, mutton, mangoes, and pineapples, these are all trigger foods that can exacerbate eczema. They can eat more yams, barley, and winter melon, which all have the effect of strengthening the spleen and removing dampness. Lin Zhang memorized all this information and verified it against the knowledge of the newly unlocked, elementary miraculous healer in his mind. Thank you, very professional. The nurse was a little embarrassed by the praise and quickly changed the dressing before leaving. The ward fell silent again. Lin Zhang silently recited the command in his mind and opened the system panel that only he could see. A pale blue light curtain unfolded before my eyes. Host, Lin Zhang. Unlocked modules: God-level fighting skills, max crisis perception, God-level stock market master, beginner miracle healer. Achievement points, 130. You thwarted the kidnapping attempt by poisonous scorpion, protected Nian Nian's safety, and earned 100 points of protection achievement. Reaching the father test agreement with Xiao Qingya triggered the core main storyline, and the system awarded an additional 30 points. 130 achievement points. Lin Zhang's gaze swept quickly across the dense array of ability trees. Fighting Master, Business Tycoon, God-level Hacker. Each of these top-tier modules requires a massive amount of achievement points to unlock. Distant water cannot quench immediate thirst. His gaze eventually settled on an inconspicuous corner. Life branch. Below the branch, an icon shimmers with a gentle light. God-level culinary skills. This is it. The way to a woman's heart is through her stomach. This old saying may be a bit cliché, but it's the most effective way to break the deadlock right now. System, unlock, God-level culinary skill. Unlocking the beginner divine cooking skill requires 100 achievement points. Confirm? Confirm. Ding. 100 achievement points consumed. The beginner God-level cooking skill module has been successfully unlocked. The moment the system notification sound ended, an unimaginably massive torrent of information instantly flooded into Lin Zhang's mind. 8 major cuisines, thousands of recipes. From the most basic knife skills and heat control to complex molecular gastronomy and imperial cuisine. From traditional Chinese medicines, dietary therapy, and health preservation to Western nutritional formulation. Countless pieces of knowledge, skills, and experience, as if they were innate, are deeply imprinted in his mind. Originally just an ordinary college student who could cook instant noodles, in this instant, he transformed into a top-notch chef who was proficient in both Chinese and Western cooking and whose theoretical and practical abilities were fully developed. The knowledge integration is complete. In Lin Zhang's mind, a nutritional menu for the coming week had already been automatically generated. On Monday, I prepared a black-bone chicken soup with Chinese yam and goji berries for Xiao Qingya to replenish her qi and blood and relieve fatigue. I also made millet and pumpkin porridge for Nian Nian to strengthen her spleen and stomach. On Tuesday, I made steamed sea bass for Xiao Qingya to supplement her with high-quality protein. I made winter melon and pork rib soup for Nian Nian to promote diuresis and remove dampness. Every meal is precisely calculated down to the calories, and the golden ratio of protein, fat, and vitamins. Even the cooking methods were tailored to Xiao Qingya's dislike of greasy food and Nian Nian's need for eczema treatment. This recipe is perfect. Just then, Zhang Ma walked into the ward carrying a thermos. Mr. Lin, this is the soup your wife asked me to bring you. Lin Zhang smiled and accepted it. Thank you, Aunt Zhang, you've worked hard. There's something I'd like to ask you. Please speak. What do Mr. Xiao and Nian Nian usually like to eat at home? Or are there any foods they don't eat? Zhang Ma found it a bit strange that a bodyguard would ask the host family what they wanted to eat. But considering that Lin Zhang was injured while protecting the young lady, she answered truthfully. Madam eats very lightly and doesn't like greasy food. She usually loves to drink some fresh soup. As for Miss, she's a child and likes to eat sweet things, but Madam doesn't let her eat too much sugar. Lin Zhang nodded. This is completely consistent with the conclusions he drew from his analysis of God-level culinary skills. I understand, thank you, Aunt Zhang. After seeing Zhang Ma off, Lin Zhang picked up his phone and made a call. It's Li Ming from Haitong Securities. The call was answered almost instantly. Mr. Lin. What are your orders? Li Ming's voice was filled with barely suppressed excitement and fervor. Do me a favor. Lin Zhang's tone was calm, yet carried an unquestionable command. Open a US stock account for me immediately. I need the highest level of access, including the right to trade before and after the market opens. Li Ming gasped. Is the stock market guru about to conquer the US stock market? What a magnificent spirit. No problem. Mr. Lin, rest assured. I will immediately mobilize all resources to ensure that everything is handled perfectly before you are discharged from the hospital. Li Ming patted his chest and assured him that, to him, this was no longer a customer, but a god. Furthermore, Lin Zhang continued, exchange all the money in my account into US dollars and deposit it into the new account, ready to be used at any time. All in. Enter the US stock market. Li Ming felt like his heart was about to jump out of his chest. He seemed to have foreseen that on the other side of the distant ocean, in that world's most elite capital meat grinder, a god from the east was about to arrive. Yes. I'll take care of it right away. Hang up the phone. Lin Zhang put his phone aside and looked out the window. The sky was azure, and the clouds drifted lazily by. His plan was crystal clear. The kitchen is a battlefield of emotions. He wanted to gradually permeate the lives of the mother and daughter with the warmth and comfort of daily meals, becoming an indispensable support for them. Wall Street was the battlefield where he forged the first cornerstone of his empire for his daughter and her mother. 1. For melting the iceberg. 1. For the forging of a throne. Chapter 16 Shocking. A bodyguard's market procurement lesson. Lin Zhang has been discharged from the hospital. It happened 3 days earlier than the doctor had predicted. The senior surgeon who removed his stitches looked at the wound, which had healed to the point of leaving only a light pink mark, and was completely baffled. This recovery speed completely defies common medical sense. Young man, your physique is truly amazing. Lin Zhang simply smiled and moved his arm, which had fully recovered. The ability of the beginner miracle healer is not only to heal others, but also to have an astonishingly powerful effect on repairing one's own body. Xiao Qingya had arranged for a driver to wait downstairs, but Lin Zhang politely declined with a phone call. After completing his discharge procedures, the first thing he did was find Zhang Ma, who was packing her things. Aunt Zhang, let's go to the supermarket. Lin Zhang's tone was calm, yet it carried an air of unquestionable authority. I'll buy the ingredients for tonight. Zhang Ma stopped what she was doing. She looked up and carefully examined the young man in front of her. Going to the supermarket? Buying groceries? A grown man who can't even take care of himself, a bodyguard who makes a living with his fists, is going to buy groceries? Zhang Ma has worked at the Cloud Top Villa for almost 10 years, and preparing meals for Xiao Qingya and Yan Yan has always been her proudest job. Is Mr. Lin showing off? She had some doubts, but she still agreed. Okay, Mr. Lin, I'll go with you. Fine, let's go see what he's up to. Young people don't know much about ingredients and buy things haphazardly. I can then correct them and let them know that I can't interfere in everything at home. The two arrived at the Green Wonderland Organic Fresh Food Supermarket, the most upscale supermarket in Jiangcheng. The food here is outrageously expensive, but it's fresh and safe. Aunt Zhang pushed the shopping cart, preparing to lead Lin Zhang to the supplier's counter she was familiar with. But Lin Zhang walked straight in another direction. He completely ignored the neatly wrapped pre-cleaned vegetables section, which looked particularly beautiful under the lights, and instead went to the most ordinary bulk fruit and vegetable section. Zhang Ma's heart skipped a beat. My first impression score plummeted to rock bottom. He's definitely an amateur. The packaged vegetables are all carefully selected. Although they are expensive, their quality is guaranteed. The bulk section, however, is a mixed bag, and those unfamiliar with the market are most likely to be ripped off. She was about to speak up and remind her. Lin Zhang had already bent down and picked up a tomato. He didn't look at it, but instead brought the tomato to his nose and gently smelled the stem. Then, he gently pinched the tomato's body with his thumb and forefinger. The movements were fluid and graceful, with a strange sense of rhythm. Aunt Zhang, look. Lin Zhang handed the tomato to Zhang Ma. This type of tomato has a rich, fresh plant aroma at the stem end, and its firm and elastic body indicates that it has received ample sunshine. When used to make soup, it has the highest lycopene content, and the soup is flavorful enough without the need for tomato sauce. Zhang Ma was stunned. She looked at the ordinary tomato, then at Lin Zhang. She had only a vague understanding of these principles after cooking for decades, far less than Lin Zhang's clear and confident explanation. Lin Zhang ignored her reaction and picked out 5 or 6 of them, putting them into the bag. Next up is the seafood section. The dazzling array of fresh aquatic products, illuminated by ice and lights, appeared vibrant and full of life. "Boss, I'd like a sea bass." The shop assistant deftly scooped a lively bass out of the tank. Lin Zhang did not immediately have the shop assistant pack it into bags. He put on disposable gloves, stretched out his fingers, and gently pressed on the fish. The dented fish flesh bounced back instantly. He then pried open the fish's gills and took a look inside. "The fish I give Nian Nian must be freshly delivered." He turned his head to explain to Zhang Ma behind him. "Look at the gills of this fish, they are bright red, not dark red. The scales are tightly packed and have not fallen off. When you press down on the flesh, it immediately springs back. This shows that the fish is very active, which is why the flesh is elastic and won't have any fishy smell after steaming." Zhang Ma was completely speechless. She felt her cheeks getting hot. She was just about to correct others, but now it seems that she is the one who needs to be taught a lesson. What shocked her most was what she saw in front of the butcher shop. Lin Zhang stood in front of the refrigerated display case filled with top-quality beef, his gaze sweeping over it. "Master." He pointed to one of the large pieces of beef. "I'd like the cucumber strip from the inside of the cow's hind leg, please." The experienced meat cutter looked up and glanced at him in surprise. The cucumber strip cut has extremely tender meat and yields very little meat. It is usually reserved in advance by large hotels, and individual customers rarely specifically request it. "All right, young man, you know your stuff. Please cut it along the grain into thin slices about 3 mm thick," Lin Zhang added. The master chef deftly sliced off evenly thick slices of beef, placing them neatly on the cutting board. The muscle fibers in this area are the finest, with almost no fascia. Lin Zhang's voice wasn't too loud, but it reached Zhang Ma's ears clearly. "Slice it thinly and stir-fry it over high heat. This will lock in all the juices in an instant, making it the most tender and suitable for children to chew. It is also easy to digest. It's also great for adults. Although I've been trying to avoid beef for a while, I can eat more of it once my eczema is better." Zhang Ma was completely stunned. Having worked as a high-end nanny for decades, she considers herself an absolute expert when it comes to grocery shopping. The knowledge that Lin Zhang demonstrated today has completely exceeded the scope of a chef. He didn't look like he was buying groceries. He's more like a top nutrition expert, a master who knows ingredients inside and out, inspecting his territory. Several wealthy-looking ladies nearby were also drawn over. They had been just browsing on the sidelines, but as Lin Zhang explained things in a very logical way, they couldn't help but stop in their tracks. "Hey, look at that young man, he speaks so professionally." "Yes, I only learned today that there are so many things to consider when choosing tomatoes." A woman in a Chanel suit whispered to her companion. "Is this a chef from a 5-star hotel out experiencing life?" Hearing these comments, Zhang Ma felt a mix of emotions. She looked at Lin Zhang's calm profile. Just how many secrets was this young man hiding? When checking out, Lin Zhang casually grabbed a few items from the dry goods section next door. A small packet of crystal clear lilies. Several dendrobium orchids that look like tree branches. "Zhang Ma, add this to the soup tonight." Lin Zhang put the items into the shopping cart. Lily nourishes the lungs, while dendrobium nourishes the stomach and promotes the production of body fluids. Mr. Xiao suffers from chronic fatigue due to long-term mental stress, and Nian Nian was frightened a few days ago and has some lung heat. Using this to regulate their condition will be beneficial to their health. The pharmacological knowledge of the miracle healer and the recipes of the god-level chef are perfectly combined at this moment. Zhang Ma has become numb. She nodded silently, feeling that her brain was no longer able to process the massive amount of information she had received that day. On the way back to the villa, Aunt Zhang was driving, and Lin Zhang was sitting in the passenger seat, resting with his eyes closed. She glanced at the pile of groceries in the trunk through the rearview mirror. Those tomatoes, sea bass, and beef were all things she knew very well. But after Lin Zhang's selection and explanation, she now feels that they are different. They are no longer ordinary ingredients. They are works of art, carriers of precise calculations and deep concern. She glanced at Lin Zhang beside her again. This young man remained silent from the moment he boarded the bus, as calm as when he arrived. But in Zhang Ma's heart, she could no longer see him as a simple bodyguard. It was a sense of awe. A sense of awe that arises spontaneously when facing the unknown and the powerful. The car drove smoothly into the cloud-top villa area. After parking the car, Zhang Ma got out carrying the several large bags of groceries and felt their weight. This is not a dish. This was clearly a promise she had never seen before, a promise from a man to his wife and daughter. Chapter 17, A Kitchen Symphony to Conquer the Taste Buds. Back in the kitchen of the cloud-top villa, Zhang Ma was about to roll up her sleeves to help when Lin Jing smiled and invited her to the side. "Aunt Zhang, you've had a long day. Just sit down and rest, and watch my performance." His words were calm, yet carried an unquestionable air of arrangement. Zhang Ma wanted to say something, but looking into Lin Zhang's determined eyes, she swallowed her words. She crossed her arms and leaned against the kitchen doorway, deciding to see what tricks this young man could perform. The atmosphere in the kitchen changed the next second. Lin Zhang turned on the tap, and the sound of running water was crisp and clear. He began to prepare the ingredients. He soaked the greens in lightly salted water for a full 10 minutes before washing them, saying it would remove pesticide residue and insect eggs to the greatest extent possible. When washing the top-quality beef with cucumber strips, he used rice water, claiming it would better remove the blood and make the meat more tender. His every movement was methodical, clean, and efficient, without a single superfluous motion, as if he were not preparing dinner but conducting a precise chemical experiment. Zhang Ma, who had been leaning against the doorframe, unconsciously straightened up. The real highlight began the moment Lin Zhang picked up the kitchen knife. His entire demeanor changed instantly. The gentle young man from before vanished, replaced by a grandmaster who had absolute control over his field. He immersed a piece of tender white tofu in a bowl of clear water, and the cleaver in his right hand transformed into a silver lightning bolt under the light. The blade flashed, so fast that its trajectory was almost invisible. When he picked up the cleaver again, the tofu in the water still looked like a whole piece. Zhang Ma found it strange. Lin Jing gently stirred the water with his chopsticks. A miracle happened. The entire block of tofu instantly dispersed in the water, transforming into thousands of thin, hair-like strands of tofu. Under the ripples of the clear water, each strand was distinct, graceful, and lively. Wensi tofu. Zhang Ma had only seen this dish in food documentaries. It's a dish that truly tests one's knife skills in the Huayang cuisine. She stood at the doorway, her mouth slowly opening wide enough to fit an egg. This isn't over yet. Lin Zhang picked up a potato and peeled it so fast it was a blur. Then, the blade danced again, and the sound of it hitting the cutting board was no longer a chaotic chop, but a crisp, rhythmic percussion. One after another, evenly sliced potatoes fell, and with a flick of his wrist, the potato slices were neatly arranged. With another flash of the knife, those thin slices instantly turned into even and translucent potato shreds. He picked up a potato at random and held it up to the light. The potato shreds were so thin they could almost pass through the eye of a needle. Zhang Ma's mind went blank. She had worked as a high-end nanny for decades and had seen so-called master chefs, but compared to Lin Zhang in front of her, those people were practically apprentices. This isn't cooking, it's an art performance. Immediately afterwards, Lin Zhang turned and walked towards the stove, simultaneously controlling all three burners. The lily and pear soup I made for Nian Nian was simmering slowly over the lowest heat, and its sweet aroma began to fill the air. The dendrobium and old duck soup prepared for Xiao Qingya was simmered slowly in a clay pot over a low flame, gradually bringing out its rich meaty aroma. He heated the wok and added oil to the main stove in the middle. The moment the oil reached a high temperature, he put the bell peppers and beef tenderloin into the wok together. Sizzle! With a loud bang, flames leaped up from the side of the pot. With a flick of his wrist, Lin Zhang executed a perfect toss, sending the food in the wok soaring through the air in a perfect parabola before settling back into the wok. The entire movement was fluid and graceful, full of explosive power and beauty. The intensely rich aroma, finally unable to be suppressed, wafted out from the kitchen and instantly filled the entire first-floor hall. Nian Nian, who was playing with building blocks on the living room carpet, twitched her little nose first. Following the mouth-watering aroma, she ran to the kitchen door, her big eyes sparkling, sniffing, and calling out in her sweet, childish voice. "Uncle! It smells so good!" 7 p.m. When Xiao Qingya returned home exhausted, she was stunned by the scene on the dining table. The 4 dishes in one soup were arranged like works of art. Steamed sea bass, with its white flesh, is garnished with bright green scallion shreds and red chili shreds. The bell pepper and beef tenderloin is brightly colored, and the beef slices glisten with an enticing sheen of oil. Vegetable soup, with bright green vegetables soaking in clear broth, and a few goji berries as garnish. There was also a bowl of clear soup with tofu soup as thin as hair floating in it. Every dish, in terms of color, aroma, and presentation, is comparable to the standards of a state banquet. She subconsciously looked at Zhang Ma, who was following behind her, assuming that she had hired a chef from outside. Before she could even speak, Nian Nian, who had already been put in the high chair, excitedly raised her little hand. "Mom! Uncle made the food. It smells amazing." Xiao Qingya stopped moving. Was it Lin Zhang who did it? She sat down at the dining table, looking at the dishes, her heart filled with complex emotions. Nian Nian couldn't wait any longer, and Zhang Ma picked up a piece of boneless fish for her. The little one stuffed it into her mouth, her eyes crinkling into crescent moons with happiness. "It's so delicious. Even better than the ones in restaurants. Uncle is the best." After saying that, Nian Nian, for the first time ever, picked up a small spoon and started eating the rice in front of her in big mouthfuls, finishing the bowl of rice in no time. Xiao Qingya watched silently without saying a word. Aunt Zhang ladled out a bowl of soup and placed it in front of her. It was that bowl of dendrobium and old duck soup prepared just for her. She picked up the spoon, scooped up a spoonful, and put it in her mouth. The broth entered her mouth without a trace of greasiness, only an indescribable richness and warmth. That warm current slid down her esophagus, instantly dispelling most of her fatigue, like a pair of warm hands soothing her nerves that had been tense all day. It tastes so good. She couldn't resist taking another sip. She looked up and gazed across the table. Lin Zhang was patiently removing the fish bones from Nian Nian's fish. His movements were so focused and meticulous, as if he were handling the most precious work of art in the world. Then, he gently placed the flawless white fish meat into Nian Nian's bowl. As Xiao Qingya watched this scene, the coldness and scrutiny in her eyes melted away slightly without her even realizing it. Instead, something unfamiliar to her was called gentleness. Chapter 18 Wall Street Chronicles, codenamed Creator. At 9 o'clock in the evening, in the children's room on the second floor of the villa, the last page of the storybook had been turned. Lin Zhang tucked the blanket in, gently kissed Nian Nian's forehead, and then quietly withdrew, closing the door behind him. Back in his room, he didn't turn on the light. In the darkness, he walked straight to the desk and opened the laptop. The screen lit up, illuminating his calm face. Above is a colorful and constantly fluctuating chart of U.S. stock prices. It's 9:30 p.m. Beijing time. It was 9:30 a.m. in New York, across the ocean. The heart of the world's finance system begins to beat for a new day. An encrypted chat window popped up automatically. It was Li Ming. "Mr. Lin, everything is ready. According to the real-time exchange rate, a total of $7.85 million has been received and we can begin operations at any time." The text Li Ming sent was followed by an exclamation mark after every word, as if it could penetrate the screen and convey his extreme excitement. Lin Zhang did not reply. His fingers hovered over the keyboard, and he closed his eyes. God-level stock market guru, abilities fully unlocked. In an instant, his brain no longer belonged to him, but became a top-level supercomputer connected to the global financial network. Countless data streams, information chains, capital flows, and market sentiments surged into his consciousness like a rushing river. Nasdaq, NYSE, the codes of thousands of stocks flashed, reorganized, and analyzed in his mind. His thoughts swept over behemoths like Apple, Google, and Tesla, and finally, like a precise falcon, swooped down to an inconspicuous corner of Nasdaq. A biotechnology stock called Neurogenics, stock code NGNX. The information from the system's perception unfolded in his mind like scenes from a movie. In the footage, a thinning-haired technician in a Boston-based biological laboratory is secretly copying a clinical data report labeled AD301. A new drug for Alzheimer's disease, phase 2 clinical data, a revolutionary breakthrough. This top-secret document, which could send the company's stock price soaring, is currently under strict control. However, the scene changes. The technician appeared at a card table in an underground casino, his face flushed, having lost everything. A timestamp popped into his mind, within 48 hours. A price emerged, $100,000. A potential trading partner emerged, a hedge fund called Wolfpack Capital. The entire chain of events is crystal clear. Lin Zhang opened his eyes, his pupils completely calm. He stretched out his finger and typed a line on the keyboard. Target NGNX, currently priced at $4.80. Accumulate it regardless of cost, keep the activity low key, and buy through multiple accounts. Once it falls below $5.20, put all your funds in. The instruction has been issued. In Haitong Securities' VIP trading room, Li Ming practically jumped up from his chair. Another biotech stock. It's yet another small cap stock he's never even heard of. It's all in again. If anyone else had done something this crazy, Li Ming would have thought they were insane. But now, it is Lin Zhang who is issuing the orders. He's the man who created a 100-fold miracle in just 3 days. He had no doubt whatsoever, only fervent trust and absolute obedience. Execute. Groups A, B, and C immediately buy in according to the plan. Remember, be like a drop of water merging into the ocean, don't disturb any big fish. Li Ming roared at the trading team behind him, while he stared intently at the screen, personally managing the most crucial account. The next day, Lin Zhang's lifestyle remained unchanged. In the early morning, the sweet aroma of millet and pumpkin paste wafted from the kitchen. In the morning, he accompanied Nian Nian to build sandcastles in the garden and checked every hidden camera newly installed around the villa. He was always so composed and calm. Cooking, taking care of the child, checking security, he does everything with focus and seriousness, as if this is his entire life. This is the scene that Xiao Qingya saw when she went downstairs. Under the sunlight, Lin Zhang was half squatting, teaching Nian Nian how to fill the mold with sand using a small shovel. His profile was sharply defined, and his patience made Zhang Ma next to him nod repeatedly. This man was like a bottomless abyss. You might think his limit is fighting, but he actually demonstrated top-notch security planning. You might think he's just a martial artist, but he can actually cook dishes worthy of a state banquet. His calm and composed demeanor, as if he had everything under control, gave Xiao Qingya an unprecedented sense of security. But it was precisely this sense of security that made her feel a sense of danger. It was a fatal attraction that caused cracks to appear in her frozen heart. The third night. Same time, same room. Lin Zhang turned on his computer again. After 2 days of sideways trading, NGNX's stock price chart finally showed some movement. During trading, a rumor that data on NGNX's new Alzheimer's drug may have been leaked by insiders began to circulate quietly in various trader communities on Wall Street. The stock price began to climb slowly. $5.10. $6.30. $7.50. At the close, it settled at $8.02. But this is just an appetizer. The real feast happens during the after-hours trading session. After confirming the authenticity of the data, the hedge fund called Wolfpack Capital started a frenzied buying spree, like sharks smelling blood. Huge orders were poured into the market one after another. On the stock chart, the green line instantly turned into a near vertical steep slope. $10. $12. $15. The entire market was abuzz with excitement over this little-known small-cap stock. Ding dong. Li Ming's encrypted messages kept popping up. Mr. Lin. Mr. Lin. It's $15. Our cost was less than $5, it's already tripled. There are now over $23 million in the account. You're a god. What do we do now? Should we sell some of it first? A string of words, filled with incoherent excitement. Lin Zhang stared at the glaring 15.00 on the screen, his face expressionless. He stretched out his finger and slowly typed out 4 words. Let the bullets fly. Send. He closed his laptop. The room returned to darkness. Chapter 19, A 70-Fold Profit. Forging the Foundation of an Empire. The fourth day, before the U.S. stock market opened. The atmosphere in Haitong Securities' VIP trading room was so oppressive it was almost palpable. Li Ming's eyes were bloodshot as he stared intently at the NGNX candlestick chart on the screen, which had been trading sideways for 2 days. Behind him, the trading team sat upright, not daring to even breathe loudly. Just then, an inconspicuous news pop-up appeared in the corner of the Bloomberg terminal. Neurogenics announced that Phase 2 clinical data for its AD301 drug far exceeded expectations, and the company's board of directors has approved the immediate submission of a fast-track application to the FDA. Li Ming hadn't finished reading it yet. The market has already given the most direct and violent response. It's 9:30 p.m. Beijing time. The opening bell rang on Nasdaq. NGNX's stock price didn't give anyone time to react. The market opened with a gap down. The number on the screen, which had been yesterday's closing price of $8.02, instantly turned into a glaring red number. 100.00. After a 0.1 second of silence, the entire trading room erupted in chaos. Holy crap! 100 yuan. It's only 100 yuan at the opening. The shorts are all blown up. All blown up. What incredible news! The price has increased more than tenfold. The sounds of countless gasps for air, mixed with the clattering of keyboards, created a chaotic symphony. Li Ming felt as if his heart was being gripped tightly by an invisible hand, almost stopping its beating. He looked at the number in his account that represented the total market value, which jumped from over $20 million to a terrifying number that he had to count several times to confirm the number of digits. 150 million US dollars. This is not the end. The market frenzy has only just begun. The news completely ignited Wall Street. Anchors on major financial television networks analyzed this disruptive clinical data with the most excited tones. Countless retail investors, driven by FOMO fear of missing out, flooded in like madmen. The stock price shows no sign of stopping. 120. 150. 200. That green candlestick line, like a javelin pulled by the hand of God, pierced straight into the sky. No one was speaking in the trading room anymore. Everyone stood up, staring blankly at the record-breaking numbers on the screen, their expressions shifting from shock to numbness, and finally to awe. Li Ming's hands were trembling. He picked up the encrypted phone, intending to call Lin Zhang, but found that his fingers wouldn't obey him at all. With trembling hands, he could only send a message, "Mr. Lin, it's 250. Our market value has exceeded 300 million US dollars. Hentaying Villa, children's room." Lin Zhang was holding a picture book and telling Nian Nian the story of Little Red Riding Hood. Then, the hunter used scissors to cut open the big gray wolf's belly. His voice was steady, magnetic, and full of patience. Nian Nian listened intently, her big eyes never blinking. My phone vibrated in my pocket. Lin Zhang ignored her and continued telling the story until Nian Nian's eyelids grew heavier and heavier as he narrated, and she slowly fell asleep. He gently covered his daughter with the blanket and left the room. Only then did he take out his phone. On the screen was a series of almost incoherent messages sent by Li Ming. 300. Mr. Lin. 300. 470 million US dollars. We're almost at 500 million US dollars. God. You are God. Lin Zhang's face remained expressionless. He closed his eyes. The abilities of a god-level stock market guru are like the most sophisticated radar, sweeping across the entire financial market. A faint signal, tinged with greed and a sense of reaping, came from the direction of NGNX's management. Issuing new shares. This is the most classic script on Wall Street. They use positive news to drive up the stock price, attracting countless retail investors and funds to enter the market. Then, at the highest point, they announce a share issuance to raise funds and reap huge profits. The sickle is already raised. Lin Zhang opened his eyes, his pupils calm. He walked to his desk, opened his laptop, and saw that the almost vertical candlestick on the screen had reached a terrifying high of $368. The principal amount was 7.85 million US dollars. At this moment, the total market capitalization displayed on the screen is a number that makes the entire Wall Street tremble. $580 million. Just when everyone in the market was in a frenzy, believing that this stock would create a 1,000 yuan myth. Lin Zhang's fingers calmly typed a line of text on the keyboard. Sell in batches. If the price is above $350, clear out all positions within 1 hour, leaving not a single share. In the trading room, Li Ming saw this instruction and felt a chill run down his spine. Clearance sale? At the height of the frenzy? Reason told him it was crazy, but his godlike trust in Lin Zhang overcame everything. Execute. Everyone. Execute Mr. Lin's orders. He roared at the team behind him. Target price above 350. As quickly as possible. Sell all the chips we have. The entire team, like a war machine that has been activated, instantly sprang into action at high speed. They are no longer buyers, but have become the most efficient hunters. Sell 200,000 shares at a price of $360. Sell 300,000 shares at a price of $355. Sell 500,000 shares at a price of $352. The millions of shares they held, like precise bullets, were silently fired at the frantic buyers. The whole process took less than 40 minutes. When the last sell order was completed, Li Ming slumped into his chair, his whole body drenched in cold sweat. They successfully completed an epic escape from the summit at the highest point. Less than half an hour after they cleared out their stock. An announcement has once again ignited the market. Neurogenyx announced that it will issue $500 million worth of new shares to accelerate the development and marketing of new drugs. The news came out. NGNX's stock price plummeted in response. On the candlestick chart, the green spear that was towering high suddenly changed direction and plummeted vertically downwards like an avalanche. 300. 200. 150. Countless retail investors and funds that had just bought in at the peak were now trapped at the top, their cries of despair echoing across the market. The trading room was deathly silent. Everyone looked at the cascading red waterfall, then at their own empty warehouses. Their faces were filled with relief at surviving the ordeal and boundless admiration for the mysterious Mr. Lin. Li Ming's hands trembled as he opened the final settlement report. After deducting all transaction fees and taxes, the funds in his account remained at a number that sent shivers down his spine. $550 million. A full $550 million US. With an initial capital of $7.85 million, a terrifying return of nearly 70 times was achieved in just 3 days. Mr. Lin. Li Ming picked up the phone, his voice trembling uncontrollably. We, successfully, $550 million US. On the other end of the phone, Lin Zhang's reply was as calm as if he were asking how the weather was today. New. Hang up the phone. Lin Zhang stared at the numbers on the computer screen, his heart calm and undisturbed. He opened a transfer interface and sent a message to Gu Xiaoming. Consider the money from last time as your investment, this is your dividend. He then entered a string of numbers and clicked confirm. 5 million. US dollars. After he finished doing all this, a system notification sounded in his mind. Ding. Congratulations, host, you have achieved the epic achievement, Wall Street ATM. Host behavior has been detected to have a significant impact on the global financial landscape, and has successfully forged the capital foundation to counter top-tier financial giants. Achievement points reward, 800 points. Current total achievement points, 930 points. Lin Zhang shut down his computer, stood up, and walked to the window. The night view of Jiangchang is bustling and dazzling. He knew that the first and most solid cornerstone for confronting the Shao family of the capital had been laid. Chapter 20, My best friend arrives in a luxurious family banquet. The cigar room of the private club Yundingui in Jiangchang. The air was thick with the smoke of Cuban cigars. Gu Xiaoming crossed his legs and leaned back comfortably on the leather sofa, his phone casually placed to the side. Byte. A crisp text message notification tone. He glanced at it lazily. Bank of XX, your account ending in 8888 received a deposit of $5 million US at XX time. Current account balance. Gu Xiaoming froze. He blinked, picked up his phone, brought it close to his eyes, and started counting the numbers one by one. 1, 10, 100, 1,000, 10,000, 100,000, million. 5 million. US dollars. Snap. The top-quality Cohiba cigar worth tens of thousands of dollars that was in his mouth fell onto the expensive Persian carpet, burning a small black spot. He didn't notice at all. He felt as if he had been struck by lightning, and was completely stunned. He sat up abruptly, his fingers trembling, as he searched for the name in his contacts and dialed it. The call was answered almost instantly. Hello, Lin Zhang's calm voice came through. Holy crap! Lin Zhang. What the hell did you do? Is my phone infected with a virus? Gu Xiaoming's voice was so loud that everyone in the cigar room turned to look. I have 5 million more in my account. US dollars. There was a 2-second silence on the other end of the phone. You weren't poisoned, that's your bonus, you deserve it. Lin Zhang's reply was as calm as if he were saying the weather was nice today. What I deserve? What a load of crap. I only lent you 500,000 renminbi. You want me to pay you back 5 million US dollars? Did you rob the Federal Reserve? I didn't rob it, I made a profit. Earned Gu Xiaoming felt his worldview crumbling. You. He hesitated for a long time, but couldn't utter a single word. In 3 days, 500,000 renminbi turned into a dividend of $5 million US. What the hell does that mean? This isn't just making money, it's a legend. Keep the money, I have other things to do. Lin Zhang said, and then prepared to hang up the phone. Wait. Gu Xiaoming roared, Zhang, tell me honestly, what trouble have you gotten yourself into? The nonchalant tone in his voice had disappeared, replaced by an unprecedented solemnity. If someone can use such unpredictable methods to amass astronomical wealth in just a few days, then what kind of terrifying enemy must he be facing? This is not a world that ordinary people can access. Lin Zhang did not answer his question, but simply said something. Don't worry, I can handle it. The call ended. Gu Xiaoming stared blankly at his phone, the noise in the cigar room seemingly fading into the distance. Lin Zhang's words, I can handle it, kept replaying in his mind. Calm, confident, in control of everything. He suddenly understood. His brother was no longer the poor student who needed his protection. He stepped into a turbulent world that he could never have imagined. Gu Xiaoming picked up his phone and dialed another number, which was his father's personal assistant. Help me investigate an individual, no, I mean a group of people. His voice was low but full of determination. The Qin family in the capital, and the Xiao family in the capital. I need to know if they've made any targeted moves in Jiangcheng recently. No matter what Lin Zhang is facing. Even if he can't help on the front lines, he, as the brother, must keep a close watch on the rear. At the same time, at Hentaying Villa. In the study, Xiao Qingyao was processing a document for a cross-border acquisition. The phone screen lit up. It was a call from someone whose contact name was Little Witch. When she answered the phone, the icy aura that had never melted from her face instantly vanished, replaced by an affectionate yet helpless expression. Man, what's wrong now? My dear Qingya, have you missed me? I have a surprise for you. I've arrived in Jiangcheng, and I'll be at your doorstep in 10 minutes. A clear and energetic female voice came from the other end of the phone. Xiao Qingya rubbed her forehead. Why didn't you tell me you were coming? What kind of surprise attack would it be if you told me in advance? Hang up, get ready to welcome my arrival. Beep beep beep. The call was abruptly ended. Xiao Qingya put down her phone, her face a mixture of amusement and exasperation. Su Man, a well-known little witch in Shanghai's financial circle, is the daughter of the Su Group and her best friend since childhood, the only person she can let her guard down. 10 minutes later. A bright red Ferrari sports car came to a precise stop in front of the villa, accompanied by a screeching sound of brakes. The car door opened, and a long, slender leg wearing black over-the-knee boots stepped out first. Immediately afterwards, a stylishly dressed woman with a powerful presence stepped out of the car. She took off her sunglasses, revealing a bright and beautiful face. It was Su Man. She didn't even glance at Zhang Ma, who came to greet her, and rushed straight into the living room, picking up Nian Nian, who was playing with building blocks. My precious goddaughter, let your godmother give you a kiss. She held Nian Nian in her arms and gave the little one a big kiss on her rosy cheeks. Godmother. Nian Nian happily hugged her neck, clearly very familiar and close to her. Holding Nian Nian in her arms, Su Man looked around the living room like a queen, her gaze finally settling on Xiao Qingya, who was coming down the stairs. She whistled. Then, her gaze was drawn to Lin Zhang, who was standing half a step behind Xiao Qingya. Su Man's eyes lit up. Holding Nian Nian, she walked up to Xiao Qingya, teasing the little one in her arms while scrutinizing Lin Zhang from head to toe. That gaze was as sharp as a scalpel. Qingya, not bad. Su Man raised an eyebrow at Xiao Qingya in a joking tone. Where did you find such a handsome bodyguard, brother? His physique, his looks, TSK, you're lucky. Xiao Qingya's expression became slightly unnatural for a moment. Don't talk nonsense. His name is Lin Zhang, and he takes good care of Nian Nian. She gave a vague answer and did not give a direct response. But this subtle protective gesture immediately alerted Su Man. She knows Xiao Qingya too well. This woman, who has an almost obsessive vigilance towards men, when did she ever speak up for a bodyguard? There's something going on. Just then, the villa gate was opened. Lin Zhang, who had just gone outside to collect the goods, walked in from outside. He carried several shopping bags filled with top-quality fresh produce in his left hand and a beautifully packaged box in his right hand, printed with Nian Nian's favorite cartoon character. This is the latest limited edition castle toy. As soon as he entered the room, he met Su Man's sharp gaze. Lin Zhang didn't react in any way, but simply nodded politely to the unfamiliar guest. Then, he walked straight towards Nian Nian. Nian Nian, look what your uncle bought for you. He handed over the toy he was holding. Wow! It's Elsa's ice castle. Nian Nian's eyes lit up instantly, and she happily struggled to get down from Su Man's arms. Lin Zhang naturally put down the shopping bags and picked up Nian Nian. Throughout the entire process, he didn't even glance at Su Man again, as if she were just an insignificant background figure. Su Man's eyebrows furrowed even higher. This bodyguard is interesting. He was able to completely ignore a beauty like himself. Moreover, his intimacy with Nian Nian and Xiao Qingya's indulgence of him both reveal something unusual. What happened next shocked Su Man even more. Lin Zhang held Nian Nian in his arms, handed the toys to Zhang Ma for help unpacking, and then naturally walked into the kitchen carrying the bags of ingredients. He said to Zhang Ma, who was standing at the kitchen door, "Zhang Ma, I'll cook tonight. We have guests." Aunt Zhang nodded with a smile. "All right, Mr. Lin, it's perfect for Madame and Miss Su to try your cooking." Su Man stood in the living room, watching this scene, and looked at Xiao Qingya in shock, as if she had heard something unbelievable. She walked quickly to Xiao Qingya's side, leaned close to her ear, and whispered in a voice that only the two of them could hear. "Are you crazy? Let a bodyguard cook? What about the rules of the villa? How can you just throw anything at Nian Nian? What does he know? This is a matter of principle." In families like theirs, security and the kitchen are two lines that must never be blurred. How can someone who is responsible for external combat with knives and guns be allowed to go into the kitchen and use a kitchen knife? However, when faced with her questioning, an even more unnatural expression flashed across Xiao Qingya's face. She didn't explain, she just said it casually. "You'll know once you try it." This unusual protective statement, like a feather, completely ignited the flame of curiosity in Su Man's heart. She looked at the figure in the kitchen who was methodically preparing ingredients, and then at Xiao Qingya beside her, who had a calm expression. This man is definitely suspicious. This family definitely holds a huge secret. Chapter 21 Shocking. Even a 5-star hotel executive chef doesn't have this kind of knife skill. Su Man crossed her arms and followed him into the kitchen. She wanted to see what tricks this bodyguard, who was being unusually protected by Xiao Qingya, could pull. In her opinion, this was all nonsense. A bodyguard's job is to take bullets, not to flip walks. Letting someone like that into the kitchen, especially with children around, is practically playing with safety. Aunt Zhang tactfully stepped aside, but her face held a hint of anticipation as she watched the show unfold. Lin Zhang ignored the scrutiny from behind. He took a brand new apron from the cupboard and tied it on. The moment he tied the apron straps, his entire aura changed. The polite and gentle young man from before had vanished, replaced by a calm and focused demeanor. The kitchen utensils and ingredients displayed in the kitchen seemed to be an extension of his body. Su Man raised an eyebrow. Her initial contempt didn't lessen, instead, it increased her wariness. To play tricks or deceive. Lin Zhang took a plump, white winter melon out of the shopping bag and placed it on the cutting board. He picked up a Chinese kitchen knife with his right hand. The ordinary kitchen knife that Zhang Ma had used for many years seemed to come alive in his hands. The next second, the knife moved. Su Man's eyes only saw a continuous silver light and shadow, too fast to track. A series of dense yet rhythmic cutting sounds rang out on the cutting board. The sound was not like chopping vegetables, but more like rain pattering on banana leaves, crisp and melodious. She couldn't see Lin Zhang's movements at all. When the glint of the knife faded and Lin Zhang put down the cleaver, the piece of winter melon still looked intact, except that its surface had countless fine lines. He pushed the winter melon into a bowl of clear water that had been prepared beforehand. A miracle happened. The whole winter melon quietly blooms the moment it hits the water. Countless slices of winter melon, as thin as cicada wings and as fine as hair, unfurled in the buoyancy of the clear water, forming a layered, lifelike white chrysanthemum. Each petal was distinct, swaying gently in the water with countless graceful movements. Chrysanthemum and winter melon. This dish was so unique that Su Man had only ever seen pictures of it on the menus of top-tier state banquets, let alone tasted it. It tested the chef's ultimate control over knife skills. Su Man unconsciously lowered her arms. Her mouth was agape, her mind blank. She pointed to the exquisite work of art in the water, stammering, and turned to look at Zhang Ma next to her. Zhang Ma, was he the principal of XXX Culinary School before? It was also the first time that Zhang Ma had seen such amazing knife skills. She was equally shocked and could only nod repeatedly. Lin Zhang ignored the commotion behind him. He turned around and scooped a fresh grouper from another tank filled with fresh water. The fish was still alive and kicking in his hand. He held the fish head down with his left hand, and with a flash of light, his right hand wielded a knife. Scale, gut, clean internal organs, remove bones. The entire sequence of movements was executed flawlessly, without a single unnecessary pause. The precision and elegance were more like a top surgeon performing a meticulous operation than the act of butchering a fish. The whole fish was perfectly prepared, with the flesh separated from the bones, and not a single drop of blood was splashed on the table next to him. The entire process should not exceed 30 seconds. Suman was completely speechless. The so-called 5-star hotel chef she hired was a joke compared to the man in front of her. Immediately afterwards, Lin Zhang walked towards the stove. Turn on the heat, heat the pan, and add oil. When the oil temperature reaches the perfect critical point, the marinated beef slices and bell pepper strips are slid into the pot together. Sizzle. With a loud bang, crimson flames suddenly shot up from the edge of the pot, almost licking the ceiling. Lin Zhang flicked his wrist, executing a textbook-perfect wok toss. The food in the pot traced a perfect parabola in the air, carrying flames and hot oil, before falling steadily back into the pot. The explosive power and exquisite beauty of the cooking scene made Suman subconsciously take a step back. An aroma so rich it defied description burst forth from the kitchen like a bomb, domineeringly engulfing the entire villa's living room. Suman's throat bobbed involuntarily as she swallowed. She was completely stunned. Dinner time. When the 4 dishes in one soup were served, Suman felt her worldview being repeatedly crushed. Chrysanthemum and winter melon soup. The white chrysanthemum blooms quietly in the clear broth, so beautiful that one hesitates to eat it. Steamed grouper. The fish meat is as white as jade, and the cooking time is perfect. 1 second too long and it will be overcooked, 1 second too short and it will be raw. Stir-fried beef tenderloin with bell peppers is vibrant in color, and each slice of beef gleams with an enticing sheen. There was also a plate of bright green seasonal vegetables in broth. The presentation of each dish was artistic, meeting the standards of a Michelin 3-star restaurant. Wow! It's so beautiful. Nian Nian, who had already been put into the high chair, clapped her little hands happily. Aunt Shang picked up a piece of boneless fish for Nian Nian. The little one stuffed it into his mouth, squinted his eyes happily, and shouted indistinctly, "Aunt Suman! Uncle's cooking is the best in the world." Suman picked up her chopsticks, her mind still in turmoil. She picked up a slice of stir-fried beef, and with a last shred of doubt, put it in her mouth. The moment the beef touches your mouth, she stopped moving. It was an unimaginable taste. The meat was incredibly tender, offering almost no resistance to the teeth. Then, the juices, locked in by the instantaneous high temperature, burst open in her mouth, the rich aroma of meat mixed with the sweetness of the sauce, sweeping over all her taste buds like a storm. Tasty. It's so delicious. She had never experienced this taste in any of the world's top restaurants. She put down her chopsticks, unable to maintain her composure any longer. She raised her head, her expression more serious than ever before, and stared straight at Xiao Qingya across the table, who was patiently picking fish bones from Nian Nian's bones. She asked clearly, word by word. "Qingya, tell me. Who exactly is this man?" Chapter 22 Best Friends Late Night Talk and the Undercurrents Beneath the Iceberg. It's 10 p.m. Lin Zhang gently closed the door to the children's room, and Nian Nian had already drifted off into a sweet dream. The entire villa fell into silence. Just then, a hand reached out from the side and suddenly grabbed Xiao Qingya's wrist. It's Su Man. Without saying a word, she pulled Xiao Qingya directly into the master bedroom. Click. She locked the door from the inside. Su Man turned around, crossed her arms, and the jokes from the dinner table were gone from her face. In their place was an unprecedented seriousness. All right, Xiao Qingya. Now, there are no outsiders here, no children. You should tell me the truth. Xiao Qingya leaned against the door, remaining silent, but turned her head away. Suman approached step by step, her aura fully unleashed. Don't give me that bodyguard thing. And don't use his ability to take care of Nian Nian as an excuse. I, Suman, have followed you for so many years. What kind of people haven't I seen? What kind of top chefs haven't I eaten at? That chrysanthemum winter melon dish, what kind of knife skills were those? That was art. That was showing off. Does a bodyguard need to practice that? Does he practice shooting or knife skills 24 hours a day? Suman's voice wasn't loud, but every word was like a hammer, striking Xiao Qingya's defenses heavily. And when would you let a man, a bodyguard you've only known for a few days, into your kitchen and touch your daughter? Where did your fastidiousness and wariness towards men go? Did it get eaten by a dog? Every word was piercing to the heart. Xiao Qingya's body stiffened slightly. Su Man stopped in front of her and stared straight at her. Qingya, something's wrong with you. Something's off about you ever since he showed up. Tell me, who exactly is he? What's going on between you and him? The bedroom fell into a deathly silence. The air seemed to freeze. Xiao Qingya lowered her head, her long eyelashes drooping down, casting a shadow on her face. For a long, long time. So long that Su Man thought she wasn't going to speak. She finally managed to make a sound that was slightly hoarse, without her even realizing it. He is the same person from 4 years ago. In short, it was like dropping a depth charge into a calm lake. Su Man froze. She covered her mouth, her beautiful eyes filled with disbelief. 4 years ago. That man. Xiao Qingya knew better than anyone what those 2 words meant to her. That was the biggest accident in Xiao Qingya's life, and also the deepest thorn in her heart. It is also the origin of my longing. Su Man's mind raced, connecting all the clues. That man. Lin Zheng. Nian Nian's biological father. That's why he gave up his high-paying RD job to become a bodyguard. That's why he treats Nian Nian so well. That kind of heartfelt doting can't be faked. That's why Xiao Qingya was so unusually tolerant of him and protected him. Everything makes sense now. Su Man digested this shocking secret, and it took her a long time before she slowly lowered her hand. She looked at Xiao Qingya with an extremely complicated expression. So, you brought him here, because you want him to reunite with his daughter? Xiao Qingya shook her head, a hint of weariness flashing across her face. I gave him a 3-month trial period. A probationary period? Su Man almost laughed in anger. A probationary period for what? A probationary period for how he will be a father? Does this kind of thing even need a probationary period? She walked over to Xiao Qingya and began to analyze the situation calmly from an outsider's perspective. Qingya, stop deceiving yourself. Look, his fighting skills are off the charts. If it weren't for him during the last kidnapping, the consequences would have been unimaginable. He can protect you and Nian Nian. His culinary skills are superb. He can take good care of your stomachs, mother and daughter, better than any nutritionist. Most importantly, Nian Nian likes him. It's a natural affinity that comes from blood ties, and no one can replace that. Su Man paused, then leaned close to Xiao Qingya's ear and lowered her voice. Besides, the way you look at him is strange. Xiao Qingya's body trembled violently. What nonsense are you spouting? She blurted out her rebuttal, but the blush that rose on her cheeks and her evasive movements completely betrayed her true thoughts. Su Man smiled, a smile that seemed to see through everything. She reached out her finger and gently poked Xiao Qingya's forehead. Still being stubborn. Tell me, how long has it been since you've felt this relaxed? Didn't you notice? When he was around, even your brow relaxed. Just now at dinner, you drank 2 bowls of soup and ate a whole bowl of rice. Has that ever happened to you in the past year? Xiao Qingya was speechless when asked the question. Yes. She herself didn't realize that after this man moved into the villa, her nerves, which had been tense for 4 years, actually relaxed without her noticing. The constant sense of crisis and exhaustion seemed to be diluted by his calm and composed aura. Seeing her silence, Su Man sighed and changed the subject, making it more serious. Okay, even if you accept him in your heart, even if he passes your ridiculous test period. Then what? What about the capital? The capital city. These 2 words, like an invisible mountain, instantly pressed down on the room. Your tyrannical father, and the Qin family, who are eyeing you covetously. Su Man's expression became extremely solemn. Don't forget, you're still bound by the shackles of a marriage alliance with the Qin family. What can a bodyguard, an ordinary person with no power or influence, possibly use to fight them? That's the Xiao family from the capital. And the Qin family from the capital, who can rival the Xiao family? They can make someone vanish from the world without a trace with a flick of their finger. These words were like a bucket of ice water poured on Xiao Qingya's heart, which had just begun to warm up. The hint of confusion and wavering in her eyes was quickly replaced by exhaustion and helplessness. Yes. She herself was mired in a quagmire and unable to escape, so how could she drag Lin Zheng down with her? I have no idea. She leaned against the wall, her voice filled with helplessness. I really don't know what the future holds. But I don't want to be a puppet anymore, letting them control my life. Seeing the deep weariness on her best friend's face, Suman's heart softened. She walked over and took Xiao Qingya's cold hand. Refined and elegant. Her voice was unusually gentle. Forget about family, forget about the future. I'll just ask your own heart. This is the first time in all these years that I've seen a man who truly cherishes you in Yen Yen. He is standing here for your sake. Suman's words were like a key, precisely inserted into the softest and most hidden corner of Xiao Qingya's heart. She couldn't sleep all night. Lin Zhang's image kept replaying in his mind, uncontrollably. With him in the kitchen, the clash of knives and the flickering flames revealed his focused and effortless mastery. He was in the garden, half squatting down, patiently teaching Yen Yen how to build sandcastles. Even in the hospital, covered in blood, he still stood in front of her in Yen Yen, his resolute back a testament to that. Each scene was crystal clear. This heart, frozen for 4 years, seems to have truly developed a crack. Beneath the crack, something is quietly stirring. Chapter 23: The Mysterious Buyer of Victoria Harbor. The next morning. In Lin Zhang's room, only the faint light from the laptop screen shone through. The interface has switched from the familiar Nasdaq to the more volatile Hong Kong stock market. In the account, a string of cold numbers lay silently. 100 million.00. 100 million US dollars. This was transferred from a US stock account, intended as ammunition for the next battle. He picked up the encrypted phone and dialed Li Ming's number. The call was answered almost instantly, and the breathing on the other end was rapid and carried a kind of fanatical adoration. Mr. Lin. What can I do for you? Your dedicated international trading team is now assembled. On standby 24/7. Ready to go into battle at any time. Li Ming's voice trembled slightly with excitement. Having experienced the epic battle of NGNX, Lin Zhang was no longer a human being in his heart, but a god walking among men. Lin Zhang's reply was calm and without any ripples. Preparing to build a position in Hong Kong stocks. Target, Tianswan Holdings, stock code XX. The sound of typing immediately came from Li Ming's end, clearly indicating that he was retrieving information about the stock. Lin Zhang ignored him and closed his eyes. The power of the god-level stock market guru quietly activated at this moment. In his mind, there were no complicated candlestick charts or tedious data analysis. It simply presented an incredibly clear picture of the future. A US tech giant has long coveted Tianswan Holdings, a company with unique algorithm patents. A comprehensive acquisition offer has been placed on the president's desk. We are just waiting for the right time to announce it to the market. And that opportunity will be 2 days from now. Lin Zhang opened his eyes, his pupils clear. He gave outrageously precise instructions over the phone. Use all available funds. Accumulate shares in a diversified manner, regardless of cost, below the price line of 3 Hong Kong dollars. Complete the position building within 2 days. On the other end of the phone, Li Ming gasped. 100 million US dollars. Regardless of cost. Accumulation in just 2 days. What an insane order this is. 100 million US dollars is equivalent to nearly 800 million Hong Kong dollars. Such a huge amount of money poured into a small cap stock with a total market value of only a few billion is enough to drive the stock price sky high. Mr. Lin's instruction, however, was to complete the accumulation of shares below 3 Hong Kong dollars. This is an impossible task. But the thought only flashed through his mind for a fraction of a second. Immediately, they were completely overwhelmed by that miraculous trust. Do we need to doubt God's instructions? Unnecessary. Just execute it. Yes, Mr. Lin. I guarantee to complete the mission. Li Ming's voice was hoarse and distorted. He hung up the phone and rushed into the trading room. Everyone. Highest level command. Target, Tianswan Holdings. Stock code, XXX. Activate the honeycomb system and all sub-accounts. Like streams flowing into the ocean, devour all chips on the market below 3.0. Don't alert anyone. At this moment, Haitong Securities' top international trading team transformed into a sophisticated war machine. Hundreds of sub-accounts distributed around the world are like silent streams. It began to quietly and subtly flow into the seemingly calm pond that was Tianswan Holdings. It didn't cause the slightest ripple. Breakfast time. The atmosphere in the restaurant of the Henteing Villa was somewhat subtle. Su-man was present at the dinner table today. She had completely changed from her shock the night before, and now wore a bright smile, acting as if she were in her own home. Nian Nian, eat more of these shrimp dumplings. Look how thin the skin is and how big the filling is. Your Uncle Lin is really good at cooking. She diligently served food to Nian Nian, but her eyes kept glancing at the man across from her who was quietly drinking porridge. Little Lin, Su-man said casually, Xingya told me you graduated from the computer science department of Jiangzhou University? That's one of the top programs in the country. Why would you want to be a bodyguard? Isn't that a waste of your talent? This question, seemingly one of concern, is in fact a direct test. Xiao Qingya paused for a moment and looked at Lin Zhang. This is something she has never been able to understand. Lin Zhang put down his spoon, wiped his mouth with a napkin, and wore a gentle smile. There's no such thing as wasting one's talents. Everyone has their own ambitions. I prefer my current life to coding in front of a computer. It's more down to earth. His answer was flawless, leaving no room for criticism. Undeterred, Su-man continued her attack. Really? What does your family do, little brother Lin? Judging from your demeanor and your superb cooking skills, you don't seem like someone from an ordinary family. She was subtly probing into Lin Zhang's background. Lin Zhang smiled, but before he could speak, Nian Nian tugged at his sleeve. Uncle, I want to drink milk, the little guy said in his childish voice. Good. Lin Zhang immediately turned around, picked up the warmed milk, poured it into Nian Nian's special little water cup, carefully tested the temperature, and then handed it over. After doing all this, he turned to look at Su-man with an apologetic expression. Excuse me, Miss Su, where were we? Oh, my family is from Jiangzhou. My parents are just ordinary wage earners, nothing special. He casually used the time while taking care of the children to neutralize Su-man's powerful punch. Su-man felt like she had punched cotton. This man is terrifying. He has a natural sense of isolation. No matter how you try to probe him, you can't reach his true core. He just sat there, smiling, and politely answered every question you had. But you just feel that there is a bottomless abyss between you and him. What you see is only the sight he wants you to see. Xiao Qingya watched all of this silently from the side. A tremendous storm raged within her. Who is Su-man? She's a well-known little devil in Shanghai's financial circles, with an unparalleled ability to read people's expressions and moods. But in front of Lin Zhang, all her probing became childish and laughable. Lin Zhang was like a seasoned Tai Chi master, effortlessly diverting all attacks to empty space. For the first time, a thought arose in Xiao Qingya's mind that even she found absurd. Perhaps he truly has the ability to stand up against that powerful family in the capital. Just then, Lin Zhang's phone, which was in his pocket, vibrated slightly. He took it out and glanced at it. On the screen was an encrypted message sent by Li Ming. The first phase of accumulation is complete, and we have taken control of 15% of the outstanding shares at an average cost of $2.85. Lin Zhang's face remained unchanged. He put his phone back in his pocket, picked up his chopsticks, took a piece of golden scrambled egg, and put it into Nian Nian's bowl. Nian Nian, eat this egg, and Uncle will take you to the garden to play with the new bubble machine. Yay! Uncle is the best. The restaurant was once again filled with the happy laughter of children. It was as if the silent confrontation and the news concerning the flow of hundreds of millions of dollars had never existed. Chapter 24: The Calm Before the Storm. The next 2 days were spent at Zhangqing Ocean Park. The dolphin leaped high out of the water, drawing a beautiful arc, which drew cheers from the audience. Nian Nian was held firmly on Lin Zhang's neck, so she had the clearest view. She clapped her little hands excitedly and giggled. Uncle! Uncle! The dolphin is flying. Sit tight. Lin Zhang supported Nian Nian's little bottom with one hand and protected her back with the other, his steps steady as a rock. Su-man followed beside her, holding 3 bottles of water. Today, she had shed her sharp edge, wearing a simple t-shirt and jeans, and the keep-away expression on her face had disappeared. She has completely given up on any further attempts. In the past 2 days, whether at the amusement park or the aquarium, this man named Lin Zhang has shown a reliable quality that is truly admirable. He planned the itinerary, he arranged the route, and he even knew exactly when Nian Nian should drink water and when she would feel sleepy. He was like a central processing unit with supercomputing power, performing the 2 tasks of taking care of children and protecting safety to the extreme. Suman discovered that she was actually starting to enjoy the feeling of being completely arranged for her. You don't have to think about anything, and you don't have to worry about anything. Just being with him gives me a strange sense of peace. She had only ever experienced this feeling with her powerful and influential father. Little Lin, your stamina is amazing. Suman handed him a bottle of water, half-jokingly saying, "You've been playing with this little devil all morning, and you haven't even broken a sweat." Lin Zhang took the water, unscrewed the cap and handed it to Xiao Qingya first, then took a bottle for himself. "I'm used to it," he replied simply. Xiao Qingya silently drank her water, her gaze shifting between Suman and Lin Zhang. She noticed that Suman's attitude towards Lin Zhang had changed. It's no longer just initial scrutiny and curiosity, but something more, appreciation. A woman's way of appreciating a man. Even deeper within that appreciation lay a trace of worship that she herself had never noticed. This discovery made Xiao Qingya feel inexplicably uneasy, as if something was stuck in her throat. Hong Kong stock market. The trading volume of Tianxuan Holdings, a technology stock that is usually ignored, has started to increase abnormally. The stock price is like a difficult climb, slowly but steadily moving from the bottom of $2.50 towards the $3.10 mark. In the trading rooms of several top office buildings in central Hong Kong, the unusual activity was noticed. Check who bought Tianxuan Holdings. Such a large volume and such patience don't seem like retail investor behavior. Boss, I can't find it. What do you mean by cannot be found? The other party's funds were split into thousands of independent personal accounts, spread all over the world, using a hive structure. All leads went cold once they entered. We can only be sure that a whale entered the game silently. Evening at the Cloud Top Villa. When Xiao Qingya came out of the shower, she saw Suman sitting cross-legged on the sofa, holding a laptop and looking focused. "Are you still looking at those candlestick charts?" Xiao Qingya asked, drying her hair. "Qingya, come look at this, it's so interesting." Suman waved to her and pointed to Tianxuan Holdings on the screen. This stock has been frantically bought up by a mysterious force these past 2 days, with a frighteningly clean and efficient method. I bet there's a top-notch trading team behind it, and they're definitely brewing some huge news. Suman spoke with great enthusiasm, her face showing the excitement of having met her match. Xiao Qingya wasn't particularly good at finance. She just noticed the radiant expression on her best friend's face and recalled how she looked at Lin Zhang during the day. That uncomfortable feeling in my heart resurfaced. "It's just a stock, is it worth getting so excited about?" There was a hint of sourness in her words that she herself didn't realize. "You don't understand." Suman shook her head, her eyes sparkling. "This isn't about stocks, it's about the art of war. I really want to meet this whale and see what kind of person it is." Xiao Qingya didn't say anything more, turned around and walked into the bedroom. The afternoon of the third day. The living room of the villa was peaceful, and Nian Nian was taking a nap. Lin Jing sat on the sofa, closed his eyes to rest, and was as relaxed as a cheetah lying in wait. Sudden. The system notification sounded in his mind without warning. Warning, the target company will be suspended from trading in 1 hour and will announce a major acquisition. Lin Zhang's eyelids didn't even twitch. He slowly opened his eyes and stood up. Xiao Qingya, who was gossiping with Suman, glanced at him. "I'm going to the study to deal with an urgent email from the security system," Lin Zhang said, offering an impeccable excuse. "Go ahead." Xiao Qingya nodded. The study door was gently closed. Lin Zhang opened his laptop and, without hesitation, sent an encrypted command to Li Ming. "Prepare for the storm." 4 words, concise and to the point. At the same time, the international trading room on the top floor of Haitong Securities. The atmosphere was heavy and oppressive, as if the air itself had frozen. Li Ming stared intently at the strangely stable horizontal line of Tianxuan Holdings on the trading screen, his forehead covered in fine beads of sweat. Behind him, dozens of top traders stood at their workstations, ready for action, the only sound in the room being suppressed breathing. When those 4 words lit up on Li Ming's phone screen, he seemed to have been injected with a stimulant, and suddenly stood up straight. "It's here. It's finally here." In the living room, Suman was chatting enthusiastically with Xiao Qingya about the latest gossip in the financial world. "You have no idea, the young master of the Farstar Group suffered a major setback this time in the southern part of the city. I heard his father broke his leg, and now everyone in the industry is laughing at their family." Before he could finish speaking, buzz. Suman's phone, which was on the coffee table, suddenly lit up, displaying a pop-up message with a financial news alert in bold red. Tianswan Holdings 099 suspended trading at 14:30 during the session, amid market rumors of a potential major merger and acquisition. Suman's voice stopped abruptly. The smile on her face froze instantly. Is it suspended from trading? While she was still analyzing this whale, trading was suspended? This timing. She suddenly looked up, her gaze sweeping across the living room and locking onto the tightly closed study door. A thought. A wild guess that even she herself found absurd, outrageous, and completely impossible. It exploded in her heart. Lin Zhang. Jiangzhou University, Department of Computer Science. Tianswan Holdings' core technology is algorithm patents. That mysterious $5 million bonus from a few days ago. This afternoon, he happened to enter the study at this exact time. No. Impossible. Absolutely impossible. Suman's body began to tremble slightly, unable to stop herself. Chapter 25, Tenfold Returns and the Birth of the Harbor Oracle. Half an hour. Only half an hour had passed. Almost simultaneously, the Hong Kong Stock Exchange's official website and major financial media outlets displayed a bombshell news item that brought the entire Asian financial community to a standstill. Breaking news: U.S. tech giant Quantum Dynamics announces a full cash takeover bid for Tianswan Holdings XXX at 30 Hong Kong dollars per share. The news was like a nuclear bomb detonating on a calm surface of water. In the living room, every word of the push notification on Suman's phone screen felt like a red-hot branding iron, burning her mind into a blank. 30 Hong Kong dollars. The price before trading was suspended was 3.1 yuan. That's nearly 10 times the premium. This is blatant robbery. It is an epic feast that is a once-in-a-century event in the financial market. The entire Asian financial community was in complete uproar. Countless fund managers were jumping up and down in their offices, cursing and pounding their chests in frustration. They watched the stock fluctuate wildly right under their noses for 2 days, but because of their caution and wait-and-see attitude, they completely missed out on this incredible windfall. Who went in ahead of time? Investigate. Investigate. Find out who that mysterious buyer is. 10 times. A whole 10 times the profit. Good heavens. Countless people went mad, countless people regretted it. At this moment, the international trading room on the top floor of Haitong Securities fell into a deathly silence. Dozens of top traders were frozen in place, completely motionless. They stared intently at the blood-red news headline on the screen, their faces filled with an indescribable blankness. The next second. Someone let out an uncontrollable scream. Immediately afterwards, a deafening roar of cheers erupted like a volcanic eruption, instantly lifting the roof off the entire trading room. We won! We won! 10 times! It's 10 times! My God! I've never fought such a lucrative battle in my entire life. The young traders were in a frenzy, hugging each other, jumping and dancing, some even shedding tears of excitement. They don't need to do anything at all. The acquisition price has already locked in the profit of this transaction. All they did was witness the miracles that happened. Li Ming stood in the center of the crowd. He neither cheered nor jumped. He simply reached out his hand, which was trembling uncontrollably from excessive excitement, and picked up the calculator on the table. His fingers pressed the keys on the keyboard several times before finally aligning them with the numbers. The principal amount was 100 million US dollars. Converted to Hong Kong dollars, that's 780 million. The average cost of establishing a position is 2 Hong Kong dollars and 85 cents. The current locked price is 30 Hong Kong dollars. Profit. Li Ming stared at the long string of numbers on the calculator that made him dizzy, feeling as if his heart was being gripped tightly by an invisible hand. He couldn't breathe. The total account value will approach 1 billion US dollars. With a capital of 100 million US dollars, they generated nearly 900 million US dollars in net profit in just 3 days. Thump. Li Ming's legs went weak, and he slumped into the chair. He is not human. Mr. Lin, he's really not human. He picked up the red encrypted phone, his fingers trembling, and dialed the number that was etched into his very being. The call was connected. Lin. He opened his mouth, only to find that his vocal cords were completely out of control, and he could only utter indistinct syllables. He pinched his thigh hard, and the intense pain brought him back to his senses. Mr. Lin. His voice was trembling uncontrollably, and it sounded like he was crying. 10 billion US dollars. We did it. There was no response on the other end of the phone, only a calm silence. But to Li Ming, this silence carried more weight than any reward. That is the natural tranquility that gods have when they look down upon all living beings. At the same time, this sensational merger and acquisition deal in the Hong Kong stock market, along with the mysterious buyer who had precisely positioned himself in advance, has completely ignited the global financial media. Because Haitong Securities' honeycomb system completely erased all transaction traces, no institution could find out the true identity of this whale. He appeared like a ghost, silently devouring nearly $1 billion in profits, and then vanished just as quietly. Everyone knows he exists, but no one knows who he is. Hong Kong's most authoritative financial daily newspaper featured a headline in bold black font on its front page that shocked everyone. The prophet of Victoria Harbour, who foresaw the oracle in advance. From then on, a brand new codename spread like wildfire throughout the financial world. The prophet of Victoria Harbour. The living room of a villa in the sky. Su Man remained in that position, motionless. On her phone screen, the in-depth report about the Victoria Harbour oracle remained. In the reports, analysts used every syllable of praise in an attempt to deconstruct the mysterious buyer's masterful trading techniques. Top-notch patience. A precise insight into human nature. Godlike predictive ability. As Su Man looked at these words, the image of another person kept flashing through her mind. The man in the kitchen, amidst the flashing knives and the flickering flames, so focused he seemed oblivious to his surroundings. The man in the aquarium, holding Nian Nian steadily on his neck, his steps as firm as a mountain. That man who remained calm and composed in the face of all his tests, leaving no room for error. Lin Zhang. Department of Computer Science, Zhengzhou University. Tianshuan Holdings' core technology lies in its algorithm patents. A few days ago, Gu Xiaoming received a dividend of $5 million US. This afternoon, exactly 1 hour before the trading halt, he went into his study. Clues and fragments connected wildly in her mind, eventually converging into a guess that made her blood almost freeze. No. Impossible. This is absurd. This was completely beyond her understanding of the world. She suddenly raised her head, her gaze fixed on the tightly closed study door. As if to confirm her guess. Click. The study door opened. Lin Zhang came out from inside. Instead of a laptop, he was holding a cute picture book about parenting. He wore a calm and gentle smile, as if he had just enjoyed a peaceful afternoon of reading. Su Man could no longer suppress the turmoil in her heart. She suddenly stood up from the sofa and rushed to Lin Zhang in a few steps. She held up her phone, the screen facing Lin Zhang's face. Her voice trembled violently from the extreme shock. Tianshuan Holdings. The prophet of Victoria Harbour. Her fingertips almost poked Lin Zhang's nose. It's you, isn't it? Faced with this almost out-of-control question, Lin Zhang did not answer. He simply extended his index finger and gently made a should gesture to his lips. Then, he smiled and spoke in an extremely soft voice. Nian Nian just fell asleep. In short, neither admitted nor denied it. But this calm acquiescence, this nonchalant attitude, had a far more terrifying and disruptive impact on Su Man than the figure of $1 billion US. This man didn't take the $1 billion US that had shaken up the entire Asian financial scene seriously at all. In his heart, it wasn't even as important as his daughter getting a peaceful afternoon nap. Su Man's body froze completely. Lin Zhang walked past her and headed towards the children's room. The moment his hand touched the doorknob, the system notification arrived in his mind as scheduled. Ding! Congratulations, host, on completing the epic financial achievement, the prophet of Victoria Harbour. You hear thunder in silence, lay out your plans before the storm arrives, and with a mortal body, perform divine deeds, perfectly embodying the violent aesthetics of information and capital. Achievement points reward, 1,200 points. Current total achievement points, 2,130 points. Chapter 26: The Shock and Protection of My Best Friend. The air in the living room seemed to freeze. Su Man held up her phone, her body trembling uncontrollably with excitement. Click. The door to the children's room was gently closed. The whole world seemed to be shut out. Lin Zhang walked to the crib and looked at his daughter's exquisitely beautiful face. The little one was sleeping soundly, his long eyelashes casting two small shadows on his face, and a sweet smile on his lips, as if he were having a wonderful dream. He bent down and carefully tucked the blanket that had been kicked off her back. My fingertips touched my daughter's warm, soft skin. At this moment, the system notification sound representing billions of dollars in wealth in his mind, and the storm that stirred up the entire Asian financial circle, all seemed distant and unreal. What, Victoria Harbor profit? What, $1 billion US? None of them can compare to even a fraction of the peaceful sleeping face before me. This is the whole meaning of his fight. Su Man was left alone in the living room. She remained in that forward-leaning posture, frozen in place, as if she had been frozen in place by a spell. My mind is blank. Time seemed to have passed for a long time, yet it also seemed to have passed in the blink of an eye. She slowly lowered her trembling hands, all the strength draining from her body in an instant. She staggered back 2 steps and collapsed onto the sofa. Impossible. That's impossible. She kept repeating the phrase in her mind, trying to fight off the chill that swept over her body. But reason was frantically piecing together all the clues, creating a terrifying truth that she couldn't refute. A top graduate of the computer science department at Zhengzhou University. This means that he has a far greater understanding of algorithms than most people. The core of Tianxuan Holdings lies precisely in its algorithm patents. A few days ago, Gu Xiaoming, that playboy, received a bonus of $5 million out of nowhere, leaving him so shocked that he was speechless. At the time, she thought Lin Zhang had just gotten incredibly lucky. Looking back now, that money was the reward Lin Zhang gave to his brothers after his first foray into the US stock market. And this afternoon, just 1 hour before Tianxuan Holdings was suspended from trading, he made an excuse to go into his study. The timing was so perfect it was terrifying. Finally, there was just now. It was his extremely calm Shu when she confronted him, and his words, Nian Nian just fell asleep. Neither admitted nor denied it. That's a default setting. A kind of condescending, all-knowing, godlike acquiescence. Su Man's body began to tremble again. She finally realized how terribly wrong she had been. All her previous attempts to probe about family background, cooking skills, and knife skills were completely misguided. She thought she was examining an ordinary person. But this man possesses power that is far beyond that of an ordinary person. This is not a simple financial investment, not technical analysis, and certainly not so-called insider information. This is a kind of divine power that is almost like predicting the future. He can see the trajectory of the storm. He can hear the divine pronouncements. This realization terrified her even more than the figure of $1 billion. She had seen wealth before. She had seen power before. But this ability to foresee the future has completely exceeded her understanding of the world over the past 30 years. She stared at the closed children's room door, her initial shock slowly transforming into a deep sense of awe. Even deep within that awe, there lurked a trace of fear that she herself was unaware of. Just then, the door to the master bedroom opened. Xiao Qingya came out wearing a bathrobe. She saw Su Man lying listlessly on the sofa, her face frighteningly pale. What's wrong? Xiao Qingya walked over, sat down next to her, and asked with concern. What happened? What did he say to you? Su Man suddenly came to her senses. Looking at her best friend's bewildered yet concerned face, all the words stuck in her throat. Tell her? How do I tell her? Are you saying that your bodyguard is the prophet of Victoria Harbor who stirred up the entire Hong Kong financial circle? He said he earned in 3 days what you couldn't earn in 10 years of hard work? To say that he might not be human, but a god? Will Xiao Qingya believe it? She won't. She'll just think she's gone mad. More importantly, this secret is too big enough to bring about a fatal disaster. What will Lin Zheng face if this gets leaked? Will he be subjected to the frantic scrutiny of countless top financial groups, or will he be captured and dissected for research like a monster? She dared not think about it. Su Man's chest heaved violently as she forced herself to calm down. I can't say. At least not now. She grabbed Xiao Qingya's icy hand and held it tightly. Her expression was more serious than ever before. Refined and elegant. No matter who Lin Zhang is, no matter what secrets he may have. Promise me you'll hold on to him tightly. Su Man spoke each word clearly, her voice not loud, but carrying an undeniable solemnity. He may be your and Nian Nian's only support. Xiao Qingya was completely bewildered by her best friend's sudden seriousness. The only one to rely on? A bodyguard? Although he is indeed very strong and reliable, how did he become the only one to rely on? Suman, what exactly are you talking about? Don't ask. Suman interrupted her, looking into Xiao Qingya's eyes with utmost sincerity. I won't hurt you. Just trust me and remember every word I said today. Seeing the undeniable seriousness and earnestness in her best friend's eyes, Xiao Qingya, though full of confusion, nodded as if possessed. She had known Suman for so many years, and she had never seen her like this before. Late at night. In the guest room, Suman was wide awake. She lay in bed, refreshing the financial news on her phone over and over again. The prophet of Victoria Harbor achieved legendary status in one battle. Billions of dollars created a spectacular story. In-depth analysis. How did the mystery buyer anticipate an epic merger and acquisition 3 days in advance? Looking at those glaring headlines and those astronomical profit analyses, Suman's heart gradually calmed down from fear and turned into unwavering determination. She thought of Xiao Qingya's predicament. I thought of the powerful and domineering Xiao family in the capital. He thought of that marriage alliance with the Qin family, which felt like a shackle. Faced with these behemoths, Xiao Qingya's sky technology was utterly inadequate. But now, things are different. Lin Zhang appeared. He appeared beside Qingya and Nian Nian with this almost divine power. This is no coincidence. This may be the only trump card that fate has given to Qingya and her daughter that can overturn the table. Qingya must know about this trump card. She needed to know just how terrifying the power of the man standing next to her was. This is not an ordinary bodyguard, nor is he a simple father. This is a true behemoth that can rival the entire world of top-tier wealthy families. The next morning, Suman packed her luggage and prepared to leave. In the restaurant, Lin Zhang had already prepared a sumptuous breakfast. Looking at his patient and gentle manner as he fed Nian Nian porridge, Suman could no longer associate him with the prophet who stirred up the financial world. How many faces does this man have? Before leaving, Suman gave Nian Nian a big hug. Then, she hugged Xiao Qingya tightly for a long time. That gesture was so solemn, like a farewell. Just as Xiao Qingya was feeling puzzled, Suman let go of her, leaned close to her ear, and whispered something quickly in a voice only the two of them could hear. After I leave, find an opportunity to ask him about Tianswan Holdings. Remember, don't use an interrogative tone. After saying that, Suman pulled her suitcase without looking back and walked out of the villa gate. Xiao Qingya was left alone, standing there, her mind filled with huge questions. Tianswan Holdings? Wasn't that the stock that Suman excitedly talked about all night last night? What does this have to do with Lin Zhang? Chapter 27: The Bet Under the Iceberg. Suman is gone. The villa fell silent, returning to its usual tranquility. But some things can never be the same again. Xiao Qingya was restless all day. During a video conference at Skydome Technology, the head of the North American region was reporting on the sales forecast for the third quarter, but she didn't hear a single word. Her fingers unconsciously traced the cold frame of her phone under the table. On the screen is a search history for a financial news article. Tianswan Holdings. These 4 words, like a curse, lingered in her mind all day. She recalled the look of excitement and awe on Suman's face last night when she talked about the Victoria Harbor Oracle. She also recalled the words her best friend whispered in her ear before leaving, in an unprecedentedly solemn tone. After I leave, find an opportunity to ask him about Tianswan Holdings. Remember, don't use an interrogative tone. Why? Why did Suman tell her to ask Lin Zhang? What could be the connection between a bodyguard, a computer science graduate, and a mysterious financial tycoon who has stirred up the entire Hong Kong financial world? Absurd. But Suman's expression told her that this matter was not absurd at all. Mr. Xiao? Mr. Xiao? In the video, you can hear a subordinate calling out cautiously. Xiao Qingya snapped back to reality. She glanced at the confused face on the screen and felt a surge of irritation. The meeting is suspended and will resume in half an hour. Without any emotion, she dropped a single sentence and abruptly ended the video call. She couldn't concentrate all afternoon. In her mind, 2 completely unrelated lines were forcibly twisted together by Suman, forming an unsolvable knot. On one side was Lin Zhang's calm and gentle face. On the other hand, behind the codename Victoria Harbor Prophet lies a terrifying force, almost divine, capable of unleashing towering waves. She tried to analyze the matter using the logical system she had built up over the past 20 years. There is only one conclusion. Absolutely impossible. This completely contradicted all her understanding of the world. But Su Man's extremely serious expression kept shaking her judgment. It's late at night. Nian Nian was already fast asleep in her little bed. Zhang Ma also went back to her room. In the spacious living room of the villa, only a dim floor lamp was lit. Lin Zhang sat on the sofa under the lamp, holding a thick book in his hands, reading intently. That was a book he had just bought that afternoon, titled Child Psychology and Behavior Guidance. Xiao Qingya changed into her bathrobe and walked out of the bedroom. Her footsteps were particularly clear in the empty living room. She poured herself a glass of water, but instead of going back to her room, she walked straight up to Lin Zhang. She stood there, looking down at him. An invisible tension permeated the air. Lin Zhang raised his head. The light shone from his side and behind, casting a soft shadow on his face, adding an unfathomable depth to his otherwise clean-cut and handsome features. Xiao Qingya's heart skipped a beat for no apparent reason. She forced herself to calm down and spoke in what she thought was a casual tone. Su Man said you have a lot of knowledge about financial investment? She asked that question. Lin Zhang showed no surprise whatsoever. He closed the book, put it aside, leaned back slightly, and sank into the soft sofa. He looked at her and said with a smile, I've heard a little about it. The clouds are light and the breeze is gentle. It's that same nonchalant attitude again. Xiao Qingya felt that her carefully prepared aura was easily shattered by his 4 words. She clenched the water glass in her hand, but the warmth of the glass couldn't warm her icy fingertips. She decided to stop going in circles. Do you know about Tian Swan Holdings that's currently listed on the Hong Kong Stock Exchange? She stared intently at Lin Zhang's face, not wanting to miss any subtle change in his expression. But she was disappointed. Lin Zhang's expression remained calm and composed. Xiao Qingya could only continue to press for answers, her speech unconsciously quickening and becoming filled with rational analysis, as if she were discussing a business case. Some say that a mysterious buyer had been lying in wait and made nearly $1 billion in 3 days, earning him the nickname Victoria Harbor Oracle in the market. Do you think this is possible? How could one person accurately predict a merger and acquisition deal of this magnitude? Or is this just a very low probability coincidence? She tried to use scientific terms like coincidence and low probability event to frame the incident within a scope she could understand. She hoped Lin Zhang would continue in the same direction. Even a simple "you're so lucky" would temporarily suppress the absurd speculation in her mind. However, Lin Zhang did not. He lowered his crossed legs and sat up straight on the sofa. He looked directly into her eyes. Those calm eyes now seemed to hold a bottomless starry sky. He spoke slowly. There is no coincidence. His voice wasn't loud, but it was like a bombshell, exploding in Xiao Qingya's ears. Only absolute prediction is possible. Absolutely accurate prediction. Xiao Qingya's heart trembled violently, and her body swayed uncontrollably. All her rationality, all her logic, all her self-persuasion, were utterly shattered by those words at that moment. But verbally, she was still putting up a final resistance. I don't believe it. Her voice trembled slightly, without her even realizing it. This is not scientific, it completely violates the laws of finance, unless I see it with my own eyes. Lin Zhang smiled. That's exactly what he was waiting for. The next second, he suddenly stood up. His height of over 1.8 meters exuded an invisible sense of oppression, instantly enveloping Xiao Qingya. He took a step closer to her. The distance between the two was reduced to less than half a meter. She could even smell his fresh scent, a mixture of shower gel and a faint bookish aroma. Xiao Qingya instinctively tried to back away, but her feet seemed to be rooted to the spot, and she couldn't move. Lin Zhang leaned forward slightly and whispered in her ear. The warm breath brushed against her sensitive earlobe, making half of her body go numb. He lowered his voice, his magnetic voice carrying a deadly allure. Okay. Let's make a bet. Xiao Qingya's mind went completely blank. Bet? What to bet on? All I could hear was him continuing to speak, word by word, in that seductive voice. Let's find another target. I'll do the operation, and you'll witness it. If I win, if I prove to you. He paused, his deep gaze slowly moving down from her shocked face, finally settling on her soft lips, which were slightly pursed due to nervousness. Give me a kiss. Boom. Xiao Qingya's brain instantly shut down. All the color rushed to her face at that moment, burning her until she felt dizzy. Without thinking, she blurted out her refusal. You. But I just couldn't bring myself to say no. Her intense desire for the truth and the challenging, even slightly aggressive, demands of the man before her were locked in a fierce battle within her. Reason was screaming at her to run away. But deep inside her, a voice was calling out, urging her to agree. She looked into Lin Zhang's eyes, which seemed to see through everything. Finally, without even realizing it, he nodded slightly, as if possessed. The next second, as if she had been burned, she turned around abruptly and rushed back to her room as if fleeing. With a loud bang, the door was slammed shut. She leaned against the cold door, trembling all over, her heart pounding so hard it felt like it was going to jump out of her throat. Chapter 28 Live Broadcast of the Miracle. The next day, in the study. Lin Zhang did not open the stock trading software again. He set his sights on the more volatile and immediacy-driven international gold market. Sit. Lin Zhang pointed to the chair next to him. Xiao Qingya did not hesitate and pulled out a chair to sit down. She wanted to see just how he was going to prove it. Lin Zhang opened a software with an extremely simple interface filled with professional data. Haitong Securities' proprietary international trading software. Then, he picked up the red encrypted phone, dialed a number, and pressed the speakerphone button. The phone rang only once before it was answered instantly. A voice, slightly distorted by extreme excitement, came through the receiver, exceptionally clear in the quiet study. Mr. Lin. Please give instructions. That's not the respect a subordinate shows to a superior. It is the kind of fanaticism that trembles and fanaticism from the depths of the soul as they await divine revelation. Xiao Qingya's heart skipped a beat. She had heard countless people report to her, but she had never heard this tone before. Lin Zhang's gaze fell on the fluctuating curve on the screen representing the price of gold, and he spoke calmly. An hour later, the Fed will unexpectedly release a hawkish meeting minutes on inflation expectations. Now, we will use $500 million to establish a short position in gold at $1,850 per ounce. Leverage by 100 times. A deathly silence fell over the study. Li Ming on the other end of the phone had no questions, only a resolute reply. Yes, Mr. Lin. The call was disconnected. Xiao Qingya's breathing stopped completely at that moment. $500 million. 100x leverage. Her mind, fueled by the instincts of a business queen, was calculating frantically. With a principal of $500 million and a financial leverage of 100 times, this means that Lin Zhang has made a super bet of up to $50 billion in the market. $500 billion. US dollars. This number, like an invisible mountain, pressed heavily on her chest, making it almost impossible for her to breathe. The annual net profit of Tianqiang Technology is less than a fraction of this figure. And so, with a casual and effortless gesture, he poured a massive sum of money enough to make any country take notice into the volatile gold market with a single phone call. This is a huge gamble. A crazy gamble with a stake of $50 billion US dollars. She turned her head sharply and looked at the man beside her. Lin Zhang's face was expressionless. There was no gambler's madness, no decision-maker's tension, and not even the slightest emotional fluctuation. He simply picked up the water glass on the table, took a sip, and then looked back at the screen. He was as calm as if he had just ordered the purchase of a pound of cabbage, not $500 billion US dollars worth of gold. Time passed, second by second. On the trading software, the curve representing the gold price is fluctuating very steadily around $1,850. Nothing happened. Xiao Qingya's palms were already covered in cold sweat. She didn't understand. She was completely unable to understand what was happening before her eyes using her own knowledge system. The minutes of the Federal Reserve meetings are top secrets in the global financial markets. Even a leak a minute earlier than an hour beforehand would be enough to cause a huge uproar, and could even land someone in jail. What gives him the right? How could he know the contents of this top secret document an hour in advance? This is no longer analysis or prediction. This is a prophecy. Torment. Every second felt like an incredibly long and agonizing ordeal. The study was eerily quiet, with only Xiao Qingya's increasingly rapid heartbeat remaining. As she looked at Lin Zhang's calm profile, that absurd thought in her mind began to grow wildly once again. Could it be that he can really see the future? 50 minutes have passed. The gold price curve remains as flat as a stagnant pool. Xiao Qingya's psychological defenses are on the verge of collapse. She even began to suspect that this was a deception deliberately set up by Lin Zhang, a lie fabricated to win that absurd bet. just as she was about to blurt out a question. On the screen, that smooth curve, without any warning, started to move. It was as if it had suddenly broken free from all its restraints, lost all its support, and started to fall vertically downwards. It's not a decline. It's a fall. A straight, unresisting, precipitous fall. Almost at the same instant, Xiao Qingya's phone, which was on the table, suddenly lit up. At that very moment, major financial news apps around the world simultaneously pushed out the same urgent news alert in bold red to users worldwide. The Federal Reserve unexpectedly released the minutes of its meeting last month, with extremely hawkish wording, causing market expectations for future interest rate hikes to surge. Boom! Xiao Qingya's mind went completely blank. She stared intently at the line of text on her phone screen, then abruptly turned to look at the computer screen. In just a few minutes, the price of gold plummeted from $1,850 to $1,820. On the trading software interface, the green number representing profits was jumping wildly at an unimaginable speed that completely defied the laws of physics. $100 million. $150 million. $200 million. What's jumping around isn't numbers. It is a wealth that countless people can never attain in their lifetime, and a vast amount of capital that can cause the economic collapse of a small country. All of this happened in less than 5 minutes. The moment that green number crossed the $250 million mark, Lin Zhang picked up the phone. He calmly said one sentence to Li Ming, who was already in a frenzy on the other end of the phone. Close all positions. After saying that, he closed the trading software and shut down his laptop. The whole world seemed to have fallen silent. He turned his head and looked at the woman beside him, who was completely frozen, as if she had become an ice sculpture. He smiled, breaking the deathly silence. Now, do you believe me? Chapter 29: Fulfilling the Bet and Upgrading Culinary Skills. The air in the study seemed to freeze. Xiao Qingya looked at Lin Zhang's smiling face, her mind still unable to shake off the capital storm she had just witnessed. A gamble worth $50 billion. The gold price curve plummeted. The green numbers on the screen represent a profit of $250 million. All of this felt like a bizarre and fantastical dream. But the man's calm questioning reminded her that this was not a dream. A miracle truly unfolded before her eyes. She lost. The defeat was complete and utter, without a doubt. Lin Zhang didn't speak, but just looked at her with a smile, patiently waiting. He neither urged him nor showed any smugness. He stood there, like a child waiting for a reward, or like a god in control of everything. Time passed in a suffocating silence. Xiao Qingya felt her cheeks heating up at an alarming rate. The burning sensation started from the base of my ear and went all the way down to my neck. The contents of the bet echoed wildly in her mind. Give me a kiss. These 5 words felt like a branding iron, burning her with discomfort. Who is she? She is the helmsman of Sky Dome technology, and in the eyes of outsiders, she is an unapproachable ice queen. She has never done such a thing. Reason was screaming at her to refuse, to turn and leave. But she couldn't do it. She witnessed the miracle firsthand, and the man's terrifying ability to overturn worldviews. In her proud business world, the spirit of contract is an ironclad rule ingrained in her very being. Moreover, deep down, a voice inside her was telling her something. She did not resist. Xiao Qingya closed her eyes tightly, her long eyelashes trembling violently. As if she had made a huge decision, her body leaned forward slightly involuntarily. A soft touch flashed across Lin Zhang's cheek. Dragonfly skimming the water. It carries a hint of coolness and an indescribable fragrance. After the kiss, she immediately jumped back like a startled rabbit. She stumbled back 2 large steps, her back slamming heavily against the bookshelf with a dull thud. She was completely unaware of the pain. She dared not look Lin Zhang in the eye, keeping her head down and staring intently at her toes. I'll go check on Nian Nian. She dropped this incoherent sentence, turned and ran, her panicked movements completely unlike those of the decisive and ruthless female CEO. The study door slammed shut, separating the 2 worlds. Lin Zhang stood still, without moving. He slowly reached out and touched the cheek that had just been kissed. There, a faint, warm touch seemed to linger. The smile on his lips deepened. One corner of this iceberg has already melted. He walked to his desk and sat down again. With a thought, the system panel, visible only to him, unfolded before his eyes. That thrilling financial attack just now has indeed paid off. Ding! Congratulations, host, for completing the hidden achievement Witness to a Miracle. You perfectly demonstrated a precognitive ability beyond human comprehension in front of your target, shattering their established worldview with absolute power and planting the seed of godhood within their heart. Achievement points reward, 2,000 points. Current total achievement points, 4,130 points. More than 4,000. Lin Zhang looked at the number and felt completely calm. For him, money had long been nothing more than a string of cold numbers. But the achievement criteria are different. This is the true foundation upon which he protected his wife and daughters and built his own power. Without hesitation, he opened the system store, his gaze sweeping over the dazzling array of ability modules. Business Tycoon, God-level hacker, master of Chinese martial arts. These abilities are very tempting, but his primary task now is to continue to solidify his position in the family. Nothing is more direct and effective than winning someone's heart through their stomach. His finger landed on the upgrade button for God-level cooking skills. Do you wish to spend 1,000 achievement points to upgrade beginner divine cooking skill to intermediate divine cooking skill? Confirm. Ding. Upgrade successful. A flash of light. A torrent of information, 10 times larger than the last time, instantly flooded his mind. This time, it's no longer about basic knife skills and cooking time. Rather, it is higher level knowledge regarding the molecular structure of top quality ingredients and their optimal cooking temperature. The different layers of flavor that can be created by adding different spices to the pot at different times. Deception and manipulation of taste. It even includes complete recipes for dozens of long-lost imperial cuisines, as well as the essence of cutting-edge molecular gastronomy techniques. From slow cooking at low temperatures to quick freezing in liquid nitrogen, from smoky flavors to centrifugal clarification. Countless incredible cooking techniques were integrated into his mind. Lin Zhang slowly closed his eyes, digesting this vast amount of knowledge. He felt that his understanding of the word eating had been elevated to a completely new dimension. If we're talking about basic culinary skills, the goal is to make him a world-class chef. So, intermediate-level culinary skills are what make him an artist in the culinary field. 6 o'clock in the evening. Lin Zhang entered the kitchen on time to prepare dinner. Aunt Zhang has already prepared the freshest ingredients for the day and neatly arranged them on the kitchen counter. A piece of top-quality Wagyu beef, a few organic tomatoes, and some seasonal vegetables. In the past, when Lin Zhang saw these ingredients, 3 or 4 perfect ways of preparing them would come to mind. But now, looking at the beautifully marbled Wagyu beef with its red and white stripes, no fewer than 20 new cooking ideas instantly came to mind. He can pan-fry it with butter and rosemary to achieve the classic crispy exterior and tender interior. Alternatively, it can be slow-cooked at a constant temperature of 58 degrees Celsius for up to 2 hours to ensure that every fiber inside is perfectly tender. He can even use liquid nitrogen to instantly freeze its surface and then roast it with a high-temperature spray gun to create an extreme taste of ice and fire. He decided to make an upgraded version of the dish for dinner tonight. A dish that is enough to once again overturn Xiao Qingya and Nian Nian's taste buds. Consider it a celebration of winning that bet. He picked up a tomato. In his new perspective, the tomato is no longer a hole. He can clearly see the toughness of the tomato skin, the water content of the flesh, and the optimal release temperature of lycopene and monosodium glutamate. A smile appeared on his lips as he picked up the kitchen knife. Tonight, he has more to do than just have dinner. It was also a tasting magic show performed solely for his wife and daughters. Chapter 30 Tofu Pudding on the Edge of a Knife. Xiao Qingya finished her work early. She practically fled the top floor office of Sky Dome Technology. That bet, that fleeting touch, was like an out-of-control electric current coursing through her body all afternoon. She needed to go home, to find a quiet environment to sort out her chaotic thoughts. But when she pushed open the villa door, she subconsciously slowed her steps, wanting to avoid the man who was causing her so much distress. For some inexplicable reason, instead of heading to the living room, she went around to the kitchen doorway, wanting to see if Zhang Ma was preparing dinner. However, she unexpectedly witnessed a scene that made her heart stop. Zhang Ma wasn't in the kitchen. Lin Zhang was the only one standing quietly in front of the kitchen counter. There was no top-grade Wagyu beef or rare ingredients in front of him, only a piece of silken tofu, the most common type of tofu you can buy in a supermarket for just a few dollars. Fair and tender, delicate and fragile. What he was holding wasn't some expensive kitchen knife, it was just the same ordinary Chinese cleaver that Zhang Ma had used for several years. Xiao Qingye stood outside the door, holding her breath. Under her gaze, Lin Zhang moved. With just a slight flick of his wrist, the blade of the ordinary kitchen knife landed on the piece of tender tofu. There was no sound. There was no resistance. The knife blade moved swiftly and rhythmically across the tofu. His movements were incredibly fast, creating a blurry afterimage, yet they were so gentle and ethereal, as if he were holding not a heavy iron weapon, but a fleeting feather. Cross-section. Vertical cut. Xiao Qingye's eyes couldn't keep up with the trajectory of his blade at all. She could only see countless streaks of silver light flashing across the tofu. The entire process was fluid and graceful, filled with an indescribable harmony and beauty, as if it were not chopping vegetables, but rather a solemn artistic creation. 1,000 knives. $2,000. When the last flash of light disappeared, Lin Zhang stopped moving. He slowly pulled the kitchen knife away. The tofu on the counter looked perfectly intact, still perfectly square and flawless. Xiao Qingye frowned in confusion. What is he doing? The next second, Lin Zhang gently lifted the bottom of the tofu with the flat side of his knife, and with a gentle movement, slid the entire piece of tofu into a bowl of crystal clear spring water that had been prepared beforehand. A miracle has happened once again. The moment the tofu hits the water, the once intact piece of tofu, like a dandelion seed blown by the spring breeze, quietly dispersed. Thousands of thin, hair-like strands of tofu, as delicate as cicada wings, slowly unfurl and drift in the clear spring water, eventually blooming into a magnificent, pure white, and distinctly layered chrysanthemum in the water. Those petals were 100 times more delicate and exquisite than the chrysanthemum and winter melon petals from last time. Top-tier state banquet dishes. Wensi tofu. Xiao Qingye instinctively covered her mouth with her hand to prevent herself from letting out a gasp. Her mind went blank once again. If the chrysanthemum winter melon dish last time showcased the masterful knife skills of a top chef, then this bowl of Wensi tofu in front of me is simply divine skill. It is a pinnacle of skill that is simply impossible for human beings to achieve. It's only been a few days? It's only been a few days since he first cooked. How could his cooking skills have improved so much? Is there no limit to his abilities? Just then, Zhang Ma passed by carrying a plate of freshly washed fruit. When she saw the scene in the bowl, she froze on the spot. The fruit plate in her hand tilted, and several strawberries rolled to the ground. Zhang Ma, however, was completely unaware. She pointed tremblingly at the tofu pudding in the bowl of water, stammered, and leaned close to Xiao Qingye, whispering in a dreamlike voice. Mr. Xiao. Mr. Xiao. Mr. Lin, he really isn't human. He's a celestial being who descended to our home, just to cook for you and Miss, right? These words were like a key, suddenly unlocking the tightly locked door in Xiao Qingye's heart. Immortal? This seemingly absurd word, however, sounds so fitting at this moment. Yes. Who, besides God, could know the Federal Reserve's top secret minutes an hour in advance? Aside from God, who could rake in $1 billion from the Hong Kong stock market in just 3 days? Who but God could carve such a marvelous work of art from a piece of ordinary iron? At dinner time, when the bowl of Wensi tofu soup, with its clear broth, distinct strands of tofu, and exquisite flavor, was served, the entire restaurant fell silent. Nian Nian was the happiest. She was full of curiosity about the beautiful chrysanthemum soup. She took her little silver spoon and gently stirred the soup, watching the tofu strips float in the soup. She had a great time playing with it. Wow! Uncle! It's Hua Hua! Nian Nian wants to eat flour. Lin Jing smiled, scooped up a small spoonful, blew on it to cool it down, and handed it to Nian Nian's lips. Eat slowly, be careful it's hot. Xiao Qingye, however, couldn't bring herself to eat for a long time. She looked at the man opposite her. He was patiently telling his daughter the little story of how the chrysanthemum in the bowl came to be, his eyes full of tenderness. The mystery surrounding him not only failed to be solved, but instead grew larger and deeper. Xiao Qingye suddenly realized. Lin Zhang's power seems to have no end. He is like a bottomless treasure, or an endless black hole. Just when you think you've seen everything about him and reached his limits, he always manages to casually bring out something even more shocking and mind-blowing. This feeling filled her with an indescribable sense of dread. How can a person's abilities be limitless? But deep within this fear, a strange sense of peace and dependence, which she had never experienced before, also arose. It's as if as long as this man is there, the sky won't fall down. Chapter 31: The Adorable Kids Game and the Unexpected Kiss. The cozy time after dinner is the most relaxing moment of the day for this family. A soft play mat was laid on the carpet, with colorful Lego bricks scattered on it. Lin Zhang, Xiao Qingya, and Nian Nian sat together, working together to build the pink castle that Nian Nian had always dreamed of. Lin Zhang's fingers are long and steady, and he can always accurately find the piece that Nian Nian needs from a pile of messy building blocks, and then patiently teach her how to put it in the correct position. Xiao Qingya helped sort the building blocks from the side. She didn't say anything, just watched quietly, looking at Lin Zhang's soft profile as he lowered his head. Watching him face his daughter, I saw the genuine patience and doting affection he showed. Watching Nian Nian giggle and laugh, repeatedly putting the blocks together incorrectly, and then trying again with Lin Zhang's encouragement. The warm, bright lights in the living room elongated the three people's shadows, causing them to overlap and create a harmonious scene. After the shock brought by Wensi Tofu, Xiao Qingya's heart was now enveloped by a strange warmth. This man was as powerful as a god, yet incredibly gentle. This extreme contrast gave her an unprecedented sense of peace, but also an uncontrollable sense of panic. Just then, the main structure of the castle was finally completed. Nian Nian clapped her hands excitedly, but suddenly felt that she was getting a little tired of the game. The little guy's big, dark eyes darted around, and a brand new idea popped into his head. She scrambled up from the pile of toys, clapped her chubby little hands like a little leader, and announced loudly in a childish voice. "We're not playing with building blocks anymore. Let's play a kissing game." Kissing game? Lin Zhang and Xiao Qingya looked up at the same time and exchanged a glance. They both sensed the same emotion from each other's reactions. It was a mixture of helplessness and overwhelming doting affection towards this clever little devil's endless stream of mischievous ideas. Before they could even speak, Nian Nian had already started acting as a little director. She ran between the two of them and used her little hands to push them into a seated position. One left, one right. Then, she sat down in the very center, completely satisfied, like a queen ready to be inspected. The little girl stretched out her chubby finger, first pointing to her pink left cheek, and gave orders to Lin Zhang. "Uncle, kiss me here." Then, she turned her finger to the other side, pointing to her right cheek as she looked at Xiao Qingya. At home, when no one else is around, she will secretly call for her mother. "Mommy, kiss me here." Lin Zhang and Xiao Qingya both laughed. So that's what this little game is like. The lingering awkwardness in Xiao Qingya's heart due to the bet was instantly dispelled by her daughter's innocence and cuteness. This is simply a child's purest expression of wanting to receive love from both parents at the same time. She had no reason to refuse. Lin Zhang would never refuse any request from his daughter. He looked at Nian Nian's expectant little face and nodded in agreement. Good. Seeing that both adults had agreed, Nian Nian was overjoyed. She straightened her small body, imitating the referee on TV, raised one little hand, and solemnly called out the commands. Preparation. Start. Add a command. Lin Zhang and Xiao Qingya cooperated perfectly, bending down at the same time to kiss Nian Nian's cute little face. On the left is Lin Zhang. On the right is Xiao Qingya. Both of their movements were full of tenderness. The distance is rapidly closing. The warmth was already palpable. Just as their lips were about to touch Nian Nian's cheek, at the critical moment, the little rascal sitting in the middle suddenly broke into an incredibly cunning smile. She let out a smug laugh, then suddenly shrank back, her whole body moving like a nimble little eel, instantly slipping away from the gap between the two. That's too fast. Everything happened too fast. Due to inertia, neither Lin Zhang nor Xiao Qingya had time to stop. Then, under the bright, warm light of the living room, two warm, soft lips, without any warning or avoidance, pressed together precisely. Soft. Warm. It carried a unique, refreshing, and clean scent that belonged to the other person. Time seemed to have been paused at that moment. The whole world fell silent. Lin Zhang's body stiffened. Xiao Qingya's body also froze completely. The two remained in that position, their eyes meeting. They were so close that she could clearly see her own face, filled with extreme shock and panic, reflected in his dark pupils. He could see the same emotion in her reaction. Their breaths mingled, warm and intertwined, carrying a kind of ambiguous feeling that made one's heart flutter. My mind is blank. My heart skipped a beat and then began to beat wildly. Behind him, the little rascal, having succeeded in his scheme, burst into a triumphant, silvery laugh, breaking the deathly silence. Uncle and Mom kissed. Nian Nian has been caught. Boom! This innocent remark from a child exploded like a bomb in Xiao Qingya's mind. She snapped out of her daze, as if struck by an electric current, and jolted backward. She panicked completely, not knowing what to do with her hands and feet, and practically scrambled to her feet off the carpet. All the color rushed to his face at that moment. From her cheeks to her ears and her long neck, everything was a blazing red. She dared not look at Lin Zhang again. She didn't even dare to look at her daughter, who was still giggling foolishly. I'm going upstairs, to work. She dropped a nonsensical remark, turned and ran, her steps faltering, her back view showing a complete lack of the composure she usually possessed as an ice queen. Bang! The door to the master bedroom was slammed shut. In the living room, only Lin Zhang and Nian Nian, who was sitting on the carpet, were left, clapping and cheering for their masterpiece. Lin Zhang slowly stood up, subconsciously raised his hand, and gently touched his lips with his fingertips. There, a trace of soft touch and a faint, sweet fragrance that belonged to her still lingered. He turned his head and looked at the closed door, a smile appearing on his face that he himself was unaware of. Then, he looked down at his daughter, who was still grinning foolishly, and helplessly picked her up from the carpet. "You little rascal! Look what you've done, you've scared your mother away." Nian Nian hugged Lin Zhang's neck and planted a big kiss on his cheek, announcing it triumphantly. "Because uncle and mom kissed. Shame on you." Lin Zhang held his daughter, not knowing whether to laugh or cry. Chapter 32: Weekend Appointments and Security Barriers. The next morning in the restaurant, a subtle sense of stagnation hung in the air. Xiao Qingya woke up late for the first time ever. She changed into a neatly tailored loungewear outfit and wore delicate light makeup, trying to regain the sense of control that belonged to the business queen in her daily life. But when she walked into the restaurant and saw the man placing a golden toast in front of Nian Nian, all her pretense almost collapsed on the spot. She paused, her gaze drifting uncontrollably elsewhere, unable to meet Lin Zhang's eyes. Last night's unexpected kiss was like an out-of-control brand, burning her lips repeatedly all night long. Lin Zhang, however, acted as if nothing had happened. He was wearing a simple white t-shirt and casual pants, and he exuded the scent of the morning sun. "Good morning, Mom." Nian Nian greeted him indistinctly, her mouth full of toast. "Good morning." Xiao Qingya pulled out a chair and sat down in the seat furthest from Lin Zhang. Lin Zhang placed a glass of warm milk beside her, his movements natural and fluid, as if everything from last night was just a dream. He didn't even glance at her. Instead, he picked up a washed strawberry, carefully cut it into the shape of a little rabbit with a knife, and placed it on Nian Nian's plate. Strawberries are rich in vitamin C, which can help improve Nian Nian's skin and prevent colds. His explanations were detailed and patient. He was a true professional childcare provider. Xiao Qingya picked up the milk and took a sip. The warm liquid slid down her throat, but it couldn't dispel the panic in her heart. The more nonchalant he seemed, the more uncomfortable she felt. Breakfast was being served in an eerily quiet atmosphere. Only the cheerful laughter of Nian Nian echoed in the restaurant. Just as Xiao Qingya was about to lose her temper and was about to find an excuse to leave, Lin Zhang suddenly spoke up. "Are you free this Sunday?" His question came suddenly, yet with remarkable calm. Xiao Qingya tightened her grip on the cup. "Go out? With him?" Her instinct was to refuse. Lin Zhang didn't give her a chance to refuse, and continued to state his opinion in his calm and unemotional tone. "I need to conduct on-site inspections of several new emergency evacuation routes and test the performance of vehicles under different road conditions to ensure your absolute safety." Professional terminology. Professional reasons. A potentially ambiguous date was instantly transformed into a meticulous security operation. All of Xiao Qingya's words of refusal were stuck in her throat. She couldn't refute it. Because every word he said struck her most sensitive nerve as a mother's safety. Especially after the previous kidnapping incident, safety is of paramount importance to her. But deep down, a voice told her that she didn't actually want to refuse. She longed for a trip like any other family. Going out to play? Yay! Yay! As soon as Nian Nian heard that she could go out to play, she immediately slid off her high chair and rushed over like a little cannonball, hugging Xiao Qingya's leg. The little girl tilted her delicate, pretty face up and tried her best to act cute. "Mommy, let's go out and play with Uncle." "Okay?" Nian Nian wants to go to the amusement park. The daughter's help became the final straw that broke the camel's back. Looking into her daughter's big, expectant eyes, Xiao Qingya's heart softened completely. She cleared her throat, trying to keep her expression as cool and aloof as usual. She looked at Lin Zhang and said something bluntly. Limited to security testing only. Don't waste too much time. Okay. Lin Zhang smiled and nodded, as if he had expected her to agree. He wiped his hands, then changed the subject calmly and posed a new question. In addition, your vehicles also need to be replaced. Ride? Xiao Qingya frowned. She was currently riding in a top-of-the-line Mercedes-Benz S-Class, which was suitable for her status in terms of both comfort and brand image. Lin Zhang saw through her doubts and continued speaking. That Mercedes-Benz S-Class is excellent as a daily driver, but its protection level is seriously inadequate under professional security standards. His expression turned serious. He was no longer the gentle father comforting his child, but the coldness of a top security expert. It is incapable of dealing with any potential extreme threats. Xiao Qingya's heart sank suddenly. All that could be heard was Lin Zhang analyzing each point in a cold, factual tone. Bulletproof rating, blank. Run flat tires? No. Independent emergency communication systems and anti-tracking, anti-eavesdropping, and jamming systems, these are all blank. Each word was like a bullet, precisely shattering Xiao Qingya's preconceived notions. She had never thought about a car from this perspective before. In her view, a car is just a means of transportation, a symbol of status. But in Lin Zhang's words, it became a flawed and fragile iron shell. Lin Zhang finally drew a conclusion, his voice not loud, but it struck Xiao Qingya's heart heavily. In the face of real danger, this car is no different from one made of paper. Made of paper. Xiao Qingya's face instantly turned pale. She recalled the cold, venomous image of the scorpion at the kindergarten gate last time. What if the other party had used a gun instead of a camera? She dared not think any further. A chilling fear shot from the soles of my feet straight to the top of my head. She then realized how naive and shallow her understanding of security had been. She thought that by hiring a security team at great expense and staying in a top-tier security villa area, she would be completely safe. However, they overlooked the fact that the most dangerous part often occurs during travel. Seeing the changing expressions on her face, Lin Zhang knew that the time had come. He then presented his own solution, his tone leaving no room for argument, full of the decisiveness of a guardian. So, the first task on Sunday is to replace your vehicle with a real mobile safe house. Mobile safe house. These 5 words, carrying an unparalleled and unwavering power, instantly struck Xiao Qingya's heart. She looked at Lin Zhang, looking into his calm yet incredibly determined eyes. At that moment, she suddenly felt that her proud business empire, those cold, hard numbers of wealth, seemed so powerless in the face of the absolute security barrier built by this man. After a long while, she finally found her voice and gently squeezed out a single word from her throat. Good. She acquiesced to the arrangement. She realized that this man was using a method she could not resist at all, and even willingly accepted, to gradually bring her and her daughter under his unbreakable wings. This feeling filled her with trepidation, yet it also made her feel incredibly at ease. Chapter 33: The Moving Fortress and the Jaw-Dropping Awe. Sunday morning, the sun was shining brightly. Lin Zhang drove his Mercedes-Benz S-Class, which looked quite ordinary in the Cloud-Top Villa district, with the mother and daughter, who were dressed up, out of the manner. Xiao Qingya wore a white Chanel suit today, with her long hair pulled back, looking elegant and aloof. Nian, dressed in a pink princess dress, sat in a specially designed child safety seat, swinging her little legs back and forth, full of anticipation for the trip. The vehicle didn't head towards any bustling commercial districts, but instead drove through the city, eventually turning onto a quiet, tree-lined avenue and stopping in front of a seemingly unremarkable building. There is no huge logo here, no lavish exhibition hall, only a heavy metal door with a low-key nameplate hanging on it. Klassen. Zhangzhou's most high-end car customization center operates on a fully appointment-only basis, serving a select few at the very top of the pyramid. As soon as the car came to a stop, a young man in a suit walked out of the security booth at the entrance. He first glanced at the ordinary Mercedes-Benz S-Class, then swept his gaze over Lin Zhang, who was wearing a casual t-shirt in the driver's seat, his movements revealing a hint of unintentional disregard. He thought they had gone to the wrong place or were just ordinary customers who came to join the fun. Sir, do you have an appointment? Lin Zhang lowered the car window and calmly announced a name. That was Li Ming from Haitong Securities, who had used his influence to make an appointment for Lin Zhang half an hour earlier. The young salesman, named Li Wei, didn't completely lose his disdain after confirming the appointment information. Instead, he put on a professional, fake smile. He led the 3 into the hall, which was also simply decorated, with only a basic modified Mercedes-Benz V-Class on display. These are our most popular business models, with spacious interiors and comfortable seats. Li Wei's introduction was listless and perfunctory. Lin Zheng didn't even look at the car and interrupted him directly. I need your vehicles with the highest security rating available now. Li Wei was stunned for a moment. Lin Zheng continued in his calm, emotionless tone, uttering a series of words that sent chills down Li Wei's spine. VR-8 ballistic protection standards require the ability to withstand 7.62mm armor-piercing rounds. It must include an independent, sealed oxygen supply system and basic electromagnetic pulse protection. The fake smile on Li Wei's face froze completely. He opened his mouth, but couldn't utter a single word. He only heard these words from his manager when he was working on proposals for truly top-tier individuals. Who exactly is this young man in front of me, wearing a t-shirt that costs only a few dozen yuan? Cold sweat instantly broke out on his forehead. His previous sense of superiority and contempt were completely washed away by fear and shock. Sir, please wait a moment. I'll go get our manager right away. Li Wei practically scrambled to the inner office. Soon, a middle-aged man in his 40s, wearing gold-rimmed glasses and with a calm demeanor, strode out. He is the manager of this customization center, and his surname is Wang. Manager Wang first gave Lin Zheng a quick glance, and then, with an extremely respectful attitude, made a pleased gesture. Please come in, esteemed guest. The car you need is in our VIP showroom. After passing through an alloy door that requires both fingerprint and iris verification, a huge underground space comes into view. This is the true core of Clausen. In the very center of the space, a steel beast stood silently. That was an armored vehicle based on a Rolls-Royce Cullinan that had undergone extensive customization and modification. The entire vehicle is covered in a deep matte black paint, and the windows are frighteningly thick, giving them a deep, dark green hue. The body lines are more rugged than the original Cullinan, exuding a sense of power. It stood there silently, like a lurking beast, exuding a chilling sense of oppression. Yen Yen was startled by the big black car and instinctively hid behind Lin Zheng. Xiao Qingya was also stunned by the scene before her. Although she didn't know much about cars, the mere sight of that car parked there gave her an unprecedented sense of security. Manager Wang took a deep breath, preparing to begin his well-rehearsed presentation. Sir, this car is the pinnacle of our German headquarters, codenamed Fortress, and it uses the highest specifications throughout. Lin Zheng raised his hand to interrupt him. He walked straight to the front of the car, without bothering to feel the leather seats or admire the starry sky roof. He stretched out his finger and tapped lightly on the ridiculously thick car window with his knuckles. Saint Gobain's custom bulletproof glass, with a 72mm thick interlayer, right? Manager Wang's pupils suddenly contracted. This data is one of the core secrets of this car. Lin Zheng didn't stop. He went around to the side of the car, squatted down, and took a look at the huge tires. The tires are Michelin PAX run-flat tires, which can guarantee at least 100 kilometers of emergency range at a speed of 80 kilometers per hour when flat, right? Manager Wang's forehead was already sweating. Lin Zheng stood up, opened the car door that weighed over 100 kilograms, and pressed his fingers hard on the doorframe's sealing strip. How long can the backup physical power supply of the active electromagnetic sealing system of the car door last after a severe impact causes the central circuit to be interrupted? This problem is like a sharp knife, piercing straight to the core. Manager Wang's face had turned somewhat pale. This question is too technical, he needs to consult a technical manual to answer it. Xiao Qingya stood to the side, completely unable to understand what they were saying. But she could understand Manager Wang's reaction. From initial confidence to current shock, and now to horror and awe. She looked at Lin Zheng. He seemed to know those cold, military-sounding parameters like the back of his hand. Watching him bombard the manager of this top-tier customization center with a series of sharp questions, leaving him speechless. A terrible thought began to frantically grow in her mind. Bodyguard? Stock market guru? A master chef? Now, he has another identity as a military equipment expert? Lin Zheng, how many more areas are you hiding that she has no idea about? This man seems shrouded in layers of mystery. You see through one layer, only to find that there is an even deeper and broader unknown behind it. Lin Zheng finished checking the last detail and nodded in satisfaction. The vehicle's protection level fully meets his requirements. He turned around and calmly said a sentence to Manager Wang, who was already almost unable to stand. This is the one. Full payment, I need to pick it up today. Manager Wang and Li Wei, who was standing next to him, felt their hearts skip a beat. pick it up today? For cars of this caliber, from ordering to delivery, doesn't it take at least a year and a half? What stunned them even more was what Lin Zhang said next. He glanced at the stunningly beautiful woman beside him who hadn't said a word the whole time, just watching quietly. In addition, the vehicle is registered under Ms. Xiao Qingya's name. Boom! Manager Wang and Li Wei were completely dumbfounded. This car, excluding optional extras, costs a whopping 38 million renminbi just for basic modifications and bulletproof certification. Taking the money out in full on the spot is already a legendary feat. Now, he actually says he wants to give this mobile fortress worth millions directly to the lady next to him? They looked at Lin Zhang, at this man dressed in ordinary casual clothes. That's no longer about looking at a client. That was seeing a living god walking among humans. 38 million. For him, it was as easy and casual as going downstairs to the convenience store to buy a bottle of water. Xiao Qingya was completely stunned. She wasn't unfamiliar with money. Sky Dome Technologies' revenue was far greater than that figure. But she never imagined that one day, a man would casually present her with a mobile fortress worth nearly 40 million as a gift. She opened her mouth, wanting to refuse. But looking into Lin Zhang's calm and determined eyes, she couldn't bring herself to say no. That look in her eyes was telling her something. This is not a gift. This was an unbreakable, secure barrier he had built for the mother and daughter. Chapter 34: The Shock of the Black Card and the Queen's Exclusive Ride. In the VIP signing room, the atmosphere was so quiet you could hear your own heartbeat. Manager Wang held a beautifully printed car purchase contract in both hands, leaned forward slightly, and placed the contract gently on the mahogany table in front of Xiao Qingya with the utmost respect. Ms. Xiao, this is the vehicle contract. Please take a look. Xiao Qingya's gaze fell on the contract. Her name was clearly printed in the buyer's column. In the price section, the number 38 million.00 burned like a raging flame against her cornea. Her mind was in complete turmoil. 38 million. This number is nothing to her. Sky Dome Technologies' daily turnover is more than that. But the significance of this money is completely different. This is neither a business investment nor an asset allocation. This is a man who, with an undeniable air of authority, built a safe haven for her and her daughter. This heavy protection made her feel an unprecedented sense of suffocation, as if her fate was being firmly bound to this man by his money and power. She wanted to speak. She wanted to say that it was too expensive and she couldn't accept it. But the words stuck in his throat and he couldn't get them out. Lin Zhang didn't say anything, but simply took a Mont-Blanc pen from Manager Wang, removed the cap, and handed it to her. His movements were calm, without the slightest hint of coercion. But those black pupils were like the bottomless night sky, filled with an unwavering determination. That gesture seemed to be telling her something. This is not a matter for discussion. This is a notification. Your safety and your daughter's safety are my responsibility. Xiao Qingya's breath hitched for a moment. She looked at the pen in front of her, then at Lin Zhang's calm face. Finally, as if possessed, she reached out and took the pen. The pen tip felt slightly cool. Her hand holding the pen was a little stiff. She signed her name at the signature section at the end of the contract. Xiao Qingya. She had signed those two words countless times, each time representing a business decision worth hundreds of millions or even billions, each time filled with the confidence and decisiveness of a queen. Only this time, her pen tip trembled slightly, without her even realizing it. When the last stroke was made, she felt that the invisible thread between her and this man had been tightened even more. Once the signature was finalized, Manager Wang's face immediately lit up with a bright smile, and he relaxed completely. Okay. Now, let's move on to the payment process. Sir, are you? He hadn't finished speaking. Lin Zhang had already taken a card out of his pocket and casually placed it on the table. It was a completely black card, without any superfluous decorations, except for the portrait of an ancient Roman centurion in the center, exuding an understated yet supremely noble aura. Li Ming from Haitong Securities expedited his application. He was the legendary king of cards. American Express Centurion Black Card. The moment Manager Wang's gaze fell upon the card, the smile on his face froze completely. He was frozen in place, as if he had been frozen in place. As the head of Jiangzhou's most high-end car customization center, he has met countless top-tier wealthy individuals and seen many top-tier VIP cards from various banks. But this card, he had only seen its image in the company's top-level internal training materials and in those legends circulating at the top of the pyramid. Unlimited limit. There's nothing he can't buy anywhere in the world, as long as it's legal. Those who possess it are either extremely wealthy or of high status, to a degree that is beyond the imagination of ordinary people. Sir, this is. Manager Wang's voice was trembling. He didn't even dare to reach out and touch the card. Lin Zhang ignored his shock and simply spoke calmly. Swipe your card. 2 words, a simple and understated description. Yet it possesses an irresistible power. Manager Wang jolted awake, snapping back to reality. He dared not delay any longer and immediately picked up the card in the POS machine beside him, his hands trembling slightly. He carefully, as if holding a priceless treasure, inserted the card. Enter the amount. 38 million. His palms were already sweating when he pressed that string of 0. Drop. The notification sound of successful payment sounded particularly jarring in the quiet signing room. The POS machine started spitting out long sales slips with a buzzing sound. That sound was like a harvester, reaping the last shred of reason from everyone present. The young salesman, Li Wei, standing behind Manager Wang, was so shocked that his mouth could fit an egg. He was completely dumbfounded. He looked at the printed, frighteningly long receipt and felt his worldview being completely shattered and then rebuilt in that moment. 38 million. Pay in full with 1 card. Without even blinking. He looked at the man in the ordinary t-shirt again, and there was no fear in his body, only the purest awe, like looking up to a god. Xiao Qingya also froze. Of course she recognized the card. That was something even she wasn't entitled to. How many secrets is this man still hiding? Just then, a childish voice broke the deathly silence in the room. Yin Yan had been sitting quietly playing nearby, but now she was filled with curiosity about the brand new big black car and tugged at Lin Zhang's sleeve. Uncle, this big black car is so cool. The little girl first praised him, then looked up at Lin Zhang with her innocent eyes and expressed her little wish. But Nian Nian likes pink, can we make it pink? Pink? A top-of-the-line armored fortress worth 38 million, capable of withstanding armor-piercing rounds. Turning into pink? Manager Wang almost couldn't catch his breath and fainted on the spot. This is such a waste. However, Lin Zhang's reaction once again overturned his understanding. Lin Zhang bent down, smiled, and patted Nian Nian's head, his actions full of unwavering affection. Without the slightest hesitation, he turned around and gave new instructions to the petrified Manager Wang. Did you hear that? Contact your best window tinting supplier and have a custom-made cherry blossom pink car wrap made with the highest spec craftsmanship. Come to the Yunding Mountain No. 1 villa for construction tomorrow. Manager Wang's mind went blank with a buzz. He nodded frantically, almost instinctively. Yes. Yes. Sir. I understand. I guarantee it. I'll use the highest grade German imported car window film and have the top technicians personally lead the team to install it for you. I guarantee you'll be satisfied. A man who, for the sake of his sister, decided to give a mobile fortress a pink exterior. This kind of pampering goes beyond the realm of money. Xiao Qingya stood aside, watching this scene, her heart filled with mixed feelings. She didn't know whether she should laugh or feel helpless. This man always manages to challenge her understanding in ways she can never predict. Half an hour later. The entire staff of the Klassen Custom Center bowed almost 90 degrees in farewell. A brand new, black steel behemoth smoothly drove out of the heavy metal gate. Lin Zhang drove this mobile fortress, carrying Xiao Qingya, whose heart was already in turmoil, and Nian Nian, who was excited about the upcoming pink car in the back seat. The vehicles merged into the traffic flow and drove smoothly toward their next destination. Chapter 35: A chance encounter at a top-tier shopping mall and an old grudge. After leaving the Klassen Customization Center, the black steel behemoth did not return directly to the Cloud-Top Villa. Lin Zhang drove the mobile fortress smoothly into the traffic and finally stopped in the underground parking lot of Vientiane Sky, Zhengzhou's most upscale luxury shopping center. He turned off the engine and spoke to Xiao Qingya in the back seat through the internal communication system. Now that you've changed your vehicle, your daily attire also needs a risk assessment to ensure it's appropriate and comfortable for any occasion. His tone remained that of a businesslike, professional one. It was as if the place we were going next wasn't a dazzling array of luxury stores, but rather a training ground where tactical analysis was required. Sitting in the large, soft leather seat in the back, Xiao Qingya listened to these words and felt a strange sweetness welling up in her heart. Risk assessment? It's amazing that he could come up with this. This man always likes to use the most professional excuses to do the gentlest things. From the initial security reconnaissance to the later weekend outings, and now, buying clothes. He used an undeniable yet domineering presence to gradually infiltrate every aspect of her and her daughter's lives. She saw through his true intention to buy them clothes, but this time, she didn't object. Perhaps the impact of that mobile fortress worth $38 million was too great. Or perhaps it was that legendary black card that made her begin to waver for the first time regarding the wealth and status she was so proud of. She simply hummed in agreement, tacitly approving of the shopping trip ostensibly for risk assessment. Inside the Mixi shopping mall, people were thronging the streets. Lin Zhang pushed a delicate children's stroller, with Nian Nian sitting obediently inside, curiously looking around at everything. Xiao Qingya walked beside him. A handsome and tall man, a stunningly beautiful woman with a cool and aloof demeanor, and an adorable child whose delicate features are so cute they're almost unfair. This strange yet incredibly eye-catching combination instantly became the focus of the entire mall. Countless gazes, some in amazement, some in envy, and some in speculation, were cast upon him. Wow, that woman has such a great presence. Is she some kind of celebrity? The man next to her is so handsome, he has such a great body. Is he her husband? No way. Look at that man's clothes, they're very ordinary. He's probably a bodyguard, right? Wow, are all bodyguards this handsome these days? That little girl is so cute. Is she her daughter or her sister? The surrounding chatter wasn't loud, but it drifted into my ears intermittently. Xiao Qingya was already used to the feeling of being the center of attention, and remained expressionless. Lin Zheng completely ignored everyone's gaze. All his attention was focused on the mother and daughter beside him. They walked into a top Italian children's clothing brand store. The store is decorated in a luxurious and dreamy style, filled with all kinds of pretty dresses and clothes. Nian Nian's eyes immediately lit up, and she pointed to a tulle skirt with wings with her little finger, shouting excitedly, "Uncle! Nian Nian wants that!" Lin Jing smiled and was about to ask the sales assistant to take the dress down. Just then, a sarcastic, mocking, and frivolous voice came from nearby. "Hey, isn't this Lin Zhang, the once renowned top talent of Jiangzhou University?" Lin Zhang paused for a moment. He turned his head. A man dressed in flashy trendy clothes, wearing a thick gold chain, and with his hair slicked back, was seen embracing his girlfriend, a social media influencer with a face full of hyaluronic acid injections, who was looking at him with a mocking expression. Li Xiao, Lin Zhang's classmate in college. However, there was no affection between the two. This Li Xiao comes from a family that owns a factory, making him a minor rich kid. He's always been very high profile at school. But whether it's academic performance or popularity with women, he's always been overshadowed by Lin Zhang. The most beautiful girl in the department whom he pursued back then chose Lin Zhang without hesitation, which made him hold a grudge and constantly cause trouble for Lin Zhang. I never expected to run into him here. Li Xiao's gaze swept over Lin Zhang briefly. A simple t-shirt, a pair of casual pants, and a pair of sneakers. The whole outfit probably costs less than 500 yuan. Then look at Xiao Qingya beside him. She's dressed in haute couture and exudes a powerful aura. She's clearly a top-tier rich and beautiful woman from a wealthy and noble family. A mocking smile, as if to say "I understand," immediately appeared on Li Xiao's face. He deliberately raised his voice and boasted to his internet celebrity girlfriend in his arms. "Honey, look, this is the top student I told you about before. What a pity. What's the use of studying so well? If you become stupid from studying, you won't even be able to find a good job after graduation." He paused deliberately, then continued in an exaggeratedly sympathetic tone. "Aren't you still out there acting as a bodyguard and bag carrier for rich women?" He emphasized the word rich woman with a heavy tone. His internet celebrity girlfriend immediately understood and let out a shrill giggle. Her gaze swept critically over Xiao Qingya, then she deliberately spoke in an innocent tone, loudly. "Wow, this lady takes such good care of herself. Taking his little sister out shopping with such a handsome bodyguard, he's a true winner in life." Every word in that sentence was filled with malicious implications about being kept and being kept. Some of the onlookers also wore amused expressions. Xiao Qingya's face instantly turned cold. A chilling aura emanated from her. As the queen of Sky Dome technology, no one has ever dared to be so presumptuous in front of her. She was about to speak, to shut this arrogant clown up forever. A warm hand gently pressed down on her wrist. It was Lin Zhang. He used this gesture to stop her. Xiao Qingya looked at him, puzzled. But they found that Lin Zhang's face showed no sign of anger. He simply stared calmly at Li Xiao across from him, as if watching a ridiculous monkey show that had nothing to do with him. Seeing Lin Zhang's dead pig doesn't fear boiling water attitude, Li Xiao's anger flared even more. He thought Lin Zhang had been hit where it hurt and was powerless to refute, so he could only pretend to be deep. He was about to say something even harsher to humiliate Lin Zhang. Inside the stroller, Nian Nian, who had been quietly waiting, suddenly tugged at Lin Zhang's sleeve. The little girl couldn't understand the subtle, witty banter between the adults. But she could sense that something was wrong with the atmosphere, and she could also tell that the man opposite her was annoying. She pouted and complained softly in a childish voice. "Uncle, that person is so noisy." Chapter 36: The Silent Crushing and the Art of Spending Money. Lin Zhang didn't give Li Xiao a single unnecessary movement. He completely ignored the person and turned to give the somewhat bewildered store manager a gentle smile. "Hello." His voice was calm, yet possessed a natural charm. "Please bring out all the clothes, shoes, and accessories from this season that are suitable for my sister's age group, and let her try them on." The store manager was stunned. "All?" This season's new arrivals, along with classic styles, total dozens of pieces in various sizes. This is no small project. But when she looked at Lin Zhang's calm face and then at Xiao Qingya, who had a powerful aura and stunning beauty, beside him, her professional instincts made her realize what was going on immediately. This is definitely a super big client. "Okay, sir. Please wait a moment." The store manager immediately put on the warmest smile and called out to all the sales assistants in the store. "Quick! Bring out all the new models from Section A and Section C. Size. Pay attention to the size." The entire children's clothing store instantly became busy and orderly because of Lin Zhang's words. Several sales assistants surrounded Nian Nian and led her to the dreamy fitting room with a velvet carpet. Nian Nian was like a little princess, being carefully served by everyone, and started her own fashion show. The first outfit was a white princess dress with lace trim. When Nian Nian wore it, she looked like a little angel who had stepped out of a fairy tale. The second outfit is a lively and playful denim overall, paired with a small yellow hat, full of summer energy. The third outfit was an elegant Scottish-style plaid skirt, making her look like a young lady going to the opening ceremony of a prestigious school. Li Xiao stood not far away, watching this exaggerated scene, his mockery turning into astonishment. His internet celebrity girlfriend also pouted. The feeling of being completely ignored fueled Li Xiao's anger even more. He felt like a clown putting on a great show, but the audience wouldn't even give him a second glance. This kind of humiliation is even more painful than being directly scolded. He raised his voice, deliberately speaking loudly to his girlfriend in his arms in a sour tone. "Why are you pretending to be a big spender? Bring out all your clothes and act like you're really going to buy something. Honey, let me tell you, I've seen plenty of people like this. They're just too proud to admit it and suffer for it. After you try them on, they'll find an excuse to say it doesn't fit, and they won't buy a single one. He's quite capable to be able to afford even one item from here." His voice was loud enough for everyone in the store to hear clearly. His internet celebrity girlfriend also giggled and played along with him. Exactly, are bodyguards these days such good actors? However, Lin Zhang still ignored him. His entire focus was on his daughter. Every time Nian Nian changed into a new outfit and ran out of the fitting room, he would be the first to greet her, squat down, and praise her with the gentlest compliments. "Wow, our Nian Nian looks so beautiful in this outfit. This one is also very cute, like a little painter. This one looks good too." Whenever Nian Nian showed a particularly fond expression towards a certain piece of clothing, Lin Zhang would turn to the store manager next to him, who was taking notes in a small notebook, and calmly utter a few words. "This set. And those sets from earlier. Wrap up everything she likes." His voice wasn't loud, but it exploded like a series of heavy bombs in the hearts of everyone in the store. The store manager's hands, which were taking notes, began to tremble. The smile on her face was no longer one of enthusiasm, but rather one of reverence. The customers who had been watching the spectacle all fell silent, looking at Lin Zhang with expressions of awe and wonder. A dozen minutes later, the fitting was over. Nearly 20 sets of various children's clothes, shoes, and hats were piled up on the cashier counter like a small mountain. Lin Zhang glanced at the pile of clothes, pointed to it, and said to the store manager, who was almost unable to stand, "Take them all." Then, he took a card out of his pocket and handed it over. That wasn't a bank card, but a beautifully crafted business card. "Deliver it to this address." The store manager carefully took the business card. When she saw the line of small, gold-embossed characters, her hand trembled violently. Yunding Mountain, Villa Number 1. What place is that? That was the pinnacle of true wealth in the entire Jiangzhou. Li Xiao and his internet celebrity girlfriend also craned their necks to see the address on the business card. The two of them gaped open in an O shape, their eyes practically popping out of their sockets. Yunding Mountain Villa Number 1? Are you kidding me? The profits from his family's factory for a year couldn't even buy one toilet there. How could this guy dressed in cheap clothes possibly live there? But what happened next shattered their last illusions. Lin Zhang took out the card, which was completely black. Simply swipe your finger on the POS machine. Drop. A shockingly long purchase receipt was printed out. The total amount is 468,000 yuan. Li Xiao felt his mind go blank with a buzzing sound. 460,000. Just to buy a few clothes for a little girl? He and his girlfriend were completely stunned. Lin Zhang acted as if he had done something insignificant. He put away the card, pushed Nian Nian, and led Xiao Qingya, who hadn't said a word from beginning to end, out of the children's clothing store. He went straight into the next room. Chanel, a haute couture women's clothing store. As soon as he entered, Lin Zhang spoke to Xiao Qingya beside him, still in that business-like tone. You need a few sets too. Consider it a new work uniform. Xiao Qingya had no time to react. Lin Zhang, with the top-notch aesthetic sense and fashion sense bestowed upon him by the system, has begun to issue instructions to the store manager. That white tweed suit suited her very well. And take down that long black trench coat in the shop window too. Also, show her all the newest handbags you've received. His insight is extremely sharp. Every piece she chose perfectly matched Xiao Qingya's aloof yet elegant temperament, as if they were tailor-made for her. The Chanel manager has better insight than the children's clothing store manager. She immediately recognized the value of Xiao Qingya's vintage Chanel dress, and even more so, she noticed the effortless control Lin Zhang exuded. She dared not be negligent in the slightest and immediately assigned two of her best sales associates to provide Xiao Qingya with one-on-one service. Li Xiao didn't believe in superstition. He felt a burning pain in his face. If he couldn't get revenge today, he would never be able to show his face in the industry again. He also dragged his internet celebrity girlfriend along and reluctantly followed them inside. Honey, let's take a look too. He wanted to buy the latest handbag to show off in front of Lin Zhang and prove that he could afford it too. He pointed to a pink leather bag in the display case and asked the sales assistant in a grand manner. Let me see this. The sales assistant smiled and took out the bag. Li Xiao's girlfriend loved it dearly. Li Xiao cleared his throat and asked a question as if it were casual. How much is this? The sales assistant maintained a professional smile. Sir, this is our latest limited edition, priced at 188,000. The smile on Li Xiao's face froze. 180,000. He hesitated. It's not that he can't afford it, but it's almost his entire month's allowance. Is it worth spending a month's allowance just to save face? In those few seconds of his hesitation. On the other side, Lin Zhang had already finished the battle. He didn't even look at the price, he just spoke to the Chanel manager. Wrap up everything she just tried. It was that black card again. Another soft beep sounded. This time, the POS machine printed out a sales slip with a figure of 980,000. The entire Chanel store was deathly silent. Li Xiao and his internet celebrity girlfriend are completely petrified. They felt like two clowns, performing an extremely awkward one-man show in front of someone who was truly wealthy. This isn't over yet. The mall's general manager, a middle-aged man with a receding hairline, somehow got wind of the news and rushed over. He completely ignored the other customers in the store, went straight to Lin Zhang, bowed at a 90-degree angle, and was extremely humble. Mr. Lin. I'm so sorry for not greeting you sooner. I am the general manager of this mall. For your purchase today, our mall will provide you with the highest level of VIP service, and all goods will be delivered directly to your door. Lin Zhang simply nodded calmly. That's thoughtful of you. After saying that, he pushed Nian Nian and left in a grand procession, personally escorted by the mall's general manager and a group of senior executives. He didn't look at Li Xiao even once more from beginning to end. It was a kind of complete disregard from a higher dimension. Li Xiao and his internet celebrity girlfriend were completely left standing there. The gazes of everyone around them were like knives, piercing them. That gaze was filled with pity, mockery, and the same kind of pity one would show to a fool. Li Xiao's face turned pale, then bluish, and finally turned a deep liver color. He felt he had never been so humiliated in his entire life. Chapter 37: The Guardian's Stance and the Devastated Jealousy. The mall's general manager personally led the way, bending at a 90-degree angle, his posture frighteningly humble. Behind him, the Chanel store manager and several sales assistants, along with the children's clothing store staff, formed a long procession carrying dozens of shopping bags of various sizes. This exaggerated scene plunged the entire Mixi Sky Mall into an eerie silence. All the customers stopped in their tracks, their eyes meeting as they followed the procession. They looked at the group walking in the middle. The man was pushing a stroller, his figure upright. The woman walked beside him. She was stunningly beautiful and had a cool, aloof demeanor. Inside the car sat a beautifully sculpted little girl, curiously swinging her legs. This image is full of strong visual impact. Li Xiao and his internet celebrity girlfriend stood frozen in front of the Chanel store, completely overwhelmed by the torrent of traffic. They became an awkward and ridiculous backdrop in this spectacular scene. Li Xiao's face was contorted in anger, and the poisonous fire of jealousy burned wildly in his chest. He couldn't understand it. He just couldn't understand it. Why? Why was that poor student who wore a faded old t-shirt and could only afford one vegetarian dish in the cafeteria able to transform into someone with such terrifying wealth? That black card, those nearly $1 million in spending. All of this was like a series of red-hot branding irons, fiercely searing his dignity. Just as the group was about to pass by them, Lin Zheng suddenly stopped. He pushed the stroller, turned around, and looked at Li Xiao. He had a faint smile on his face, as if he had just noticed his old classmate's presence. Li Xiao, it's been a long time. His opening remarks were calm, revealing no emotion whatsoever. I'm just relaxing with my family today, please excuse the poor appearance. Family. He didn't say those two words loudly, but they clearly reached everyone's ears. As he spoke, he naturally leaned half a step closer to Xiao Qingya, a gesture full of intimacy and protectiveness. Li Xiao's body jolted violently. Family? He looked at Lin Zhang, then at Xiao Qingya beside him, who was as unapproachable as a queen, and then at the adorable little girl in the stroller. A more intense flame, mixed with resentment and shame, shot straight to the top of his head. His internet celebrity girlfriend reacted even more directly at this moment. She first glanced at Nian Nian, the exquisitely beautiful girl in Lin Zhang's arms. The little girl's big, innocent eyes could melt anyone's heart. She secretly glanced at Xiao Qingya again. That captivating face, that aloofness and nobility emanating from her very bones, that's a quality she could never imitate, no matter how many surgeries or injections she had. Finally, her gaze returned to Li Xiao beside her. His face was ashen, his features contorted, like a defeated rooster. The difference is obvious when compared side by side. Her body unconsciously shifted a small step away from Li Xiao. This tiny gesture was full of disdain. Lin Zheng didn't look at Li Xiao again. He turned back and spoke to Xiao Qingya, his businesslike tone gone, replaced by a natural and indulgent affection. Let's go, it's getting late. It's time to go home and make Nian Nian's favorite steamed egg custard. Steamed egg with egg white. It's just an ordinary, everyday saying. But it was like the heaviest iron fist, slamming hard into Li Xiao's heart. It completely shattered his last line of psychological defense. He had assumed that the other party's strength lay solely in their terrifying wealth, their extravagant spending and disregard for money. But at this moment he realized how wrong he had been. True domination isn't about throwing money at someone. Instead, after spending millions on clothes, the other person can still casually discuss making a bowl of steamed eggs for their child that costs only a few dollars. That warm, genuine, and unattainable sense of family happiness is the most lethal weapon. It shattered Li Xiao's vanity and pride, built up with money. Lin Zhang, carrying the somewhat sleepy Nian Nian, walked side by side with Xiao Qingya, surrounded by the mall's general manager and a group of senior executives, toward the parking lot. Xiao Qingya walked silently. The phrase "spend time with family" was like a pebble thrown into her long frozen heart, creating huge ripples. She looked at Lin Zhang's resolute profile. This man is redefining her and her daughter's world in a way she can't resist. Underground parking lot. When Li Xiao followed, looking lost and confused, wanting to see what kind of car the other person was driving, Lin Zhang pressed the car key. Beep beep. Not far away, a huge black beast flashed its headlights twice. That was an armored vehicle based on a Rolls-Royce Cullinan and heavily customized. The matte black paint absorbs all the surrounding light, and the car's lines are as sharp as an armored tank, exuding a sense of oppressive power that makes people's hearts tremble. It stood there quietly, like a lurking beast. Li Xiao's brain completely shut down. As a second-generation rich kid, he certainly recognized the car. No, he didn't recognize him. He only recognized the Rolls-Royce Cullinan, but not this horribly modified fortress. But that didn't stop him from estimating the car's value. That was an astronomical sum that he couldn't afford even after several lifetimes of hard work, and even after selling his father's factory. This is his dream. It was the ultimate vehicle he never dared to dream of. Now, it stopped in front of that poor student he looked down on the most. Under Li Xiao's blank stare. The heavy car doors, as thick as vault doors, opened silently and automatically. Lin Jing skillfully picked up Nian Nian, gently placed her in the back seat's dedicated child safety seat, and fastened her seatbelt. Then, he went around to the other side and gentlemanly opened the passenger door for Xiao Qingya, his hand even protecting her head from the top of the door. The entire movement was fluid and natural. The vehicle started smoothly. The engine emitted a roar like that of a ferocious beast. The black steel behemoth silently slid out of the parking space and sped away. All that remained was a completely distraught Li Xiao, and the thick, choking exhaust fumes behind him. He felt as if his soul had been crushed into dust by the wheels of that car. His internet celebrity girlfriend looked in the direction the car disappeared, then glanced at Li Xiao, who looked dazed. She silently released Li Xiao's hand, quietly took a few steps back, took out her phone, and began to plan how to find the next more suitable target. Chapter 38: The Aftermath of the Defeat and the Brewing Storm. The black steel behemoth drove smoothly back to the cloud-top villa. The car was so quiet that only the slight noise of the tires rolling over the road and the even, sweet breathing of the person in the back seat could be heard. The little girl got tired from playing and fell asleep as soon as she got in the car in her special child safety seat, with a satisfied smile on her face. Xiao Qingya sat in the passenger seat without saying a word. Her gaze was unfocused on the rapidly receding city lights outside the window, but in her mind, everything that had happened that day was replaying over and over again. That Centurion card, completely black. That mobile fortress worth 38 million. Those luxury shopping bags, nearly 1.5 million, piled up like a mountain. And then there's that simple yet powerful phrase, spend time with family. Every scene was like a boulder crashing into her already turbulent heart, stirring up towering waves. She turned her head and looked at the man beside her who was focused on driving. Lin Zheng's profile was distinct, and his expression was calm, as if the overwhelming display of wealth that afternoon was nothing more than drinking a glass of water and eating a meal to him, something as ordinary as it could be. The mystery surrounding this man is growing ever thicker. From a highly skilled bodyguard to a culinary master and a stock market guru who stirs up the international financial market, he has now demonstrated a terrifying wealth that even she can only dream of. After a long silence, Xiao Qingya finally broke the tranquility inside the car. What have you been through in these 4 years? Her voice was very soft, carrying a hint of probing and caution that she herself was unaware of. This was the first time she had taken the initiative to ask about his past. Lin Zheng's driving posture remained unchanged, his gaze still fixed straight ahead. Nothing. He answered casually. I just traveled around, learned a few things, and did some small business. Small business? A bitter sense of powerlessness welled up in Xiao Qingya's heart. He can leverage $7 million to control $500 million. He can use $100 million to sweep up $1 billion, and he can casually swipe $38 million to buy a car. If this is considered a small business, then what about Sky Dome Technology, which she heads? She didn't ask any further questions. She understood that he didn't want to talk about it. But behind those 3 seemingly casual words lay hidden hardships and dangers, and she could almost sense their outline across time and space. For a man to accumulate such terrifying wealth and power from nothing in just 4 years, it is definitely not something that can be accomplished by simply wandering around. The atmosphere inside the car fell silent again, but this time, there was an indescribable subtlety. As the black steel behemoth slowly drove into the gate of Villa No. 1 in Yunding Mountain, Zhang Ma, who was watering flowers at the entrance, dropped the watering can to the ground with a clatter. She stared wide-eyed at the monster that was even more imposing than any of the luxury cars in the villa, completely dumbfounded. What kind of car is this? Tanks? When the car door opened, Lin Zheng carried the sleeping Nian Nian and got out with Xiao Qingya. Zhang Ma finally came to her senses. Sir, madam, this car is. Lin Zheng didn't explain, he just smiled. Aunt Zhang, this will be Mrs. Private car from now on. He then opened the storage space, which was comparable to the trunk of a truck. The next second, Zhang Ma's breathing also stopped. The trunk was crammed full of shopping bags printed with the logos of various luxury brands, Chanel, Dior, Gucci. The sheer number of bags made it seem as if they had just returned from a raid on the backstage of Paris Fashion Week. Zhang Ma was completely stunned. She had worked in this villa for so many years and had never seen such an extravagant shopping scene. She looked at Lin Zhang, the young man who initially seemed somewhat unreliable to her, but now his image in her mind had been elevated to a level she could not comprehend. Who exactly is this Mr. Lin, this celestial being descended to Earth? The next day, early morning. A construction vehicle with German markings quietly pulled up in the villa escort yard. Several blonde-haired, blue-eyed German technicians, dressed in uniform, carefully lifted out a roll of meticulously packaged cherry blossom pink car window film, led by a project manager. This is a top-of-the-line custom car cover that was air-freighted from Germany by Lin Zhang after a phone call yesterday. Wearing her new princess dress, Nian Nian ran around excitedly, waving her little hands like a little marshal overseeing a project. Here. This area needs to be the pinkest. The wings should be pink too. The German technicians couldn't understand Chinese, but the project manager provided real-time translation with an extremely respectful smile on his face. They meticulously cleaned the car body, measured the dimensions, and carried out dust-free construction. The steel behemoth that originally exuded a cold and murderous aura was gradually covered by gentle cherry blossom pink under Nian Nian's excited command. When the last piece of car cover fits perfectly, the entire car is completely transformed. It still possesses the rugged lines and imposing presence of an armored fortress, but its cherry blossom pink exterior gives it a peculiar and endearingly contrasting appearance. A pink, steel beast. This is a one-of-a-kind pink car that Lin Zhang gave to his daughter. At the same time, at a luxurious club on the other side of Jiangzhou, however, the scene was quite different. Li Zhao's eyes were bloodshot, his face contorted, and he smashed the wine glass in his hand to the ground. The humiliation he suffered in the mall yesterday kept him awake all night. Lin Zhang's words "spend time with family" kept echoing in his mind, recalling the other party's completely ignoring attitude, and the way the people around him looked at him like he was a clown. Jealousy and resentment gnawed at his heart like venomous snakes. He couldn't swallow this insult. He grabbed his phone and dialed a number he knew by heart. The phone rang for a long time before being answered, and loud music and a woman's laughter came from the other end. A lazy, slightly arrogant male voice rang out. "Who is it? Don't you know I'm busy?" Li Xiao immediately switched to a fawning, crying voice. "Young Master Wang. It's me, Xiao Xiao." On the other end of the phone, in Shanghai, on the top deck of a luxury yacht moored on the Huangpu River, a young man wearing a floral shirt and sunglasses was lying on a beach chair with two women on either side of him, enjoying being fed drinks by bikini-clad beauties. He is Wang Ba, the eldest son of the Wang family in Shanghai and the young master of the Yuanqing group. He was one of the many spoiled brats who had pursued Xiao Qingyao relentlessly in college, only to be ruthlessly rejected. "Oh? Li Xiao," Wang Ba said lazily, "spit out whatever nonsense you have. My time is precious." Li Xiao immediately began to embellish her story with exaggerated accusations. "Young Master Wang. You must stand up for me. I was bullied in Jiangzhou yesterday." "Bully you? Who's so blind?" Wang Ba sneered. It's one of Xiao Qingya's gigolos." Li Xiao deliberately emphasized the words "pretty boy." "Xiao Qingya?" Wang Ba's voice finally showed a hint of interest. He pushed aside the beautiful woman beside him and sat up straight. "What happened to her?" "Young Master Wang, you have no idea. Xiao Qingya now has a bodyguard with her, and that guy is incredibly arrogant. Just yesterday, because I greeted him, he actually spent millions in front of everyone just to humiliate me." Li Xiao twisted the truth, portraying Lin Zhang's shopping behavior as a malicious display of wealth directed at her. What's most infuriating is that Xiao Qingya stayed by his side the whole time without saying a word, and was completely obedient to him. "I think that pretty boy is alright looking, he must have bewitched Xiao Qingya with his face." "Young Master Wang, you liked Xiao Qingya so much back then, and now your woman is about to be stolen away by some random guy who just appeared out of nowhere." On the yacht, Wang Ba's face gradually darkened. Xiao Qingya. This name is a thorn in his side. The woman he had his eye on actually dared to reject him? Moreover, he had already found out through family channels that Xiao Qingya was from the Xiao family in the capital. Although she was from a collateral branch, marrying her would be equivalent to establishing a connection with the Xiao family in the capital. This woman was a collection he was determined to acquire. He would never allow anyone to touch his collection. A bodyguard? A cruel sneer curled at the corner of Wang Ba's mouth. In his eyes, these kinds of people who rely on brute force to make a living are no different from ants. But Xiao Qingya's attitude offended him greatly. How could his woman be so subservient to another man? No. Wang Ba coldly uttered 3 words and hung up the phone. He took off his sunglasses, and his eyes flashed with a sinister and tyrannical light. He wants to go to Jiangzhou in person. He wanted to design a fun game to make that woman named Xiao Qingya realize who her master was. As for that foolish bodyguard, Wang Ba picked up a wine glass from the side and tightened his fingers slightly. Snap! The crystal wine glass was crushed into pieces in his palm. He wanted to personally grind that ant into powder. Chapter 39: The Hunter's Scheme and the Deadly Bait. The first thing Wang Ba did upon arriving in Jiangzhou was to utilize his family's extensive network of connections throughout the Jiangnan region. He didn't even show up in person. Just one phone call later, a detailed report on all the recent movements of Sky Dome technology and Xiao Qingya was respectfully delivered to his presidential suite. The report was thick, but he only turned to the last page. South City Plot Project. Wang Ba tapped the words lightly with his fingertips, a playful glint in his eyes, like a cat toying with a mouse. He knew Xiao Qingya too well. They are career-oriented, ambitious, and view the company as their own kingdom. For this type of woman, the best hunting ground is the business world. He picked up the phone again and dialed his assistant, his words filled with an unquestionable command. Send out an invitation in the name of the Wine Group of Shanghai. Let's say we're going to host a top-tier business charity dinner to discuss the joint development of the southern part of the city. The location will be the Jiangzhou International Conference Center. Remember, the invitation must be sent in the highest honors and personally delivered to Xiao Qingya, the president of Sky Dome Technology. The assistant responded repeatedly on the other end of the line. Wang Ba hung up the phone, walked to the huge floor-to-ceiling window, and looked down at the dazzling night view of Jiangzhou. A trap that is impossible to refuse has been set. He wanted Xiao Qingya to personally push open the gates of hell for him. The following afternoon, in the president's office of Sky Dome Technology, a beautifully crafted invitation was placed on Xiao Qingya's desk. The cardstock is black with gold lettering, and the seal is made with a vintage wax seal with a flamboyant king character printed on it. Xiao Qingya opened the invitation and quickly scanned it. The Wang Group of Shanghai. Subsequent development of the Changnan plot. A top-tier business charity gala. Every word struck precisely at the heart of her career. Although Sky Dome Technology successfully acquired the land in the south of the city, the subsequent development will require huge amounts of capital and top-notch human resources. The Wang family of Shanghai is a behemoth in this field. If they can get on this bandwagon, it will be like giving Sky Dome Technology wings to take off. This invitation was like a bait tailor-made for her. Knowing it might be a trap, she couldn't find any reason to refuse. Evening at the Cloud Top Villa. At the dining table, Lin Zhang had just finished feeding Nian Yan the last bite of steamed egg custard. Xiao Qingya put down her chopsticks and pushed the invitation she had received during the day in front of Lin Zhang. There's a business dinner the day after tomorrow night. Will you come with me? Lin Zhang picked up the heavy invitation. The instant his fingertips touched the cardboard, the ability to max crisis awareness was triggered without warning. An extremely strong warning, like a cold steel needle, suddenly pierced his mind. That wasn't a prediction of a specific danger, but a suffocating malice that enveloped the entire situation. It was as if what lay ahead was not a glamorous banquet, but an abyss with its gaping maw. He put down the invitation and looked at Xiao Qingya. There's something wrong with this dinner. His words were calm, yet carried a resolute certainty. I can't go. Xiao Qingya frowned. Why? The invitation from the Shanghai Wang Group is very important for the Changnan project. Lin Zhang did not explain the source of his perception, as he knew it sounded too mystical. He changed his approach and analyzed the situation from a professional perspective. First, the timing was too perfect. We had just secured the project when they immediately extended an olive branch. It didn't seem like a business collaboration, it was more like a precise hunt. Secondly, their motives are unclear. The Wine Group is far larger than Tianxiong, so their initiative to show goodwill must mean they have something big in mind. The conclusion is that the risk level is too high, and it is recommended to give up. Xiao Qingya fell silent. She admitted that Lin Zhang's analysis made sense. However, the business world is like a battlefield, where opportunities and risks often go hand in hand. I need this opportunity. She finally made her decision. I will be careful. Seeing her resolute expression, Lin Zhang did not try to persuade her further. He simply nodded. Good. I'll stay with you. Meanwhile, another hotel in Zhengzhou. Wang Ba's men are reporting the latest situation to him. Young Master Wang, Xiao Qingya, has decided to attend the banquet. However, her bodyguard, Lin Zhang, will also accompany her. Upon hearing this, Wang Ba laughed instead of getting angry. Accompany? Does he think he can keep up? He took a small USB drive from an elegant metal box and tossed it onto the table. Find a top-notch hacker and implant this information into the security system of Villa No. 1 in Yunding Mountain. The subordinate picked up the USB drive, somewhat puzzled. Wang Ba's smile grew increasingly cruel. Isn't that bodyguard supposed to be a security expert? I'll give him a big gift. This contains a fatal vulnerability alert that I had an expert from MIT simulate in his security protocol logic. Once this alarm is triggered, it will indicate a conflict in the underlying system logic, posing a risk of core server downtime. The only way to resolve this is for the highest level administrator, Lin Zhang, to personally go to the server room located in the suburbs to perform a physical reset. His men were terrified. This trap was absolutely flawless. Wang Ba seemed to enjoy the shock of his subordinates. He slowly took out a glass bottle the size of a fingernail from his pocket. The bottle contains a clear liquid. This is my second gift. I'm tired of this old thing from 4 years ago. This is an upgraded version, the latest achievement from a Swiss laboratory. Colorless and odorless, it takes effect in 3 seconds when inhaled through the respiratory tract. It can cause a person to feel weak all over and confused for a short period of time, but no residue can be detected in the blood or hair afterwards. He shook the small bottle, as if admiring a perfect work of art. The server alarm will sound halfway through the banquet. At that point, will that arrogant bodyguard choose to stay and protect his mistress, or will he go and save his multi-million-dollar security system? Wang Ba let out a low laugh. This is an open conspiracy with no solution. No matter what choice Lin Zhang makes, he's destined to lose. On the night of the banquet, Lin Zhang drove the car himself. The cherry blossom pink steel behemoth stood out conspicuously in the night. Before setting off, in the dressing room of the villa, Lin Zhang personally selected a black long dress for Xiao Qingya that he had previously purchased from Chanel. The dress was simple yet elegant in design, perfectly highlighting her cool and noble temperament. When Xiao Qingya changed her clothes and turned around in front of the dressing mirror, even Lin Zhang was momentarily stunned. Under the lights, she was radiant and breathtakingly beautiful. But the more this happened, the stronger Lin Zhang's ominous premonition became. He stepped forward and casually adjusted her shoulder strap. Remember, tonight, don't stray more than 3 meters from me. His movements were light, but his words carried undeniable weight. Xiao Qingya looked at his face so close to hers and felt the warmth from his fingertips. Her heart skipped a beat. She nodded. Looking at the radiant woman in the mirror, Lin Zhang felt his protective instincts and vigilance reach their peak. This banquet was a trap. And he was the only one to break the deadlock. Chapter 40, Luring the Tiger Away from the Mountain and the Approaching Claws. The banquet hall of the Jiangzhou International Conference Center was brightly lit. The air was filled with the fragrance of fine clothes and the rustling of hair. Wine cups clinked and toasts were exchanged. When that cherry blossom pink steel behemoth stopped at the entrance, it attracted the attention of almost all the guests. The car door opened, revealing Lin Zhang in a sharp black suit, standing next to Xiao Qingya in a black evening gown, exuding a cool and aloof aura. The two seemed to be the only real source of light in this glamorous world. As soon as they entered, a young man in a floral shirt with a frivolous and flamboyant demeanor came up to them with a wineglass in hand. He is Wang Ba, the eldest grandson of the Wang family in Shanghai and the young master of the Yuanqing Group. Qingya, it's been a long time. You look radiant today. Wang Ba wore what he thought was a charming smile, completely ignoring Lin Zhang beside Xiao Qingya, and raised his glass directly to her. Xiao Qingya simply nodded politely without saying anything. Wang Ba didn't care. His gaze finally fell on Lin Zhang, and he looked him up and down. His scrutiny was full of undisguised contempt. Is this your new bodyguard? He looks quite energetic. His words were less a greeting and more a provocation. Lin Zhang did not respond, but simply stood calmly beside Xiao Qingya, leaning forward slightly by half a step. This simple action formed an invisible wall, completely isolating Wang Ba's aggressive aura. Wang Ba's smile froze for a moment. He felt like he had punched cotton. The other party didn't even bother to give him a proper reaction. He emphasized his tone and continued to probe. Qingya, I'm very interested in that project in the south of the city. Our Wang family loves working with capable beauties like you. With just your nod, I can mobilize resources throughout the entire Jiangnan region for you. These words were full of implication that they were determined to succeed. However, Lin Zhang still did not react. He simply stood there, and all of Wang Ba's carefully crafted lines became pale and powerless. The anger in Wang Ba's heart began to rise. Just then, the encrypted phone in Lin Zhang's pocket suddenly emitted a rapid and sharp vibration. It's not a ringtone, but the highest level of security alarm mode. He took out his phone. On the screen, a line of scarlet code was jumping wildly. Level S alert, core server logic has crashed, physical isolation protocol has failed. Security system will be completely paralyzed within 10 minutes. Almost at the same time, Wang Gang's encrypted phone call came in. Mr. Lin. Something's happened. Wang Gang's voice was somewhat distorted due to anxiety. The main server of the villa's security system suddenly crashed. I tried all the remote protocols and backup solutions, but they all failed. The alarm indicates that there is a conflict in the underlying logic, and a physical restart must be performed in a server room in the suburbs. In 10 minutes, the entire cloud top villa will become an empty shell with no defenses. Lin Zhang's mind cleared instantly, luring the tiger away from the mountain. The alarm was flawlessly executed, perfectly exploiting the best of his own designed security protocol and turning it into an unsolvable dead end. The other party had calculated it correctly. He would never dare to gamble with Nian Nian's safety. He has to go. Wang Gang, immediately take all the trustworthy people in the security department and rush to the Jiangzhou International Conference Center as fast as possible. Find President Xiao and protect him closely, never leaving his side. Lin Zhang issued the order decisively and swiftly. Yes. After hanging up the phone, he turned to look at Xiao Qingya. There's a problem with the villa's security system, I have to go back immediately. His expression was very serious, a kind of solemnity that Xiao Qingya had never seen before. You stay here and don't go anywhere. Wait for Wang Gang and the others to come. Remember, wait for me to come back. Xiao Qingya looked at him, her intense unease almost overflowing. She nodded subconsciously. Lin Zhang didn't say another word, turned around and left quickly. His tall figure quickly disappeared at the entrance of the banquet hall. Lin Zhang had just left. Wang Bai immediately picked up his wineglass and walked over again, a victorious smile on his face. Qingya, perfect timing, let's go upstairs and talk. I have prepared a top-secret cooperation plan for the Changnan project for you. There are too many people around here to tell you. Xiao Qingya instinctively wanted to refuse. But the words top-secret cooperation plan prevented her from speaking. Wang Ba noticed her hesitation and made a pleased gesture, his posture impeccable. Please go ahead, you will be satisfied with my sincerity. Ultimately, reason prevailed over unease. Xiao Qingya followed Wang Ba into the elevator and headed to the VIP lounge on the top floor, which had the most stringent security measures. The door to the lounge closed silently behind her. The room was quiet and luxuriously decorated, with a faint, pleasant sandalwood scent in the air. Xiao Qingya didn't think much of it and sat down on the sofa where guests were being entertained. Wang Ba poured her a glass of red wine, then sat down in the main seat opposite her and began to talk at length about his grand plan. But Xiao Qingya had only been sitting down for less than a minute. A sudden wave of dizziness rushed to the top of her head. Immediately afterwards, an irresistible soreness and weakness came from my limbs. She realized it instantly. We've fallen for their trap. It's that fragrance. She tried to stand up, but her body wouldn't obey her commands, and she slumped limply into the sofa. She tried to call for help, but she didn't even have the strength to open her mouth. Consciousness is rapidly becoming blurred. Across from him, Wang Ba, whose disguise had been so well done, finally tore off his mask. He looked at Xiao Qingya, who was struggling helplessly on the sofa, and a ferocious and extremely smug smile appeared on his face. He picked up the wine glass on the table and gently swirled the bright red liquid inside. Then, he stood up and slowly walked step by step toward his prey, who was no longer able to move. Chapter 41 Old grudges resurface and divine punishment descends. The black steel behemoth raced wildly along the empty suburban highway, the roar of its engine tearing apart the tranquility of the night. Lin Zhang's face was expressionless, but the knuckles of his hands gripping the steering wheel bulged slightly from the force. Just then, the alarm for crisis perception MAs exploded in the depths of his mind without warning, with an unprecedented ferocity. That wasn't an alarm. It was an extremely shrill scream, a blood-red lightning bolt that tore apart the soul. The whole world seemed to be dyed red in that instant. A deadly sense of crisis, 10 times stronger than during the kidnapping, aimed at Xiao Qingya, was like a red-hot iron, burning his nerves. A diversionary tactic. These 2 words instantly popped into his mind. The server alert is fake. Squeak. The ear-piercing sound of tires screeching through the night sky. The armored behemoth, worth 38 million, drew an exaggerated black arc on the highway, turning its front end 180 degrees, stirring up a whirlwind of dust. Lin Zhang didn't even think about how the other party made such a realistic false alarm. All he knew was that Xiao Qingya was in danger. He held the steering wheel with one hand and took out the military-grade encrypted phone with the other. His fingers blurred across the screen, and lines of green code, incomprehensible to the average person, rapidly refreshed the screen like a waterfall. Intrusion. He directly and brutally tore through the security network of the Jiangzhou International Conference Center Hotel. Hundreds of surveillance cameras from the hotel simultaneously appeared on the phone screen. His gaze swept quickly across the area, finally settling on a screen in the VIP area on the top floor. It was a black box with a line of small text flashing on it, signal interrupted. Found it. Without the slightest hesitation, he immediately started another program. On the screen, a tiny red dot was flashing frantically in the location of the dark square on the top floor. That was a miniature locator that he had casually hidden in Xiao Qingya's brooch when he was choosing that black dress for her. That was his last line of defense as a guardian. Boom! The pink steel fortress let out an angry roar. The engine revved to its maximum instantly, and the car sped off like a pink cannonball, ignoring all traffic rules, heading wildly toward the city center. The entrance to the Jiangzhou International Conference Center Hotel. Everyone was stunned by this sudden scene. A pink Rolls-Royce, with an exaggerated tank-like design, crashed through the decorative metal railings at the hotel entrance with tremendous force. Clang! With a loud crash, the metal railing was twisted and deformed, and flew off. The pink behemoth, amidst the horrified gazes of countless people, swerved and came to a steady stop at the hotel lobby entrance. The car door popped open. A black figure shot out of the car like lightning, creating a gust of wind, and rushed directly into the magnificent hotel building. Everyone was stunned. Is this a movie shoot? The hotel security guards realized what was happening and were about to step forward to stop him, but they only saw a blurry figure disappear around the corner of the stairwell. That's too fast. It was so fast that their nerves couldn't even keep up. Top floor, VIP lounge. The heavy soundproof door shut out everything from the outside. Bang! A loud bang. The heavy door, made of solid peach wood and said to be able to withstand bullets, seemed to have been slammed into by a prehistoric beast. The entire door, along with its frame, exploded inwards with a deafening roar. Amidst the flying sawdust, a tall figure, exuding overwhelming killing intent, appeared at the doorway. The sight before him instantly turned Lin Zhang's eyes bloodshot. Xiao Qingya collapsed weakly onto the large sofa, her black dress slightly disheveled. Her beautiful face was filled with pain and struggle, but her body was as limp as a puddle of mud. Wang Ba was standing in front of the sofa. He had already loosened his tie, a ferocious and lewd smile on his face, and was leaning down, reaching out his demonic claws towards Xiao Qingya, who had already lost the ability to resist. The sudden loud noise made Wang Ba freeze in his tracks. He turned around angrily, about to unleash a torrent of curses. When he saw that the person standing at the door was Lin Zhang, he was first stunned, and then a more contemptuous and playful smile appeared on his face. Oh? You're actually back? It seems you don't really like the gift I gave you. He completely disregarded Lin Zhang, and even felt that enjoying the role of his mistress in front of her would be even more exciting. He leisurely took out a uniquely designed lighter from his pocket, preparing to light a cigar and enjoy the show to come. It was a lighter made of pure gold. In the very center of the lighter, a lifelike wolf head logo was inlaid with countless tiny diamonds. Wolf head lighter. The moment Lin Zhang saw the lighter, his body jolted violently. A vague fragment of memory, sealed away for 4 years, exploded like an ice sheet hit with explosives. That dimly lit hotel room, filled with an atmosphere of despair. That was the only source of light that shone before his consciousness completely sank into oblivion. It's this wolf's head. It's that damn wolf head lighter. Bite. The notification sound of the omnipotent system rang in his mind at this moment, carrying a judgmental chill. A key target has been detected indicating damage to the host's life essence. The revenge quest chain is now activated. So it was you. New grudge. Old grudges. At this moment, it all coalesced into a monstrous killing intent powerful enough to incinerate the heavens. Lin Zhang made a move. He didn't say a single unnecessary word, giving Wang Ba no time to react. His figure left a faint afterimage in place, and in the next instant, he appeared in front of Wang Ba like a ghost. That's too fast. The smile on Wang Ba's face was still frozen. He only felt a blur before his eyes, and a terrifying aura that made his soul tremble was already rushing towards him. He was terrified and tried to back away. But it was too late. Lin Zhang's hand, seemingly casually, reached out and grabbed his wrist as he was about to light a cigarette. That was an extremely ordinary grappling move. What do you want to do? Let me go. Do you know who I am? Wang Ba screamed in terror, and tried to push Lin Zhang away with his other hand. Lin Zhang ignored his shouts. While his fingers gripped Wang Ba's wrist, he used the terrifying understanding of the human body's meridian structure bestowed upon him by the intermediate miraculous healer, to precisely pass through with an extremely subtle, hidden force. That hidden force, like a venomous snake with life, instantly spread throughout Wang Ba's body along the meridians of his arm. Finally, with precision, several meridians in his body that govern reproductive function, yet are extremely hidden and impossible for modern medicine to detect or repair, were severed. The whole process took less than half a second. Ah! A heart-wrenching pain suddenly erupted from Wang Ba's lower abdomen. He screamed in agony, as if all his bones had been removed, and collapsed limply to the ground, his body curled up like a painful shrimp. He only thought that his bones had been broken by the other person. But he will never know. From this moment on, he, the eldest grandson of the Wang family in Shanghai, had become a complete cripple. Lin Zhang let go, letting the wolf headlighter fall to the ground with a clatter. He slowly straightened up, looking down at Wang Ba, who was writhing in pain on the ground. His face was expressionless. It was a kind of absolute, godlike indifference that was more terrifying than anger. Chapter 42: The Melting Iceberg and the Queen's Belonging. Lin Zhang didn't even glance at the useless person curled up in a ball on the ground. He took off his well-tailored black suit jacket, gently unfolded it, and wrapped it tightly around Xiao Qingya, who was lying on the sofa in a daze. His body heat still lingered on his coat. He bent down, carefully avoiding her disheveled dress, and lifted her up horizontally, holding her steadily in his arms. Xiao Qingya's head rested weakly against his chest, and the firm, powerful heartbeat seemed to give her a sense of subconscious peace. Lin Zhang held her in his arms and turned to leave. He paused for a moment as he reached the door. He didn't turn around, but looked down at Wang Ba, who was still groaning in pain on the ground, out of the corner of his eye. We're collecting some interest on a debt from 4 years ago. The game has only just begun. It was a declaration devoid of any human emotion, cold and chilling. After saying that, he picked up Xiao Qingya and strode out of the filthy room. When Lin Zhang reappeared in the corridor outside the banquet hall, the entire hotel fell into an eerie silence. Everyone saw it. The man who had just crashed through the guardrail in his pink tank now walked out, seemingly oblivious to everyone around him, with the unapproachable female CEO of Skydome Technology in his arms. Xiao Qingya was wrapped in his oversized suit, revealing only her pale yet breathtakingly beautiful face. The man walked with a steady gait and an expressionless face, as if he were holding not a business queen worth billions, but his own precious treasure. Wang Gang, who had just led his team up, was stunned when he saw the scene. The security guards behind him didn't dare to breathe loudly. They saw the lingering, chilling murderous intent in Mr. Lin's eyes, an intent that could freeze one's soul. Ignoring everyone's shocked gazes, Lin Zhang carried Xiao Qingya through the magnificent hall and walked straight to the domineering pink fortress. The car doors opened automatically. He gently placed Xiao Qingya in the back seat, adjusted her to a comfortable position, and then got into the driver's seat. With a low roar, the pink steel behemoth sped away. All that remained was a scene of utter astonishment behind him, and Wang Ba, who had been completely forgotten on the rooftop, oblivious to his fate. The vehicle drove smoothly back to the cloud-top villa. Aunt Jean was already anxiously waiting at the door. When she saw Lin Zhang carrying the unconscious Xiao Qingya out of the car, she turned pale with fright. "Sir! What's wrong with Miss?" Lin Zhang carried Xiao Qingya and walked straight up to the second floor, entering her master bedroom. He left only one sentence for Zhang Ma, who was following behind him with a worried expression. "She's fine, don't disturb her." The bedroom door was closed gently. Lin Zhang gently laid Xiao Qingya on the soft bed and covered her with a blanket. Then, with a flick of his wrist, a set of exquisite silver needles appeared out of thin air in his palm. Without the slightest hesitation, he picked up a silver needle as thin as a cow's hair, applied force with his fingertips, and precisely pierced several acupoints on Xiao Qingya's neck. Intermediate Miracle Healer's abilities are fully activated. The nerve inhibitors that had entered her body through the fragrance began to be rapidly dissipated and broken down under the guidance of exquisite acupuncture techniques. At the same time, a gentle internal energy flowed into her body through the silver needles, calming her disordered blood and qi caused by the shock. A few minutes later, Xiao Qingya's long eyelashes trembled slightly. She slowly woke up. The moment consciousness returned, the suffocating dizziness of the banquet, the despair of being unable to move, and Wang Ba's ferocious approaching face surged into my mind like a tide. "Ah!" She let out a short scream and sat up abruptly in bed. The next second, she saw Lin Zhang sitting on the edge of the bed. "It's him! He's back!" All the strength, all the pretense, crumbled at this moment. Xiao Qingya suddenly reached out and grabbed Lin Zhang's arm tightly, as if she had grasped the last straw. Her body trembled violently from the lingering fear, and her usually aloof phoenix eyes were filled with tears. 1 drop, 2 drops. Then, for the first time, tears welled up in front of him, like pearls from a broken string, rolling down her cheeks. Lin Zhang did not speak. He simply sat quietly on the edge of the bed, letting her hold his hand, feeling the force of her nails almost digging into his flesh. He reached out his other hand and gently pulled her trembling body into his arms. One after another. His strong hand gently patted her back, conveying the most solid strength through silent action. Wa'ada! Xiao Qingya could no longer hold back and buried her face in his chest, bursting into tears. She cried like a child who had suffered a great injustice, releasing all the strength, forbearance, pressure, and fear she had just experienced over the past 4 years. I don't know how long I cried. Until her strength was exhausted, her crying gradually turned into low sobs. Lin Zhang felt the person in his arms gradually calm down, and prepared to get up so that she could rest. But as soon as he moved, a soft little hand gripped his clothes tightly. He looked down and met her eyes, which were red and swollen from crying. Those eyes were filled with unprecedented vulnerability, dependence, and pleading. "Don't go." Her voice was thick with nasal tone and sobbing, almost pleading. "Will you stay with me tonight?" Lin Zhang looked at her. Looking at this woman who had shed all her armor and revealed her most vulnerable side to him, the softest part of his heart was deeply touched. He nodded. I did not go to the guest room. Lin Zhang lay down beside her fully clothed, and gently embraced her through the thin blanket. Throughout the rest of the night, Xiao Qingya acted like a child seeking security. She nestled close to his chest, listening to his steady, powerful heartbeat and feeling the warmth that could dispel all darkness. She would sometimes toss and turn, her body trembling slightly from the lingering effects of her nightmares. Whenever this happens, Lin Zhang would tighten his arms around her, enveloping her with his body heat, or place a gentle kiss on her smooth forehead. The sky gradually brightened. A ray of morning light shone into the room through the gap in the curtains. Xiao Qingya's eyelashes fluttered again, and she slowly opened her eyes. She felt as if she were lying in an incredibly warm and solid embrace. In my ear, I could hear the man's steady breathing and strong heartbeat. His nose was filled with a clean and refreshing scent that was unique to him. She was being held in Lin Zhang's arms, sleeping all night? This realization caused an unprecedented, captivating blush to appear on the face of this ice queen. Chapter 43: A Tender Morning and the Queen's Shyness. A ray of morning light shone through the gap in the curtains, illuminating the dust in the room. Xiao Qingya felt as if she were lying in an incredibly warm and solid embrace. The man's steady breathing and strong heartbeat pounded in her ears, one after another, striking her eardrums and her heart. His nose was filled with a clean and refreshing scent that was unique to him. This realization caused an unprecedented, captivating blush to appear on the face of this ice queen. She curled up in Lin Zhang's arms and slept all night? A wave of heat shot from her neck to the top of her head, and she felt her cheeks burning hot. No, I have to leave before he wakes up, otherwise. Xiao Qingya bit her lower lip lightly, held her breath, and carefully tried to move her body out of his arms. She had only moved less than a centimeter. The arm that was wrapped around her waist seemed to sense something and instinctively tightened its grip, pulling her into a tighter and more intimate embrace. The man was still asleep, and even let out a satisfied, muffled murmur in his sleep. Thump! Xiao Qingya's heart skipped a beat at that moment. Her body froze instantly, too shy to move an inch. It's over. I'm completely immobile. She remained frozen in that position, feeling the warmth of his chest and listening to his heartbeat. Time passed by, each second feeling incredibly long. Just as her mind went blank and she was at a loss, the steady breathing rhythm above her head changed. Lin Jing slowly opened his eyes. What came into view was the stunningly beautiful woman in his arms, her face flushed and desperately trying to avoid his gaze. He didn't let go of her immediately. Instead, a gentle smile spread across his face, carrying the languidness unique to the morning. Good morning. Those two words completely shattered Xiao Qingya's already crumbling psychological defenses. Her brain completely shut down. Her lips moved for a long time, but she couldn't utter a single word. She could only stammer out a few meaningless syllables. Good morning. Looking at her extremely embarrassed appearance, Lin Jiang felt a surge of tenderness in his heart. He lowered his head and placed a feather-like kiss on her smooth, full forehead. Did you sleep well last night? This kiss became the last straw that broke the camel's back. Ah! Xiao Qingya let out a short gasp, no longer caring about her CEO demeanor, and buried her face in the soft quilt, wrapping herself up like a silkworm cocoon. Only a pair of ears, already red and almost bleeding, were left exposed to the air. Looking at her adorable reaction, Lin Jiang couldn't help but let out a low chuckle, touching his chin with amusement. He stopped teasing her, quietly got out of bed, and bent down to tuck the blanket around her. Lie down a little longer, I'll go prepare breakfast and then take Nian Nian to kindergarten. His actions and words were so natural, as if they had been spending countless mornings together in this manner. Xiao Qingya hid under the covers, listening to his departing footsteps. Her heart was filled with sweetness, and her face was already beaming with a smile, though no sound came out. The atmosphere at the breakfast table was somewhat awkward. Nian Nian, dressed in a pink princess dress, sipped her milk, her big, dark eyes darting curiously between Lin Jiang and Xiao Qingya. She keenly noticed that her mother was acting strangely today. She would always steal a glance at Uncle Lin after taking a bite of food, and then her cheeks would turn red. The little girl put down her milk cup, tilted her head, and spoke in a childish voice. Mom, do you have a fever? Your face is so red. Puff. Xiao Qingya almost spat out the mouthful of milk she had just taken a sip of, choking and coughing repeatedly. Seeing her mother's strong reaction, Nian Nian became even more worried. She immediately turned to the all-knowing Uncle Lin and, in an innocent tone, proposed her own treatment plan. Uncle Lin, Mom has a fever. Would you like to kiss her to help cure her fever? Children's innocent words can be the most deadly. Xiao Qingya's face instantly turned from red to purple, and she wished she could find a crack in the ground to crawl into. Lin Jiang looked at Xiao Qingya, who was extremely embarrassed, and a helpless yet doting smile appeared on his face. He quickly picked up a soft custard bun and precisely shut up Nian Nian's still chattering little mouth. Eating, you little chatterbox. Perfect crisis management. After dropping Nian Nian off at kindergarten, Lin Zhang returned to the villa. In the large living room, only Xiao Qingya was sitting on the sofa. She had changed into a set of casual home clothes, but she still looked a little uncomfortable. Lin Zhang walked up to her. You don't need to go to the office today. Take a good rest. I'll keep you company. His words were calm, yet carried an air of undeniable authority. Xiao Qingya instinctively wanted to say that there were still many things to do at the company, but she couldn't bring herself to say it. Lin Zhang noticed her hesitation and continued to add. Wang Gang has already taken care of what happened at the hotel last night. Wang Ba was picked up by his own people without alerting the police. You don't need to worry about any further trouble. Upon hearing this, Xiao Qingya was completely stunned. She then recalled the terrifying scene from last night and Lin Zhang's thunderous methods. This man not only rescued her from the most dangerous moment, but also quietly cleaned up all the messes for her. What reason does she have not to listen to him? Xiao Qingya remained silent for a moment before finally picking up her phone and dialing her assistant's number. Chen Lin, I'm not going to the company today. All meetings are postponed. If there are any urgent documents, send them to me online. She was somewhat dazed after hanging up the phone. This is the first time in all her years at the helm of Skydome Technology that she has missed work due to personal matters. For a man. In the empty villa, only the two of them remained. The air was filled with an indescribable ambiguity and warmth. Xiao Qingya watched Lin Zhang go to the kitchen and bring her a glass of warm water at the perfect temperature. She watched him tidy up the magazines scattered on the coffee table and watched him do all these trivial yet incredibly thoughtful things. That feeling of being protected and cherished enveloped her like a warm tide. Looking at the kitchen, she suddenly thought of something, and a smile spread across her face. A sudden, intense impulse welled up within her. She also wanted to do something for him. Chapter 44: Awkward Love and the Warmth of the Kitchen. The sun was shining brightly in the afternoon. In the empty villa, only Lin Zhang and Xiao Qingya remained. The air was filled with an indescribable ambiguity and warmth. Xiao Qingya watched Lin Zhang go to the kitchen and bring her a glass of warm water at the perfect temperature. She watched him tidy up the magazines scattered on the coffee table and watched him do all these trivial yet incredibly thoughtful things. That feeling of being protected and cherished enveloped her like a warm tide. A sudden, intense impulse welled up within her. She also wanted to do something for him. As lunchtime approached, Lin Zhang walked into the kitchen, skillfully tied on an apron, and began preparing the ingredients. Xiao Qingya followed her in and stood at the kitchen doorway, her hands nervously clasped together, as if she were making a major decision. Looking at Lin Zhang's broad back and the smooth, effortless movements he made while handling the ingredients, she hesitated for a long time before finally mustering the greatest courage of her life. Today. Her voice was soft, carrying a hint of barely perceptible nervousness. I want to learn to cook a dish for you. Lin Zhang's hand, which was chopping scallions, froze in mid-air. He turned around and looked at Xiao Qingya, who was standing at the door with slightly flushed cheeks and a look of recklessness on her face. His eyes were full of undisguised surprise. Immediately, that surprise turned into a broad smile. This ruthless and decisive queen, who never lifts a finger in the kitchen, is now going to cook for him. She was expressing her emotions clumsily in her own way. Lin Zhang took off his apron, walked up to her, and naturally tied it on for her. Good. He nodded. What do you want to do? I'll teach you. Xiao Qingya glanced at the dazzling array of ingredients on the counter, and finally, she pointed to the two simplest things, which were also the only two things she recognized. Tomatoes, scrambled eggs. Lin Zhang's smile deepened. However, when the teaching actually began, he realized that he had been too naive. The business tycoon who stepped into the kitchen instantly became a complete novice. The way she picked up the kitchen knife was so stiff, as if she were holding a bomb that could explode at any moment. Her wrist was taut, and her whole being exuded a tense atmosphere as if facing a formidable enemy. Click! With one swift cut, she sliced off half a tomato, but the cut was crooked and the size was appalling. She herself felt a little embarrassed, and her face turned even redder. Lin Zhang stood behind her, looking at her clumsy yet adorable appearance, and his heart softened. He did not offer any corrections. He approached her silently from behind. Then, he stretched out his arms and completely encircled her petite body in his embrace. Ah! Xiao Qingya's body stiffened abruptly. Her entire back was pressed tightly against Lin Zhang's broad and firm chest. Through the thin fabric of his clothes, she could clearly feel the steady, powerful heartbeat in his chest, one beat after another, as if striking the very tip of her heart. His unique, clean and refreshing scent, mixed with a faint trace of male hormones, completely enveloped her. Her breathing almost stopped at that moment. Lin Zhang's large hand gently enveloped her small, cold hand that was gripping the knife hilt. His chest pressed against her back, and he lowered his head slightly, his warm breath brushing against her ear. Hold the knife like this, wrist relaxed, yes, like this. His words were deep and magnetic, each word carrying a warm current that flowed directly into Xiao Qingya's ears, leaving her mind blank. Her attention was completely diverted from chopping vegetables. She could no longer tell whether what she was holding in her hand was a kitchen knife or his hand. She felt her whole body go limp, and she could barely stand up only by relying on his embrace for support. Lin Zhang seemed unaware of her unusual behavior. He remained patient, guiding her step by step. Yes, like that, cut it down. Very good. Next, it's time to beat the eggs. Lin Zhang maintained his embrace from behind, his chin almost resting on her shoulder. He held her hand in the same way and taught her how to crack an egg on the rim of a bowl and how to stir it in one direction with chopsticks. The atmosphere of cooking instruction had long since vanished from the kitchen. The air was thick with ambiguity and intimacy. Finally, it's time to cook it. Lin Zhang turned on the stove, waited for the pot to heat up, and then poured in the oil. Now, pour the eggs in. Xiao Qingya blushed, picked up the egg mixture, and carefully poured it into the pot. Sizzle. The scalding oil splattered with the egg mixture with a loud bang, and a few drops of hot oil splashed out, landing squarely on the back of Xiao Qingya's hand. Ah! A burning pain shot through her, and she cried out in surprise, instinctively pulling her hand back. The next second, Lin Zhang had already turned off the stove and pulled her scalded hand over. He didn't even have time to get water to rinse her. He simply held her slender fingers in his palm, lowered his head, and gently blew on her slightly reddened skin with his lips. His movements were so tense, so focused. Xiao Qingya looked at his nervous expression, and at the sight of his face as he blew on his wound. The softest part of her heart was struck hard. All the shyness and panic transformed into an endless warm current at this moment. She just stared at him, mesmerized. Seemingly sensing her gaze, Lin Zhang stopped blowing air and slowly raised his head. Their eyes met. The temperature in the kitchen rose sharply in that instant. All words seemed superfluous. All reason crumbled completely in his eyes, which were filled with heartache and tenderness. Lin Zhang slowly, very slowly, lowered his head. He kissed her soft, slightly parted lips. This kiss was deeper, stronger, and more lingering than any before. It was no longer a tentative exploration, nor an accidental touch. Instead, it was filled with long-suppressed, fiery emotions, like a volcanic eruption. In the end, that plate of scrambled eggs with tomatoes, which wasn't even half finished, was completely forgotten on the cold stove. Xiao Qingya felt her legs going weak and she could barely stand. Lin Zhang ended the long kiss and picked her up in his arms. She gasped and instinctively wrapped her arms around his neck. Lin Zhang carried her without pausing, striding out of the kitchen and heading straight for the master bedroom on the second floor. He closed the door with his foot. He walked to the bedside and gently placed the woman, whose face was flushed and whose body was limp, on the soft bed. Chapter 45: The Belated Union and the Sense of Belonging. In the bedroom, the curtains were half drawn, and the light filtering in made the dust particles in the air clearly visible. Lin Zhang leaned down and looked at the woman beneath him, whose face was as beautiful as a peach blossom and whose breathing was slightly disordered. Her usually aloof phoenix eyes were now shimmering with tears, gazing at him with a mixture of complete trust and a hint of uncertainty. This sight caused the string that had been taut in his heart for 4 years to snap completely. His Adam's apple bobbed as he squeezed out a few words. "Qingya, are you ready?" Xiao Qingya remained silent. She simply stretched out her slightly trembling arms and, proactively yet with a hint of shyness, wrapped them around his neck. This action is the most affirmative answer. She gave up everything she had. Lin Zhang's breathing suddenly stopped at this moment, and he could no longer suppress it. For 4 years, the love, regret, and longing buried deep in his heart, along with the burning passion that had been rekindled in this short period of time, erupted completely at this moment. He lowered his head, responding tenderly to her silent invitation. Then, without any restraint, he kissed her fiercely. This kiss carried punishment, plunder, and the madness of something lost and then regained. All emotions and all desires converge at this moment. He displayed an extreme gentleness and patience, completely opposite to his usual ruthless and decisive demeanor. He could feel the stiffness and inexperience in her body. He guided and comforted her with the gentlest movements and the most cherished attitude. He wanted her to feel how much she was cherished and cared for. Gradually, Xiao Qingya's body tension crumbled under his gentle advances, melting into a pool of spring water, and she completely accepted him. She finally understood that entrusting everything to a trustworthy man without reservation was a soul-stirring experience. She was no longer the aloof ice queen, but just an ordinary woman who longed to be loved and possessed. She began to respond to him awkwardly and shyly. At this moment, time seemed to stand still. In the bedroom, only the two people's breathing gradually mingled, and the suppressed moans that overflowed from their throats. I don't know how much time passed. The clouds dispersed and the rain stopped. The room fell silent, save for the two of them breathing heavily, their breaths mingling together. Xiao Qingya lay languidly in Lin Zhang's strong arms, her face flushed with a captivating blush, her eyes filled with an unyielding sense of satisfaction and weariness. She pressed her cheek tightly against his chest, listening to his strong and powerful heartbeat, one beat after another, like the most peaceful rhythm in the world, dispelling the last trace of gloom in her heart. It turns out that relying on someone wholeheartedly is such a blissful feeling. This feeling is something that cannot be compared to being in charge of Sky Dome technology or making billions of dollars. She suddenly remembered how she had completely lost control just now, and a surge of heat rushed from her neck to the top of her head, making her wish she could find a crack in the ground to crawl into immediately. She shifted instinctively, trying to hide her face even deeper. Woke up? Lin Zhang's deep voice rang out above him, and the vibration of his chest was clearly transmitted. He tightened his grip on her arm, and gently stroked her smooth, silky back with his other hand, his gesture conveying a sense of comfort. He lowered his head and placed a kiss on her smooth forehead, then leaned close to her ear and whispered in an extremely solemn tone. Refined and elegant. His voice had lost its earlier madness, leaving only endless gentleness and earnestness. Will you be my girlfriend? Even though they already had the closest relationship, he still wanted to give her the most formal commitment. What he wanted was not a night of indulgence, but a lifetime of belonging. Xiao Qingya's body stiffened slightly. Girlfriend. This simple and pure word made her heart, which had just calmed down, beat wildly again. He already had everything she had, yet he still used this method to seek her consent and show her the utmost respect. Xiao Qingya nestled in his arms like a docile kitten, gently nuzzling against him. Then, in a barely audible voice with a thick nasal tone, he responded. A single word, yet it carries immense weight. The so-called 3-month probation period was completely shattered at this moment, and came to an end prematurely. They officially became boyfriend and girlfriend. The two embraced quietly, savoring this hard-won moment of tenderness. The atmosphere in the room was warm and inviting. A long time. For the first time, Xiao Qingya took the initiative to open her heart to Lin Zhang. You know what? My dad always told me that business is a battlefield, and you can't trust anyone, especially men. Her voice was soft, with a hint of self-deprecation. After taking over the Sky Dome, I lived in constant fear, afraid to make a single wrong step. Because I knew that countless eyes were watching me, waiting for me to make a mistake, waiting to see me make a fool of myself. I dare not rest, dare not get sick, and even more dare not be weak. Lin Zhang didn't interrupt, but listened quietly, his arms tightening around her even more. Until you came along. Xiao Qingya looked up at his well-defined chin. You seem to be good at everything and can solve everything. Security, business, cooking, taking care of children, you can even rescue me from someone like Wang Ba. Sometimes I feel very anxious, like I'm dreaming. I'm afraid it's all fake, afraid that you will suddenly disappear one day. For the first time, she laid bare all the hardships, pressures, and uncertainty about the future she had endured over the past few years in front of a man. Lin Zhang felt a pang of heartache upon hearing this. He cupped her face in his hands and made her look into his eyes. Qingya, listen carefully. The days when you had to face the storms alone are over. From today onwards, even if the sky falls, I'll hold it up for you. You just need to do what you want to do, be happy, be with Nian Nian, and be my woman, that's enough. His words, though lacking in flowery language, carried a domineering power capable of captivating any woman. These words gave Xiao Qingya an unprecedented sense of security, enough to withstand the entire world. Her eyes welled up with tears again. But this time, it was happiness. At this very moment of deep affection. Buzz, buzz. A sudden, rapid vibration of a cell phone abruptly broke the tranquility of the bedroom. The sound came from Xiao Qingya's long-forgotten cell phone on the bedside table. The two of them turned to look at the same time. On the lit screen, 2 words were flashing wildly. Su Man. Upon seeing the name, Xiao Qingya's body stiffened abruptly, and a fleeting look of undisguised panic crossed her face. It's over. How should I explain this to my sharp-eyed best friend? Chapter 46: The Best Friend's Surprise Attack and the Unconcealable Sweetness. As soon as the call connected, before Xiao Qingya could even speak, Su Man's anxious, distorted voice burst out from the receiver. Qingya, are you alright? I heard that something terrible happened at that bastard Wang Ba's banquet last night. You were taken away halfway through. I can't get through to you on the phone. Where are you now? I'm coming right away. A barrage of rhetoric, filled with undisguised anxiety. Xiao Qingya's mind went blank. Before she could think of an explanation or even say I'm fine, the phone went dead. Su Man hung up the phone immediately. It's over. Xiao Qingya froze, holding her phone. The blush that had just faded suddenly returned, burning from her neck to her ears due to extreme guilt and panic. She practically scrambled out of Lin Zhang's arms, frantically grabbing the blanket to wrap herself in, her voice trembling as she cried out, "Quick! Su Man! She's coming!" Seeing her looking like a kitten caught red-handed, Lin Zhang's smile almost overflowed. He slowly got up, casually showing off his well-defined upper body, and then took out a clean set of loungewear from the dressing room. Don't worry, she'll be here soon. But we. Xiao Qingya stammered. She couldn't possibly say that they were just lying in the same bed, could she? Lin Zhang had already changed his clothes and then took a set of women's loungewear of the same style and threw it on the bed. Go change, I'll go downstairs and wait for her. His tone was so calm, as if he were just discussing the weather, yet it carried a reassuring power. Xiao Qingya watched his departing figure, then looked at the soft clothes on the bed, her cheeks burning hot. An hour later. The door to the cloud-top villa was suddenly pushed open from the outside with a bang, and the stylishly dressed Su-Man rushed in like a whirlwind. Her high heels clicked rapidly on the floor, and her bright face was full of unconcealed anxiety. However, as soon as she rushed in, she saw the scene in the living room, and then she froze in the entryway as if a pause button had been pressed. The scene I had envisioned, my best friend heartbroken and in tears, did not happen at all. On the sofa in the living room, Xiao Qingya, dressed in a loose and soft beige loungewear, sat there somewhat uncomfortably, holding a glass of water in her hand, her eyes darting around, not daring to look at her. That stunningly beautiful face showed no signs of weariness. On the contrary, her eyes and brows exuded a radiant and alluring charm, like the glow of rain after a storm, and her skin was so flawless it seemed to glow. This isn't right. Su-Man's radar suddenly went off with a buzz. Immediately afterwards, she saw a man walk out of the kitchen doorway. Lin Zhang. He was also wearing the same beige loungewear, the sleeves casually rolled up to his forearms, revealing a section of his strong, muscular physique. He was holding a rag in his hand, leisurely wiping his hands, and even calmly nodded when he saw her. The two stood together, one aloof and shy, the other calm and composed. They actually have a damn good match feeling. Su-Man's mind completely went blank. Her shrewd eyes, like searchlights, scanned back and forth between Xiao Qingya's slightly swollen lips, her home clothes that were clearly not her style, and Lin Zhang's natural "this is my home" attitude. The sheer volume of information overwhelmed her, causing her once proud brain processor to overheat and burn out. Su-Man's gaze swept back and forth between the two of them like the most sophisticated radar. Something's not right. Something's really wrong. Today, Xiao Qingya's icy aura that kept strangers at bay had completely vanished. Her usually aloof and beautiful face now carried an undeniable shyness and spring-like charm. Especially the way she looked at Lin Zhang, although it was just a fleeting moment. The softness that seemed to drip with water was something Su-Man had never seen in the more than 20 years she had known her. I'm glad you're all right. Su-Man suppressed the turmoil in her heart and walked in while changing her shoes, her eyes constantly darting between the two men. Lin Zhang said naturally, Miss Su, please have a seat. I'll get you a glass of water. He went to the kitchen. When Xiao Qingya saw her best friend arrive, she struggled to stand up from the sofa out of politeness. But as soon as she propped herself up, her legs went weak, and she fell forward uncontrollably. Careful! A figure flashed by. Lin Zhang had returned from the kitchen at some point, and with lightning speed, he stretched out his long arm, pulled her back, and held her firmly. He took her arm and helped her sit up again, his voice carrying a hint of reproach mixed with affection. Didn't I tell you to sit still? This one action, this one sentence, completely confirmed Su-Man's astute suspicions about the world. This is no longer just ordinary concern. This is a kind of intimate and natural complaint that belongs only between lovers. Su-Man's mouth opened slightly, her brain working at lightning speed, connecting last night's disappearance with the ambiguous scene before her, and a complete and incredible chain of events instantly formed in her mind. She waited for Lin Zhang to turn around and walk towards the kitchen again, then rushed to the sofa and pinned Xiao Qingya down. She leaned close to Xiao Qingya's ear, lowered her voice, and looked her up and down with an extremely ambiguous gaze. Confess and you'll be treated leniently, resist and you'll be punished severely. You too, have you already? Her gaze swept meaningfully over Xiao Qingya's glistening lips and slightly flushed neck. She didn't say what she was going to say, but the meaning was already clear. Boom! Xiao Qingya's face flushed red instantly, and heat shot straight to the top of her head. She was like a little girl caught cheating by the teacher, her eyes darting around, stammering, her lips moving for a long time, but she couldn't utter a single complete word. We didn't. This extremely guilty look is tantamount to admitting guilt without being asked. Upon seeing this, Su-Man gasped and then let out an exaggerated exclamation. My God! Xiao Qingya! He really melted your millennia-old iceberg? She couldn't believe her eyes, and then, as if she had discovered a new continent, she started teasing her best friend relentlessly. She used a high-pitched voice, mimicking Xiao Qingya's shy and helpless demeanor, and said in a coquettish tone, "Oh dear, I can't stand up." But Xiao Qingya was both embarrassed and angry. She was amused by the girl's funny antics and burst out laughing. She then grabbed the cushion behind her and threw it at her. Su Man! You're asking for it. Oh, you're shy now. Come on, tell me the truth, how far have you two gotten? Last night, was it? Su Man nimbly dodged, laughing as she continued to press for those embarrassing questions. The two women were laughing and chasing each other in the living room. One was extremely embarrassed and indignant, and the other was overjoyed. The villa was filled with the long-lost laughter and chatter of young girls. When Lin Zhang returned from the kitchen carrying water and a plate of sliced fruit, this was the vibrant and delicious scene he saw. He watched the two women laughing and joking on the sofa, and especially when he saw the genuine, radiant smile on Xiao Qingya's face, his heart warmed as well. He stepped forward and naturally handed the cup of perfectly warm water to Xiao Qingya. Then, she placed the plate of neatly cut and beautifully arranged fruit within easy reach of her. Every gesture was filled with silent tenderness and pampering. Su Man's laughter gradually subsided. Looking at Lin Zhang's matter-of-fact, model boyfriend attitude, and then at her best friend's face beaming with undisguised happiness, she felt genuinely happy for her. This man may truly be Qingya's salvation. After the laughter and commotion subsided, the atmosphere gradually quieted down. After a brief moment of joy, Su Man's expression slowly turned serious. She glanced at Lin Zhang, then at Xiao Qingya, and asked earnestly, word by word. I'm happy for you. Really? But have you considered that the road ahead will be 10,000 times more difficult than you imagine? Chapter 47 Sweet Troubles and Future Storms. Su Man's words were like a bucket of ice water, instantly extinguishing the ambiguity and warmth that had just risen in the living room. The air, at this moment, became heavy and quiet. Xiao Qingya's smile gradually froze. Su Man ignored the tense atmosphere and stared at Xiao Qingya, posing the first and most practical question. What do you plan to do about Nian Nian's identity? You're telling the public she's your younger sister, but children grow up, go to school, and socialize. How long can this lie last? This question, like a needle, precisely pierced the fragile shell that Xiao Qingya had wrapped in happiness. This is a huge problem that she has been deliberately avoiding, but has no choice but to face. Yes, Nian Nian will grow up, she will have her own friends, and she will have her own world. How should I explain this to her, her classmates, and her teachers? Why is mommy the older sister? Why is daddy the older uncle? Xiao Qingya's smile vanished completely, replaced by a look of bewilderment and helplessness. Su Man sighed inwardly as she looked at her, but didn't stop talking. She turned to Lin Zhang, who had remained unusually calm throughout, and posed the second, and most crucial, question. Who is Wang Ba? He is the apple of the eye of the Wang family in Shanghai. You crippled him. Her gaze lingered on Lin Zhang for a moment. Do you think those lunatics in the Wang family will let this go? A crazy retaliation against you and against Sky Dome technology could come at any time. The Wang family of Shanghai. These 4 words themselves represent a tremendous amount of pressure. That was a top-tier wealthy family based in Shanghai, known for its domineering and protective style. Their retaliation will be far from trivial. As soon as Su Man finished speaking, the temperature in the living room seemed to drop a few degrees. Lin Zhang's expression remained calm. He refilled the warm water cup in Xiao Qingya's hand with some more hot water before slowly speaking. I have considered all of these. He didn't say much, but he had a calming power to put people at ease. As if something of paramount importance was nothing more than a routine matter to be handled step by step. Su Man was taken aback by his nonchalant demeanor, but she knew that the real storm was yet to come. She took a deep breath and posed the third, and most unsolvable, problem. And what about your grandfather, the Xiao family of Beijing? The marriage he arranged for you with the Qin family, will he really abandon it just because you found a bodyguard as your boyfriend? Su Man's words became sharp, ruthlessly tearing away the last veil of tenderness. He won't. He'll just think you're crazy, and then he'll use even tougher methods to break you two up. At that point, you won't be facing Wang Ba's underhanded tactics, but rather a complete and utter crushing defeat from a top-tier family. Every word Su Man said was like a heavy hammer, striking Xiao Qingya's heart hard. The happiness she had just received, which had made her feel intoxicated, was instantly overshadowed by a thick layer of shadow in the face of cruel reality. An overwhelming sense of fear and helplessness washed over me once again. Instinctively, she reached out and grabbed Lin Zhang's hand tightly. Her small, cold hands trembled slightly. Lin Zhang didn't say anything, but simply turned his hand over and tightly wrapped her small hand in his large hand, warming her with his body heat. Then, he raised his head and met Su Man's worried gaze. I know that the enemies in the future will be very powerful. whether it is the Wang family or the Xiao family. His words were calm, yet resounding. Therefore, before that, I will build an empire strong enough to rival them. After saying that, he turned his head and looked at the woman in his arms who was trembling slightly with fear. His gaze became incredibly firm and incredibly gentle. Qingya, trust me. I am not only your man, but also your and Nian Nian's strongest shield. I will solve all the problems one by one. There were no grand pronouncements, no flowery language. It's that simple, that straightforward. Yet it possesses an extreme, domineering power that can make any woman fall for it. These words gave Xiao Qingya an unprecedented sense of security, enough to withstand the entire world. She gripped his hand even tighter. Su Man, standing to the side, was completely awestruck by the confidence and charisma contained in Lin Zheng's words. She could tell that the man wasn't exaggerating. He said he would build an empire, and he really did build an empire. This man was a million times more unfathomable than she had imagined. She let out a long sigh, relaxed completely, leaned back on the sofa, and a complicated smile appeared on her face. Well, it seems my worries were unnecessary. She looked at Xiao Qingya, whose face was once again enveloped in a sense of security and happiness, and said sincerely, Qingya, you have really found a man you can entrust everything to. Just then, a faint cell phone vibrated in the living room. Buzz. Buzz. The sound came from Lin Zheng's cell phone, which was on the coffee table. He picked up his phone and saw that it was an encrypted message from Gu Xiaoming. He clicked on it. The message was very short, just one sentence. He glanced at it, and his movements froze for a moment. Although his face remained unchanged, Xiao Qingya beside him and Su Man opposite him both keenly sensed that the air around him seemed to have become sharp in that instant. A storm is brewing. Lin Zheng turned off his phone screen and put it back in his pocket. The content of the message came to mind. Brother, I've found out. The Wang family has started using their overseas connections to raise a huge sum of money, and their target seems to be the stock market of Skydome Technology. Chapter 48 An Invitation Before the Storm. Lin Zheng turned off his phone screen and put it back in his pocket. He simply made a very simple gesture. But in that instant, the atmosphere in the living room underwent a dramatic change. The laughter and joy that had just filled the air between the two women, the tender sweetness between lovers, seemed to have been instantly emptied by an invisible hand. All that remained was deathly silence. And a kind of cold and sharp aura emanating from Lin Zheng. Xiao Qingya was all too familiar with this aura. That was the Azura-like demeanor he displayed last night at the hotel when facing Wang Ba. Fear gripped her heart once again without warning. Almost instinctively, she reached out and gripped Lin Zheng's arm tightly, as if only in this way could she draw a sense of security. What's wrong? Su Man also dropped all her teasing tone, and her bright face was filled with seriousness. She stood up from the sofa and stared intently at Lin Zheng. As a seasoned veteran of the financial world, her sense of crisis was far sharper than that of the average person. She asked the most incisive question. Has the Wang family made a move? Lin Zheng did not deny it. He calmly turned his head, first patting Xiao Qingya's cold little hand that was gripping his arm reassuringly, before looking at Su Man. One word confirmed Su Man's guess. He took his phone out again, but didn't unlock it. He simply held it in his hand and stated a fact that would shake any listed company in a nonchalant tone. The Wang family's revenge is about to begin, and the first stop is the stock market of Tianqiong Technology. Stock market. Upon hearing those two words, Su Man tensed up completely. The languid air of a close friend vanished instantly, replaced by an extremely professional seriousness befitting a little witch in the financial world. They're going to use capital to target the Sky Dome? What are the specifics? How much funding are they using? And through what channels? A series of professional questions came out of her mouth. Xiao Qingya, standing to the side, turned deathly pale upon hearing the word stock market. She wasn't a pure financial player like Su Man, but as the head of Skydome Technology, she understood better than anyone what a malicious capital attack from a top-tier wealthy family meant for Skydome Technology. That will be a bloody and brutal massacre. A stock price crash, market panic, shareholder sell-offs, and wavering partners, a series of chain reactions are enough to cause a well-established business empire to collapse in a short period of time. The happiness she had just gained, the sense of security she felt from being protected by a man, seemed so fragile in the face of the behemoth represented by the name Wang family, as if it could be crushed at any moment. Lin Zheng felt the woman beside him tremble. He patted the back of her hand again, a small gesture, but one that carried an undeniable reassuring power. Don't panic. Then, he looked at Su-man, who had a solemn expression, and shook his head. The information is not complete yet. I need to talk to my brother in person. He can get the most complete intelligence. Having said that, he had made his decision. Without the slightest hesitation or seeking anyone's opinion, he simply and naturally began to arrange everything. Tonight, we'll go to the Grand Hyatt Hotel. It has the highest level of security and offers the best privacy. As he spoke, he began operating his phone to book a private room at Jiangzhou's most exclusive private club. His movements were fluid and effortless, as if he had done this 1,000 times before. That powerful control and decisive action calmed the previously flustered Xiao Qingya and Su-man down. After reserving a private room, he put down his phone. Then, he looked at Xiao Qingya beside him, and then at Su-man standing opposite him, and formally extended the invitation in an unquestionable tone. You guys come too. These words stunned both women. A hint of undisguised surprise flashed across Su-man's face. She originally thought that Lin Zhang would choose to face it alone and protect them behind him. But he didn't. He chose the most honest and confident approach. This concerns all of us, there's no need to hide it from you, Lin Zhang added calmly. Let's face it together. Su-man gave him a deep look. This man was more responsible and had more courage than she had imagined. She nodded immediately, without the slightest hesitation. Fine. I'd like to see what tricks those lunatics from the Wang family are up to. As someone in the financial industry, she was eager to assess the severity of the crisis from a professional perspective and provide all possible assistance to her best friend. All eyes were on Xiao Qingya. Looking into Lin Zhang's calm and resolute eyes, the coldness in her heart caused by fear was being replaced by a great warmth. He didn't treat her like a canary that needed protection. Instead, he regarded her as a partner who could fight alongside him. This trust gave her more strength than any sweet words. The last trace of unease in her heart completely dissipated. She nodded emphatically. Good. Having received an affirmative answer, Lin Zhang said no more. He dialed Gu Xiaoming's number directly. The call was answered almost instantly, and Gu Xiaoming's loud and boisterous voice came from the other end. Damn, Lao Lin, you finally called back. Things are a bit. Lin Zhang didn't let him finish speaking at all, interrupting him directly in a calm, almost commanding tone. Tonight at 8 p.m., Junyue Mansion, the top-tier private room. I'm waiting for you. After saying that, he hung up the phone without waiting for any further response from the other party. Clean, efficient, and powerful. The entire process takes no more than 10 seconds. Silence fell over the living room once again. Xiao Qingya and Su-man just watched him, watching him finish the call and then act as if nothing had happened, taking the water glass from the coffee table and taking it to the kitchen to wash. It was as if that phone call wasn't about arranging a meeting to discuss a life or death storm for the company, but rather about inviting someone to an ordinary dinner. That composure and confidence, unwavering even in the face of a collapsing mountain, miraculously calmed the turmoil that had just risen in the hearts of the two women. The storm doesn't seem so scary anymore. Chapter 49: The Shock of the Brothers' Reunion. Grand Hyatt Hotel, top floor. Zichen Hall. This is the most exclusive private club room in the entire Jiangzhou, bar none. The minimum spending requirement for just this room is enough for an average family to work for 10 years. Lin Zhang arrived ahead of time with Xiao Qingya and Su-man. The private room was decorated in an extremely luxurious style, with antique rosewood furniture and original works by unknown painters hanging on the walls. The air was filled with the smell of money. Xiao Qingya and Su-man were clearly very familiar with this kind of scene, but at this moment, neither of them was in the mood to appreciate it. Both women carried the weight of the Wang family on their hearts. Lin Zhang completely ignored these luxurious decorations. As soon as he entered the room, he did something that surprised both women. He did not use any professional anti-eavesdropping equipment. He walked calmly through every corner of the room, like a lion king surveying its territory. He examined the bottom of the antique vase, tapped on the heavy solid wood wall panel, and even looked up at the dazzling crystal chandelier on the ceiling for a moment. His movements were slow, but they carried an extremely professional rigor. His crisis perception max ability makes him exceptionally sensitive to any discordant energy fluctuations in his surroundings. Any hidden camera or eavesdropping device will be exposed under this all-around perception. Safety confirmed. He then walked to the head seat, sat down calmly, and gestured for the two still somewhat nervous women to sit down as well. Don't worry, it's very clean here. His simple words made Xiao Qingya and Su Man's tense nerves relax a little. Just then, the heavy solid wood door of the private room was suddenly pushed open from the outside with a bang. A nonchalant, somewhat boastful voice came in first. "Damn it, bro, what's so urgent that you have to?" Gu Xiaoming, Lin Zhang's bunkmate from college, a well-known rich second generation in Jiangzhou, barged in a frenzy. However, he only said half of what he meant. When he saw the scene inside the private room, the remaining half of his sentence got stuck in his throat and he couldn't utter it. He froze at the doorway. Who did he see? He saw his good brother Lin Zhang, who was sitting steadily in the main seat. That's not surprising. Lin Zhang was sitting with a woman on his left and another woman on his right. And he actually knew both of these women. One of them had a cool and aloof demeanor and an unparalleled beauty. Although he was just sitting there quietly, the powerful aura of keep away emanating from him almost overflowed the screen. Xiao Qingya, the legendary ice queen of Jiangzhou's business world and the helmsman of Tiansheng Technology. The other one was stylishly dressed, bright and beautiful, with a pair of fox-like eyes scrutinizing her with interest, carrying a sharp insight into people's hearts. Su Man, the infamous little witch of Shanghai's financial circles. How come these two top figures, who are usually rarely seen, are both here at the same time? He was even sitting at the same table with his own brother? At this moment, Gu Xiaoming's brain completely shut down. Just as his mind went blank and he thought he had entered the wrong room, he witnessed a scene he would never forget. Lin Zhang picked up the exquisite purple clay tea set on the table, skillfully lifted the teapot, and poured a cup of tea for Xiao Qingya beside him. The movement was so natural it couldn't be more natural. Xiao Qingya, who was said to be cold and aloof to all men, accepted it calmly and even nodded slightly, with a faint blush on her cheeks. That unintentional intimacy, that tacit understanding between the two of them, is absolutely undeniable. Gu Xiaoming felt his worldview collapse and then rebuild itself in that instant. He stood there dumbfounded. He extended a slightly trembling finger and mechanically gestured back and forth between Lin Zhang and Xiao Qingya. His mouth opened and closed repeatedly, until finally, a few broken syllables were squeezed out of his throat. "Yu Shi. What's going on?" The living room was so quiet you could hear a pin drop. Xiao Qingya was a little embarrassed by his ghostly appearance, and subconsciously picked up her teacup, pretending to drink water. Su Man crossed her arms and watched the show with a smile. Lin Zhang put down the teapot, which collided with the table, making a crisp, light sound. He looked up at his petrified brother and dropped a bombshell in an extremely calm tone. "My girlfriend, Xiao Qingya. Her best friend, Su Man." Just two simple sentences. The word girlfriend, in particular, struck Gu Xiaoming squarely on the head, like a thunderbolt from the heavens. Boom! Gu Xiaoming's mind completely exploded. He froze instantly. Countless mysteries that had troubled him were automatically solved at this moment, connecting to form a complete storyline. Why would Lin Zhang, a graduate of a top university, suddenly become a bodyguard? Why would he suddenly need startup capital to trade stocks? Why was he able to transform himself from a poor student into someone even he couldn't understand in such a short time? I see. So this is where the root of everything lies. What bodyguards? What's so profitable? He's doing this to pick up girls. Moreover, the woman he was sedating was none other than the queen of Sky Dome technology, whom all the men in Jiangzhou could only look up to. Shock. After the unparalleled shock came an overwhelming sense of reverence for his own brother. This is beyond awesome. This is a miracle. The next second, Gu Xiaoming could no longer control himself. Like a bull in heat, he rushed over in one stride, ignoring the two ladies beside him, and opened his arms to hug Lin Zhang tightly. He was so excited that his face turned red, and he roared wildly in Lin Zhang's ear with all his might. "Holy crap! Bro! You're like my own brother. You actually melted this millennia-old iceberg?" His voice was so loud that it made the whole private room buzz. Xiao Qingya was both embarrassed and angry by his phrase "eternal iceberg," her cheeks turning so red they seemed to bleed, and she wished she could disappear into a crack in the ground. But Su Man, who was standing to the side, finally couldn't help but burst out laughing at Gu Xiaoming's exaggerated and silly antics. She looked at this legendary wealthy young man from Jiangzhou with great interest and took the initiative to speak. "You must be the little Prince Gu from Jiangzhou. I've heard so much about you." Gu Xiaoming's roar was interrupted, and he then remembered that there was an important person next to him. He quickly released Lin Zhang, straightened his disheveled clothes, and instantly switched back to the social mode of a rich second generation, responding with a playful smile. "Oh my, it's the little witch Su from Shanghai. It's a pleasure to meet you. You're even more beautiful in person than the legends say." The tense atmosphere inside the private room, brought about by the Wang family, was instantly transformed into a strange and lively one by Gu Xiaoming's actions. On one hand, there is extreme admiration for the miracle performed by the brother. On the other hand, there is the mutual acquaintance and probing among top celebrities. Gu Xiaoming's gaze eventually fell back on Lin Zhang, his fervent admiration even overshadowing his worries about the impending storm. He looked at Lin Zhang, then at the ice queen beside him who had completely melted into a gentle touch, and only one thought remained in his mind. My brother is a god. Chapter 50: The Sniping and Contempt of 50 Billion. After a brief period of noise, the atmosphere in the private room quickly cooled down because of the unfinished news that Gu Xiaoming had brought. The fervent adoration on Gu Xiaoming's face hadn't completely faded, but it was now covered by a heavy layer of seriousness. He pulled out a chair and sat down opposite Lin Zhang, while the other two women also readjusted their postures. The private room, which had just been bustling with excitement due to the brothers' reunion, suddenly became so quiet you could hear a pin drop. 4 people sat around a huge round table, yet an eerie sense of confrontation arose between them. The air was thick with the oppressive atmosphere of an approaching storm. Gu Xiaoming broke the silence first, taking out a specially encrypted phone from his pocket and opening a file. "Brother, let's get down to business." He was no longer joking around, his whole demeanor exuded the sharp and capable air of a scion of a wealthy family when facing a crisis. "I used some of my father's old connections and paid a price to find out the Wang family's financial movements." He turned his phone screen towards the crowd, which displayed a complex diagram of fund flows. The Wang family has quietly amassed a huge sum of money through several offshore companies and trust fund accounts overseas. Gu Xiaoming's finger swiped across the screen, finally settling on a number. The confirmed amount at present is approximately 5 billion Hong Kong dollars. 5 billion. When Gu Xiaoming uttered that number, Xiao Qingya's body trembled almost imperceptibly. Her hand, which was under the table, instinctively grabbed Lin Zhang again. Su Man's reaction was more direct. She leaned forward, getting closer to the phone screen. Her bright face was no longer teasing, but only showed the professionalism and seriousness of a financial professional. Gu Xiaoming continued to report the intelligence he had found, each word like a stone hitting everyone's heart. The goal of this money is very clear: to acquire Skydome Technologies shares in the Hong Kong stock market. Their plan is very vicious. On a certain day, as soon as the Hong Kong stock market opens, they will release negative news about Tianqiong Technologies' technical vulnerabilities and financial fraud, all in one go. What they're going to do is maliciously short sell. Malicious short selling. For Xiao Qingya, these 4 words were tantamount to a verdict. As the head of Skydome Technology, she knew all too well what this meant. That was a massacre targeting the company. Once the stock price crashes, market confidence will collapse instantly, shareholders will panic and sell, banks will withdraw loans, and partners will terminate cooperation. The business empire she had painstakingly built could very well crumble within days due to this financial attack. She froze, the last trace of color draining from her face, leaving it deathly pale. All she could feel was the steady, powerful warmth emanating from the man's hand beside her. That was her only support at that moment. 50 billion. Su Man muttered to herself, her shrewd fox-like eyes flashing with the light of rapid calculation. She made a quick judgment from a purely financial perspective. If it's just 5 billion, it's not enough to smash the market to its core. But if you combine it with enough sharp negative publicity and launch a surprise attack at the moment of opening, it will be enough to create huge panic in the market. Her analysis was calm and ruthless. Once retail investors and small institutions start to sell off in a panic, it will create a stampede. At that point, even if the Wang family is unable to continue selling, the market's panic will crush Skydome's stock price. This is the bloody side of the capital market. Confidence is more important than gold. Once confidence collapses, it becomes an irreversible avalanche. After listening to Su Man's professional analysis, Gu Xiaoming's face was also full of worry. Damn it, those mad dogs from the Wang family are playing dirty tricks. The entire private room was enveloped in an immense, suffocating pressure. Xiao Qingya looked worried, while Su Man looked solemn. Gu Xiaoming looked anxiously at Lin Zhang, waiting for his all-powerful brother to come up with a solution. However, the only person in the room who should have been the most nervous appeared unusually calm. Lin Zhang. He didn't look at the intelligence report on Gu Xiaoming's phone from beginning to end. He simply sat there calmly, picked up the purple clay teapot again, and refilled the teacup in front of him. The scalding hot tea was poured into the cup, and wisps of steam rose, blurring his calm face. He picked up the teacup, brought it to his lips, and gently blew on it. That composure, that leisurely air, formed a stark, even glaring, contrast with the oppressive, almost explosive atmosphere in the private room. It was as if they weren't discussing a $5 billion capital strangulation that would determine the company's life or death. Instead, they were discussing whether to have seafood porridge or wontons for supper tonight. Finally, after blowing away the last wisp of steam from the rim of the cup, Lin Zhang put down his teacup. The teacup collided with the table, making a crisp, light sound that resonated in everyone's heart. He looked up at Gu Xiaoming, who looked anxious, and asked a question. A single sentence made all three people present think they were hallucinating. Just 5 billion? What does that feel like? The clouds are light and the breeze is gentle. Calm. Even, there was a hint of barely perceptible, deep-seated contempt. It's as if to say, is this really something to make such a fuss about? Gu Xiaoming, ? Xiao Qingya, ? Su Man, ? Three people, three faces, all showing huge question marks at the same time. Their brains collectively crashed at that moment. Su Man, in particular, almost doubted whether Lin Zhang understood finance at all and didn't know what 5 billion in short selling meant. But she immediately dismissed the idea. How could someone whose grandfather described her as unpredictable and mysterious as a prophet of Victoria Harbor not understand this? Impossible. The private room was deathly silent. Lin Zhang ignored the three people's shock. He simply pointed a finger at the table and began to explain to himself. His words were spoken slowly and deliberately, yet they carried a powerful logic that seemed to see through everything. The total market capitalization of SkyDome Technologies' circulating shares in Hong Kong is approximately 40 billion Hong Kong dollars. Xiao Qingya and Su Man both knew this number. Lin Zhang continued speaking. His voice wasn't loud, but it clearly reached everyone's ears, dispelling the panic in their hearts. To completely destroy SkyDome through short selling and cause a decisive avalanche effect in its stock price, it would be impossible without more than 12 billion yuan. He looked around and finally fixed his gaze on Xiao Qingya's pale face. His judgment was clear and final. A mere 50 billion. He paused slightly, then gave his conclusion. They underestimate me. This amount of money is far from enough. Chapter 51: Offensive and Defensive Strategy and Dimensional Reduction Strike. These words struck like a thunderbolt from a clear sky, exploding in everyone's minds. A mere 5 billion. They underestimated us. This is not confidence, it's arrogance. It's a deep-seated contempt that completely disregards the Wang family. The air in the private room fell into an even more eerie stillness because of Lin Zhang's few casual words. Xiao Qingya unconsciously loosened her grip on Lin Zhang's hand a little. The icy chill that gripped my heart with fear was being rapidly replaced by an incredible warmth. She looked at the man beside her. He sat there calmly, as if he had just spoken not of a capital battle that threatened the company's survival, but of criticizing a dish for not being tasty enough. That calming power is more effective than any explanation. Su Man, the little witch of Shanghai's financial circle, was completely speechless at this moment. She looked at Lin Zhang as if he were a monster. Her mind raced through the possibilities. Lin Zhang's analysis was correct. Trying to smash through the sky with a $5 billion sum is indeed wishful thinking. But the game in the capital market is never just about money. It's also about observing people's hearts, public opinion, and the overall trend. The Wang family's move was insidious because of its surprise attack and public opinion manipulation. Their goal was to create maximum panic with minimal cost. But Lin Zhang seemed to have seen through all of this from the very beginning. Furthermore, they disregarded it. This insight and this boldness have completely exceeded her understanding of what a bodyguard is. It even exceeded her imagination of the mysterious code name Victoria Harbor Prophet. Holy crap! A rude exclamation broke the silence in the private room. Gu Xiaoming slapped his thigh and jumped up from the chair. He was completely ignited by Lin Zhang's domineering aura, and the solemnity on his face caused by worry vanished, replaced by extreme excitement and fanaticism. Bro! I knew you were awesome. He was so excited that his face turned red. He rushed around the table to Lin Zhang's side and patted him hard on the shoulder. So, what do we do? Tell me, how much money do you need? We're going to go all out in the stock market. Who's afraid of throwing money around? I'll go back and get my dad's life savings for you right now. Gu Xiaoming was filled with excitement and had already begun planning how to raise funds to make a big splash in the stock market against the Wang family. This is the way everyone would instinctively think of to respond. A head-on collision. Using funds to hedge funds, the most primitive and bloody form of strangulation is carried out on the candlestick chart. However, Lin Zhang simply shook his head slowly. A cold smile appeared on his face. Trying to outlast them in the stock market? That's exactly what they wanted. What we want to do is something they don't understand. Upon hearing this, Gu Xiaoming froze. Xiao Qingya and Su Man were both stunned. Avoiding a stock market war? So how do we deal with it? Do we just stand by and watch Skydome's stock price be shorted and then crash? Lin Zheng ignored the three men's questions, turned to look at Gu Xiaoming, and began to issue his first command. His words were calm, yet carried an undeniable decisiveness. Keep an eye on the Wang family's financial movements and let me know as soon as possible. Furthermore, I want you to use all your connections to immediately begin investigating all of the Wang Group's main businesses and core industries, the more detailed the better. I need to know which are their cash cows and which are their most profitable sectors. Although Gu Xiaoming was completely confused, he nodded without hesitation out of absolute trust in his brother. No problem. Leave it to me. After giving the instructions, Lin Zhang turned his attention back to the two women across the table. Looking at the mixture of unease and curiosity on their faces, he finally revealed his true plan. Defense has never been my style. Instead of passively waiting for them to make a move, we should cut off their roots directly. The Wang family's foundation is not finance, but their proud high-end beauty and skincare industry. Boom! This statement has 10 times the impact of the previous statement, a mere 50 billion. Su Man and Gu Xiaoming hadn't fully reacted yet. Xiao Qingya, the head of Skydome Technology, instantly understood something. She tensed up completely, looking at Lin Zhang with an incredulous gaze. Really? The next second, Lin Zhang officially announced his plan, which could only be described as insane. I plan to establish a brand new product department within Skydome Technology. This department is independent of all existing operations, has the highest authority, and is under the highest level of confidentiality. Our main focus is on groundbreaking beauty and skincare products. Are you crazy? Xiao Qingya could no longer remain calm. She gasped and stood up from her seat. As the president of Skydome Technology, she knew better than anyone how absurd this plan was. Skydome is a technology company. An internet company. Our DNA is code and data, not chemistry and biology. We have no relevant technical reserves, no R&D team, no production line, and no sales channels. We have nothing. Crossing over to a completely unfamiliar field like beauty is tantamount to suicide. Her reaction was intense. This isn't a business war, this is gambling with the company's future. And it's a gamble where there's absolutely no chance of winning. Faced with Xiao Qingya's almost out-of-control questioning, Lin Zhang remained calm. He simply looked up and gazed at her quietly. Then he spoke. Who says we lack technology? He looked into her eyes, which were trembling slightly with shock and unease, and with an air of unwavering confidence, he played his trump card. I have several complete skincare formulas that are at least 10 years ahead of the current market. These formulas do not require complex production lines, nor do they require top chemists to conduct secondary research and development. Their effects, once they are released, will be a huge blow to the Wang family's so-called flagship products. He paused for a moment, then uttered a word that was unfamiliar to everyone present, yet full of power. Dimensional reduction attack. Dimensional reduction attack. These 4 words seemed to possess a kind of magic, instantly striking everyone in the private room. Gu Xiaoming was completely confused, but he felt incredibly impressed and thought it was awesome. A terrifying light gleamed in Su Man's shrewd fox-like eyes. She seemed to have already witnessed the birth of a business legend. Xiao Qingya was completely stunned. Looking into Lin Zhang's extremely confident eyes, she felt a surge of emotions. Formula? A decade ahead? A dimensional reduction attack? How many secrets is this man hiding? Lin Zhang didn't give her much time to think. He stood up, walked to her, reached out, and gently took her cold little hand in his. Qingya, trust me. His words carried a soothing gentleness, yet also contained an undeniable power. What you need to do now is, in your capacity as president of Sky Dome Technology, immediately begin preparing the internal procedures for establishing the new department. Remember, everything is being done under the highest level of secrecy. I need this department to have the ability to execute in the shortest possible time. The meeting has now concluded. A brand new strategy that takes the initiative and strikes straight at the heart of the enemy has taken shape unexpectedly in a direction no one had anticipated. The Wang family is still preparing for what they believe to be a capital attack. They never imagined that Lin Zhang had no intention of playing cards with them at all. What he's going to do is flip their table, rush into their house, and break their legs. This unfathomable strategic layout, this bizarre and unpredictable thinking, sent a chill down the spines of Su Man and Gu Xiaoming. They watched Lin Zhang, and after he finished arranging everything, he sat back down as if nothing had happened, picked up the cup of tea that had gone a little cold, and slowly took a sip. A storm is brewing in another dimension. Chapter 52: Delicious Hot Pot and a New Alliance. The meeting has ended. Gu Xiaoming was still in a state of extreme excitement. He looked at Lin Zhang with a fervent adoration that seemed to overflow from his body. "Brother, don't worry." He patted his chest heavily, his blood boiling with excitement. "I'll expose everything about the Wang Group. I'll get to it right now." After saying that, he could no longer contain himself and rushed out of the private room like a gust of wind. His enthusiasm was as if he were not going to investigate business intelligence, but to fight a war to destroy a country. In an instant, only Lin Zhang, Xiao Qingya, and Su Man remained in the private room. The atmosphere became somewhat subtle. Gu Xiaoming's departure took away the boisterous excitement, leaving behind Su Man's fox-like eyes filled with inquiry and shock. She just stared straight at Lin Zhang without saying a word. Her brain was still frantically processing the massive amount of information from the meeting she had just attended. A dimensional reduction attack. A brand new department has been established. They went straight to the heart of the Wang family. Every decision this man made exceeded her entire understanding of business warfare. That's not a game of strategy, that's crushing defeat. That wasn't a scheme, it was the collapse of the heavens. After a long while, she finally let out a long breath, slumped back in her chair, and spoke in a tone that was half joking and half serious. "I'm not leaving." Upon hearing this, Xiao Qingya looked at her best friend with some surprise. Su Man didn't even look at her, she kept staring intently at Lin Zhang, her bright face filled with a relentless determination to achieve her goal. "I'm staying at your cloud-top villa today. I want to see for myself just how many tricks you, this god, are still hiding." These words made Xiao Qingya, who was initially a little nervous, burst out laughing. She could sense that Su Man was truly and completely captivated by Lin Zhang. Upon hearing this, Lin Zhang also showed a faint smile on his face. He stood up, walked naturally to Xiao Qingya's side, and took her small hand in his. "Okay." He smiled and agreed, then looked at Su Man and made a suggestion that surprised both women. "Perfect timing, to celebrate the official formation of our new anti-royal alliance. Tonight, I'll cook a hot pot myself to welcome us back and wash away the dust of our journey." Half an hour later, at the cloud-top villa. As soon as Lin Zhang returned, he took off his suit jacket, skillfully rolled up his shirt sleeves, and plunged into the kitchen. Xiao Qingya and Su Man sat on the sofa in the living room, chatting casually, but Su Man's attention was clearly drawn to the direction of the kitchen. Soon, an indescribable, overpowering aroma wafted out of the kitchen. It wasn't the spiciness of ordinary hot pot broth, but a complex and unique aroma that blended the richness of beef tallow, the umami of mushrooms, the crispness of medicinal herbs, and the layered fragrance of dozens of spices. Just smelling this aroma makes one's mouth water and one's appetite whetted. In the kitchen, Zhang Ma was completely dumbfounded. She originally wanted to go in and help Lin Zhang, but found that she couldn't get involved at all. Lin Zhang simply asked her to help wash some vegetables, and then she became the sole audience member of this top-notch culinary show. She watched as Lin Zhang took out a piece of top-grade Wagyu beef with a beautiful red and white pattern, its texture so exquisite it seemed otherworldly, from a specially made insulated box. Then, an ordinary kitchen knife seemed to come alive in his hands. The blade flashed, and then a series of faint, almost continuous thud sounds could be heard. In just over 10 seconds, the expensive Wagyu beef was sliced into paper-thin, translucent pieces and neatly arranged on an ice platter. That knife skill was simply divine. Zhang Ma watched from the side, her mouth agape, with only one thought in her mind. This isn't a bodyguard, this is clearly the god of food descended to earth. When Lin Zhang brought all the dishes to the table, the two women in the living room were completely stunned by the sight before them. A huge yin-yang hot pot is placed in the center of the table, one half of which is a pot of spicy beef tallow soup with bubbling red waves, and the other half is a pot of rich white mushroom broth. Around the pot, a dozen or so plates of top-quality ingredients, each a work of art, were displayed in a dazzling array. Hand-cut, paper-thin Wagyu beef, laid out on the iceberg like a rosy sunset. The presentation features fresh sashimi made of various top-quality seafood, including Australian lobster, king crab, and geoduck, displayed on a giant ice sculpture. There were also various vegetables and mushrooms arranged as beautifully as flower arranging, as well as plates of meatballs and other similar items in different colors, clearly handmade. This is hardly a home-style hot pot. This is clearly a top-level banquet of state banquet caliber. Having dined at countless Michelin-starred restaurants around the world, Suman was so astonished by the sight of this work of art and the overwhelming aroma in the air that she was speechless. She felt that her understanding of the world was being repeatedly trampled on and rubbed into the ground by this man named Lin Zhang. "Let's eat." Lin Zhang greeted the two with a smile. Suman mechanically picked up her chopsticks, took out a slice of Wagyu beef as thin as a cicada's wing, and gently dipped it in the boiling hot pot, following the ancient rule of 7 dips and 8 lifts. The slices of meat instantly turned from red to pink, infused with the aroma of chili oil, and she carefully put them into her mouth. The next second, Suman's eyes widened suddenly. The slice of beef melted on her tongue almost without being chewed. The ultimate freshness, aroma, tenderness, and smoothness, combined with the domineering yet layered spicy flavor of the beef tallow hot pot base, were like a taste bomb exploding wildly in every corner of her mouth. An indescribable feeling of happiness surged from my taste buds straight to the top of my head. It's so delicious. I've never eaten such delicious beef in my life. She was completely captivated. All the shock and doubts became insignificant in the face of this exquisite taste. She looked at the man across from her, who wasn't in a hurry to pick up his chopsticks himself, but was carefully rinsing a piece of tripe for Xiaoqingya, blowing on it to cool it down before putting it into her bowl. Su Meng's eyes were filled with indescribable disbelief and heartfelt admiration. She put down her chopsticks and asked the question that had been on her mind for a long time with utmost seriousness. "Lin Zhang, what exactly have you transformed into? Is there anything in this world that you can't do?" Lin Zhang simply smiled and did not answer. The rising steam from the hot pot blurred his face, but it made the atmosphere in the entire restaurant incredibly warm and cozy. This newly formed alliance was not established solely because of a common enemy. And because of this heartwarming and delicious meal, they became inseparable. Suman picked up her chopsticks again, took a large piece of tender Australian lobster meat, and took a big bite. She chewed as she made the announcement, mumbled but with unwavering conviction. "Count me in. From today onwards, all my connections and resources in Shanghai's financial circles are open to you. I've disliked those mad dogs from the Wang family for a long time. Fuck him." At this moment, this little witch from Shanghai's financial circle completely sided with Lin Zhang. She vowed to use all her power to fully support this perfect couple in her eyes. Xiaoqingya looked at her best friend beside her, who had completely let loose, and then at the man across from her who was serving her food. Her face was filled with unprecedented happiness and peace of mind. Chapter 53: The Oath of Alliance and Homecoming. The steam from the hot pot gradually dissipated, but the atmosphere ignited by those words in the private room showed no signs of cooling down. Suman, the little witch of Shanghai's financial circle, had lost all of her usual shrewdness and cunning at this moment. She stood up abruptly from the chair, her movements decisive and without the slightest hesitation. "No, I can't wait any longer." She picked up her coat and handbag, her face filled with an eager determination. "I'm going back to Shanghai right now. My flight is tonight, and I can't afford to waste a minute." Xiaoqingya was somewhat surprised and stood up as well. "So soon? Aren't you going to stay another night?" "Stop what?" Suman grabbed Xiaoqingya's hand, her bright fox-like eyes flashing with an unprecedented light. "Your man has already sent a challenge to the Wang family's lair. As an ally, I can't just stand by and watch the show from the back, can I?" Her words were fast and urgent, like a string of lit firecrackers. "I have to go back now and integrate all the connections, channels, and resources I have at my disposal for you. I have ways to investigate and dig into the Wang family's channels and suppliers in the beauty and skincare industry. If he wants to use a dimensional reduction attack, I'll build him a ladder to heaven." After saying that, she didn't say anything more, turned around, and gave Xiaoqingya a tight hug. This hug was stronger than ever before. Suman let go of her friend's hand, cupped her friend's face in her hands, and looked more solemn than ever before. "Qingya, listen to me. Her voice was low, yet carried an undeniable certainty. Hold on to him. You've really struck gold this time. From today onwards, I will be your strongest shield. Anyone who tries to harm you will have to step over me, Suman, first. These words resonated deeply. Xiao Qingya's eyes instantly reddened. Lin Zhang watched all of this calmly, without saying a word from beginning to end. He didn't speak until Suman turned to leave. Miss Su, wait a moment. Suman stopped and looked back at him, her expression questioning. Lin Zhang took out a small, exquisite craft paper bag from his pocket and handed it over. These are a few packets of tea that I personally prepared. They contain some calming herbs that can relieve fatigue and promote beauty and relaxation. You've been working lately, so you'll find them useful. Suman was stunned. She instinctively took the small paper bag. It was warm to the touch and had a delicate herbal scent. Looking at Lin Zhang's calm face, the last trace of doubt in her heart completely vanished. This man possesses not only thunderous strategic skills but also this subtle and considerate tenderness. He's not human at all. He is God. Suman suddenly smiled, a bright and relieved smile. Okay, I'll accept your gift. She shook the tea bag in her hand and winked at Lin Zhang. Once your groundbreaking product is launched, you must reserve the exclusive distributorship in Shanghai for me. Lin Zhang smiled and nodded in agreement. When the time is right, I will personally visit Shanghai. It's a deal. Suman left the villa without lingering. After Suman left, the large living room instantly fell silent. Xiao Qingya was still immersed in her best friend's solemn instructions and promises, and a warm feeling welled up in her heart. Just then, her cell phone rang urgently. It was an emergency call from the company president's office. She answered the phone, and after listening to only a few sentences, her relaxed expression immediately turned serious. Okay, I understand. I'll head back to the company right away. After hanging up the phone, she looked at Lin Zhang, her clear, cool eyes now filled with an unprecedented trust and reliance. I've already instructed my trusted confidants to make preparations at the company. Now I need to go back immediately to chair a high-level preparatory meeting regarding the establishment of the new department. Lin Zhang walked up to her, reached out, and gently straightened her collar, which was slightly wrinkled from their earlier embrace. His movements were so natural, as if he had done them 1,000 times before. Go ahead, and be careful on the road. He gave the instructions softly. With me at home, you can focus on your work. A very simple sentence. But it instantly calmed Xiao Qingya's heart, which was tense because of the upcoming business battle. She nodded heavily, turned and walked away quickly. In a corner not far away, Zhang Ma, who had just finished cleaning up the restaurant, happened to see the whole scene. She watched Xiao Qingya's departing figure, then looked at Lin Zhang standing in the center of the living room, a genuine smile of satisfaction appearing on her kind face. This home seems to be getting warmer and warmer. Evening. The afterglow of the setting sun bathed the entire Jiangzhou in a warm golden hue. A black phaeton with an extremely understated appearance arrived at the entrance of International Kindergarten on time. The car door opened, and Lin Zhang got out of the driver's seat. Ring ring. The bell rang, signaling the end of get out of class. Soon, a group of chattering little angels, led by their teacher, poured out of the school building. Uncle Lin. A sweet, surprised shout rang out from the crowd. Wearing a pink princess dress, Xianyan, like a happy little pink butterfly, spread her arms and took short steps, rushing towards Lin Zhang as if flying. Lin Zhang smiled, bent down, and steadily caught the little baby who rushed into his arms, picking her up in his arms. Uncle, give me a hug. Nian Nian happily hugged Lin Zhang's neck and gave him a big kiss on the cheek, then began to excitedly share her fun experiences at kindergarten. Lin Zhang held her, listened patiently, and occasionally responded with a few words. The interaction between the two attracted the attention of many parents around them. As we got into the car on our way home, Nian Nian sat in her special child safety seat, swinging her little legs and asking curiously, Uncle, why didn't Mom come to pick up Nian Nian today? As Lin Zhang drove smoothly, he wove a beautiful fairy tale for her in the gentlest of tones. Because Mom is carrying out a very important task. Just like Ultraman, we work hard outside and defeat those evil monsters that want to destroy our home. Wow! Nian Nian's eyes lit up instantly, filled with admiration. Is Mommy Ultraman? She's so amazing. Of course, Lin Zhang affirmed with a smile, Mom is the most powerful Ultraman in the world. The phaeton smoothly drove into the cloud-top mountain villa. As the car came to a stop in front of the villa, another Mercedes also turned off its engine. Xiao Qingya pushed open the car door and got out. She was dressed in a smart business suit, and after a busy day, her face showed an undeniable weariness. But the moment she looked up and saw the scene before her, all her fatigue miraculously vanished. The last rays of the setting sun gently shone down. Lin Zheng opened the back door and carefully lifted Nian Nian out of the child's seat. The man was tall and imposing, and the girl was exquisitely beautiful. The two, one large and one small, were enveloped in a golden halo, creating a warm picture that could melt anyone's heart. Mother! Nian Nian saw her too, and immediately cheered as she broke free from Lin Zheng's arms and rushed into her mother's embrace. She tilted her little face up, as if presenting a treasure, and reported loudly in a childish voice. Mom, Uncle Lin said you're fighting a monster. You're so amazing. Xiao Qingya was completely amused by her daughter's innocent and whimsical words, and all the weariness in her heart was swept away, leaving only tenderness. She smiled, ruffled her daughter's hair, and then stood up. She walked to Lin Zheng's side and, under the man's slightly surprised gaze, made a move that shocked both of them. She reached out and naturally took Lin Zheng's arm. This was the first time she had ever acted so intimately towards him outside the villa, in front of her own house. Xiao Qingya's cheeks felt a little hot, but she didn't let go. Instead, she held on even tighter. She turned her head to look at him and said softly, "Let's go home, I'm hungry." Chapter 54. The ambiguity rises in the kitchen. The words, "Let's go home, I'm hungry," were like a feather, gently brushing against Lin Zheng's heart. He looked at the woman beside him, who was taking his arm for the first time. She had a faint blush on her face, but she was pretending to be calm as she looked ahead. Lin Zheng smiled. He turned his hand over and gently enveloped her slightly cool little hand with his warm palm. Xiao Qingya's body stiffened almost imperceptibly, but she did not break free. Instead, she let him hold her hand, and the warmth of their palms touching quickly spread throughout her body. "Mommy, Uncle Lin, you're holding hands." Nian Nian's clear, childlike voice broke the hazy ambiguity between the two. Xiao Qingya's face flushed red instantly, and she subconsciously tried to pull her hand back. Lin Zheng held on even tighter. He bent down, picked up Nian Nian, and said to the little girl with a smile, "Because mommy and uncle are also good friends." As they entered the villa, Zhang Ma greeted them with a broad smile upon seeing the three of them in such a friendly manner. "Sir, Mr. Xiao, dinner is ready." Before she could finish speaking, Xiao Qingya interrupted her. "Aunt Zhang, you don't need to cook today." Xiao Qingya took a deep breath, as if she had made a major decision. She looked at Lin Zhang, and her clear, cold eyes held a hint of expectation and challenge. "We'll cook it ourselves tonight." She paused, then added something that stunned Lin Zhang and Zhang Ma. I'll be with you." Lin Zhang looked at her, at this business queen who never lifted a finger in the world, who was now looking at him with the serious expression of a primary school student receiving a new task. The smile on his lips grew wider and wider. "Good." Thus, an incredibly peculiar scene unfolded in the top-notch kitchen of the Hantang Villa, a kitchen comparable to a Michelin-starred restaurant. The delicate and beautiful Nian Nian moved a small stool and sat obediently in the hall to watch cartoons. Lin Zhang and Xiao Qingya stood side by side next to the central worktop in the kitchen. Xiao Qingya put on a beige apron, and casually tied her long hair up, revealing her fair and slender neck. She stood awkwardly in front of the sink, washing vegetables. Her movements were clumsy, and a few drops of water even splashed onto her smooth forehead, adding a touch of domestic warmth. Lin Zhang was beside her, skillfully preparing the other ingredients. The two stood very close, their shoulders occasionally brushing against each other unintentionally. Each touch felt like a faint electric current flowing silently through the air, making the atmosphere increasingly ambiguous. "Lin Zhang, where is the plate?" After washing the vegetables, Xiao Qingya looked around somewhat helplessly. Lin Zhang pointed to the cabinet above her head. "The top layer." Xiao Qingya said "Oh" and reached out to reach it, but the cabinet was too high. She stood on tiptoe, stretching her body upwards with all her might. The beautiful curve of her back taut as she did so, outlining a breathtaking arc. Even so, her fingertips were still just a tiny bit away from the edge of the plate. Just as she was about to give up and ask Lin Zhang for help, a tall figure silently approached her from behind. Lin Zhang's cool yet reassuring aura instantly enveloped her. A long arm brushed past her ear, easily reached over her head, and slipped into the cupboard. The next second, a pristine white bone china plate was taken down. Throughout the entire process, Lin Zhang's chest remained pressed tightly against her back. Xiao Qingya froze completely. She could clearly feel the scorching heat and the solid texture of his strong muscles emanating from his chest through the thin fabric. Knock knock, knock knock. She could even hear his heartbeat suddenly become heavy, and her own unruly heart was also beating wildly, like a drum. A surge of heat uncontrollably spread from her neck to her ears, and her cheeks instantly turned so red they looked like they were about to bleed. Lin Zhang wasn't much better off. The soft, fragrant body in his arms, the faint scent of shampoo lingering in his hair, mixed with her unique body fragrance, was like the most intoxicating drug, making his mouth dry. Especially the amazing softness and elasticity felt on my back. Lin Zhang's body reacted instantly and honestly. An indescribable murderous aura rose from his lower abdomen. Damn it! He cursed under his breath, and without making a sound, took a small step back, forcibly widening the distance between them. He handed the plate to Xiao Qingya, his movements stiff, and he didn't even dare to look at her. For you. Xiao Qingya took the plate, lowered her head, and dared not look him in the eye. But out of the corner of her eye, she caught a glimpse of his slightly reddened ears and his feigned composure, which betrayed a hint of embarrassment. A sly smile flashed across her eyes. It turns out that this man, who remains calm and composed no matter what crisis he faces, also has such a pure and innocent side. The atmosphere became more subtle. To break the awkward silence, Lin Zhang cleared his throat and picked up a kitchen knife and a cucumber. Let me teach you how to chop vegetables. Okay. Xiao Qingya immediately came over, full of interest. Lin Zhang stood behind her and once again, in an almost embracing manner, grasped the hand holding the knife in her hand. Relax your wrist, curl your fingers like this, and use your knuckles to hold the blade in place so you don't cut yourself. His large hand held her small hand, patiently explaining the key points. His warm breath brushed against her earlobe, intentionally or unintentionally, sending shivers down her spine. Xiao Qingya's mind was no longer on learning how to chop vegetables. She felt the warmth and strength of the man's hand, and her mischievous thoughts began to stir again. Just as Lin Zhang was guiding her hand as she cut the first slice of cucumber, Xiao Qingya's index finger, which was curled on the hilt of the knife, suddenly twitched slightly, and with her fingertip, she slowly traced a line in his palm. That touch was as gentle as a feather brushing against you. Lin Zhang's body suddenly trembled. A tingling electric current surged from my palm throughout my entire body in an instant. He almost dropped the knife in his hand and nearly fell onto the cutting board with a clang. He suddenly turned his head and looked at the woman behind him. Xiao Qingya had already turned around quickly, her back to him, leaving him with only a slightly swaying shoulder. The suppressed, silvery laughter could no longer be hidden. She was laughing at him. Lin Zhang looked helplessly at this mischievous woman. His emotions were a mixture of anger and amusement, but even more so, they were overflowing with doting affection. This ice queen, after melting away, actually has such a mischievous side. He put down the kitchen knife, stepped forward, and gently embraced the woman who was secretly laughing from behind. He lowered his head, brought his lips close to her ear, and whispered a warning in a warm, magnetic voice. If we light another fire, we won't have time for dinner. The warm breath, along with those suggestive words, went straight into Xiao Qingya's ears. Her body went limp instantly. The laughter stopped abruptly, replaced by an uncontrollable heat coursing through the body. She dared not be naughty anymore, and like a cat whose fur had been stroked, she obediently nestled in his arms, letting him hold her. However, the corners of her mouth that she couldn't suppress, and her bright, smiling eyes, betrayed her true feelings at that moment. The kitchen was brightly and warmly lit. One big and one small, one male and one female, together they create a heartwarming scene. Nian Nian, watching her parents hugging each other in the lobby, clapped her little hands happily. Xiao Qingya's smile, under the hazy light, was impossible to hide. Chapter 55 Children's innocent remarks and boundless springtime scenery. The cozy time after dinner became even more harmonious after the ambiguous atmosphere in the kitchen. The family of three snuggled together on the soft sofa in the living room, watching Boonie Bears on the LCD TV, the atmosphere peaceful and beautiful. Lin Jing sat in the middle, Xiao Qingya leaned on his left shoulder, while the exquisitely beautiful Nian Nian nestled in his right arm, her little head resting against his chest, watching with great interest. If outsiders saw the scene, they would only think they were the happiest family in the world. Just then, the little guy in his arm suddenly moved, stretched out his chubby little arm, pointed to a small red dot that had just appeared on his arm, pouted, and looked at Lin Zhang with a wronged expression. Uncle, Nian Nian got bitten by a mosquito, it's so itchy. Her childish voice carried a hint of grievance, as if she was about to cry. Lin Zhang immediately looked down and saw a clear red mosquito bite on Nian Nian's fair arm. A thought struck him, and he immediately mobilized the gentle power within his body belonging to the intermediate miraculous healer. He didn't do anything complicated, he simply extended his index finger, dipped it in the warm water cup next to him, and then gently massaged the little red envelope with his fingertip in a special rhythm. A faint current of air, imperceptible to most, slowly seeped into the girl's delicate skin from his fingertips. The mosquito bites that were originally itchy and painful, making Nian Nian frown in discomfort, were almost instantly replaced by a cool and refreshing feeling. That annoying itching disappeared without a trace in an instant. Ha! Nian Nian blinked her big, watery eyes and was surprised to find that it wasn't itchy at all. She immediately stopped crying and smiled, hugged Lin Zhang's neck, and happily gave him a kiss. It doesn't itch anymore. Uncle is amazing. Lin Zhang held the sweet and soft little baby in his arms, his heart softening. He smiled and gently pinched her little nose, softly comforting her. It's okay. Mosquitoes like our Nian Nian because it smells nice, and they want to get close to us too. A barely perceptible stream of information quietly passed through his mind. Guardian achievement, first time curing illness from the bloodline core, gain 10 achievement points, and a slight increase in the miraculous healer skill level. Indeed, protecting them is the shortcut to becoming stronger. Nian Nian nodded as if she understood, taking the explanation seriously. Then, as if she remembered something, she began to speak earnestly. Uncle, you're so kind. Let me tell you, our kindergarten girl Chi-Chi is so pitiful, she got bitten by mosquitoes too. Lin Zhang and Xiao Qingya were both amused by her mature demeanor. Lin Zhang asked cooperatively, "Oh? Is that so?" Xiao Qingya looked at her daughter with a smile, enjoying this rare moment of family warmth. Nian Nian nodded her little head very seriously and continued to add to her amazing discovery, her words full of childlike sympathy. And Chi-Chi's mom's belly is also swollen, she must have been bitten by a really big mosquito and has a huge welt. Poor thing. The words fell. The air seemed to freeze for a second. Lin Zhang's expression froze on his face. The smile on Xiao Qingya's face froze instantly. The next second. Puff. Xiao Qingya could no longer hold back. A thunderous burst of laughter erupted unexpectedly from the mouth of this usually aloof and distant female CEO. Ha ha, no. I can't take it anymore, ha ha ha. She laughed so hard she almost fell over, her body shaking uncontrollably. She lost all her strength and collapsed softly into Lin Zhang's arms, her shoulders heaving violently, tears streaming down her face. The image of the Ice Queen vanished at this moment. She was like an ordinary girl who had heard the funniest joke in the world, laughing without any regard for her image, yet she was incredibly radiant and captivating. Lin Zhang looked at the woman in his arms who was laughing so hard she could hardly breathe, and felt both annoyed and amused. But more than anything, there was an indescribable heat. Because of her loud laughter, the neckline of her beige loungewear opened slightly. From his angle, he could see the blinding white expanse and the breathtaking arc that seemed to devour all light. The murderous aura that he had forcibly suppressed in the kitchen surged up again with unprecedented ferocity. This woman is simply an enchantress. A fairy who can ignite all his reason in the blink of an eye. Xiao Qingya laughed for several minutes before finally stopping. She leaned against Lin Zhang, panting, with a beautiful blush on her pretty face. Meanwhile, the culprit, little Xiaonian, had already fallen asleep unknowingly, engrossed in the cartoon and in the warm embrace of her parents. Lin Zhang held Nian Nian in his arms, gently coaxing her to sink a little deeper, then steadily picked her up and carried her back to her room, covering her with a small blanket. He walked out of Nian Nian's room and gently closed the door. The corridor was softly lit and quiet. Lin Zhang turned around. He froze instantly. Not far away, by the doorframe of the master bedroom, Xiao Qingya was leaning there gracefully. She had changed out of her loungewear and was now wearing a silk black slip dress that accentuated her perfectly sculpted figure. The blush that had risen from her laughter had not yet completely faded, but her clear, cool eyes now seemed to be filled with the most intoxicating spring water, her gaze fixed on him without blinking. She parted her red lips slightly and spoke softly in a voice so gentle it could melt a man's bones. I'll help you. Boom. In Lin Zhang's mind, the last string called reason snapped. His Adam's apple bobbed violently. Not a single word wasted. He strode over and reached her in a few steps. With a shy gasp from Xiao Qingya, he swept her up in his arms. Ah! Xiao Qingya instinctively wrapped her arms around his neck, her heart pounding wildly. Lin Zhang held the soft, fragrant body in his arms, looked down at her blushing face, and curled his lips into an aggressive smile. He kicked open the master bedroom door with a sudden thud. The moment he stepped into that dim space, he lowered his head, leaned close to her ear, and declared, word by word, in a deep, hoarse voice filled with endless desire. "Tonight, I'm going to get it all back, with interest." Inside the bedroom, sounds rose and fell, a night of boundless spring beauty. Chapter 56 Stock Market God of War, Doubled Growth. The next morning. As the first rays of sunlight pierced through the gap in the curtains and fell onto the bedroom floor, Lin Zheng opened his eyes. After a night of intense fighting, he felt no fatigue whatsoever. On the contrary, he felt refreshed and full of explosive power. In his arms, Xiao Qingyao was sleeping soundly, her peaceful face flushed with a satisfied blush, like a lazy cat curled up in his arms. Lin Zhang lowered his head and gently placed a kiss on her smooth, full forehead. Without disturbing her, he quietly got out of bed, dressed, and went straight into the study of the villa. Last night's tenderness was a haven, but today, the hunters must set out. In the study, the morning light was still faint outside the huge French windows. Lin Zheng sat down behind the large desk, without turning on the light, but instead turned on the supercomputer in front of him that was connected to several monitors. The light from the screen illuminated his calm, expressionless face. He picked up the satellite phone, which was encrypted with the highest level of security, and dialed a number. The phone was answered almost the instant it rang. "Mr. Lin." On the other end of the phone, Li Ming's voice came through, carrying an extremely suppressed excitement and an almost fanatical respect. "Our international trading team is on standby 24/7. We are all in position and ready to receive your instructions." This VIP client manager from Haitong Securities has become a completely loyal follower of Lin Zheng ever since he witnessed his miraculous success in the Hong Kong and US stock markets. Lin Zheng didn't waste any words. On the computer screen, the real-time data of the Hong Kong stock market was fluctuating wildly. "Prepare 400 million Hong Kong dollars. His words were calm, yet carried an undeniable decisiveness. Target, Hong Kong stocks, Thunder Power. Codename, XXXX. There was an instant silence on the other end of the phone. 2 full seconds passed before Li Ming's words, filled with shock and a slight tremor, finally came through. "Mr. Lin. Mr. Lin. Thunder Power? Are you sure? This stock is notorious in Hong Kong for its volatile price movements. It's like a meat grinder. The daily price fluctuations are terrifyingly large, and countless funds that have gone in have been completely wiped out." His professional expertise made him subconsciously aware of the risks. However, this reminder only lasted for less than 3 seconds. Li Ming immediately changed his tune, his words becoming resolute. "Understood. We'll prepare immediately. All funds are ready, please give the order." Questioning God? He doesn't dare, nor is he worthy. God's decisions are beyond the comprehension of mortals. Hong Kong stocks officially opened at 9:30 a.m. The atmosphere in Haitong Securities' top-tier international trading room was so tense it was almost suffocating. Li Ming and his team stared intently at the candlestick chart of Thunder Power. After the market opened, the stock price did not show any unusual movement as they had expected. Instead, after a brief period of stability, it began to fluctuate and decline. On the screen, the green timeline line looked like a blunt knife, slowly cutting downwards. In the trading room, everyone's heart was in their throat. They couldn't understand why Mr. Lin would choose such a weak stock. However, Lin Zheng on the other end of the phone did not give any instructions. He simply leaned back in his chair in the study, his fingers rhythmically tapping lightly on the table, quietly watching the glaring green on the screen. He is waiting. Waiting for the right opportunity. Wait for market sentiment to shift from hesitation to panic, and finally to utter despair. Finally, after the stock price broke through several key technical support levels, the market completely collapsed. Panic selling erupted like an avalanche. Countless retail investors who bought at the bottom are now crying and screaming as they cut their losses and leave the market, hoping to minimize their losses. The entire market was filled with wailing and lamentation. Right now. Lin Zheng's calm words were clearly transmitted to the ears of everyone in the trading room through the encrypted line. Buy with all your funds. At a single command. The massive sum of 400 million Hong Kong dollars, like a prehistoric beast breaking free of its shackles, crashed into that vast green ocean with a devastating force. The green intraday chart line, which was still declining, seemed to be forcibly pulled up from the bottom of an abyss by an invisible hand. The stock price instantly turned from red to green. This overwhelming and irrational buying power instantly ignited the market. Countless programmed trading orders were triggered, and a large amount of speculative capital in the market also smelled blood and frantically followed the trend to chase the rise. The stock price began to soar wildly at an almost vertical angle. Oh my God! In the trading room, a young trader stared at the candlestick chart, which was a deep, almost purple red, and couldn't help but let out a dreamlike gasp. Li Ming and his team were all dumbfounded, their minds blank. Is this the power of God? One person alone can turn the tide. The stock price soared by 10%, 20%, and 30%. In just over 10 minutes, the market atmosphere shifted from extreme panic to extreme euphoria. Everyone thought this stock was about to skyrocket. Just as everyone's greed was pushed to its limit, Lin Zhang's second command arrived. Securities lending, establishing an equal short position. What? Li Ming and his entire team were stunned. Shorting stocks when they're soaring? This is completely inhumane. However, before they could react, Lin Zhang's next words struck them like a thunderbolt. Then, close all your long positions. Open both long and short positions. Using borrowed coupons to crash the market that you yourself have driven up? What kind of bizarre gate is this? The entire trading team's brains went blank. They were completely unable to comprehend the logic behind it. But their long-standing reverence prevented them from hesitating in the slightest, and they could only execute orders strictly, like the most precise machines. Just as they typed on the keyboard and closed out their last long position, a major financial news item, highlighted in bold and red, popped up simultaneously on all financial terminals like a depth charge. Breaking news! Hong Kong-listed Thunder Power has been exposed for serious fraud in its core technology, and its senior executives are suspected of serious financial fraud and are under investigation by relevant authorities. Boom! The market exploded the moment the news broke. Thunder Power's stock price plummeted in response. Like a kite with a broken string, it plummeted straight down from the sky. A cliff-like dive. All the funds that chased the price increase are now trapped at the top of the mountain, with no chance to escape. The entire market is in turmoil. 20%, 30%, 40%, 50%. The stock price was halved in just half an hour. Just when the market was completely silent, and everyone was stunned by this sudden black swan event, Lin Zhang's calm, emotionless words rang out for the third time. Cover up all short positions. One buy, one sell. One is plentiful, the other is empty. In just a few hours, the funds in the account seem to have been magically manipulated, churning wildly. Hong Kong stocks closed at 4 p.m. Li Ming held the freshly printed settlement sheet, his hands trembling like leaves. He spoke into the phone, his voice trembling with an almost reverent, tearful tone, reporting the day's achievements to his god. Mr. Lin. The results of the battle are in. His teeth were chattering. We invested 400 million Hong Kong dollars. Finally profitable, HK $1.13 billion. Currently, the total funds in the account are 1.53 billion Hong Kong dollars. Two times. Mr. Lin. That's more than double the profit. The entire top-floor trading room of Haitong Securities was deathly silent. Everyone stared blankly at the astronomical figure on the screen, a figure that could drive anyone mad, like a puppet whose soul had been ripped out. God! This is beyond the comprehension of ordinary people. This is a true miracle, a miracle that walks among humans. Holding the phone, Li Ming trembled with excitement, unable to speak for a long time. Finally, he managed to squeeze out 2 words from his throat. Oh my God! Chapter 57: A Billion Ambushers and the Oath of Brotherhood. On the other end of the phone, Li Ming's voice trembled so badly that every word seemed to be squeezed out from between his teeth. That almost pilgrimage-like, tearful tremor, transmitted through the encrypted line, echoed clearly in the quiet study. Lin Zhang leaned back in his large executive chair, his face showing no extra emotion. He listened calmly, as if that astronomical figure, enough to drive any financial tycoon crazy, was nothing more than a few cents in change at the market. New. He uttered 3 words indifferently and then hung up the phone. On the other end of the phone, in the top-floor trading room of Haitong Securities, Li Ming, holding the phone, froze on the spot. New? That's it? That's 1.1 billion in profit. This elite, who had spent half his life navigating the financial markets, felt his worldview utterly shattered at that moment. The God in his heart, once again, demonstrated what a miracle is in the most understated way. In the study, Lin Zhang had just put down the phone when a barely perceptible stream of information quietly appeared in his mind. Congratulations, host. You have completed a textbook perfect long-short hunt. Your unpredictable maneuvering has completely shocked top financial institutions. Unlock hidden achievement, Capital Magician. Achievement points reward, 5,000 points. Current total achievement points, 9130. Lin Zhang tapped his fingertips lightly on the table, only slightly reacting to the system's prompts. Achievement points are just a tool. The real goal has only just begun. Without a moment's hesitation, he picked up the satellite phone again and dialed back. Transfer the 1 billion Hong Kong dollars in your account to this offshore company account in batches through your most secretive encrypted channels. Lin Zhang's instructions were clear and ruthless, devoid of any emotion. Yes, Mr. Lin. Mission accomplished. Li Ming's voice no longer held any excitement, only fervent obedience. At the same time, inside the private office of Gu Xiaoming, the little prince of Jiangzhou. This usually carefree rich kid was pacing back and forth in his office, glancing at the computer screen every now and then, his face full of anxiety. Lin Zhang asked him to prepare an absolutely clean and secretive offshore account, saying that he needed to use some funds. Without saying a word, he used the most important connections in his family to resolve everything in the shortest amount of time. But he didn't know what Lin Zhang was going to do, let alone who his opponent was. This feeling of being able only to wait was driving him crazy. Sudden. Ding dong. A bank deposit notification popped up in the lower right corner of the computer screen. Gu Xiaoming suddenly stopped and moved closer to the screen. When he saw the long string of numbers on the notice that made his eyes dizzy, he was completely dumbfounded. Ones, tens, hundreds, thousands, 10,000s. He stretched out his fingers and, with trembling hands, counted the zeros one by one on the screen. I counted them once. Wrong. He counted it again. Still not right. It wasn't until the third time that he finally confirmed he wasn't seeing things. Clang. The premium Blue Mountain coffee cup slipped straight from his hand, crashing onto the polished marble floor and shattering into countless pieces. The aroma of coffee mingled with his heavy breathing, filling the air. Holy crap! 10 billion? Gu Xiaoming felt as if an invisible hand was tightly gripping his throat, causing his voice to become distorted. He knew Lin Zhang was awesome, he'd known since college. But damn it, he never imagined that Lin Zhang could be this awesome. That's $1 billion in cash. It's not valuation, it's not stock, it's real money that could fill his several hundred square meter office. Just when his mind went blank and his worldview was being repeatedly crushed and rubbed into the ground. The cell phone on the table rang. Caller ID, Lin Zhang. Gu Xiaoming jolted awake and hurriedly answered the phone. On the other end of the phone came Lin Zhang's familiar and calm greeting. Did you receive the money? This calm question became the last straw that broke the camel's back. Gu Xiaoming completely lost his composure and practically yelled it out. Received. Received it. Bro, tell me honestly, did you rob the Hong Kong Stock Exchange? Lin Zhang let out a soft chuckle on the other end of the phone. This laughter drove Gu Xiaoming even more insane. Laugh. You're still laughing. You almost gave me a heart attack. Tell me, what exactly do you want to do? Is this a huge sum of money for a yacht? Lin Zhang stopped joking with him and changed the subject, revealing a chilling aura. This is the first batch of funds. From now on, use all your secret channels, regardless of cost or price, like ants carrying grains, to slowly absorb the circulating shares of the core listed companies under the Wang Group. Gu Xiaoming's smile froze instantly. His mind raced, and he immediately understood the chilling meaning behind Lin Zhang's words. Lin Zhang paused, then emphasized. Remember, it must be kept absolutely secret and kept absolutely secret. You can't attract anyone's attention. Use every shell company you can think of, find the most reliable operators, break this money down into countless small streams, and let it flow in silently. We want to become an invisible shareholder of their most important company without the Wang family even noticing. Hearing this plan, which was comparable to a commercial spy thriller, Gu Xiaoming felt his blood boil at that moment. He understood. I understand completely now. This was not a simple act of revenge by Lin Zhang. He's trying to uproot the Wang family. This is a game of epic proportions. And I will be the one in this game of chess who lays the most deadly ambush, and at the most critical moment, delivers the most fatal blow from the heart of the enemy. This sense of participation and excitement made every pore on his body open up. Gu Xiaoming suddenly stood up from the chair, so forcefully that the expensive leather seat slid far backward. He spoke into the phone with unprecedented solemnity, making a vow word by word. "Don't worry, brother. If even a whisper of this gets out, I, Gu Xiaoming, will change my name backwards." His voice was filled with determination and ruthlessness. "Wang family, just you wait." The call ended. A massive encirclement of the Wang group has been quietly and silently unfolded. Chapter 58: A new battlefield and traces of old friends. In the study, Lin Zheng hung up the phone and gently placed the satellite phone back on the table. The night of intimacy did not make him indulge instead, it made his heart more resolute and his thinking clearer than ever before. He knew very well that last night's 1 billion Hong Kong dollars was just the beginning. This is far from enough to build an empire strong enough to rival a behemoth like the Xiao family in the capital. The door was gently pushed open. Xiao Qingya walked in carrying a steaming cup of coffee. She was still wearing her beige loungewear, and her face, which had just woken up, had a charming blush. She placed the coffee in front of Lin Zhang, then naturally wrapped her arms around his neck from behind, gently resting her chin on his shoulder. "Is everything taken care of?" Lin Zhang turned his head, savoring the fragrance of her hair. "The first step has been taken." Xiao Qingya didn't ask for details, she trusted him completely. She was silent for a moment, then spoke, her words carrying a hint of the competence and anxieties of a CEO. "I've also set up the scaffolding on my side. As we said before, a brand new, physically isolated, independent business unit within Sky Dome Technology has completed its initial structure." She paused for a moment, then uttered the ambitious code name. "Genesis." The office is located in a high-tech park on the outskirts of the city, in a standalone building. The security system was personally supervised and deployed by me, and it is absolutely the highest level. Xiao Qingya's delicate eyebrows furrowed slightly. "Everything is ready, except for a research and development leader who can truly take charge of this department." Lin Zhang picked up his coffee and took a small sip. He knew that this Genesis business unit was the sharp knife they were using to stab the Wang family's main business, the high-end beauty industry. And the tip of this knife must be the sharpest one. The headhunting firm recommended a few candidates. Xiao Qingya's words revealed a hint of disappointment. "I've looked at their resumes, and they are all very impressive. They are all well-known experts in the industry. But they're all too craftsmanlike. They can do a good job on a mature project and optimize something that is 80 points to 90 points, but they lack the disruptive thinking that starts from scratch and creates something new." Xiao Qingya raised her head and looked at Lin Zhang intently. "What I need is not a craftsman who preserves the status quo, but a madman who can create miracles, a true pioneer." "Madman? Pioneer?" A figure instantly flashed into Lin Zhang's mind. A stubborn senior student who wears a faded plaid shirt, thick black-rimmed glasses, spends all his time in the university lab, and whose eyes light up when he talks about biology and genetics, and who talks on and on. Gu Tao. He was a year ahead of me in university, a top-tier student in biotechnology who was one in a century. Lin Zhang still remembers Gu Tao's almost fanatical dedication to biotechnology and his amazing talent that far surpassed that of his peers. It was a pure, unadulterated love. "Isn't this the perfect madman that Xiao Qingya mentioned?" Lin Zhang put down his coffee cup and, without hesitation, immediately picked up his phone and dialed Gu Xiaoming's number. The call was answered almost instantly. "Bro! Are you done on your end? Let me tell you, I've never been this excited in my life. 1 billion. Gu Xiaoming's excited, loud voice came through the receiver. Lin Zhang interrupted him directly. "I'm asking you personally, Gu Tao, are you still in contact with him?" Gu Xiaoming's voice instantly turned somber on the other end of the phone. That feeling was like a bucket of ice water, extinguishing all his excitement. Gu Tao, sigh. Gu Xiaoming sighed heavily. "What's wrong?" Lin Zhang sensed something was amiss. After graduation, he joined a company called Jihan Biotechnology, which is one of the top companies in this field in China. Gu Xiaoming's words became somewhat indignant. He was in the core R&D department, but, to put it simply, he was very frustrated and unfulfilled. Gu Xiaoming then explained in detail. His direct supervisor is a bastard director surnamed Wang. That son of a bitch has no real skills. His specialty is stealing his subordinates' achievements and engaging in office politics. Gu Tao, that stubborn mule, is so focused on research and development that he doesn't understand these intricacies at all. Several of his very promising innovative proposals were suppressed by that director Wang under some pretext, then repackaged, signed with his own name, and submitted, earning him a lot of bonuses and honors. That director Wang was jealous of Gu Tao's talent, so he suppressed him, ostracized him, and marginalized him at every turn. Can you believe it? Gu Xiaoming grew angrier the more he spoke. I've been fed up with this for a long time. I told him to quit and come to my company. I'll set up a lab for him and let him be the boss. But that stubborn mule has an insatiable pride. He said he didn't want to accept my charity and insisted on proving himself through his own abilities. I'm so disappointed in you. Lin Zhang listened quietly, already having a complete plan in mind. He understood Gu Tao's personality very well. He was a proud and aloof genius who valued dignity and ideals more than life itself. Trying to poach him with money would not only be an insult to him, but he would also absolutely refuse without hesitation. You can't dig directly. Lin Zhang spoke calmly. Use hope. Gu Xiaoming was stunned for a moment. What? Lin Zhang's tone revealed a calm and strategic mind. A proud genius can only refuse a hope that is respectful and allows him to realize all his ambitions when he has completely despaired of his current environment and all his persistence has been crushed by reality. What we need to do is make him give up first. At the same time, Qihang Biotechnology, our D department meeting room. The atmosphere was oppressive. A young man wearing an inexpensive suit, but clean and tidy, stood up. That was Gu Tao. With an barely suppressed excitement on his face, he turned on the projector. Director Wang, colleagues, I recently came up with a revolutionary idea regarding the targeted induction of cell activity factors. If we can achieve it, we can improve the anti-aging effects of our existing products by at least 5 levels. Before he could finish speaking, Director Wang, a middle-aged man with a bloated belly, impatiently interrupted him from the main seat. Gu Tao. Director Wang tapped the table, his smile forced and insincere. Your idea is good, but it's too unrealistic. The company needs to consider costs and the market, not let you conduct wildly imaginative personal research. Don't bring up this kind of wasteful plan again. After saying that, he changed the subject and looked at another young researcher. Xiaoli's project on optimizing plant extraction is really good. It's down to earth and has great commercial value. Xiaoli is this month's D-star. Sparse applause rang out in the conference room. Everyone looked at Gu Tao with a mixture of sympathy and complicated emotions. Everyone knows that Xiaoli's project is just an old proposal from Gu Tao that was rejected last year, with some data changes. Gu Tao stood there, his body trembling slightly. He felt a burning sensation on his face, as if he had been slapped countless times in public. It was a deep-seated humiliation and powerlessness, a feeling of ideals being trampled on and talents being insulted. After the meeting, he did not go home, but quietly returned to the laboratory alone. The laboratory was cold and empty late at night. As he looked at the sophisticated instruments and the whiteboard covered with complex formulas, the light in his eyes gradually dimmed. Just then, Lin Zheng called Gu Xiaoming's cell phone again. Tomorrow evening. Lin Zheng's voice was calm and decisive. Let us go downstairs at Qihang Biotechnology Company and bump into our buried genius senior. Chapter 59. A chance encounter on the street and a clash of ideas. As evening approached, the evening rush hour in Jiangzhou arrived as expected. A Volkswagen Phaeton, with an understated and almost plain appearance, quietly pulled up next to the coffee shop across the street from Qihang Biotechnology Company. Inside, Lin Zhang and Gu Xiaoming each held a cup of coffee, quietly gazing at the glass-walled office building across the street. Bro, isn't your car a bit too understated? It doesn't match your current status, Gu Xiaoming said, taking a sip of his coffee. Lin Zheng ignored him and just watched the crowd pour out of the building. Finally, a familiar figure appeared. Wearing a faded plaid shirt, thick-rimmed black glasses, and carrying a worn-out laptop bag, he exuded an exhaustion from being drained by work. It was Gu Tao. He kept his head down and walked hurriedly, as if he wanted to escape the building behind him as soon as possible. Lin Zhang put down his coffee cup. It's your turn. Just you wait and see. Gu Xiaoming immediately pushed open the car door, straightened his flashy Versace jacket, and strode across the street, his face instantly filled with exaggerated surprise. He had anticipated Gu Tao's route, and with a perfect turn, he blocked Gu Tao's path. Holy crap! Gu Tao? It really is you. Gu Xiaoming's voice was so loud that it could be heard throughout the entire street. He grabbed Gu Tao, who was still somewhat dazed, and patted his back forcefully. Gu Tao was taken aback by the sudden enthusiasm. He adjusted his glasses and, after recognizing the person, a look of surprise appeared on his face. Xiaoming? What are you doing here? I just finished my business here and was about to leave. What a coincidence. Gu Xiaoming's acting was exaggerated. He pointed to the phaeton across the street. Come on, my brother is here too. The three of us haven't gotten together in a long time. We have to have a few drinks tonight. Before Gu Tao could refuse, Gu Xiaoming half dragged and half brooked him to the car. Lin Zhang had already gotten out of the car and was leaning against the door with a smile. Lin Zhang. When Gu Tao saw Lin Zhang, a genuine smile finally appeared on his tired face. In college, he and Gu Xiaoming were roommates and had a very good relationship. Long time no see, senior. Lin Zhang stepped forward and gave him a firm hug. Let's go. Don't just stand here. I know a street food stall nearby with really authentic barbecue. The three of us brothers will drink until we drop tonight and relive our college days. Gu Xiaoming waved his hand and made the decision immediately. As night deepened, the food stalls along the street were bustling with activity. Plastic tables and chairs, disposable cups, and the air filled with the mixed aroma of cumin and charcoal. The three of them had a table full of grilled skewers and ice-cold beer in front of them. Come on, let's toast to our long-awaited reunion. Gu Xiaoming raised his glass, his face flushed. After a few rounds of drinks, they started talking more. Gu Xiaoming began his usual boasting, from which plot of land his company had recently acquired to which new sports car he had bought, talking a mile a minute, spitting as he spoke. Gu Tao listened in silence most of the time, occasionally chuckling in agreement, and quietly drinking his beer, without saying a word about his work or life. Lin Zhang keenly sensed that Gu Tao was shrouded in an unyielding sense of gloom. Although he didn't say it, the repression of being unappreciated was almost seeping out from every pore of his body. Lin Zhang quietly ate his kebabs, seemingly listening to Gu Xiaoming boast, but his eyes never left Gu Tao out of the corner of his eye. He noticed a detail. When Gu Xiaoming occasionally boasted about trendy technological concepts, such as gene editing or cell regeneration, Gu Tao remained silent, but his ears would twitch slightly involuntarily, and his fingers, holding the beer glass, would unconsciously trace molecular structural formulas that others couldn't understand on the condensed table. It was a deep-seated, instinctive reaction. It's time. Lin Zhang put down the skewers in his hand, cleared his throat, and spoke casually. Speaking of which, I've recently become quite interested in the beauty industry. The other day I heard someone say that the hottest concept right now is quantum skincare, which claims to use quantum energy to penetrate the skin barrier and act directly on cells. It sounds really high-tech. He looked at Gu Tao, appearing eager to learn. Senior, you're an expert in this field. Do you think this thing is reliable? The words had barely left his mouth. Gu Tao, who had been silent all along, exploded instantly, like a cat whose tail had been stepped on. Bullshit. He slammed the beer glass down on the table, splashing beer everywhere. That's a complete commercial scam. It's pseudoscience. Gu Tao's tech geek spirit was completely ignited at this moment. His face flushed red, and he excitedly began his science popularization. Quantum? Do they even know what quantum is? A quantum is the most basic unit that makes up matter. It has wave-particle duality. Its state is a superposition state before observation, so it is impossible for it to be stably emitted to act on the skin. Penetrating the skin barrier? Do they know how dense our stratum corneum is? Do they understand the principle of selective permeability of cell membranes? This is just using a high-level term that ordinary people can't understand to package a completely unscientific garbage product and collect an IQ tax. He spoke very quickly and sharply, his words filled with contempt for this pseudoscience and anger at the tarnishing of his professional field. Gu Xiaoming was stunned, staring blankly at Gu Tao, who seemed like a completely different person. Lin Zhang, however, went along with him and added fuel to the fire. But when I look at their advertisements, they make it sound very convincing, and there are many celebrities endorsing them. The market response is also very good. That's because consumers don't understand. They're easily fooled by fancy words and false promises. Gu Tao became even more agitated. He stood up and paced back and forth in the narrow aisle, waving his hands as if he were giving an academic lecture. The real future is not these fancy pseudo-concepts. The real future lies in targeted cell repair. At this moment, his eyes rekindled the almost fanatical gleam that Lin Zhang had seen in the university laboratory. Everyone's skin problems have different root causes. Aging, dullness, and wrinkles are essentially functional declines of different cells. What we need to do is not to bombard them with energy, but to use biological messengers, like precision-guided missiles, to precisely deliver specific active factors to the target cells that have problems, and repair, activate, or even replace them. This is how to solve the problem at its root. This is the real, next-generation skincare technology. The hustle and bustle of the food stalls seemed to fade away from him at that moment. Under the greasy light, this man in a cheap shirt was outlining a grand vision that could revolutionize the entire industry. He radiated a kind of genius. However, this light only lasted for a few minutes. When he finished speaking, and all that remained were Gu Xiaoming's stunned expression and Lin Zhang's thoughtful silence, Gu Tao felt as if all his strength had been suddenly drained away. He realized he had lost his composure. The spark that had just ignited within him quickly faded, and he reverted to being that tired, depressed ordinary office worker. He sat back down in his chair, picked up his glass, downed the rest of his beer in one gulp, and then muttered something under his breath, almost in a self-deprecating tone. Anyway, it's just a thought. This sentence is filled with endless bitterness and helplessness. The meal ended in this slightly awkward atmosphere. When they parted, Gu Xiaoming tried to pull Gu Tao to the next match, but Lin Zhang stopped him. Lin Zhang walked up to Gu Tao without mentioning anything about work or recruitment. He simply reached out and patted Gu Tao's shoulder forcefully. It would be such a shame if such a great idea couldn't become a reality. After saying that, he turned around and got into the car with Gu Xiaoming. The phaeton quickly merged into the traffic and disappeared into the night. Gu Tao stood alone by the roadside, the evening breeze clearing his feverish mind. He returned to his rented room, which was only a dozen square meters, threw himself on the bed, but couldn't fall asleep. Lin Zhang's last words echoed in his mind again and again. What a pity! He recalled how excited and animated he had been, spitting as he spoke, at the food stall just moments before. That passion and ideals, suppressed for far too long, were unexpectedly ripped open tonight. A thought he had never had before quietly planted the first seed of doubt and expectation in his heart. Chapter 60 Fatal Email and the Last Straw. The following day, Shihan Bio held an emergency meeting of its senior management. The atmosphere in the meeting room was lively. Director Wang stood in front of the projection screen, full of vigor, waving his arms and talking animatedly as he introduced the latest project he was leading. Distinguished leaders, this is the culmination of our R&D department's painstaking efforts, Light of the Beginning Anti-Aging Essence. It uses revolutionary technology, and its effects far surpass all similar products on the market. Once it hits the market, it will definitely ignite the entire beauty industry. On the PPT, exquisite promotional images and complex molecular structural formulas flashed alternately, drawing admiration and applause from the audience. The company's senior executives all looked delighted and praised Director Wang highly. Only Gu Tao sat in the most inconspicuous corner of the conference room, his blood seemingly frozen. That so-called light of voyage essence. Every line in the molecular structure diagram on the PowerPoint presentation felt like a needle piercing his brain. This is his stuff. It was his previous innovative proposal that had been ruthlessly rejected. No, it's not even a complete plan. In order to take credit and meet deadlines, Director Wang not only stole his core ideas, but also drastically cut out the most critical and time-consuming safety and stability aspects. This is a defective product whose soul has been removed. A time bomb that only pursues short-term results but harbors huge hidden dangers. A chilling, bone-deep anger instantly swept through Gu Tao's body. As soon as the meeting ended, amidst everyone showering Director Wang with praise, Gu Tao squeezed in and blocked his way. Director Wang, regarding the safety and stability aspects of the Light of Voyage essence, I believe there is a major oversight. It lacks the crucial beta-7 stabilizer, which may cause problems after mass production. Before he could finish speaking, he was impatiently interrupted by Director Wang. Director Wang had just received commendation from senior management and was in high spirits when this incident disrupted his plans, immediately replaced by a fake smile. He patted Gu Tao's shoulder affectionately, leaned close to his ear, and spoke in a voice only the two of them could hear. Young Gu, don't be too ambitious, and learn to be grateful. The company has given you a platform to participate in such an important project. You should feel honored. As for the technical details, you don't need to worry about them. I have everything I need to know. That condescending attitude and that disdainful tone shattered the last vestige of hope in Gu Tao's heart. He was gently pushed away. Surrounded by a group of people, Director Wang left triumphantly, leaving Gu Tao standing alone, looking like a clown. The glances from his colleagues were a mixture of sympathy, mockery, and schadenfreude. Every gaze was like a resounding slap across his face. Humiliation, powerlessness, and the chilling feeling of having one's ideals trampled on. Gu Tao returned to his workstation, looking dejected. The surrounding noise had nothing to do with him. The whole world turned black and white. He turned on his computer, but instead of looking at any work documents, he opened his personal email. He is preparing to write his resignation letter. He couldn't stay in this place for even a second longer. However, just as he was about to create a new email that had just been lying in his inbox instantly grabbed his attention. Sender, unknown. Title, Early Warning Model for Potential Hemolytic Risk of Light of the Start Essence. Boom! Gu Tao's mind went blank with a buzz. His hands trembled as he opened the email. The email contained no fluff, just densely packed data, formulas, and logical deductions. With extreme precision, it meticulously analyzed how, in the absence of beta-7 stabilizer, the core active factor of light of voyage undergoes uncontrollable structural changes under specific temperature and pH conditions. This mutation has a 1 in 10,000 chance of penetrating the capillary walls of the user's skin, causing hemolytic necrosis. These 4 words struck Gu Tao's heart like a heavy hammer, making it almost impossible for him to breathe. Large areas of skin cells are dying and ulcerating, and the damage is irreversible. A 1 in 10,000 chance sounds low, but once this product is rolled out nationwide, reaching tens of millions of consumers, it means that tens of thousands of people will inevitably suffer from facial irritation and disfigurement as a result. This isn't a product, it's poison. What made Gu Tao's scalp tingle and his whole body tremble was the second half of the email. After a lengthy risk warning, the tone of the email changed abruptly. It has incredibly supplemented and improved upon the concept of targeted cell repair that Gu Tao expounded on impromptu while drunk at the food stall last night. From theoretical foundations to technical pathways, product prototype design, and even the steps of clinical trials and entry points for market promotion, everything is meticulously planned. That was a complete, rigorous, and brilliantly designed product development plan. The depth of thought and business acumen contained within it far surpasses his own crude concept by countless dimensions. At that moment, Gu Tao understood instantly. Street food stall. Beer. Grilled skewers. Lin Zhang's comment, "It's such a pity," was. All the clues came together, and a shocking truth exploded in his mind. That was not an ordinary reunion between brothers. That was an interview. Lin Zhang was testing him from beginning to end. Just as he was deeply shaken and his worldview was completely overturned, a commotion suddenly broke out in the office. A colleague ran past him, holding his phone and looking utterly shocked. Something terrible has happened. Check the financial news. Our company is trending. Someone anonymously revealed that Director Wang's academic background is seriously fabricated and that he even stole the research results of an intern. The entire RD department instantly erupted into chaos. Gu Tao stared at the glaring news headline on his phone, then at the mysterious email on his computer screen, his heart pounding wildly. He took the printed data from the email, didn't go home, and plunged headfirst into his laboratory. He wants to verify it. He had to verify all of this himself. Working through the night. As the first light of dawn shone into the laboratory, Gu Tao stared at the red alert that finally popped up on his computer screen, swayed, and slumped into his chair. The risk warning in the email was real. Every piece of data and every inference is accurate. He was holding 2 documents in his hand. One document is irrefutable evidence that could ruin Director Wang and Qihang Biotechnology's reputation. The other document is a grand blueprint that could usher in a new era of beauty. He was caught in a fierce internal struggle. At the same time, in Director Wang's office, he was frantically making phone calls, trying to suppress negative public opinion online. That anonymous revelation was like a sword hanging over his head, making him restless. Driven by paranoia and panic, he pulled up surveillance footage from all the laboratories in the RD department. Soon, he saw Gu Tao's figure in one of the scenes. He saw Gu Tao sneaking around in his lab, conducting an experiment on the computer that he had never approved. In that instant, all the suspicion and malice twisted into a vicious thought in Director Wang's mind. This kid tried to steal my work. He wanted to take advantage of my misfortune while I was being attacked by public opinion and seize light of the start for himself. Bang! Director Wang slammed his fist on the table. We can't let him stay. Absolutely not. He picked up the internal phone on the table and dialed the security department. Invite Gu Tao from the RD department to my office. Chapter 61, The Day of Expulsion and a Sincere Invitation. The atmosphere in Director Wang's office was so oppressive that it was hard to breathe. He slammed a printed document onto the table in front of Gu Tao with a thud. Termination notice. Director Wang leaned back in his executive chair, looking down at Gu Tao with the air of a victor. Gu Tao, you have seriously violated the company's confidentiality agreement by conducting research unrelated to the project, posing an incalculable potential risk to the company. After deliberation by management, it has been decided to terminate your employment contract immediately. The reasons sound plausible, yet are utterly ridiculous. Gu Tao looked down at the paper. Black and white on paper, cold and resolute. He showed no anger, no argument, not even the slightest extra emotion. An unprecedented sense of relief, like a warm current, instantly enveloped his weary soul. The shackles have finally been broken. He calmly picked up the notification, folded it, and put it in his pocket. Then, he looked up and stared directly into Director Wang's face, which was contorted with smugness. Thanks. Gu Tao uttered 2 words softly, then turned and left. That thank you choked Director Wang, leaving all the humiliating and sarcastic words he had prepared stuck in his throat, making his face turn bright red. Gu Tao returned to his cramped workstation. The entire RD department was completely silent. Everyone stopped what they were doing and stared at the newly dismissed genius with a variety of complex expressions. There was sympathy, schadenfreude, contempt, and also the sorrow of the rabbit mourning the fox's death. Gu Tao ignored all of this. He seemed to be inside a glass dome, isolated from the world, where everything outside was irrelevant to him. He bent down, took out a worn cardboard box from under the table, and began to pack his few personal belongings. A professional book. A mug that I've used for several years. A few pens. There was also a succulent plant that had already withered somewhat. His movements were slow and calm, with an almost ritualistic solemnity. He was saying goodbye. He bid farewell to the place that once held his dreams but ultimately stifled all their possibilities. Finally, the cardboard box was full. He stood up straight, holding the not-so-heavy cardboard box. He didn't greet anyone or even glance at anyone else. He just carried the box and walked step by step toward the company gate. His colleagues, like Moses parting the sea, unconsciously made way for him. As Gu Tao walked out of the cold glass doors of Chihan Biotechnology, carrying a cardboard box and looking dejected, the afternoon sun shone on him, somewhat dazzlingly. He stood on the bustling street, feeling somewhat lost. Where is the future? Just then, a completely black car, so inconspicuous that it had almost no markings, glided silently in front of him like a ghost. The wheels stopped precisely in front of his toes. The car door opened. 2 figures stepped out of the car. A man wearing a flashy Versace jacket had exaggerated indignation written all over his face. The other one, dressed in simple casual clothes, stood there calmly, yet possessed a powerful aura that was impossible to ignore. It was Gu Xiaoming and Lin Zhang. Holy crap! Bro, you really got fired by those bastards? Gu Xiaoming rushed forward in one stride, his voice so loud it sounded like he was going to shake the whole street. He looked at the cardboard box in Gu Tao's arms and jumped up and down in anger. Damn it! We're better off leaving this godforsaken place. I told you long ago, quit. Stick with me. Gu Xiaoming's roar, like a ball of fire, dispelled the last trace of confusion in Gu Tao's heart. Lin Zheng didn't say anything, he simply walked quietly to Gu Tao. He looked at Gu Tao with a calm gaze that seemed to penetrate everything and reach the depths of one's heart. As I said last night, your ideas shouldn't just remain on paper. Lin Zheng spoke, unhurriedly, each word striking Gu Tao's heart clearly. Gu Tao's body suddenly stiffened. Lin Zheng continued, his words seemingly possessing a magical power, constructing in Gu Tao's mind a magnificent world he never dared to dream of. Now, I have prepared a world-class laboratory for you. There is no upper limit to the budget. You can choose any member of the RD team. Your name will appear in the company's list of founders, and stock options are already prepared for you. Lin Zheng took a step forward and met Gu Tao's gaze. I don't want you to be a wage earner. I want you to be the founder of Genesis and my partner. Boom! Gu Tao's brain completely exploded in that instant. Genesis. Partners. Last night's chance encounter at the food stall, the debate about quantum skincare, and the sigh of what a pity. And that deadly email, which seemed like a divine revelation. At this moment, everything is connected into a complete and clear line. This is no coincidence. This is no coincidence at all. This was a show tailor-made for him, a classic tale of 3 visits to a thatched cottage. This is not charity from a rich kid, it is the highest level of respect and recognition based on his talent and integrity. That email. Gu Tao's throat was dry, and he managed to squeeze out a few words, his voice trembling. Lin Zhang nodded slightly, giving his final answer. I need a comrade in arms. A comrade in arms with top-notch skills, genius pride, and a strong sense of professional ethics. You are the one I've been looking for. These words were like a heavy hammer, completely shattering all of Gu Tao's hesitation, unease, and bewilderment. All the grievances that had been suppressed, stolen from, and humiliated for so long were transformed into a surge of hot blood that rushed straight to the top of my head. His eyes instantly reddened. It turns out that everything he insisted on, his stubbornness and pride that were not understood by the world, were so precious in front of those who truly understood him. Gu Tao didn't say another word. All the words I wanted to say were condensed into a forceful, heavy nod. He carried the cardboard box that symbolized the past in his arms, strode to the black phaeton, opened the trunk, and solemnly placed it inside. With a bang. It's as if an old era has ended and a new one has begun. The car started smoothly, merging into the endless stream of traffic, carrying the 3 former brothers, heading towards a brand new future that no one could predict. Gu Tao sat in the back row. He turned around and glanced at the Qihang Biotechnology building, which was getting smaller and smaller in his field of vision and eventually became a black dot. His face showed neither the sadness of parting nor the desolation of being driven away. Only an endless fighting spirit burns. Chapter 62 Genesis Laboratory. The Phaeton did not drive towards the well-known Sky Dome Group headquarters building in the city center. It turned a corner and sped off towards the outskirts of Zhengzhou. Gu Xiaoming sat in the passenger seat, looking at the increasingly remote scenery outside the window, his face full of questions. Hey bro, what's going on here? Such a brilliant researcher, why not put him in headquarters? Why bring him to this godforsaken place? Gu Tao, sitting in the back row, was also a little confused, but he didn't ask. From the moment he decided to get on the bus, he had placed all his trust in Lin Zhang. Lin Zhang drove without explaining, simply looking calmly ahead. The vehicle eventually drove into a heavily guarded high-tech industrial park. There are no towering office buildings here, only independent, austere buildings, each quite far apart, with armed security personnel standing guard at the entrance. The Phaeton finally came to a slow stop in front of a standalone building that was entirely gray and black, without any markings except for the 3 small characters Genesis engraved on an electronic plaque at the entrance. Get off the bus. Lin Zhang was the first to push open the door and get out of the car. When Gu Tao stood in front of this futuristic building, holding his cardboard box, he finally understood. Physical isolation. Highest security level. This is not an ordinary business unit, it is an independent kingdom. Lin Zhang stepped forward and passed the dual verification of iris and fingerprint. Beep welcome, Mr. Lin Zhang, the highest authority. The heavy alloy door slid open silently to both sides with a slight mechanical whirring sound. The world behind the door made Gu Tao's breath catch in his throat for a moment. There is no front desk or reception area. What comes into view is a huge, empty, and brightly lit pure white space. Countless sophisticated instruments, which he had only ever seen on the covers of the world's top scientific journals, were quietly displayed in their respective areas, like sleeping silver behemoths. Zeiss confocal microscope from Germany, Agilent gas chromatograph from the United States, and Gu Tao's pupils suddenly contracted. He saw the enormous object, with its sleek metal casing, that occupied a huge space in the very center of the laboratory. XXXX mass spectrometer. The price of this machine exceeds $10 million. And even if you have the money, you might not be able to buy it. Gu Tao felt his blood rush to his head at that moment. He dropped the cardboard box he was carrying and, as if drawn by a magnet, walked over step by step, looking utterly lost. He reached out and, with an almost reverent gesture, gently stroked the cold, smooth exterior of the mass spectrometer. The movement didn't resemble touching a machine. It's like caressing a priceless treasure that has been lost for many years. This is insane, utterly insane. He muttered to himself. Using this for cosmetic research and development, it's like using a star destroyer to swat a mosquito. Just then, the steady sound of high heels came from behind. A tall figure emerged from the all-glass office deep inside the laboratory. Xiao Qingya. Today, she was dressed in a smart white suit skirt, her long hair was tied up, revealing her smooth neck, and she exuded the powerful aura of a business queen. Gu Tao had seen this face countless times in financial magazines. The helmsman of Tianqiong Technology, a legend in Zhangzhou's business community. Upon seeing this legendary figure, he instantly became reserved, instinctively straightening his body and unsure of what to do with his hands. Qingya, let me introduce you. Lin Zhang walked over and stood naturally next to Xiao Qingya. This is Gu Tao, whom I mentioned to you. He is the chief researcher of our Genesis. He then turned to Gu Tao. Gu Tao, this is Xiao Qingya, the president of Skydome Technology. She is also the person in charge of the Genesis project. Xiao Qingya's gaze fell on Gu Tao, with a hint of scrutiny, but without any sense of superiority or oppression. She reached out her hand. Mr. Gu, welcome. Her actions were unexpectedly direct. Lin Zhang's evaluation of you is a praise I have never heard before. But I need to confirm one thing, from the start of the Genesis project today to the production of the first batch of samples that can enter clinical trials, I can only give you a maximum of 1 month. Are you confident? This question, like a sharp knife, cuts through all the formalities and gets straight to the heart of the matter. Gu Tao was stunned. He had imagined many ways to start, but he never expected it to be such an ultimatum-like order. But after a brief moment of surprise, all the tension and restraint in his heart were instantly replaced by a more powerful emotion. That was ignited by a top-tier platform and absolute trust, the pride and fervor of a genius. He didn't answer immediately, but turned around and pointed to the top of the line mass spectrometer. Mr. Xiao, having this war machine around for even a month is an insult to it. He turned around, his eyes flashing with an alarming light. Give me a month to familiarize myself with all the equipment and build a basic team. Give me another month, and I will completely dismantle Wine Group's nonsensical key of time at the molecular level. In the first month, our product will be on your desk. Without the slightest hesitation, he was filled with absolute confidence. Looking at the tech enthusiast in front of her, who seemed to have instantly transformed into a different person, Xiao Qingya finally showed a genuine smile on her tense face. She squeezed Gu Tao's hand tightly. All right. From now on, you are the chief researcher of Genesis, with the highest authority besides mine and Lin Zhang. Welcome to the team, partner. Partner. These 3 words made Gu Tao's heart skip a beat. He nodded solemnly and accepted this weighty appointment. Lin Zhang smiled as he watched the scene. He knew that Xiao Qingya had already accepted Gu Tao. He walked to the side, took out a book wrapped in craft paper from his bag, and handed it to Gu Tao. It was a photocopy bound with thread, the paper yellowed, exuding an antique feel. What is this? Gu Tao asked, taking the bag with a puzzled look. The corpsing creating corpse, Lin Zhang joked, then said seriously, this is our true core weapon. Our goal is not to imitate the Wang family, much less to surpass them. Lin Zhang's words revealed a cold, sharp edge. What we need to do is disrupt. Using the most modern and cutting-edge biotechnology to analyze these ancient court beauty secrets that have been passed down for thousands of years and have long been lost. The ancient formula is the body, which is our foundation and soul. Technology is our tool and our edge. This is the kind of dimensional reduction attack we're going to launch against the Wang family. Gu Tao lowered his head and quickly flipped through the photocopy of the ancient book. It was filled with handwritten traditional Chinese characters, interspersed with various medicinal herb names and processing methods that he had never seen before. To outsiders, this might seem like a book written in the dark. But in the eyes of this top biology expert, he actually glimpsed a trace of unfathomable modern biochemical logic in those seemingly mysterious descriptions. Strengthening the foundation and nourishing the vital energy, promoting the regeneration of intercellular matrix. How is this possible? This 7-white induction actually mentions targeted inhibition of tyrosinase activity. My God! He felt as if he had discovered an inexhaustible treasure, and his whole being descended into a state of frenzy. His creative desire and research enthusiasm were ignited to an unprecedented peak at this moment. He slammed the book shut, grabbed Lin Zhang's arm, and blushed with excitement. Give me permission. I need to start now. No. Not a minute can wait. Seeing Gu Tao fully immersed in his work, Lin Zhang and Xiao Qingya exchanged a smile. As Gu Tao was engrossed in his preparations, Lin Zhang's phone vibrated slightly. He opened it and saw that it was an encrypted message. Sender, Gu Xiaoming. The content is very simple. Brother, it's done. Wang's beauty, the core subsidiary of the wine group, has completed its initial investment through 37 offshore accounts. Lin Zheng stood in front of the huge floor-to-ceiling window. Inside the window, Gu Tao was facing a huge electronic whiteboard, frantically writing various formulas, his whole body burning with fighting spirit. Outside the window, the skyline of Jiangzhou's bustling city unfolds. Lin Zheng turned around and looked at Gu Xiaoming, then nodded slightly. He deleted the message, and the phone screen went dark, revealing his own calm face, which carried a hint of cold smile. Chapter 63 Genesis MVP Strategy. Xiao Qingya stood there, dressed in a white suit skirt, which made her appear both integrated and independent in the futuristic laboratory. She put away her smile, and the cold, glamorous face of a business tycoon reappeared. Mr. Gu, from the start of the Genesis project today until we produce the first batch of samples that can enter clinical trials, I can only give you a maximum of 1 month. The atmosphere instantly turned serious. Gu Tao, who had just been immersed in the top-notch equipment and absolute trust, was stunned. 1 month. For a project that needs to start from scratch and disrupt the entire industry, this is almost an impossible task. He had considered countless possibilities, but he never imagined that he would receive such an ultimatum. But Gu Tao did not refute it, nor did he complain. After a brief moment of astonishment, his genius-like arrogance and fervor were completely ignited by the immense pressure. He admitted, "It's almost impossible to come up with a perfect and mature product in 1 month. But I have a faster and more precise solution." Neither Xiao Qingyan nor Lin Zheng spoke, they simply watched him quietly. Gu Tao walked up to the huge electronic whiteboard, picked up a pen, and his eyes flashed with a crazy light. "We don't need to come up with a perfect product that completely surpasses the key of time right away. That SA Star Destroyer showdown, time-consuming and labor-intensive, and it gives the royal family enough time to react." He turned around and stared intently at Lin Zheng and Xiao Qingya. "We can adopt the minimum viable product strategy from the internet industry, also known as the MVP strategy. We don't seek comprehensiveness, but only the ultimate breakthrough in a single area." Gu Tao spoke faster and faster, his thoughts becoming frighteningly clear. The biggest selling point of the Wang family's key of time is its short-term effect, but its core flaw is the hemolytic necrosis risk with a 1 in 10,000 probability, as mentioned in Lin Zheng's email. This is a time bomb they have planted in their own foundation. Therefore, the goal of our first product can be very pure. He wrote 2 words heavily on the whiteboard. Repair. We concentrated all our resources and worked as quickly as possible to develop a compatible product specifically designed to address the core flaws of the key of time. Its core function is to repair and remove any potential skin damage caused by the key of time. Of course, besides repair, it also has basic maintenance functions. In this way, our product is not a competitor for key of time users, but a necessity. It's an antidote. It's a cure for regret. The moment this plan was announced, the air in the entire laboratory seemed to freeze. For the first time, Lin Zheng's face revealed undisguised approval. Asymmetric warfare. He uttered 4 words softly, hitting the nail on the head. This is precisely the fighting style he excels at and admires most, attacking the enemy's weakest point with minimal cost to inflict maximum damage. Xiao Qingya reacted even faster. She had already seen the terrifying power hidden behind this plan from a business perspective. We've essentially planted our seeds directly on the most fertile ground in the royal family. All users of Key of Time will become our most precise potential customers. We don't even need to spend a lot of money on marketing. We just need to spread the potential risks of the Key of Time in the form of popular science, and market panic will force consumers to come to us on their own initiative. Seize market mindshare with the lowest cost and the fastest speed. Gu Tao, you're not just a researcher, you're a born product manager. Xiao Qingya's praise came from the bottom of her heart. At that moment, she admired Lin Zheng's judgment to the extreme. Gu Tao was a little embarrassed by the praise, but he was more excited about his talent being recognized. Technology, operations, and strategy, the 3 most important pieces of the puzzle, fit together perfectly at this moment. Lin Zheng shook his head. Not enough. He walked to the floor-to-ceiling window of the laboratory and looked out at the heavily guarded park. Besides technology and operations, we need one more thing. Top-tier market and financial intelligence support. After saying that, Lin Zheng did not hesitate at all, and immediately took out his phone and made a video call. The call was answered quickly. A bright and slightly mischievous face appeared on the screen, against the backdrop of the bustling night view of Shanghai. It was Su Man, Xiao Qingya's best friend, who was known as the Little Witch in Shanghai's financial circles. Hey, Lin, did the sun rise in the west today? You actually contacted me on your own initiative? Suman's voice was slightly teasing, but when her gaze swept across the screen and saw Xiao Qingya next to Lin Zhang, as well as the futuristic laboratory behind them, the relaxed look on her face instantly disappeared. Qingya? Where are you? Suman's professional intuition immediately made her realize that this was definitely not a normal reminiscing. Without wasting any words, Lin Zhang turned the camera directly to Gu Tao. Suman, let me introduce you to Gu Tao, the chief researcher of the Genesis project. Then, he gave Suman a brief overview of the Genesis plan and MVP strategy for the Wang Group in the most concise language. After listening, Suman on the other end of the phone fell into a long silence. She was completely shocked. Capital Lin Zhang, Technology Gu Tao, Operation Xiao Qingya. This is an impeccable trio. This is a powerful combination that can create a huge wave in any industry. I need you to utilize all the resources in Shanghai. Lin Zhang's voice was calm yet firm as he formally issued the order. Detailed sales data, channel distribution, user profiles, all negative feedback, and public relations weaknesses of all product lines under Wang's Beauty, especially Key of Time, over the past 3 years. I need a complete intelligence report that can be used to launch a fatal blow. Suman took a deep breath, her pretty face already filled with excitement and fighting spirit. Lin Zhang, you're a madman. I like. Don't worry, within 3 days, Wang's Beauty will have no secrets from me. Wait for my news. The video call ended. The preliminary strategic meeting has concluded. Holding the copy of the ancient prescription given to him by Lin Zhang, Gu Tao's mind was filled with the data that Suman was about to provide, and he had entered a state of extreme excitement in his research. He waved to Lin Zhang and Xiao Qingya. You guys go ahead, I'm not going home tonight. This is my home. After saying that, he rushed towards the mass spectrometer worth tens of millions of US dollars without looking back, exuding a fanatical aura that said keep away. Seeing Gu Tao completely absorbed in his work, Xiao Qingya and Lin Zhang exchanged a smile. I should go back to the group too. Xiao Qingya straightened her suit. The Genesis project has drawn a lot of core resources and funds from Sky Dome Technology. I need to go back and personally appease those old guys on the board of directors. Go ahead. Lin Zhang nodded. After Xiao Qingya left, Lin Zhang glanced at the time on his wristwatch. 4 o'clock in the afternoon. He should leave now. Lin Zhang picked up his coat. Go to kindergarten. Continue reading. He muttered to himself. Chapter 64. The king returns to ordinary life. The heavy alloy door of the laboratory slowly closed behind us, completely isolating us from that world filled with madness and fighting spirit. After Gu Xiaoming left, only Lin Zhang and Xiao Qingya remained in the corridor. The powerful aura of a business queen that Xiao Qingya exuded dissipated almost entirely the moment the door closed. She glanced at Lin Zhang beside her, and a hint of surprise and worry appeared on her previously tense face. Lin Zhang, where did you find such a monster? She was referring to Gu Tao. The sheer awe she felt from that tech geek, who stood confidently in front of the whiteboard with an almost frighteningly bright gaze, far surpassed any impressive resume. He's not only a genius, he's a madman. I've never seen anyone combine technology and the market so perfectly. Lin Zhang did not take credit for himself, but simply walked on calmly. I just gave him a stage that was rightfully his. Xiao Qingya nodded, but then her pace slowed down. But the Wang family 1T sit idly by. If we open a hole in them like this, their subsequent counterattack will be devastating. I'm worried. She didn't finish her sentence, but her worry was already written on her face. Lin Zhang stopped and turned around. He didn't make any empty promises like don't be afraid or I'm here, but simply reached out and gently took her slightly cold hand. That hand was warm, dry, and filled with a reassuring strength. Qingya, the war has begun. From the moment I decided to take action against the Wang family, there was no turning back. His words were soft, yet carried an undeniable firmness. You just need to trust me, and then watch how their edifice crumbles inch by inch. At that moment, Xiao Qingya's heart settled down. She grasped Lin Zhang's hand in return and nodded vigorously. Underground parking garage. After Xiao Qingya drove away, Lin Zhang opened the driver's side door of the pink bulletproof Cullinan. Sit down and close the door. The quiet space inside the car felt like another world. Just now in the laboratory, the behind-the-scenes commander who orchestrated everything and mobilized thousands of troops, making even the little witch of Shanghai tremble, instantly lost his aura. All the sharpness and coldness in him melted into a gentle, water-like softness. He glanced at the pink child safety seat in the passenger seat, and a warm smile unconsciously appeared on his lips. He was about to meet the most important ray of light in his life. The kindergarten where Nian Nian attends. 4 o'clock in the afternoon is the peak time for picking up children after school. The kindergarten gate was filled with all kinds of luxury cars. Mercedes-Benz and BMW were only considered entry-level here. When Lin Zhang's Cullinan, all pink with no superfluous markings but exuding a powerful aura, silently glided to the side of the road like a pink behemoth on land, it instantly attracted the attention of all the parents. My God, a Cullinan? And a bulletproof one at that? Whose car is this? I've never heard of any prominent figure in Jiangzhou owning one like this. Several elegantly dressed ladies gathered together, whispering amongst themselves. When they saw that the person getting out of the driver's seat was a clean-cut and handsome young man dressed in simple casual clothes, their chatter grew louder. Judging by his age, he must be a driver. Definitely, who among these top-tier billionaires would drive themselves to pick up their kids? This driver, on the other hand, looks quite dashing. Driving for a family like that must require a decent monthly salary, right? Lin Zhang paid no attention to these comments, which were filled with envy, jealousy, and a sense of superiority. He simply leaned quietly against the car door, looking at the kindergarten gate, waiting for that small figure. Ring ring. The school bell rang. The kindergarten gates opened, and a group of chattering little ones poured out like birds released from their cages. Lin Zhang's gaze instantly locked onto the most familiar figure in the crowd. A little girl in a pink princess dress, like a pink cannonball, was the first to rush out of the classroom. Her little head looked left and right, and when she saw Lin Zhang leaning against the pink luxury car, her big, dark eyes lit up instantly. A surprise, followed by overflowing joy. Uncle Lin! The clear, childlike shouts echoed throughout the kindergarten entrance. Xiaonian, carrying her little schoolbag, took long strides and ran towards Lin Zhang with all her might. Lin Zhang had already squatted down and opened his arms. The next second, a soft, warm body, carrying a milky scent, pounced heavily into his arms. Uncle, give me a hug. Xiaonian hugged Lin Zhang's neck tightly, rubbing her little head against his neck, filled with boundless affection and joy. Uncle, Nian Nian misses you so much today. Yes, Uncle misses her too. Lin Zhang hugged her, feeling the weight of the whole world become lighter. Uncle, guess what I ate at kindergarten today? What did you eat? I ate delicious pork ribs and sweet corn. My teacher even praised my drawing as the best. The little guy, like a little sparrow showing off its treasures, chirped and chattered, reporting its achievements for the day. At this moment, Ms. Wang, Nian Nian's homeroom teacher, walked over. When she saw Lin Zhang, a friendly smile immediately appeared on her face. She remembered that Nian Nian had said that this handsome young man in front of her had treated Nian Nian's mosquito bites with such gentleness and patience last time. Mr. Lin, you've arrived. Teacher Wang greeted him proactively, subconsciously assuming Lin Zhang was Nian Nian's father. Hello, Teacher Wang. Lin Zhang nodded politely. Nian Nian was exceptionally well behaved today. She's the smartest and most quick-witted child in our class, learning everything so fast. Having a parent like you is truly a blessing for her. Teacher Wang's praise came from the heart. Just then, a wealthy woman dressed in designer clothes and wearing a dazzling diamond ring walked over. She glanced at Lin Zhang, then at the Cullinan behind him, a smile she thought was friendly plastered on her face. Young man, your boss treats you well, letting you drive such a nice car to pick up your child. Her opening remarks were full of condescending probing and a sense of superiority. Lin Zhang held Nian Nian and glanced at her calmly. Fine. 2 words, neither warm nor cold, polite, but carrying an unapproachable distance. The wealthy woman wanted to say something, but found herself unable to respond. The other woman's calm demeanor left all her attempts to ingratiate herself and probe unsatisfied, stuck in her throat, feeling extremely uncomfortable. She could only give an awkward laugh and walk away dejectedly. Lin Zhang ignored everyone else. He opened the car door, carefully placed Nian Nian into the child's safety seat, and fastened her seatbelt. On the way back to Hentaying Villa, soft children's music was playing inside the car. Sitting in her car seat, Nian Nian swung her short legs and looked curiously at Lin Zhang, who was driving. Uncle, why do you look so happy today? Looking at his daughter's exquisitely beautiful face through the rearview mirror, Lin Zhang smiled and answered. Because Uncle found a very capable helper today. He paused, then added. And I can make something delicious for Nian Nian right away. The vehicle smoothly entered the cloud-top villa area. When the Cullinan stopped in front of the villa, the senior nanny, Zhang Ma, was already waiting respectfully at the door. Seeing Lin Zheng carrying Nian Nian out of the car, she immediately came forward, took Nian Nian's little school bag from Lin Zheng's hands, and bowed deeply to Lin Zheng. Her attitude was more reverent than ever before. After settling Nian Nian in, Lin Zheng let her play with her newly bought Lego toys on the living room carpet. He then went into the kitchen, took off his coat, rolled up his sleeves, and carefully washed his hands. Then, he took a clean apron off the hook and skillfully tied it in front of him. Intermediate divine cooking skills activated. Today, he's going to cook the most delicious dinner in the world for his little princess. Chapter 65, The Stay-at-Home Dad's Dinner and Blood Sugar Control. In the kitchen, bright light outlined Lin Zheng's focused profile. He took off his coat, revealing himself to be wearing only a simple white t-shirt, and skillfully tied a clean apron around his neck. The mastermind who was strategizing and winning battles in the laboratory just moments ago has completely vanished. Instead, there is a gentle father preparing dinner for his daughter. Zhang Ma, who was standing nearby, originally wanted to step forward to help, but when she saw Lin Zheng pick up the kitchen knife, she froze on the spot. That's not cutting vegetables. That was practically a performance. A potato spun rapidly in his hand, a flash of silver light, turning into a blur. The blade made a series of rhythmic, crisp, and pleasant sounds when it came into contact with the cutting board, instead of the chaotic chopping sounds. In just a few seconds, evenly sized potato shreds, as if cut by a machine, were neatly arranged on the cutting board. Zhang Ma's mouth unconsciously opened into an O shape. She had spent half her life as a nanny in a top-tier wealthy family like the one in Hentang Villa, and had seen at least 8 or 10 Michelin-starred chefs, but none of them could deliver such a stunning visual impact on her knife skills time and time again. That's not a skill, that's art. Next, tossing, stir-frying, and seasoning. Lin Zheng's every movement was fluid and graceful, without the slightest unnecessary pause, full of power and beauty. Flames rose from the bottom of the pot, the ingredients traced perfect parabolas in the air, and a rich aroma instantly filled the entire kitchen. Zhang Ma was completely stunned. Only one thought remained in her mind. Is there anything Mr. Lin can't do? Just then, a small pink figure huffed and puffed as she carried her little stool to the kitchen doorway. Xiaoyan placed the small stool down and sat down obediently, supporting her chubby little chin with her 2 small hands, her big, dark eyes staring unblinkingly at Lin Zheng in the kitchen. She became Lin Zheng's personal supervisor. The small nose took a deep breath, and a powerful fragrance filled the nasal cavity. "Uncle, it smells good." The little guy called out in a childish voice, his mouth practically watering. "Uncle, are you done yet? Nian Nian is hungry." Lin Zheng turned around and saw his daughter's adorable, greedy little cat-like appearance, which softened the lines of his face even more. "It'll be ready soon, Nian Nian, just wait a little longer." The knowledge of intermediate god-level cooking skills was rapidly processing in his mind. It's not just about making delicious dishes, but more importantly, about nutritional balance and childlike fun. Several delicious and visually appealing home-style dishes were quickly prepared. Sweet and sour pork ribs, with an enticing reddish-brown color. Stir-fried shrimp, tender and bouncy. There was also a pot of steaming corn chowder. But none of these are the main dishes for Nian Nian. Lin Zheng took a delicate white porcelain plate out of the steamer. In the center of the plate is a cute little rabbit made of rice, with 2 long ears that are slightly upturned, eyes made of 2 black sesame seeds, and a small piece of red carrot for its mouth. The rabbit is surrounded by a circle of small flowers carved from broccoli and carrots. The entire children's meal is like a work of art. When the specially made dinner was served, Xiaoyan's eyes lit up instantly. It shines brighter than the brightest star in the night sky. Wow! A cry of immense joy escaped from her little mouth. She slid off her little high chair, ran to the table, tiptoed, and carefully stretched out her little finger to touch the rice bunny's ear, then quickly pulled it back. "It's bunny! Uncle, it's bunny rice!" The little guy was so happy he spun around in circles. Aunt Zhang came over with a bowl and chopsticks, smiling as she said, "Nian Nian, sit down quickly, Grandma Zhan will feed you." Xiaoyan immediately shook her head and tightly gripped Lin Zheng's trouser leg with her little hands. She tilted her head up and looked at Lin Zheng with an expression that left no room for refusal and was full of anticipation. "I don't want Grandma Zhang to feed me. I want Uncle Lin to feed me." This scene almost melted Zhang Ma's heart. She looked at Lin Zheng, then at Nian Nian's face full of dependence, and an unprecedented feeling welled up in her heart. This is hardly the child of a bodyguard and his employer. This is clearly the closest and most ordinary father and daughter in the world. This is what a real family looks like. Lin Zhang naturally wouldn't refuse his daughter's request. He sat down next to Nian Nian, scooped up a small spoonful of steamed egg custard with minced meat, blew on it, and then brought it to Nian Nian's lips. Ah! Nian Nian obediently opened her little mouth, ate it in one bite, and squinted her eyes in satisfaction. Tasty! Lin Zhang fed impatiently, spoonful by spoonful. The entire restaurant echoed with the little one's satisfied chewing sounds and happy laughter. The scene was so heartwarming that Zhang Ma, who was standing nearby, quietly teared up. After dinner, Lin Zhang played a jigsaw puzzle with Nian Nian on the carpet. The two people, one big and one small, sat head to head, creating a harmonious and warm atmosphere. After finishing the puzzle, Nian Nian pestered Lin Zhang to build a castle with building blocks. Lin Zhang then used those colorful building blocks to build her a huge and beautiful princess castle, complete with tall towers and gates that could be opened and closed. He put Nian Nian's favorite teddy bear into the castle. Look, this castle was built especially for Princess Nian Nian. From now on, it will protect Nian Nian and her sister. Lin Zhang's words were soft, yet they carried the power of a promise. Night was falling. After giving Nian Nian a bath, Zhang Ma changed her into her favorite strawberry pajamas. The little guy smelled sweetly of bath gel all over. Lin Zhang carried her back to the whimsical children's room. He gently placed Nian Nian on the bed and covered her with a small blanket. Uncle, tell me a story. Nian Nian clung to his arm, refusing to let go. Alright, today we'll tell you a story about a wise knight defeating a foolish dragon. Lin Zhang didn't bring a storybook instead, he made one up on the spot. The story is simple, but it becomes exceptionally vivid and interesting when told by him. He chuckled incessantly as he recounted how the knight cleverly dug a trap to lure the fire-breathing dragon into it. The story will slowly come to an end. The little guy's eyelids started to droop, and his breathing became even and long. She was already drowsy, but her little hand, still clutching Lin Zhang's clothes, did not let go. He was still muttering incoherently. Uncle is the best. I have to listen again tomorrow. Lin Zhang's heart was incredibly soft. He gently placed a kiss on Nian Nian's smooth forehead. Then, carefully, finger by finger, I removed her little hand from the hem of my clothes and tucked it back into the warm blanket. He tucked her in, turned off the main light in the room, leaving only a small nightlight emitting a soft glow. Quietly leave the room and gently close the door. The entire villa fell silent instantly. Lin Zhang walked into the living room and glanced at the wall clock. It's 9:30 p.m. Xiao Qingya has not returned yet. He went into the kitchen and put the food he had specially set aside into the warmer to keep it warm. After doing all this, he returned to the sofa in the living room and sat down quietly. Night was falling. The world outside the window was bustling and vibrant, while the world inside is tranquil and peaceful. Lin Zhang looked at the dinner he had prepared for his lover on the table, then glanced at the closed door of Nian Nian's room, his gaze fixed on the tranquility of the room with unwavering determination. Chapter 66: The Queen's Weariness and Tender Haven. A soft click came from the villa's gate as the electronic lock unlocked. Lin Zhang stood up from the sofa. The door was pushed open, and a tall figure, clearly exhausted, walked in. It's Xiao Qingya. She was still wearing the business suit she'd worn during the day, but the once crisp blazer was now wrinkled. The way she took off her heels conveyed a sense of helplessness. She casually placed her handbag on the cabinet in the entryway, leaned against the wall, and let out a long sigh. After dealing with the group's affairs all day, appeasing the old foxes on the board of directors, and mobilizing resources for the Genesis project, she was almost completely drained, and her face showed an undisguised deep weariness. When she looked up and saw the warm yellow floor lamp that had been left on for her in the living room, and the figure standing quietly under the lamp waiting for her, Xiao Qingya was completely stunned. That light, that person, instantly dispelled all the gloom and coldness in her heart. All the strong armor that had been worn on the outside was suddenly ripped off at this moment. Lin Zhang didn't say much, but walked over and naturally took her handbag from the cabinet, and took her hand with his other hand. Her hands were cold. Lin Zhang looked at her pale face and spoke, his words carrying a hint of heartache and a touch of deliberate reproach. Didn't I say that no matter how important the matter is, you still have to eat on time? This complaint touched the softest spot in Xiao Qingya's heart more than any words of comfort. She didn't argue, but simply let Lin Zhang lead her to the restaurant. The food, which had been kept warm using the keep warm function, was brought out from the dining table. The aroma of sweet and sour pork ribs is irresistible, as are the light and refreshing stir-fried vegetables and a bowl of milky white soup. Lin Zhang pushed the bowl of soup to Xiao Qingya alone. This is a calming soup. I specially made it for you. Drink it quickly to warm your stomach. This soup was carefully prepared by him using his knowledge as an intermediate-level master healer. It not only calms the nerves but also quickly relieves deep-seated fatigue. The rich aroma of food, mixed with the faint fragrance of herbs in the soup, lingered around her nose, like an invisible hand gently soothing Xiao Qingya's fatigue and tension. She sat down, picked up her chopsticks, and ate her food in small bites. The taste was still as good as ever, each bite perfectly soothing her taste buds and empty stomach. Lin Zhang did not sit down, but turned around and went into the kitchen to serve her a bowl of rice, his movements practiced and natural. As Xiao Qingya watched his tall and reliable figure under the kitchen light, she unconsciously slowed down her eating. My eyes felt slightly warm. Once upon a time, she had long been accustomed to facing all the storms alone, accustomed to dragging her tired body back to this empty house late at night. She thought she was the business queen destined to fight alone. But now, everything is different. Some people leave the light on for her, some cook for her, and some will blame her for not eating on time. She is no longer the aloof and powerful CEO Xiao. She was just a woman who was cherished and pampered. A quiet dinner came to an end. Xiao Qingya felt that she was filled with warm energy again, both physically and mentally. Go rest on the sofa for a while, Lin Zhang said, clearing away the dishes. Xiao Qingya obediently walked to the living room, sank into the soft sofa, and sighed comfortably. Lin Zhang finished washing the dishes and came out. Seeing her languid appearance, he walked over. Lie down properly. Xiao Qingya was a little confused, but she still obediently adjusted her posture and lay on her side on the sofa. The next second, a pair of warm and strong hands pressed down on her sore and stiff shoulders and neck. Lin Zhang knelt on the carpet next to the sofa and began to massage her. He didn't use brute force. Every press, squeeze, rub, and pinch with his fingertips landed precisely on her most sore acupoints and muscle nodes. This is a unique massage technique he created by combining the top-level understanding of human muscles and bones from God-level fighting techniques with the meridian knowledge from intermediate-level miraculous healer. A pleasant, slightly tingling sensation spread from her shoulders and neck throughout her body, and Xiao Qingya couldn't help but let out a comfortable nasal sound. She felt her shoulder blades, which had become as stiff as steel plates from long hours of desk work, being gradually kneaded and softened. Lin Zhang's technique was professional and precise, with just the right amount of force. He didn't say a word, just focused intently on the actions he was doing. In the quiet living room, only his even breathing and Xiao Qingya's gradually calming and relaxing breathing could be heard. The atmosphere, amidst this tranquility, gradually warmed up. Xiao Qingya was so comfortable that she almost fell asleep. Every muscle in her body was completely relaxed, and her consciousness began to become a little hazy. Just then, she felt the massaging hands gradually expanding their range. Slowly downwards along her shoulder blades. It brushed across her smooth back. Those hands carried an irresistible magic, igniting a subtle tremor wherever they went. Xiao Qingya's body tensed up instantly, and her sleepiness dissipated. She wanted to say something, but found herself unable to send any words of rejection. Lin Zhang's hands began to get a little restless. He leaned down, his warm breath brushing against Xiao Qingya's ear, and whispered in her ear in a magnetic voice. You must be exhausted. Let me help you relax more deeply. These words were like a feather, gently scratching at Xiao Qingya's heart. Before she could react, Lin Zhang suddenly stood up. Before Xiao Qingya could react, he scooped her up with his arm, passing it under her knees and back, and lifted her off the sofa in a strong princess carry. Suddenly suspended in mid-air, a sudden feeling of weightlessness caused Xiao Qingya to let out a suppressed gasp. Almost instinctively, she wrapped her arms tightly around Lin Zhang's neck and buried her whole body in his broad and solid chest. Through the thin fabric of his clothes, she could clearly feel the steady, powerful heartbeat in his chest, one beat after another, as if it were pounding on her heart. My cheeks instantly became incredibly hot. Lin Zhang, you. The aura of a business queen vanished, and her voice trembled slightly, sounding more like a coquettish complaint than a question. Lin Zhang didn't speak, but just looked down at her. His eyes were so deep, it seemed to want to draw her in. He held the beautiful woman in his arms without pausing, and strode steadily toward the master bedroom. Xiao Qingya buried her face even deeper, her nostrils filled with the clean and pleasant scent of soap pods emanating from him, mixed with a faint hint of smokiness, which both comforted her and unsettled her. Bang! Lin Jing gently closed the door to the master bedroom with his heel. This soft sound was like a switch, completely shutting off the outside world and her last psychological defense. He walked to the bedside, bent down, and gently placed her on the soft, large bed. As her body sank into the soft mattress, Xiao Qingya instinctively tried to sit up, but her wrist was gently pressed down by his warm, large hand. The moonlight outside the window was perfect, casting a gentle silver glow through the thin gauze curtains. Lin Zhang knelt on one knee on the edge of the bed, propped himself up on his arms, and leaned down, his tall figure completely enveloping her. He didn't do anything immediately, he just watched her quietly. Looking at her slightly disheveled hair, her flushed cheeks, and her usually cool but now shimmering eyes. The air seemed to freeze at that moment. Xiao Qingya's breathing also stopped. She could feel the scorching heat emanating from him, and her intensely aggressive gaze tracing her features inch by inch. Finally, he slowly lowered his head. He kissed her. This kiss, like him, carried an undeniable force, yet contained the ultimate tenderness. Indoors, sounds rose and fell, like spring tides reaching the sea. Chapter 67 The Smoke of War resumes. Early morning. The first ray of sunlight pierced through the gap in the heavy curtains, casting a narrow patch of light on the luxurious carpet. Xiao Qingya's long eyelashes fluttered, and she slowly woke up from her deep sleep. My body felt a slight languor and soreness from the previous night, but more than that, I felt a sense of fullness and unprecedented satisfaction. She shifted and found herself completely enveloped in a warm and firm embrace. Lin Zhang's even breathing was right next to her ear. His clean and refreshing scent lingered around my nose. This was a brief moment of tenderness before the great battle. She quietly turned around and looked at Lin Zhang's handsome profile as he slept. All the sharp edges and coldness had faded away, leaving only peace and gentleness. Just then. Buzz, buzz. On the bedside table, the black, encrypted phone suddenly emitted a rapid, short vibration. The sound wasn't loud, but it was like a sharp awl, instantly piercing the quiet and ambiguous atmosphere in the bedroom. Lin Zhang opened his eyes almost the instant the vibration started. The face that was just moments ago gentle and warm instantly transformed from the warmth of spring sunshine to the chill of a winter night. He sat up and picked up his phone. On the screen was an urgent intelligence message that had been encrypted multiple times. Sender, Gu Xiaoming. Brother, the Wang family has gone mad. They're rapidly raising funds through several overseas trust funds, almost 8 billion Hong Kong dollars. Their only target is the stock price of Sky Dome Technology. I had my friends on Wall Street build a data model, and I've sent it to your email. Get it now. In just a few lines, every word exudes a bloody, impending storm. 8 billion Hong Kong dollars. This is no longer a simple commercial attack, it's a desperate gamble that involves risking one's life and fortune. Lin Zhang's face showed no surprise, only the coldness of a hunter seeing his prey finally step into a trap. The real capital war is about to begin. Xiao Qingya also sat up and leaned over to see the contents of the phone. Her body tensed instantly. Lin Zhang put down his phone, turned around, and pulled her back into his arms. He didn't offer those empty words of comfort. He simply lowered his head and placed a gentle kiss on Xiao Qingya's smooth forehead. Then, he whispered in her ear in a tone full of absolute confidence, even with a hint of contempt. Don't be afraid. The more money they send, the better we win. These words seemed to possess a strange magic, instantly soothing all of Xiao Qingya's panic and unease. She looked at Lin Zhang. This man was always like this. No matter how big the storm, he always appeared calm and composed, as if he had everything under control. The two got up and washed up. Xiao Qingya stood in front of the mirror, feeling a slight fatigue from last night. Lin Zhang walked up behind her, naturally wrapped his arms around her waist, and rested his chin on her shoulder. He gently placed one palm on her lower abdomen. A barely perceptible, warm current flowed silently through his palm into her body, quickly circulating throughout her limbs and bones. The internal energy of the intermediate-level miraculous healer was like that of a top-notch physical therapist, quietly soothing every inch of her tired muscles and nerves. It only lasted a few dozen seconds. Xiao Qingya felt an unprecedented surge of vitality welling up from the depths of her body, sweeping away the fatigue of last night and the tension caused by the intelligence just now. She radiated an amazing glow. She looked at herself in the mirror with some surprise, simply attributing it to the amazing effects of love. The restaurant downstairs. Aunt Zhang has prepared a sumptuous breakfast. Wearing pink children's pajamas, Nian Nian was already sitting obediently in her little high chair, her two short legs swinging back and forth. Seeing Lin Zhang and Xiao Qingya come downstairs together, her big, dark eyes lit up instantly, and she happily waved the little spoon in her hand. Sister! Uncle Lin! Good morning! The sweet, childlike greetings are the most melodious tune in this home. The family of three sat warmly around the dining table. Lin Zhang skillfully placed a peeled hard-boiled egg into Nian Nian's small bowl. While taking small bites of her steamed egg custard, Nian Nian excitedly reported her new discovery. Uncle, I dreamt about that wise knight again last night. He defeated another giant monster. That monster was so stupid, all it could do was breathe fire, and then it got caught in the big pit the knight dug. The little guy was gesturing excitedly as he talked, completely unaware that beneath this dining table, a war involving hundreds of billions of dollars was already brewing. And her Uncle Lin is the wise knight who was about to dig the hole. Listening to her daughter's innocent words and looking at Lin Zhang calmly drinking his milk beside her, Xiao Qingya felt a sense of peace. As long as this man is there, the sky will never fall. After breakfast, Lin Zhang wiped his mouth and looked at Xiao Qingya. I'm going out today to handle some investment matters with a friend. His words were understated, sounding like a routine business meeting. You just stay and oversee things at Sky Dome Technology. No matter what rumors you hear or what unusual stock price movements you see, don't panic. Stabilize the rear of Genesis, that's where our nuclear weapon for counterattack lies. Good. Xiao Qingya nodded emphatically. Her answer was without the slightest hesitation. It was a trust based on absolute confidence. Lin Zhang stood up, walked to Nian Nian's side, bent down and kissed her on the cheek. Be good, Nian Nian, and listen to your sister and Grandma Zhang at home. Okay. Goodbye, Uncle. He walked up to Xiao Qingya, gave her a light kiss on the lips, and then turned and left. There were no unnecessary farewells, no lingering words of advice. Everything is understood without words. Lin Zhang walked out of the villa, not in his flashy Cullinan, but in the garage. He opened the door of the understated and dignified Volkswagen Phaeton. The vehicle smoothly drove out of the Yunding Villa area. The morning light shone through the car window onto his face. All the tenderness and warmth I felt at home just moments ago had vanished without a trace. All that remained was a cold, calm atmosphere, and beneath that calm, a chilling killing intent that was about to unleash a monstrous storm. The Wang family. Chapter 68, Besieging Way to Rescue You. The Volkswagen Phaeton smoothly drove out of the Yunding Villa area and merged into the morning traffic. Inside the car, the tenderness of last night and the warmth of this morning were completely separated. All the gentleness on Lin Zhang's face had faded, leaving only a steely calm. Without the slightest hesitation, he picked up the black, encrypted phone and dialed a number. The call was connected almost instantly. Mr. Lin. The receiver carried Li Ming's extremely excited yet slightly trembling greeting. Lin Zhang didn't waste any words and directly issued the order. International Trading Team, immediately enter the highest level of combat readiness. On call 24 hours a day. A suppressed gasp came from Li Ming's side. He was doing his best to keep his recovery steady. Clear. Lin Zhang leaned back in his seat, watching the street scene rushing past the window, and calmly dropped a bombshell. Prepare a betting odds. In the tens of billions, in Hong Kong dollars. There was a deathly silence on the other end of the phone. After a full 3 seconds, Li Ming responded in a distorted voice. Due to excessive excitement, he was almost screaming. Yes, Mr. Lin. Mission accomplished. The call ended. Haitong Securities, VIP International Trading Room. Li Ming held his phone. His hand, which usually wouldn't even tremble when signing contracts worth tens of millions, was now shaking like a leaf. He slammed the door open to the team's core meeting room, and all the dozen or so top traders who were having their morning meeting looked over. With a flushed face, Li Mingtong looked around at his decorated team and announced in an almost reverent tone. Everyone! Drop everything you're holding. Prepare for battle. The Creator God is about to descend upon the Hong Kong stock market once again. The entire trading room erupted in chaos. Everyone jumped up from their seats, their faces filled with fervor, adoration, and extreme excitement. A storm is brewing. At the same time, inside a penthouse suite at a top-tier private club in Zhengzhou, Lin Zhang pushed open the door and entered. Gu Xiaoming had been waiting inside for a long time, and his usually carefree face was now filled with solemnity. Upon seeing Lin Zhang, he immediately stood up from the sofa and slammed a thick data analysis report onto the table with a thud. Brother, you're finally here. Look at this. Lin Zhang walked over, picked up the report, and quickly flipped through it page by page. He flips through pages very quickly, almost reading 10 lines at a glance. Gu Xiaoming paced anxiously to the side, like an ant on a hot pan. Those bastards from the Wang family have completely gone mad. They're frantically diverting funds through several overseas trust funds. The speed and determination they're displaying far exceed our previous estimates. I had my friends on Wall Street build a data model, and the conclusion is that, at their current pace, they can raise 12 billion Hong Kong dollars in cash flow in a week at most, having already gathered nearly 8 billion Hong Kong dollars. Gu Xiaoming slammed his fist on the sofa armrest, his face full of barely suppressed anger. A week from now, before our Genesis product has even reached the door of clinical trials, Skydome Technologies' stock price will be smashed to its breaking point. At that time, we will be powerless to fight back. Lin Zhang finished reading the last line of data, gently closed the report, and placed it on the table. His face remained expressionless. Seeing his nonchalant demeanor, Gu Xiaoming was so anxious he almost jumped up and down. Uncle Lin, this is a real emergency. Why aren't you worried at all? We need to find a way to counter this quickly. Or should I use my family's connections to spread some negative news about the Wang family in the media to slow them down? Lin Zhang shook his head. It's too slow, and it's easy for public relations to back it up. Gu Xiaoming then proposed another solution. Then let sister-in-law Qingya use her connections with the Xiao family in the capital to put pressure on the Wang family from the top? That should work, right? Lin Zhang rejected it again. The price is too high. The Wang family is not qualified to make us owe the Xiao family a favor. Moreover, it would expose our trump card too early. Gu Xiaoming was completely at a loss. He plopped back down on the sofa and scratched his hair in frustration. This won't work, that won't work. So what do you suggest we do? Are we just going to watch them raise the money and then come and wipe us out? Lin Zhang did not answer immediately. He paced slowly in the room, his mind racing with the knowledge base of the god-level stock market guru at supercomputer-like speed. Countless financial warfare models were simulated, clashed, and then rejected. The flow of funds, leverage ratio, trust structure, sniping routes of the Wang family, all the data was dissected and reorganized in his mind, ultimately forming a clear war map. The Wang family has now mobilized its entire force, betting everything they have. Once the arrow is released, there's no turning back. It's no longer possible to stop it using conventional methods. The only way is to get them to slow down on their own, or even stop on their own. Lin Zhang suddenly stopped. He turned around, looked at the dejected Gu Xiaoming, and calmly uttered 4 words. To relieve the siege of Wei by attacking Zhao. Gu Xiaoming suddenly raised his head, not reacting for a moment. What? Surround what? Lin Zhang walked to the opposite side of him and sat down. The Wang family's target is Sky Dome technology. If we focus all our efforts on defending Sky Dome technology, we will be playing right into their hands. Therefore, we will not touch Sky Dome technology. Lin Zhang picked up the teacup on the table and took a small sip. We used billions of dollars from my personal account and $1 billion Hong Kong dollars that we had planted as reserves, disguised as international speculative capital, to launch a fierce and comprehensive short-selling attack on Wang S International, the most core-listed company under the Wang Group. The words fell. Gu Xiaoming was stunned, as if struck by lightning, and jumped up from the sofa. His eyes widened as he stared intently at Lin Zhang, his face filled with disbelief and shock. He instantly understood Lin Zhang's intention. When the Wang family was going to do everything in their power to target Sky Dome technology, Lin Zhang retaliated by setting fire to their stronghold. Wang's International is the foundation and cash cow of the Wang Group. If its stock price plummets, triggering market panic and even forced liquidation, the consequences would be unimaginable. At that point, Wang Ba and his father would have no choice but to mobilize all available funds to defend themselves and save their lives. The bullets they used to attack Sky Dome technology must first be used to plug the holes in their own homes. This move, which cuts off the enemy's lifeline, is absolutely ruthless. Seeing Gu Xiaoming speechless with shock at his plan, Lin Zhang put down his teacup and calmly added a sentence. Moreover, this is not harassment, it is an annihilation campaign. He slightly raised his head and looked at Gu Xiaoming. Beneath his calm narration lay a chilling killing intent that could terrify anyone. I want them to use the money they painstakingly raised to pay us to save their own stock price and keep them stuck here. Chapter 69. The butcher's knife is drawn. After a brief moment of petrification, Gu Xiaoming felt as if he had been injected with the purest form of stimulant. The solemnity and worry on his face were replaced by an almost frenzied excitement, and his breathing became heavy. Besieging Wei to rescue Zhou. Annihilation campaign. He chewed on those words over and over, feeling a chill run from the soles of his feet straight to the top of his head, followed by an extreme frenzy. This is no longer a simple matter of stalling for time. This is the opposite of what we want. We're going to tear a piece of flesh off the Wang family, this fierce tiger, and suck their blood. Damn it! Gu Xiaoming slammed his fist into his palm, his face flushed red. Brother! You're going to kill them! This move is fucking ruthless. I love it. Lin Zhang ignored his agitation. He had already opened the black encrypted laptop he carried with him, and his slender fingers were rapidly typing on the keyboard, producing a series of dense, rhythmic sounds. On the screen, countless lines of code and data flowed like a waterfall, and complex financial models were rapidly built, simulated, and optimized. Gu Xiaoming leaned closer, and after just one glance, he felt his brain shut down. The candlestick charts and data tables on the screen were not the ones he was familiar with. It was an incredibly precise and complex war sand table. He saw 3 clearly marked folders containing fund pools. Pioneer. Main Force. Reserve Team. Each folder contains dozens of subplans, each corresponding to different market conditions, different leverage ratios, different attack paths, and different retreat routes. Lin Zhang had anticipated every single possibility. Every step of the action has a corresponding plan B, and even plan C. This isn't stock trading, it's a modern blitzkrieg waged with money and code. Gu Xiaoming was dazzled by what he saw, and only one thought remained in his mind. Is this thing really something that the human brain can construct? He called himself the Little Prince of Jiangzhou and had seen a lot of the world, but in the face of Lin Zhang's miraculous operation, he felt like a kindergarten child who had just learned to count. Lin Zhang completed the construction of all the models and packaged them into an encrypted file of less than 1 kilobyte. Then, he dialed Li Ming's number. The model has been sent. Lin Zhang's voice was steady, without the slightest emotional fluctuation. When the market opens this afternoon, we will use the 2 billion yuan of funds from the Vanguard team to execute the A1 plan. There is only one requirement: to influence people subtly and silently. On the other end of the phone, Li Ming's voice trembled slightly with extreme excitement, but his reply was resolute. Yes, Mr. Lin. Mission accomplished. Haitong Securities, VIP International Trading Room. When the encrypted file was decrypted and the perfect attack model was displayed on the central screen, the entire trading room fell into a deathly silence. All the top traders were frozen in place, staring blankly at the screen. That clear logic, that bold vision, that intricately linked and seamless layout. This is not a solution. This is a work of art. It's a textbook for financial warfare. After a long while, someone finally murmured to themselves in a dreamlike tone. God, is this the Creator God's plan? Li Ming slammed his hand on the table, jolting everyone out of their shock. He surveyed his completely subdued subordinates and, in an almost reverent, fanatical tone, issued the battle orders. Everyone! Immediately go on high alert. The Creator God's sword has been drawn, and we are the sharpest blade in his hand. Prepare for battle. Yes. The deafening response echoed throughout the trading room, and everyone's face burned with fervent passion. At the same time, the top-floor conference room at the Wang Group headquarters. Wang Ba's father, Wang Zongda, chairman of the Wang Group, was presiding over a secret meeting to allocate funds with great enthusiasm. He was in his 50s and well-maintained, but the lingering sinister look between his brows ruined his overall refined demeanor. Gentlemen, our funding is basically in place. 8 billion Hong Kong dollars in cash is ready and waiting. Wang Zongda looked around at his trusted confidants, a confident smile on his face. I'll give you 3 more days to open up the final channel. 3 days later, we'll launch a full-scale attack on Sky Dome technology. This time, I will not only make that woman Xiao Qingya admit defeat, but I will also make the name Tianqiong Technology a part of my Wang family. The conference room was immediately filled with applause and praise, and the atmosphere reached its peak. They could almost picture the collapse of Sky Dome Technology's stock price and Xiao Qingya begging for mercy. Unbeknownst to anyone, a massive net had been quietly cast over their Wang family stronghold. 1 o'clock in the afternoon. Hong Kong stocks officially opened. Inside a private room at the Jiangzhou Private Club, Lin Zhang's laptop was displaying the intraday chart of Wang's International. Everything is normal. After the market opened, the stock price fluctuated slightly along with the overall market, and the trading volume was also unremarkable. Gu Xiaoming stared nervously at the screen, his palms sweating. Just then, some extremely subtle changes began to appear on the chart. Every few seconds, a sell order for hundreds or thousands of shares would be placed silently. These sell orders are extremely small and blend into normal transactions, like a drop of water in the ocean, completely unnoticed by anyone. Wang's International's trading team was completely unaware of this, treating it as normal retail trading in the market. This is Lin Zhang's water droplet attack. By using countless small orders, a huge short position was quietly built up without alerting anyone. Gu Xiaoming stared at the seemingly stable intraday chart line, beneath which blood was continuously flowing, and couldn't help but ask, didn't they notice at all? Lin Zhang's gaze never left the screen. The fish have already started to smell the aroma of the bait. He calmly stated a fact. But they don't know that there's a hook hidden in the bait. Gu Xiaoming took a deep breath, took out his phone, and his expression became serious. He dialed a number. Group A, Group B, proceed with the dissemination of information as planned. Remember, make it sound like a casual conversation, like a chance discovery, and don't leave any offensive remarks or traces. The instruction has been issued. Soon, some casual posts and discussions began to appear on various financial forums, stock trading groups, and social media. Hey guys, has anyone looked into Wang's International's financial statements? I feel like there's something off about their accounts receivable in Q2. Don't talk nonsense upstairs. How could a large conglomerate like the Wang Group have problems? But speaking of which, their debt ratio this year does seem ridiculously high. Just passing by, but I personally feel that Wang's International stock price has been stagnant for a long time. Does this mean its growth potential has reached its limit? These remarks, like pebbles thrown into a lake, began to create ripples, silently shaking market confidence. Half an hour later. Seeing that the online public opinion had begun to ferment, Gu Xiaoming gave Lin Zhang an OK sign. Lin Zhang nodded. He picked up the encrypted phone again and dialed Li Ming's number. The air inside the private room seemed to freeze for a moment. Gu Xiaoming subconsciously held his breath. The call was connected. Lin Zhang didn't waste any words, issuing only a cold and brief second order. Main force, 5 billion. Target, Wang's international intraday moving average support level. In an instant, smash it through. Chapter 70 Bloodbath of the Wang Clan. In an instant, smash it through. The instruction has been issued. At that moment, it was as if an invisible giant hand had pressed the start button for war. Haitong Securities, VIP International Trading Room. Li Ming, his eyes bloodshot, roared into the microphone, "Execute Plan A1. Vanguard troops, all forces, charge." Like the most sophisticated war machine, the entire team pressed the enter key simultaneously at the same moment. Around the world, dozens of server ports disguised as ordinary investors simultaneously dumped massive sell orders into the Hong Kong Stock Exchange's trading system within 0.01 seconds. 5 billion Hong Kong dollars. This massive sum of money, like an unstoppable torrent, crashed into the stable intraday moving average support level of Wang's International. Boom! Inside the private club in Zhengzhou, Gu Xiaoming seemed to hear the loud noise. He stared intently at the time-sharing chart on Lin Zhang's laptop screen. The line, which had been fluctuating slightly, suddenly dropped sharply at 1:30 and 1 second p.m. without warning. A huge, downward-facing, shocking gap. Within a second, the stock price plummeted from flat to 3%. The market hasn't had time to react yet. Immediately afterwards, the second and third waves of sell orders came down like a barrage of artillery fire. 3.5%. 4%. 5%. Just 3 minutes. The stock price of Wang's International has fallen by more than 5%. On the trading screen, the top 1 to 10 positions are filled with huge sell orders, like an insurmountable black wall. The entire market was in an uproar. Countless individual investors and institutions holding shares in Wang's International were completely dumbfounded at this moment. What happened? What bad news came out? Why the sudden plunge? Run! Big money is dumping shares. Panic spread like wildfire. Countless panic sell orders began to flood the market, further exacerbating the stock price decline. At the same time, the top floor of the Wang Group headquarters building. The originally enthusiastic and lively meeting atmosphere was instantly shattered by a piercing alarm. Beep beep beep. The red warning light, indicating abnormal stock price fluctuations, was flashing wildly in the trading monitoring room. Wang Zongda, who was confidently outlining his blueprint for annexing Sky Dome technology, was interrupted and frowned sharply. The conference room door was kicked open with a bang. The person in charge of the trading team rushed in, stumbling and crawling. He was holding a tablet computer, his face was deathly pale, and his collar was soaked with sweat. Chairman. Something terrible has happened. We've been maliciously shorted. Wang Zongda snatched the tablet computer away. On the screen, the green candlestick chart that plunged 3,000 feet was like a sharp knife, piercing his eyes. You bastard! Wang Zongda flew into a rage and slammed the tablet to the ground with a loud crash. He pointed at the terrified manager and roared, "Where are the funds for stabilizing the market? Are they all dead? Immediately! Right now! Use the market stabilization funds to pull the stock price back up. Investigate! Investigate! I need to know where this money came from. Yes. The person in charge felt as if he had been granted a pardon and ran out as fast as he could. Soon, the 2 billion yuan in market stabilizing funds prepared by the Wang family, like an army that had received orders, stormed into the market. On the trading screen, an astonishing change occurred in an instant. Huge buy orders began to emerge frantically, devouring the short sellers' orders bit by bit. The stock price stopped falling from a low of 5%. At this moment, the bulls and bears engaged in the most brutal close-quarters battle. Trading volume began to increase dramatically at an alarming rate. In just a few minutes, the transaction volume exceeded 3 billion. 4 billion. Countless funds are being squeezed out of the market, and astronomical amounts of wealth are evaporating every second. Inside a private room at the club, Gu Xiaoming watched the horrific scene with bated breath, his palms sweating profusely. Brother, the Wang family has launched a counterattack. They're fierce. Lin Zhang remained calmly leaning back on the sofa, watching the rapidly increasing trading volume on the screen as if he were watching a play with a pre-written script. He picked up his phone and dialed Li Ming's number again. Pretend to be outmatched. Lin Zhang's voice was completely calm. Retreat slowly, luring all their funds in. Yes, Mr. Lin. Li Ming's voice carried an absolute obedience to the divine command. The order has been issued. On the trading screen, the massive selling pressure from Lin Zhang's side began to decrease at a visible rate. The once impregnable wall of order placement has begun to loosen. The Wang family's market stabilizing funds immediately seized this opportunity and launched an even more ferocious counterattack. The stock price began to slowly recover. 4.5%. 4%. 3.5%. Wang's Group, Transaction Monitoring Room. The trading manager, watching the stock price climb steadily, excitedly reported to Wang Zongda, chairman. The short sellers can't hold on any longer. Their offensive has weakened. I beg for more investment. Let's crush them in one fell swoop. Let's push the stock price up. Looking at the red line struggling to climb on the screen, Wang Zongda's anger subsided slightly. In order to stabilize market confidence and to completely crush this competitor that appeared out of nowhere, he gritted his teeth and made a decision. Approve. Transfer another 2 billion from the account used to attack Sky Dome Technology. I want them to know the consequences of going against the Wang family. Yes. New funds have been injected again. The Wang family's offensive became even more ferocious. Driven by massive amounts of capital, the stock price began to recover rapidly. 2.5%. 1.5%. 0.5%. They're just one step away from making a comeback. A cruel sneer finally appeared on Wang Zongda's face. He could almost see those overconfident short sellers being wiped out and losing everything in the face of his enormous financial strength. Inside the clubhouse, as Gu Xiaoming watched the Wang family invest more and more money, he became extremely excited. The fish are no longer just biting the hook. They swallowed the entire bait, along with the fishing line. He looked at Lin Zhang, awaiting the final instructions. Lin Zhang's gaze remained fixed on the screen, on the K-line that the Wang family had forcibly pushed up. He watched as the Wang family's last remaining funds for market support were invested, as retail investors began to chase the high prices, and as everyone thought the crisis was over. Right now. He coldly uttered 2 words. Close the net. The order was like a death sentence. The 3 billion yuan reserve funds that had been waiting in advance, along with all the strength of the main force that had previously feigned a retreat, were transformed into the sharpest and heaviest butcher's knife in that instant. A terrifying sell order of 8 billion Hong Kong dollars. With the force of Mount Tai pressing down and the power of thunder, it slashed fiercely down on the fragile defense line that the Wang family had just built with huge sums of money. Boom! All of the Wang family's payments were swallowed up in a single second. The fragile defenses that had just been established crumbled instantly. The stock price has plummeted again. Moreover, it was in a way that was even more terrifying and tragic than the first time. On the screen, the K-line that had just climbed to near the flat line suddenly turned at an almost 90-degree angle and plunged headlong into the abyss. Chapter 71: The Hunter's Patience. The closing bell rang. Hong Kong stocks are in a bloodbath. Wang's International, once a rock-solid blue-chip stock, ultimately met its end with a shocking figure. It plummeted by 15.3%. The company's market value evaporated by nearly 10 billion Hong Kong dollars in a single day. The entire Hong Kong stock market was deathly silent. All financial professionals seemed to have their throats choked, staring blankly at this epic collapse. That evening, the headlines of all financial media outlets were dominated by the same title. Mysterious short sellers wreak havoc on Wang's International, wiping out billions in market value. The top floor of the Wang Group headquarters, the chairman's office. Clang! With a crisp sound, a set of precious purple clay teapots worth millions was smashed hard onto the polished marble floor and shattered into pieces instantly. Wang Zongda's chest heaved violently, and his well-maintained face turned a deep liver color. He finally pieced together a chilling truth from the incoherent report of the trading team. This time, what we encountered was not ordinary market speculators at all. This is a prehistoric behemoth with meticulous planning, abundant funds, and ruthless methods. The other party knew Wang's International's capital structure and its market manipulation habits inside and out. Every step they took precisely targeted his weaknesses, luring him in deep before delivering a fatal blow. Jiangzhou, a private club. Gu Xiaoming's intelligence network immediately reported the good news. Brother, it's done. That old fox Wang Zongda has urgently suspended all fundraising plans for Sky Dome Technology. His voice was filled with barely suppressed ecstasy. He's in a real bind right now, and he's pulled back all the resources he can muster to prepare for a battle to defend Wang's stock price. Gu Xiaoming raised his champagne glass high, his face flushed. Come. For this decisive battle. Lin Zhang picked up his wine glass and gently clinked it against his. The golden liquid swirled in the glass. The crisp sound of impact is the prelude to victory. Gu Xiaoming downed the wine in his glass in one gulp and paced back and forth in the room excitedly. Damn, that was awesome. Your move hit the Wang family right where it hurts. He looked at Lin Zhang with an almost overflowing adoration. This is no longer a strategy, this is art. The art of war. Lin Zhang merely took a small sip of champagne, his face remaining calm and composed. This is just the first step. Gu Xiaoming paused, then stopped in his tracks. The first step? Yes. Lin Zhang put down his wine glass. The purpose is to tame beasts. Beast taming? Gu Xiaoming was completely baffled by this term. Lin Zhang leaned back on the sofa, his slender fingers tapping lightly on his knees. It's pointless to kill a tiger outright. It's more likely to provoke a final, frenzied counterattack. The best way is to keep whipping it, wearing it down, letting it get used to the rhythm of being attacked, and letting it exhaust all its strength and sharpness in the back and forth battle. In the end, it will become an obedient cat. These words sent chills down Gu Xiaoming's spine. He looked at Lin Zhang, who calmly described a plan that could destroy a multi-billion-dollar conglomerate, as if they were discussing what to have for dinner. Ignoring his shock, Lin Zhang picked up the black encrypted phone and dialed Li Ming's number. Starting tomorrow, the trading team will work in shifts and be on call 24 hours a day. No need for a large-scale offensive. I want you to use high-frequency harassing attacks to constantly test every support level of Wang S International. Attack fiercely at times, retreat at others, like a pack of wolves, and don't give them any chance to breathe. Make sure all their market-stabilizing funds are firmly locked on the market, unable to move. Li Ming responded with extreme excitement from the other end of the phone. Understood. Mr. Lin. I guarantee the Wang family will be restless and unable to eat or sleep. After hanging up the phone, the private room fell silent. Just then, Lin Zhang's other personal cell phone rang. Upon seeing the words Qingyao on the screen, all the coldness and calculation on his face instantly melted away. He answered the phone, his voice becoming incredibly gentle. Hello. Lin Zhang. Xiao Qingya asked with a hint of concern on the other end of the phone. I saw the news. Is the situation outside very troublesome? Although she didn't understand the specific operations of the capital market, the graphic headlines still made her somewhat uneasy. Lin Zhang chuckled softly. It's nothing, just some minor investment troubles, which have been mostly resolved. You can rest assured and stay in the sky to stabilize the rear of Genesis. That is our most important task. Okay. Hearing his relaxed words, Xiao Qingya's heart was relieved. Then, take care of yourself too. Rest assured. Hang up the phone. Lin Zhang placed his phone on the table, and the momentary tenderness on his face vanished the instant the screen went dark. He turned to look at Gu Xiaoming, who was still pondering the animal taming theory. The more the Wang family struggles, the more blood they bleed. This money will eventually become the most powerful ammunition to be fired at all competitors when the Genesis project goes public. Gu Xiaoming nodded heavily, fully understanding Lin Zhang's grand plan. This is not just about revenge, but also about the future. I've done my estimation, Gu Xiaoming reported, presenting the latest analysis results. Your besieging way to rescue Zhao tactic has bought at least half a month to a month for the Genesis project. That time is invaluable. Half a month is enough time for Gu Tao's team to complete more crucial experiments. Just then, a sudden ringing of the bell once again shattered the tranquility of the private room. It was Lin Zhang's personal cell phone. The caller ID showed it was Xiao Qingya's president's assistant. Lin Zhang answered the phone, and a bad feeling welled up in his heart. As soon as the call connected, the assistant's anxious voice, almost on the verge of tears, burst from the receiver. Mr. Lin, something terrible has happened. Mr. Gu, he's encountered a technical problem in the lab that he can't understand at all. He locked himself in his office and wouldn't see anyone, saying his theory was fundamentally wrong. Come and take a look. Chapter 72: The Key to Dimensional Reduction Attack. Lin Zhang's brows furrowed almost imperceptibly. He didn't ask any further questions, but simply replied with 2 words. Wait for me. He hung up the phone and stood up from the sofa. Gu Xiaoming sensed something was wrong and stood up as well. Brother, what's wrong? Did something happen? It's a minor issue at the company. Lin Zhang picked up his coat. That's all for today. We'll proceed as planned. Before he finished speaking, he had already opened the door to the private room and strode out. The Volkswagen Phaeton carved a steady line through the night, speeding towards the secret laboratory in the suburbs. On the way, Lin Zhang dialed Xiao Qingya's number. "Qingya, what exactly happened?" On the other end of the phone, Xiao Qingya's voice was filled with obvious worry. "Gu Tao is stuck. He discovered a fatal problem while trying to decipher the ancient prescription you gave him. The formula contains a core herb that, regardless of whether it is extracted by centrifugation, supercritical fluid extraction, or any modern synthetic method, will immediately lose all biological activity once it is purified. It's like the energy just vanished into thin air." Lin Zhang drove, listening quietly. Xiao Qingya continued, "This problem completely stalled the development of our entire MVP product. Gu Tao and his team worked for 3 days and 3 nights without sleep, trying every possible method, but all of them failed. He is a very proud person, and this incident was a huge blow to him." The car drove into a heavily guarded science and technology park and finally stopped in front of an inconspicuous research building. Lin Zhang got out of the car. The laboratory was brightly lit late at night, but the atmosphere was extremely oppressive. The air was thick with the smell of anxiety and failure. In the corridor, several researchers sat dejectedly on the floor. When they saw Lin Zhang and Xiao Qingya who arrived later, they could only nod listlessly. The morale of the entire team has plummeted to rock bottom. Gu Tao's office door was tightly closed. Dozens of crumpled pieces of paper were scattered on the ground near the entrance, each covered with densely written molecular formulas, reaction pathways, and conclusions that were eventually crossed out. Xiao Qingya walked to the door and whispered, "Mr. Gu, please open the door. Lin Zhang is here." There was no response from inside. Lin Zhang gave Xiao Qingya a wink. Xiao Qingya understood, took the spare key from her assistant, gently inserted it into the lock, and with a click, opened the door. A strong smell of smoke and caffeine wafted over me. Inside the office, the curtains were drawn and the air was thick with smoke. Gu Tao sat behind his desk, his whole body slumped in the chair, his eyes filled with alarming bloodshot veins, and his stubble from not shaving for days made him look haggard and dejected. When he saw Lin Zhang walk in, he merely tugged at his chapped lips, revealing a smile that looked more like a grimace. "President Lin, you've arrived." He picked up a thick lab report from the table and shoved it at him listlessly. "I'm sorry, I might have to disappoint you. Your prescription may violate the fundamental laws of modern biochemistry. For a top talent who regards science as the ultimate standard, this statement is tantamount to declaring his incompetence." Lin Zhang did not look at the report. He walked straight to his desk, picked up a crumpled piece of draft paper, unfolded it, and looked at it. The above is a complex formula that he doesn't understand. He then walked to the sample preservation cabinet in the corner of the room, where the problematic core herb was individually sealed in a vacuum bag. He picked up the bag, held it to his nose, and gently smelled it through the packaging. An extremely subtle, ancient medicinal fragrance entered my nasal cavity. In that very instant. In Lin Zhang's mind, the knowledge base of the intermediate miraculous doctor was activated like a supercomputer whose switch had been flipped. Countless ancient alchemical knowledge about pharmacology, medicinal properties, the roles of principal, assistant, adjuvant, and yin-yang balance transformed into a clear stream of data, instantly flooding his mind. Those seemingly mysterious theories rejected by modern science have now revealed their most fundamental logic. Lin Zhang put down the medicinal herbs, turned around, and looked at Gu Tao, whose face was ashen. He calmly uttered a sentence that Gu Tao could not understand at all. "You're wrong about the direction." Gu Tao suddenly raised his head, his bloodshot eyes filled with confusion and bewilderment. Lin Zhang walked to the opposite side of him, pulled out a chair, and sat down. "You, and the modern biochemistry you represent, have always wanted to extract and replicate the energy from this principal ingredient itself. But its purpose has never been to release." Lin Zhang extended a finger and tapped it lightly on the table. "It is a key." "A key?" Gu Tao muttered to himself, completely baffled by the metaphor. Lin Zhang continued to explain, his words simple yet seemingly containing a timeless truth. "The real function of this herb is not to provide energy, but to unlock the potential of another herb in a specific environment. That is, the assistant herb in the formula that you have always regarded as an auxiliary and inconspicuous one. Only when the key is inserted into the lock, and the two combine, can a real qualitative change occur." Gu Tao's breath caught in his throat at that moment. He had never considered the problem from this perspective. He always believed that the principal ingredient was the core, and all the secrets lay within it. Lin Zhang looked at him and dropped the final bombshell. Your extraction methods are all wrong. To activate it, you need a very ancient processing method. The method of mutual assistance between yin and yang. Gu Tao had never heard of this term before. It sounds more like the terminology used in alchemy at a Taoist temple, full of feudal superstition. His instinct was to refute it, saying it was pseudoscience. But Lin Zhang did not give him a chance. Simply put, it means using the cold nature of the minister medicine to stimulate the potency of the principal medicine, and then using the potency of the principal medicine to neutralize the toxicity of the minister medicine, so that the two can achieve a dynamic energy balance at a very unstable critical point. Lin Zhang's words were like a thunderclap, exploding in Gu Tao's mind. Energy balance. Dynamic equilibrium. Critical point. He understands all these words. But the theory formed by these words was like a key, instantly unlocking a door in his mind that he had never touched before. He has always tried to solve problems by addition, constantly refining and strengthening them. Lin Zhang proposed a multiplicative approach. It's a completely new path that allows two substances to catalyze and complement each other. This completely overturned everything he had known over the past 20 years. Gu Tao sat motionless in his chair, as if struck by lightning. A few seconds later, his previously lifeless eyes suddenly burst forth with a frenzied light, as if he had discovered a new continent. He suddenly jumped up from the chair, and the movement was so violent that he even knocked over the chair behind him. He ignored it and rushed towards the lab bench by the door like a gust of wind. Critical point, dynamic equilibrium, catalysis. As he ran, he frantically repeated those words in a dreamlike tone, the light in his eyes enough to illuminate the entire night. Chapter 73: The Wisdom of Hide and Seek. Lin Zhang turned and left the office. Behind him were Gu Tao, who had completely descended into madness, and the entire activated research team. Group A, prepare centrifuge number 3, adjust the parameters to the critical point. Group B, begin the simulation of the minister's medicine cold nature activation plan immediately. Hurry! 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 We don't have much time. The previous lifelessness was replaced by waves of excited roars. The entire laboratory, once a tomb, has been transformed into a volcano about to erupt. Lin Zhang did not turn around. He opened the car door, got into the driver's seat, and smoothly drove the Volkswagen Phaeton out of the technology park and into the traffic of the city at night. Outside the car window, the neon lights rushed past. The vast, cold sandbox of capitalist warfare in his mind, as well as the newly constructed yin-yang mutual balance theoretical model that subverted modern biochemistry, were slowly fading away. The commanding presence that exuded an aura of strategic planning and decisive victory was gradually replaced by a gentle warmth as we drew closer to the cloud-top villa. He is no longer the creator who could stir up a storm of billions with a few words, nor is he the prophet who could enlighten top scientists with a single word. Now, all he wants is to go home. The car smoothly entered the villa's garage. Lin Zhang pushed open the door to his home. The warm light in the living room instantly enveloped him. Mommy, look at the Ultraman that Nian Nian drew. A childish voice came from inside. Xiao Nian was like a little koala, hugging Xiao Qingya's leg and holding up a crookedly drawn doodle. Xiao Qingya had just changed out of her business attire and was wearing a beige loungewear outfit. She was bending over and looking at her daughter's masterpiece, her face showing a rare relaxation and tenderness. Hearing the door open, the mother and daughter turned around at the same time. Uncle! Xiao Nian's eyes lit up. She let go of her mother's leg and ran over with her short legs, hugging Lin Zhang's leg tightly. Uncle, you're back. Lin Zhang's heart melted completely at that moment. He bent down and easily picked up the little one. Was Nian Nian a good girl at kindergarten today? Good girl. The teacher even gave Nian Nian a little red flower as a reward. The little girl pointed to the little red flower sticker on her chest like she was showing off a treasure. Xiao Qingya also came over. She looked at Lin Zhang and, although she didn't say anything, the sense of security and reliance she showed spoke volumes. I'll go cook. Lin Zhang carried Nian Nian into the kitchen. Intermediate god-level culinary skill, activated. He didn't look at any recipes. All sorts of top-quality ingredients were processed, combined, and cooked with effortless skill. Half an hour later. A delicious and nutritious dinner, perfectly prepared according to the individual constitutions of the three people, was set on the table. The rich aroma of Buddha jumps over the wall, the freshness of steamed grouper, and several delicate and nutritious side dishes filled the entire restaurant with a sense of happiness. Wow! It smells so good. Nian Nian sat in her baby chair, sniffing hard with her little nose. Watching from the side, Zhang Ma's awe of Lin Zheng deepened even further. This Mr. Lin was simply omnipotent. The atmosphere at the dining table was extremely warm and cozy. Mom, eat this. This was made by Uncle, it's the best. Nian Nian used her little spoon to carefully scoop a piece of fish for Xiao Qingya. Then, she looked at Lin Zhang. Uncle, you should eat too. Thank you for your hard work, Uncle. Looking at her daughter's actions, and then at the man beside her who had been the pillar of this family, Xiao Qingya's heart, once as cold as ice, had already melted into a pool of spring water. After dinner, the family of 3 sat on the sofa in the living room. The TV was playing Nian Nian's favorite cartoon. The little girl nestled happily between Lin Zhang and Xiao Qingya, with her father on her left and her mother on her right, her face full of a satisfied smile. This is the home she wanted most. After the cartoon ended, Nian Nian was already a little sleepy and was carried back to her room to sleep by Zhang Ma. Only Lin Zhang and Xiao Qingya remained in the living room. Xiao Qingya leaned on Lin Zhang's shoulder and asked softly, "What about the lab?" "It's solved." Lin Zhang's words were concise and to the point. The core technical bottleneck has been overcome. Gu Tao is now working like he's on steroids, leading the team to verify the final processing method. In 3 days at most, our MVP product will be able to enter the final preparation stage before mass production. This news brought Xiao Qingya a long sigh of relief. Sky Dome Technology has invested too many resources and expectations in the Genesis project. But Lin Zhang didn't let her relax for long. However, we are about to face the next challenge. Xiao Qingya sat up straight, resuming her CEO demeanor. "What's the problem?" "Promotion." Lin Zhang looked at her and posed this crucial question. "Our product S effects are revolutionary. Once it hits the market, it will inevitably cause an earthquake in the entire industry. However, we must promote the product without alerting the Wang family. In other words, we need to let our target customers know about the product's amazing effects, but we absolutely cannot let outsiders, especially the Wang family, know that this product has any connection with Sky Dome Technology. This is indeed a dilemma. They need to ignite the market while remaining discreet." Xiao Qingya immediately started thinking from a business perspective, and she quickly came up with several solutions. "We can find a group of KOLs in the beauty industry, sign confidentiality agreements, and let them spread positive word of mouth in their private traffic through secondary accounts or fan groups. Alternatively, we can register a shell company overseas, disguise it as a mysterious new overseas brand, and enter the market through cross-border e-commerce and purchasing agents. These are all conventional and effective business strategies." But Lin Zhang shook his head at each of them. KOLs are too big a target. Once the Wang family notices them, they can easily find out the source of the funds by following the clues. The same goes for shell companies. Once a product becomes a hit, someone will inevitably investigate the company's background. In today's information age, it is impossible to completely hide. Lin Zhang's denial caused Xiao Qingya to fall into deep thought. Lin Zhang's demands were too harsh. This is almost an impossible task. Just as the living room fell silent, a small figure in pink pajamas ran out of the room, rubbing her eyes. It is thought. She probably couldn't sleep, so she ran out to look for her parents again. The little girl ran to the carpet, picked up her toys, and started playing by herself. Suddenly, she looked up and said happily to Lin Zhang, "Uncle, we played hide and seek at kindergarten today. I hid the best, neither the teacher nor the other children could find me." Hide and seek. These 3 words struck Lin Zhang's mind like a bolt of lightning. A perfect, unprecedented, and marketing historical viral promotion plan took shape in his mind. He looked at his innocent and carefree daughter, then turned to look at Xiao Qingya, who looked completely bewildered. A smile of absolute confidence appeared on Lin Zhang's face. He had an idea. Chapter 74: Blind Boxes and Fangs. Hide and seek. These 3 words struck Lin Zhang's mind like a bolt of lightning. A perfect, textbook perfect viral promotion plan took shape in his mind. He looked at his innocent and carefree daughter, then turned to look at Xiao Qingya, who looked completely bewildered. A smile of absolute confidence appeared on Lin Zhang's face. He had an idea. "We're not selling," Lin Zhang said, his first words leaving Xiao Qingya stunned. "Not selling?" As the head of Skydome Technology, she had spent her whole life thinking about how to sell things, and had never thought about not selling. Yes, we want to sell it proactively, Lin Zhang explained. We'll turn it into a mysterious gift, an adventure that belongs only to a very few people. He recounted the inspiration behind hide and seek. We don't advertise, we don't promote, we don't even name our products, and we don't put on any brand logos. What we need to do is package it into an extremely luxurious, mysterious gift box of unknown origin, and then anonymously send it to those who need it the most and who are most capable of igniting it. Xiao Qingya's business acumen was exceptionally sharp. She instantly grasped the key: target audience? Yes. Lin Zhang immediately picked up his phone, found a number, dialed it directly, and pressed the speakerphone button. The call was answered almost instantly. Lin Zhang? What a rare guest. He actually took the initiative to contact me. A woman's slightly lazy and teasing voice came from the other end of the phone. It was Su Man, Xiao Qingya's best friend and the little witch of Shanghai's financial circle. Su Man, I need your help. Lin Zhang got straight to the point. Go ahead and say it. As long as it's not about borrowing money, anything is negotiable. Lin Zhang ignored her joke and gave the order directly. I need a list. 100 people. There are 3 criteria for selecting socialites and wealthy women at the top of Shanghai. First, influence. They must be the queen bees in their respective circles. If she says something, countless people will follow suit. Second, their ability to spread information. They are passionate about socializing, enjoy sharing, and have private circles that ordinary people can peek into and yearn for. Third, and most importantly, they are extremely concerned about their appearance and status. Su Man on the other end of the phone was silent for a few seconds, seemingly processing this strange request. Then she laughed, a laugh filled with excitement and curiosity. Interesting. What do you need this list for? Are you planning a top socialite pageant in Shanghai? I want to give them gifts, Lin Zhang calmly stated the core of his plan. We will package the first batch of products into mystery gift boxes without any brand information and deliver them to these 100 people through an absolutely confidential channel. The gift box contained only the product and a card. There is only one QR code on the card. Xiao Qingya listened quietly from the side. She had fully understood Lin Zhang's intentions, and her heart was filled with turmoil. This is not marketing at all. This is a precise psychological warfare operation being planned against the elite social circles. Su Man immediately understood as well, and she gasped. Damn! Lin Zhang, you're too cunning. You're making them guess, fight for it, and elevate this thing to a divine status. Su Man's reaction proved the feasibility of the plan. A mysterious, luxurious gift with unknown effects suddenly appeared on the dressing tables of these women. Their first reaction was definitely not to throw it away, but curiosity. When they discover that others in their circle have received the same thing, curiosity turns into comparison and testing. That anonymous QR code forum was the powder keg that ignited it all. It will become the only private communication channel for this group of top women. They will share their experiences using it and boast about the effects, thus creating a sense of superiority and scarcity that says, I've used it, you don't. The product will grow legs and run on its own. Word of mouth will spread most rapidly through the most elite circles. I understand. Su Man's voice was extremely excited. I'll get on it right away. I guarantee that within 3 days, the most accurate list will be sent to your email. I'll handle the delivery channels. It'll be absolutely confidential, and the source will be untraceable. Good. After hanging up the phone, Xiao Qingya looked at Lin Zhang and finally spoke after a long while. You are a devil. At the same time, the Hong Kong stock market is in a state of high alert. For several days in a row, the stock price of Wang's International has been engaged in a fierce tug of war. Lin Zhang's wolf pack of short sellers, like a group of tireless hunters, constantly launched harassing attacks on Wang's stock price defenses. Sometimes a huge sell order is placed, creating panic. At times, they quickly retreat, enticing funds supporting the market to chase higher prices. Trading volume was pushed to an astronomical figure. The billions of yuan raised by Wang Zongda to support the market were like nails to a meat grinder, unable to move, and were being consumed frantically every minute. Wang's Group, Chairman's Office. Wang Zongda's eyes were bloodshot as he stared intently at the trading screen. The intense battles of the past few days had left him physically and mentally exhausted, but more than anything, he had a delusion that victory was imminent. In his view, the opponent's attack had gone from being thunderous on the first day to being weak and feeble now. What does this prove? This proves that the other party's funds are almost exhausted. They are at their last gasp. Chairman, our funds are also being depleted significantly, isn't that? A trusted aide reminded him worriedly. What's there to be afraid of? Wang Zongda slammed his hand on the table, a gambler's madness appearing on his face. Victory is in sight. They're out of bullets. Pass on my order. Transfer another 3 billion from the reserve funds intended for acquiring other projects. Tomorrow. I'm launching a full-scale attack. I'll crush them in one fell swoop. I'll make sure they lose everything. He firmly believed that with just a little more effort, he could completely crush his opponent. He didn't know that what he saw as the last gasp was just a disguise by the hunter to lure him into taking the final step. Zhangzhou, Cloud Top Villa. Lin Zhang's encrypted phone received the latest report from Li Ming. Mr. Lin, the fish is making its final struggle. We have detected a new round of large-scale fund transfers within the Wang family. Looking out at the night sky, Lin Zheng calmly issued the final instructions. Very good. Notify all traders to prepare for a dramatic collapse scenario. When the market opens tomorrow, feign resistance, then retreat step by step, surrendering our defenses and luring all their funds in. I want them to use up every last bullet. Li Ming's voice was filled with boundless awe for this epic scam. Yes, Mr. Lin. The hunter had already bared his sharpest fangs. A few days later, a phone call interrupted Lin Zhang's ongoing sand table simulation. It's Gu Tao. President Lin. We did it. We did it. On the other end of the phone, Gu Tao's roar almost burst through the receiver. It was a kind of wild joy that had been suppressed for too long and was now completely exploding. The first batch of samples prepared using the yin-yang balance method has effects that far exceed our theoretical expectations. This is not just a skincare product, it's a miracle. The first batch of 500 MVP products has all been completed and packaged. Lin Zhang's heart finally settled. Top secret level. Immediately airlift it to Shanghai. Someone will be there to meet you. Yes. Shanghai, Su Man's private investment company. A package, escorted by a special person and contained in a military-grade safe, was delivered to her. When she opened the box and saw the 500 exquisite little bottles inside, all minimalist in design, pitch black, and without a single word or label, she was deeply moved. This little witch from Shanghai's financial circle had a strange and excited glint in her eyes. She picked one up and weighed it in her hand. A targeted poisoning campaign aimed at Shanghai's top social circles is about to begin. Chapter 75: A Frenzy of Excess and Evacuation. Shanghai, late at night. Su Man's intelligence network is like a giant net quietly unfolding in the dark, precise and silent. 100 exquisite gift boxes, entirely black and without any markings, were quietly delivered to the dressing tables of 100 socialites and wealthy ladies at the pinnacle of Shanghai's elite society through the city's most top-tier private butler service. Each gift box is accompanied by a similarly minimalist card. The card contained only one line of handwritten cursive, "To the most discerning you, a miracle of beauty." There was no signature, no source, and no contact information. Mysterious, yet brimming with extreme provocation. However, the initial stages of the plan encountered the expected lukewarm reception. The anonymous forum, which Lin Zhang had personally built and could only be accessed via QR code, was eerily deserted. What is this? Who sent it? It's a bit scary. I wouldn't dare put something of dubious origin on my face. The source cannot be found. It seems like a prank. The few scattered posts were filled with suspicion and wariness. These women at the top of social circles cherished their reputation and image more than anyone else. Inside a penthouse apartment overlooking the entire Bund night view, Su Man, dressed in a silk robe, swirled the red wine in her glass, glancing at the few posts on the forum, a hunter's smile on her face. A deadlock is meant to be broken. She put down her wineglass, picked up her phone, and posted a photo in her private circle of girlfriends, which included the most elite, wealthy, and beautiful women in Shanghai. The photo shows that mysterious black gift box. The caption was only one sentence. Sisters, I received something fun. I'll be the guinea pig first. Life and death are in the hands of fate, and wealth and honor are determined by heaven. This post, like a pebble thrown into a calm lake, instantly stirred up 1,000 ripples. Man, are you crazy? Don't use things indiscriminately. Who are you? Tell me quickly. Suman didn't reply to any of the messages, but instead sent out a small-scale live stream invitation in the group. A few minutes later, in Suman's ultra-luxurious bathroom, she pointed her phone camera at herself. Since everyone is so curious, I'll do a live stream of myself testing the poison. She opened the mysterious little black bottle, gently scooped out a small amount of the jelly-like, crystal-clear cream, and displayed it in front of the camera. The texture is very peculiar. I've never seen anything like it before. She applied the cream to her face, describing the most immediate sensations as she did so. It feels very refreshing, absorbs very quickly, and is not greasy at all. It gives you a wonderful feeling that your skin is breathing. Her friends in the live stream were intrigued by her words. However, just when everyone was looking forward to seeing the before and after results, Suman washed her face with water and then gave the camera a sly smile. She deliberately didn't demonstrate any after effects, leaving only a sentence that whetted everyone's appetite. That's all for today. We'll see tomorrow. The live stream abruptly ended. This move successfully ignited the curiosity of the entire small circle. Damn! That's some serious suspense. Is it even working? No way, I have to try too. Since Man has already tried, we'll die together. Several daring socialites were thoroughly aroused by their competitive spirit and desire to explore. Suddenly, new posts began to pop up on that once quiet, anonymous forum. I've opened the bottle. Wish me luck, ladies. I've already applied it to my face, and it feels really strange. I'm waiting for tomorrow. A social storm, fueled by curiosity, competition, and mystery, is quietly brewing. At the same time, thousands of kilometers away in the Hong Kong stock market, the trading bell rang for a new day. A real war, fueled by billions of dollars, has officially entered its most intense phase. Wang's Group, Transaction Monitoring Room. Wang Zongda's eyes were bloodshot, and his face showed a gambler's madness. All-out attack. He roared out the order. Pour all our funds into this. I'm going to drive the stock price up. I'm going to make those cowardly scumbags all liquidate their positions today. The order has been issued. The newly added 3 billion yuan, which had been prepared in advance, combined with the 4 billion yuan of market stabilizing funds that had been firmly pinned to the market, and transformed into an unprecedented torrent that rushed into the market. The situation on the market has suddenly changed. Lin Zhang's army of short sellers was instantly defeated in the face of the Wang family's devastating power. The previously impregnable wall of sales orders was now as fragile as paper, easily torn apart and swallowed up by the Wang family's massive buy orders. The stock price began to climb wildly at an almost vertical angle. 5%, 3%, 1% flat. In fact, it's starting to become popular again. On the field, the short sellers were completely crushed by the overwhelming force, cutting their losses at any cost and fleeing in panic. Thunderous cheers erupted in the trading room of the Wang Group. We won! We won! The short sellers have been liquidated. They're cutting their losses. The chairman is awesome. All the traders jumped up from their seats, waving their arms in celebration of this hard-won great victory. They seemed to already see that mysterious opponent, faced with the Wang family's immense financial strength, losing everything and going bankrupt. Looking at the K-line that he had forcefully pulled red with money, Wang Zongda revealed a cruel and triumphant smile. Trying to fight me? You guys are still too green. Jiangzhou, a private club. Gu Xiaoming stared intently at the tragic scene on the screen, his heart pounding in his throat. He watched as the funds representing Lin Zhang's side suffered a steady decline, while the Wang family's stock price soared. His palms were so sweaty that his phone was soaked with sweat. He knew, of course, that this was part of the plan. But this scene was acted so realistically. It was so real that even he, as someone who knew the truth, felt a suffocating sense of oppression. The fish has staked its last fortune on the card table. He turned to look at Lin Zhang. Lin Zhang remained calmly leaning back on the sofa. He didn't even look at the wildly fluctuating K-line, but instead stared at the trading volume at the bottom of the screen, which was constantly being pushed to astronomical figures. Market sentiment reached its peak at this moment. The Wang family has already played all their cards. All the retail investors who bought at the high price rushed in. Everyone believed that victory already belonged to the royal family. Right now. Lin Zhang picked up the black encrypted phone and dialed Li Ming's number. He calmly gave the final instructions. Closing the last small portion of the positions and withdrawing. Chapter 76 Harvest and Explosion. The next morning, Su Man woke up in the soft morning light. She stretched habitually, her fingers unintentionally brushing against her cheek. The texture doesn't feel right. It was a feeling she had never experienced on her own face before, a feeling of smoothness, firmness, and translucency. She sat up abruptly in bed, rushed into the bathroom, and stood in front of the huge mirror. The person in the mirror completely stunned her. Overnight, all the fine lines and dullness caused by staying up late and stress disappeared. Her skin was so smooth that no pores were visible, and it radiated a healthy glow from within. This is not the skin of a 30-year-old woman at all, it is clearly the peak condition of an 18-year-old girl. Su Man leaned closer to the mirror, carefully examining every inch of her skin, unable to believe her eyes. She immediately grabbed her phone, turned on the front camera, and turned off all beauty filters and effects. In the lens, that face was flawless, without any blemishes. She recorded a 10-second video with the camera zoomed in on her face, slowly moving from her forehead to her chin, showcasing her amazing skin condition. She didn't say a word, only adding the line, "Miracles need no words." Then, she simultaneously sent the video to her private circle of close friends and to that anonymous QR code forum. The video was like a nuclear bomb dropped into a calm lake. Detonate instantly. Holy crap! Man, did you get a new skin? Is this real? No beauty filter? I don't believe it. The girl group of girlfriends instantly went wild. After a night of silence, that anonymous forum went completely insane. Oh my god. I used it too. My nasolabial folds have faded so much. I swear I didn't Photoshop the picture. My god. My god. The acne scars on my face are almost invisible. What kind of magical product is this? Me too, lady upstairs. My skin has never looked this good. Those socialites who had also used the product with a guinea pig mentality last night rushed out, describing the miracles that had happened to them in the most shocked and unbelievable words. Unedited and unfiltered before and after photos of bare faces were posted everywhere. Each image is a subversion of common sense. The forum was filled with incredulous exclamations, ecstatic screams, and incoherent sighs. Those socialites who didn't use the product out of caution and skepticism regretted it deeply after seeing these real feedback. They beat their chests in frustration, wishing they could go back to last night and smear that black miracle drug all over their bodies. The next second, Su Man's private phone was bombarded with calls. Man. My dear sister. Do you have any left? I'll offer 20,000. Sell me one. Su Man. I'm Mrs. Lead, name your price. As long as you're willing to transfer, no amount of money is a problem. Man, I only need one set. Please. Countless frantic, tearful requests flooded into Su Man's phone. Prices have skyrocketed from 5 figures and are still increasing. In Shanghai, the most elite circle where money can buy almost anything, for the first time, something that money can't buy has appeared. The mystery blind box incident, within just a few hours, completely fermented and sublimated within this extremely small circle. This product, which has no name and no brand, has been unanimously given a supreme title by everyone. Miracle. It became a legend. On the other hand, the Hong Kong stock market. Wang's Group, Chairman's Office. Wang Zongde held a cup of top-quality Blue Mountain coffee, his face beaming with the joy and pride of a resounding victory. Looking at the K line on the screen that had been forcibly pulled red, he felt that he had defended the dignity of the Wang family. That adversary, who had been hiding his true intentions, was utterly defeated and routed in the face of his substantial financial resources. He could even imagine that the other person was in some dark corner right now, looking at their account that had been liquidated, and crying their eyes out. Trying to fight me? Wang Zongde gave a disdainful snort. He was completely immersed in the joy of victory, unaware that this so-called great victory was, from beginning to end, a carefully designed performance for him. He was even more unaware that just before he launched his all-out offensive and used billions of dollars to push the stock price to its peak. In the fierce tug-of-war of the previous few days. At those seemingly tense and repeatedly contested price levels. Li Ming's team had already used the cover of massive trading volume, like the most skilled stalkers, to quietly close out their short positions worth tens of billions of yuan at an absolute historical low in stock prices. They have already won. And that final, earth-shattering all-out offensive, that decisive battle that made Wang Zongde's blood boil. It was nothing more than a dramatic escape orchestrated by director Lin Zhang. Li Ming's team used less than 1/10 of the funds to create the illusion of a series of defeats. Its sole purpose was to lure Wang Zonda and all the retail investors who were chasing the high prices, thus driving the stock price to an unprecedented level. To create the most perfect and magnificent stage for their departure. Haitong Securities VIP Trading Room. The atmosphere was solemn and dignified, like a pilgrimage. All the traders stood, their eyes glued to the final number displayed on the central main screen. No one cheered, no one shouted. There were only heavy breathing sounds and the sound of a heart pounding. Looking at the long list of profits on their accounts, which took them time to count, they felt as if they were not participating in a financial war, but witnessing the birth of a miracle. This is no longer short selling. This is a hunt. A textbook example of a perfect hunt, worthy of being recorded in financial history. Under everyone's gaze, Li Ming picked up the red encrypted phone. His hands were trembling. It wasn't out of fear, but because of a deep-seated, almost fanatical worship. He dialed the number that he had long ago engraved in his heart. The call was connected. Li Ming used all his strength to keep his words intact. "Mr. Lin, we succeeded." His voice trembled violently with extreme excitement. "Please advise whether we need to calculate the final profit?" Chapter 77 The Victor's Loot. Lin Zhang did not answer, but calmly uttered a single word. "Explain." This word seemed to carry an invisible calming power, instantly calming the frenzied Li Ming on the other end of the phone. He took a deep breath and spoke slowly and deliberately, in an almost reverent tone. "Reporting to Mr. Lin. This short selling of Wang's International involved a principal of 10 billion Hong Kong dollars, and a total profit of 2.63 billion Hong Kong dollars has been realized upon closing the position. After deducting all transaction commissions, funding costs, and other miscellaneous expenses." Li Ming paused for a moment, seemingly unable to believe the number even himself. Net profit, 2.408 billion Hong Kong dollars. 2.4 billion. In just 2 or 3 weeks of operation, they forcibly tore 2.4 billion yuan of flesh and blood off the arrogant Wang Group. Inside the trading room of Haitong Securities, all the traders held their breath. Although they had already seen the numbers on their accounts, the impact of hearing those numbers officially reported by Li Ming still sent chills down everyone's spine. However, Lin Zhang on the other end of the phone reacted with an eerily calm demeanor. "New." He uttered just 3 words, without any emotional fluctuation, as if the 2.4 billion was nothing more than a few steel plates he had casually picked up. This profound tranquility, transmitted through the receiver to Li Ming's ears, instantly filled his heart, which had been pounding with ecstasy, with a deeper sense of awe. This Mr. Lin doesn't even care about 2.4 billion. His vision has long transcended money itself. "Mr. Lin, this amount of money?" Li Ming asked cautiously. 200 million, as a bonus, will be distributed to your team, Lin Zhang said casually, as if he were talking about a trivial matter. "The rest will all be transferred to my account." Boom! Li Ming's brain completely exploded. 200 million. The prize money. In the trading room, all the traders who had been eavesdropping froze the moment they heard the number. They worked themselves to the bone for a year, and if they can earn a few million in bonuses, they're already considered top in the industry. But now, this mysterious Mr. Lin casually tossed out 200 million. After a few seconds of deathly silence, the entire trading room erupted in a deafening roar. "Long live Mr. Lin. I'll follow Mr. Lin for the rest of my life." Everyone went crazy, staring at the red phone in Li Ming's hand as if it were a deity. Li Ming's body trembled violently from this unimaginable generosity, and he almost roared it out. "Thank you, Mr. Lin. We swear to follow you to the death." Lin Zhang didn't say anything more and hung up the phone. He put down his phone, then picked it up again and dialed another number. The call connected quickly, and Gu Xiaoming's nonchalant voice came through. "Damn. Jingzi, are you done over there?" I was on the edge of my seat watching this. The Wang family went crazy, they almost smashed the plate. "Yes, the first phase is over." Lin Zhang leaned back on the sofa, and Xiao Qingyat immediately and considerately handed him a glass of warm water. "What does phase 1 mean?" Gu Xiaoming was completely confused. "To relieve the siege of Wei by attacking Zhao," Lin Zhang explained simply. "Our goal has never been to crash Wang's international stock price, but to hold him back. We'll tie all his cash flow to the Hong Kong stock market, this meat grinder, so he won't have the energy or funds to cause trouble for Tianxiong Technology." Gu Xiaoming remained silent for a few seconds, seemingly processing the information. Holy crap! So all that fierce back and forth fighting over the past few days was just an act? Just to keep him pouring money in? Right. So today's all-out attack, the Wang family drove the stock price up, while we suffered a complete rout. It's all acting. Lin Zhang took a sip of water. If we don't act it out convincingly, how can we get him to willingly invest the last 3 billion? Most importantly, Lin Zhang said with a hint of amusement, we not only successfully stalled him, but also managed to take a piece of flesh from him. Gu Xiaoming was completely dumbfounded. He stammered, how much was cut? Not much, maybe a little over 2 billion. There was a deathly silence on the other end of the phone. Gu Xiaoming felt that his worldview had been completely shattered at this moment. Damn it! The Wang family spent 7 billion yuan, thinking they had won an epic financial defense battle, but in the end, they were not only made a fool of, but also had more than 2 billion yuan of their flesh ripped off. What's the most outrageous thing? Junzi. I just received news that old fox Wang Zongda has booked out the most exclusive club in Shanghai tonight and is having a victory celebration. To celebrate their success in repelling the short sellers and defending the Wang family's dignity. Gu Xiaoming's voice was filled with absurdity and a sense of bewilderment. A smile finally appeared on Lin Zhang's face. The prey is celebrating the hunter's successful hunt with champagne. Is there anything more interesting in this world? Let him celebrate. Lin Zhang hung up the phone and looked at Xiao Qingya, who was standing beside him in shock. Before he could even speak, Su Man called again. Lin Zhang immediately pressed the speakerphone button. Lin Zhang. Xiao Qingya. You two devils. Do you even know that Shanghai has gone mad? Su Man's excited screams almost pierced the receiver. 100 gift boxes, 100 miracles. Now the entire socialite circle in Shanghai is talking about that mysterious product called a miracle. On the black market, an empty bottle is being sold for 10,000 yuan. Someone offered 100,000 yuan for a genuine set, but nobody's selling. Because everyone knows that these things are priceless, and once used, they're gone. Xiao Qingya listened from the side, and her whole body fell into a huge daze. As a business queen, all her business knowledge and marketing theories seemed so pale and powerless in the face of Lin Zhang's unpredictable methods. This is no longer a business. This is about creating a belief. Looking at the calm man beside her, the man who had sheltered her and her daughter, her heart overflowed with love and admiration. What's next? Lin Zhang asked calmly. Next step? Su Man was taken aback. Now that the scarcity marketing strategy has reached its maximum effect, shouldn't we consider releasing a second batch of goods and starting to reap the rewards? No, Lin Zhang rejected her suggestion. Let the legend fly a little longer. From this moment on, stop all supplies and cut off all channels. I will turn miracle from a legend into a myth. What we need now is not sales volume, but to make it a symbol of status among the top elites. We want those who get the first batch of products to have a unique sense of superiority. We want to drive those who didn't get any crazy. After a brief moment of surprise, Su Man on the other end of the phone instantly understood Lin Zhang's intention. She gasped. That's too ruthless. This isn't about selling things, it's about attacking someone's heart. I understand. Su Man's voice was filled with extreme excitement. Leave it to me. The call ended. The whole world seemed to have fallen silent. Meanwhile, in Shanghai, inside a magnificent, top-tier clubhouse, Wang Zongda, full of vigor, raised his crystal glass high and addressed the guests in the hall with a booming voice. Ladies and gentlemen, this toast is to the Wang family's victory. Facts have proven that any petty person who dares to challenge the authority of the royal family will ultimately need only one and utterly crushed. Enthusiastic applause and praise resounded throughout the banquet hall. It's time to execute the Hong Kong stock plan. Looking at the enthusiastic guests, Wang Zongda thought coldly to himself. Chapter 78: A New Hunt at the Victory Banquet. The most exclusive private club in Shanghai is Cloudtop Palace. Tonight, this place has been booked out by Wang Zongda. The crystal chandeliers shone brightly, and melodious classical music flowed through the air. Well-dressed guests strolled among them, each with a perfectly flattering smile on their face. Wang Zongda stood in the center of the banquet hall, his face glowing, holding a glass of expensive red wine, enjoying the feeling of being the center of attention. Chairman Wang, congratulations. That was a brilliant victory, truly bringing honor to the business community of Shanghai. Yes, those cowardly short sellers are utterly no match for Chairman Wang's formidable strength. It not only defended the dignity of the Wang family, but also the dignity of our local enterprises. The flattery was constant, and Wang Zonda felt completely at ease. He raised his glass high, addressed the assembled guests, and announced in a booming voice, "Ladies and gentlemen, this toast is to the Wang family's victory." Facts have proven that any petty person who dares to challenge the authority of the royal family will ultimately need only one end utterly crushed. Enthusiastic applause resounded throughout the banquet hall, bringing the atmosphere to a climax. In a corner where no one was watching, Wang Zongde gave a signal to his trusted trading manager. A few minutes later, in the most luxurious private room of the club, the drunkenness and joy on Wang Zongde's face vanished, replaced by a predator-like calmness and ruthlessness. He gave new instructions to the key traders in front of him. The victory celebration was for those outsiders to see. For us, the war had only just begun. The trading manager asked respectfully, "Chairman, do you mean to continue pursuing that short-selling force?" "Pursue them?" Wang Zongde sneered. "They've already been overwhelmed, their bodies are cold, what's the point of chasing them?" He walked to the huge floor-to-ceiling window and looked down at the bustling night view of Shanghai. "Tomorrow when the market opens, we'll take advantage of the current market confidence in Wang's International and quietly sell off our shares in batches at high prices." This instruction stunned several traders. The purpose of driving up the stock price is to maintain the company's shareholding, right? Why are you now trying to sell off your own shares? Wang Zongde did not turn around. He seemed to be able to see through his subordinates' doubts. "Do you think I'm spending so much money just to fight a boring defensive counterattack?" He turned around and revealed his true plan, word by word. "I want you to use all the cashed-out funds and all the reserve funds of the United Group to establish a short position of tens of billions as quickly as possible. Target Jiangzhou, Tanxiong Technology." Boom! This name sent shivers down the spines of every trader. A cruel, self-assured look appeared on Wang Zongde's face. After fighting us for so many days, that mysterious opponent's funds have long been depleted, and they are severely weakened. At this time, they are most vulnerable and least prepared. According to reliable sources, it is very likely that Lin Zhang and his group are shorting our Hong Kong stocks. Strike the snake at its vital point. Isn't Lin Zhang, the bodyguard of Skydome Technology, and Xiao Qingya, the president of Skydome Technology? I'm going to crush Skydome Technology's stock price in one battle and force them to hand over controlling stake. I'm going to make that kid surnamed Lin watch helplessly as everything he's protecting vanishes. He firmly believed that this was the real fatal blow. In his view, everything before was just an appetizer. Now was the time to enjoy the main course. At the same time, Jiangzhou, Plow Top Villa. Only a warm floor lamp was on in the living room, and the TV was playing financial news on silent. The calm before the storm is always especially peaceful. Lin Zhang leaned back on the sofa, while Xiao Qingya nestled in his arms like a docile kitten. "The Wang family's revenge is coming soon," Lin Zhang said calmly, breaking the warmth of the moment. Xiao Qingya's body stiffened slightly. "It will be more intense than we imagine," Lin Zhang added. "What will they do?" Xiao Qingya looked up, completely immersing herself in the role of a learner. Lin Zhang saw through her inner unease, and also saw through all of Wang Zongde's schemes from 1,000 miles away. He used the simplest and most straightforward language to analyze every step the enemy took for Xiao Qingya. His celebration party tonight is not to celebrate victory, but to celebrate the success of fundraising. He would take advantage of the high stock price and market confidence we created for him to quietly sell his own shares and cash out. Then, using the money he borrowed from us, plus his own savings, he turned around and launched a devastating short-selling attack on Skydome Technology's Hong Kong-listed shares. Lin Zhang's analysis was exactly the same as the instructions Wang Zongde gave in the secret private room. Xiao Qingya was terrified. This kind of elaborate scheme, with each part linked to the next, is extremely insidious. If Lin Zhang hadn't foreseen this in advance, Skydome Technology might have truly faced annihilation without any warning. Then Lin Zhang gently patted her back to soothe her emotions. His words carried an absolute confidence. "Don't worry, everything is going according to plan. The last meat grinder was just a warm-up for him. This time, I've prepared a bigger and more efficient one for him. He would jump in himself, all his wealth and joy." The Hong Kong stock market opened the next day. The Wang family's trading team executed Wang Zongde's orders precisely. The stock price of Wang's International remained stable at a high level, but the huge trading volume indicated that Wang's capital was quietly fleeing. Every stock sold became a bullet fired at Skydome Technology. Meanwhile, on another battlefield, a massive and fierce sell order appeared without warning on the stock price chart of Skydome Technology, causing the stock price to plummet. Haitong Securities, VIP trading room. Li Ming held the encrypted phone, his palms sweating profusely. Mr. Lin. They're here. Their offensive is fierce. They immediately dumped $1 billion worth of sell orders. The stock price has already dropped 3%. Should we take action? On the other end of the phone, Lin Zhang's voice was calm as still water. Hold your positions and do nothing. Watch them perform quietly. Let them take the spoils of the first day, let them think that victory is within their grasp. Chapter 79 Black Monday. Hong Kong stocks open. It was as if an invisible giant hand was pressing down hard on the dark clouds that shrouded Skydome Technology. There was no warning, no probing. In the very first second after the market opened, a massive number of sell orders, like a black waterfall, poured down from the sky and slammed onto the trading screen. The green numbers on the stock price began to fluctuate wildly in a shocking way, with each fluctuation representing the evaporation of tens of millions of dollars in wealth. Dark clouds loom overhead. At the same time, a deluge of negative news was precisely pushed out by major financial media outlets and social media platforms. Skydome Technologies' investment is too high, and the cash-burning model is unsustainable. An insider revealed, Skydome Technology is facing a severe cash flow crisis and may be facing bankruptcy. A former star stock, now fallen from grace? The bubble of Skydome Technology is about to burst. One after another, scathing articles with sharp wording and detailed data spread like a virus on major financial portals and social media. These were not isolated attacks, but a premeditated saturation bombardment. Some articles cite sources and invite so-called senior industry analysts to bitterly criticize Tianxiong Technology for its reckless investment in the Genesis project, asserting that such money-burning behavior is tantamount to suicide. Some articles are more down-to-earth, posing as former employees of Tianxiong Technology, vividly describing the company's so-called chaotic management and tight financial situation, and even fabricating false news about the loss of key technical talents, all conveying a sense of insider information between the lines. These smear campaigns, combined with the extremely aggressive sell-offs on the trading board, formed a perfect, continuous strangulation attack. Public opinion and capital are being used in tandem. Skydome Technology headquarters. The atmosphere was so oppressive it was almost suffocating. The phones in the public relations and investor relations departments haven't stopped ringing since the opening of the market. The shrill ringing is like a death knell. Hey, Mr. Zhang, please trust us, the company's fundamentals are perfectly sound. Chairman Li, this is absolutely malicious short selling. It's a rumor. Please give us a little time, we will release a clarification announcement shortly. Every employee was overwhelmed with work, their faces etched with exhaustion and panic. Faced with countless questions from investors, angry outbursts from fund managers, and relentless media scrutiny, they could only offer feeble and powerless explanations over and over again. Everyone felt the immense pressure that was overwhelming. This is a war, and they are on the front lines, under heavy artillery fire. Time passed by, second by second. Market sentiment, gripped by panic, completely collapsed. Retail investors are selling off, and institutional investors are reducing their holdings. All the reasons that were previously optimistic about Tianxiong Technology have become utterly untenable at this moment. At 4 o'clock in the afternoon, the closing bell rang. To the employees of Skydome Technology, the sound didn't sound like relief, but rather like the death knell of the apocalypse. The final number was displayed on everyone's screen. Skydome Technology's stock price plummeted by 12.8%. Its market value evaporated by more than 12 billion Hong Kong dollars in a single day. The market was deathly silent, and cries of despair filled the air. The CEO's office. Xiao Qingye stood alone in front of the huge floor-to-ceiling window, outside which was the bustling skyline of Jiangzhou. But all she could see was the computer screen on her desk. On the screen is the candlestick chart of Skydome Technology for today. A thick, menacing green pillar, like a sharp knife, pierced through all the previous support points and plummeted straight into the abyss. That business empire she built single-handedly has been torn open today, leaving a bloody gash. Although Lin Zhang had given her a warning long ago, she was mentally prepared. But when all of this actually happened, when the candlestick chart representing the annihilation of over 10 billion in wealth was presented to her without any emotion, the impact still left her feeling cold all over. The color faded from her face little by little. The office door was gently pushed open. Lin Zhang walked in carrying a steaming cup of black tea. He gently placed the teacup beside Xiao Qingya's hand, without saying anything to comfort her, but simply followed her gaze to the dismal candlestick chart. He used the money he made from driving up his own stock price to cash out to dump our shares. His methods are quite sophisticated. Lin Zhang spoke calmly, as if he were commenting on a game of chess that had nothing to do with him. This extreme calmness instantly dispelled the heavy panic in the office. Xiao Qingya didn't turn around. She could feel that the man was standing behind her, like a mountain, shielding her from all the wind and rain. It's a full day ahead of schedule, Lin Zhang continued. This shows that Wang Zongde is more eager for quick success than I imagined. This is a good thing. His conclusion puzzled Xiao Qingya. Lin Zhang walked to her side, reached out, and gently grasped her fingertips, which were cold from nervousness. Even a lion uses its full strength to hunt a rabbit. But he was too hasty. He was too eager for revenge and to show off his victory, which made him lose the patience that a top hunter should have. He wanted to devour us whole, but he didn't know that what we were preparing for him was not dinner, but the guillotine. Lin Zhang turned around and faced Xiao Qingya. Now, go and do something right away. His words are beyond reproach. In the name of Sky Dome Group, mobilize all available liquid funds and raise 8 billion Hong Kong dollars. 8 billion. This number made Xiao Qingya's heart skip a beat. It was practically all the cash reserve Sky Dome technology could currently offer. Before she could even ask a question, Lin Zhang dropped an even more astonishing number. I will prepare 12 billion Hong Kong dollars in my private account. He looked at Xiao Qingya, speaking each word clearly and distinctly. A total of 20 billion Hong Kong dollars in ammunition is ready to be deployed at any time. 200 billion. Xiao Qingya was completely stunned. She looked at the man in front of her, at his calm face filled with absolute confidence. The panic, unease, and even fear caused by the stock price crash were instantly crushed in the face of the terrifying figure of 20 billion. He wasn't joking. He really has prepared 20 billion in cash to fight this war. Wang Zongde thought he was a hunter, but little did he know that he was facing a prehistoric behemoth that had already laid a trap. All the emotions in Xiao Qingya's heart eventually transformed into an unprecedented sense of peace and trust. She nodded firmly, without any further hesitation. I'll take care of it right away. She turned around, strode out of the office, and the ruthless business queen of the past had completely returned at this moment. Lin Zhang watched her straighten back as she walked away, until the office door closed. He slowly turned around and looked again at the glaring green candlestick on the screen. His face remained completely expressionless. He simply uttered two words calmly. Not enough. That's far from enough. The amount of money Wang Zongde spent wasn't even enough to excite him. What he wanted was for the Wang family to gamble everything, and then. Chapter 80 Crisis Spreads. The Hong Kong stock market opened the next day. The end of the world has come. If the first day's plunge was a sudden downpour, then today is a devastating tsunami. The short-selling attack on Sky Dome technology has intensified. The moment the market opened, an even more terrifying wave of selling, like a black flood bursting its banks, swept away the stock price's defenses. There was no struggle, no resistance. The green numbers on the stock price, like a kite with a broken string, plunged headlong into the abyss. Panic, like a plague, instantly erupted throughout the market. Run! Sky Dome technology is about to collapse. Sell now. If you don't sell now, you'll lose everything. Damn it! What kind of star stock is this? It's just a scam company. Countless retail investors frantically pressed the sell button amidst their cries of despair. Just the day before, they had been observing, hesitating, and still believing in the so-called technical correction. But today, all illusions have been shattered. The wave of panic selling created the most terrifying stampede effect. You sell, I sell even faster than you, and he sells more decisively than any of us. The stock price decline therefore became more severe and unstoppable. Sky Dome Technology Headquarters. The atmosphere in the huge office was oppressive to the point of freezing. The air was so thick it was hard to breathe. Everyone felt as if they had been choked, forced to watch helplessly as the alarming green light on the screen devoured the company's market value. Knock, knock, knock. A rapid knocking sounded, and the public relations director burst in without waiting for a response, his face deathly pale. President Xiao. We can't take it anymore. The phones of major fund companies are ringing off the hook, questioning whether we concealed major negative news. And then there are those minority shareholders who call and start hurling insults at us, saying really nasty things. Before he could finish speaking, the head of the investment department rushed in, trembling all over. Mr. Xiao. The stock price has dropped another 3 points. Our largest institutional shareholder just sent an email demanding an immediate explanation, or they will liquidate their entire stake regardless of cost. One piece of bad news after another struck Xiao Qingya's heart like a series of heavy hammer blows. She stood in front of the floor-to-ceiling window, her back to everyone, without saying a word. Just then, her personal cell phone rang. It's Gu Xiaoming. Sister-in-law. How's it going? Damn, these bastards are really going all out. I can mobilize 300 million here, is that enough? If not, I'll ask my dad for more. For the first time, Gu Xiaoming's usually nonchalant voice was filled with anxiety and seriousness. Just as Xiao Qingya was about to speak, Lin Zhang raised his hand and gently shook his head. She immediately understood and replied in a tired but still firm tone. Xiaoming, I appreciate your kind intentions. Stay focused on your own business and don't make any rash moves. We can still hold on. After hanging up, another number dialed almost seamlessly in between. It's Su Man. Qingya. Don't put on a brave face. I can immediately mobilize 1 billion yuan in cash. Although it's a drop in the bucket for you, it at least shows our stance. It tells the market that Sky Dome Technology still has allies. Su Man's voice was sharp and decisive. Xiao Qingya glanced at the man beside her who was leisurely drinking tea, and the fear that had been pressing down on her heart was strangely soothed. She took a breath and spoke into the phone. Man, thank you. But it's not the right time yet. Listen to me, and listen to Lin Zhang. Take good care of Genesis and don't reveal any information. The decisive battle is not yet over. Su Man remained silent for a moment on the other end of the phone. I understand. You yourselves, be careful. After hanging up the phone, the office fell silent again. In the dish. A blood-red number flashed on everyone's screen. 15%. On the second day of trading, the stock price of Sky Dome Technology plummeted by another 15%. In just 2 days, the cumulative drop has reached nearly 30%. Nearly 30 billion yuan in market value vanished into thin air. Suppressed sobs could be heard in the office. Some young female employees could no longer bear the apocalyptic pressure and squatted on the ground, covering their faces, their shoulders shaking violently. Xiao Qingya's body also trembled slightly uncontrollably. This was the empire she had built with her own hands, but now it was teetering on the brink of collapse and ravaged by enemy fire. She was bearing an immense burden, and every minute and every second was agonizing. But as soon as he turned around, he saw Lin Zhang. Seeing him still sitting on the sofa, leisurely sipping tea, it was as if the storm outside the window that swept away billions of dollars was just a movie that had nothing to do with him. Her heart, which was on the verge of collapse, could instantly find its anchor. He is here. Then there's nothing to be afraid of. Shanghai, the top floor of the wine group. Wang Zongda had a top-quality Cuban cigar dangling from his mouth, and he exhaled a thick cloud of white smoke with a contented air. On the huge screen in front of him was the appalling green candlestick chart of Sky Dome Technology. Pretty. He admired his masterpiece, his face full of smug satisfaction. In his view, the aloof and icy Queen Xiao Qingya must be hiding in her office right now, crying in despair. All her pride and all her glory were utterly insignificant in the face of her absolute financial strength. The game is about to move to the next stage. He pressed the internal phone button. Come in. The trusted trading manager strode into the office and stood respectfully with his hands at his sides. Wang Zongda didn't look at him, but stared at the screen, speaking slowly in a cat-and-mouse tone. Winning hearts and minds is the best strategy. This Queen Xiao is probably at her most vulnerable right now, and needs someone to rely on the most. He stubbed out his cigar in the ashtray, a cruel smile creeping across his face. Go, and send her an olive branch for me. Tell her that I, Wang Zongda, can give her a chance to preserve her last shred of dignity. At the same time, Jiangzhou, Tianqiong Technology President's Office. Lin Zhang continued drinking tea, as if all the noise and commotion outside was completely isolated from him. Xiao Qingya stood quietly beside him, and the immense pressure vanished the moment she touched the tranquil aura surrounding him. Buzz. Lin Zhang's phone vibrated slightly on the coffee table. It is an encrypted message. He picked it up casually and opened it. Sender, Li Ming. The message contains only one line of text. Mr. Lin, short positions continue to increase. The Wang family has invested over 5 billion yuan in short selling. Chapter 81, The Victor's Mercy. Dark clouds filled the sky above the headquarters of Skydome Technology, creating a suffocating atmosphere. A black Mercedes-Benz S-Class sedan silently glided to a stop in front of the company building and came to a smooth stop. The car door opened, and a man around 50 years old stepped out. He was wearing a well-tailored Armani suit, his hair was neatly combed, and he wore a formulaic smile that suggested he had long held a high position. Chen Jin, senior vice president of Wang's group, is one of Wang Zongda's most trusted confidants. He is known for his shrewd methods and undefeated record at the negotiating table. Today, he comes as a victor to proclaim forgiveness to the losers. He was followed by two assistants, both dressed in suits, and the group walked into the gates of Skydome Technology with their heads held high. In the lobby, employees hurried to and fro, their faces betraying undisguised anxiety and fear. An atmosphere of impending doom permeated the air. Chen Jin observed everything with great interest, his smile deepening. He liked this feeling. Enjoy the helplessness and despair of the prey making its final struggle in the trap. In the conference room, Chen Jin sat imposingly in the chair opposite the main seat, with his assistants standing in a row behind him, exuding an air of authority. He didn't drink the coffee his secretary brought him. Instead, he tapped his fingers lightly on the smooth tabletop, surveying the modernly decorated, spacious conference room as if inspecting his own territory. The door was pushed open. Xiao Qingya walked in. She was dressed in a black business suit, without any makeup, yet she was still breathtakingly beautiful. However, her stunning face was now covered with a thick layer of frost, and she exuded an aura of coldness that kept strangers at bay. A hint of amazement flashed in Chen Jin's eyes, but it was quickly replaced by an even stronger desire to conquer. He stood up and hypocritically extended his hand. Mr. Xiao, I have long admired your name. Meeting you today, I can confirm that you are indeed an outstanding person. Xiao Qingya did not shake hands with him, but walked straight to the head seat and sat down, coldly uttering two words. What's up? Chen Jin's hand awkwardly froze in mid-air, but he withdrew it without a care, sat down again, and still wore that fake smile on his face. Mr. Xiao is a straightforward person, so I won't beat around the bush either. He leaned forward slightly, adopting a compassionate posture. Tianqiang Technology is a good company with great technological potential. To be honest, our Wang Group has always admired it. It's heartbreaking to see it fall to this state today. Every word he said was like a needle piercing Xiao Qingya's heart. Xiao Qingya didn't say anything, but just watched him quietly, waiting to see how he would perform. Chen Jin cleared his throat, finally revealing his true intentions. I am here today on behalf of the Wang Group and our chairman Wang to point out a clear path for President Xiao and Tianqiang Technology. A plan to save all of you. He deliberately emphasized the word rescue, his condescending attitude evident in his words. Our Wang family is willing to invest in acquiring 25% of the equity of Tianqiang Technology. The conference room was deathly silent. Xiao Qingya's breathing almost stopped at that moment. She knew the other party was like a weasel offering New Year's greetings to a chicken, but she never expected the other party to have such a huge appetite. A 25% stake. That's enough to make you the second largest shareholder of Skydome Technology, giving you a huge say and even influencing the board's decisions. Chen Jin was very satisfied with Xiao Qingya's reaction. He slowly threw out the most crucial, and also the most insulting, number. As for the price, we are willing to acquire it at 60% of the current share price. 60% off. On top of the already 30% drop, it's now 40% off. This is not an acquisition. This is blatant robbery. They've put a knife to your throat and are forcing you to submit. Boom. An uncontrollable rage suddenly surged from the depths of Xiao Qingya's heart, instantly engulfing her entire body. Her hands under the table, her nails almost digging into her flesh. Her body began to tremble slightly uncontrollably from extreme anger. This is outrageous. This is absolutely outrageous. As Chen Jin watched her chest heave violently and her face flushed with anger, his pleasure reached its peak. He continued in that gentle yet cruel tone, issuing his final ultimatum. Mr. Xiao, you should think this through carefully. If you agree, our Wang family will immediately stop all short-selling activities, and we can even use funds to help Skydome pull the stock price back up. This is the only way out for you. Otherwise, I think I don't need to say more about what will happen to the stock price tomorrow, right? A blatant threat. Xiao Qingya almost slammed her hand on the table and threw the coffee in front of her onto that disgusting face. Just as she was about to explode, Lin Zhang's calm face and his eyes that seemed to see through everything appeared in her mind without warning. She remembered what the man had said to her yesterday in the office when he handed her hot tea. No matter what the other party says or what conditions they set, maintain your pride. Remember, you are the queen. That raging fire, capable of burning everything, was extinguished instantly, as if a bucket of ice water had been poured over its head. Instead, there was a bone-chilling cold and absolute clarity. Yes. The man stood behind her. The man who prepared 20 billion yuan in cash to fight the Wang family to the death. If I get angry and lose my composure here, wouldn't that be playing right into their hands? Wouldn't that betray their trust? Xiao Qingya slowly took a deep breath. When she looked up again, all the emotions on her face had vanished. That iceberg has returned. Moreover, it is colder and more indestructible than ever before. She looked at Chen Jin as if he were a clown, and with a slight parting of her thin lips, she replied with only 4 words. Wishful thinking. The smile on Chen Jin's face froze. He never expected that, in such a desperate situation, this woman would still be able to say such things. Before he could react, Xiao Qingya had already pressed the intercom button on the table. Linda. Her voice was devoid of any warmth. See a visitor out. Furthermore, notify the security department that from today onwards, no one from the Wang Group, nor even dogs, is allowed to set foot in the Sky Dome Technology Building. Boom. This statement is even more explosive than the previous 60% discount offer. Chen Jin's face instantly turned a deep liver color. This is humiliating. This is a blatant and extreme humiliation, in front of all his subordinates, for the Wang Group and for him personally. You. He suddenly stood up, pointed at Xiao Qingya, and was so angry that he couldn't speak. Xiao Qingya didn't even bother to look at him again, and got up straight, turning around and walking towards the office door. The sound of high heels hitting the ground was like a slap across Chen Jin's face with each step. Okay. Chen Jin finally snapped out of his rage. He pointed at Xiao Qingya's back and let out a beast-like roar. Xiao Qingya. You've got guts. You will pay the most terrible price for your arrogance. Just you wait. Negotiations have completely broken down. The news reached Shanghai at top speed. Wang's Group, Chairman's office. As Wang Zonda listened to Chen Jin's embellished report over the phone, the muscles on his face contorted with anger. She also said that neither the Wang family's people nor their dogs are allowed into the Sky Dome building. After hearing the last sentence, Wang Zonda actually laughed. He was so angry that he laughed instead. Good. Very good. He hung up the phone and abruptly swept the cigar box off the table. You shameless bastard. He let out a low, manic laugh as he looked into the empty office. Then don't blame me for being ruthless. He grabbed another encrypted phone and dialed the trading supervisor. Smash it. Use all available funds, smash it regardless of cost. I want her and her heavens cast into hell. Chapter 82 The Darkest Hour. The third day. The Wang family launched the most thorough and frenzied attack. This is a sell-off regardless of cost, a war waged purely for destruction. Their sole purpose is to completely smash Tianxiong Technology's stock price, sending it plummeting into the deepest abyss, never to recover. Hong Kong stocks open. There was no struggle, no contest, not even a moment's respite. It opened at the daily limit down. The massive sell orders blocked all escape routes, and the green line on the screen lay flat at the bottom the very first second after the market opened. Market confidence completely collapsed at that moment. Everyone realized that this was not a business competition, but a bloodbath. Sky Dome Technology is doomed. After a full day of predictable struggle, the closing bell rang at 4 o'clock in the afternoon. That sound signaled the end of yet another dark trading day. The final numbers were etched in the eyes of everyone who had been following this war. The total decline in Tianxiong Technology has reached an astonishing 40%. It was almost cut in half. Inside the Hentaying Villa, the atmosphere was so oppressive it was almost palpable. Suman and Gu Xiaoming rushed over, and the two sat on the sofa on either side of each other, staring intently at the dark green candlestick chart on the huge screen in the living room. That curve, plummeting from a high point like a precipice, is like a hideous scar etched into everyone's heart. Suman gasped. This little witch, known for her boldness and meticulousness in Shanghai's financial circles, had completely lost her usual composure at this moment. They've gone mad. The Wang family has completely gone mad. They're killing 1,000 enemies while suffering 800 casualties themselves. Gu Xiaoming's expression turned extremely ugly. He gulped down a mouthful of water, finally unable to resist turning his head to look at the man who had remained unusually calm throughout. Junzi, can the stock price recover? His voice trembled slightly, without him even realizing it. It's only 10% away from being cut in half. A market value of over 40 billion yuan vanished in just 3 days. This is not just a number, it is the hard-earned money of countless people and the crumbling foundation of a business empire. In Gu Xiaoming's view, this was no longer a question of whether they could win, it was a question of whether Sky Dome technology could survive. Lin Zhang did not answer, but simply pushed a freshly brewed cup of De Hong Pao tea in front of Xiao Qingya. The fragrant aroma of tea clashed sharply with the pervasive panic in the room. Just then, Xiao Qingya's personal cell phone suddenly rang. The ringing sounded particularly jarring in the quiet living room. She picked up her phone, and the 2 words that appeared on the screen made her freeze instantly. Mother. It was a call from Madame Xiao, the current matriarch of the Xiao family, who lives far away in the capital. Xiao Qingya's breathing became erratic for a moment. She glanced at Lin Zhang. Lin Zhang gave her an encouraging look, a look that was calm yet powerful, as if to say, I'm here for you. Xiao Qingya took a deep breath, swiped her finger across the screen, and answered the call. Mom. Her voice sounded somewhat weak in the deathly silent living room. On the other end of the phone came a dignified and elegant female voice, but without a trace of warmth, as calm as if she were reading a report that had nothing to do with her. Qingya, I need an explanation. Madame Zhao's voice contained no anger, no blame, only a condescending question, a question that was more suffocating than any roar. Today, your 3rd uncle, 6th uncle, and Chairman Li all called me. They're all asking me the same thing, is Tianqiong doomed? Is our Xiao family's business in Zhengzhou going to be taken over? Every word was like an invisible hammer blow, striking Xiao Qingya's heart hard. She forced herself to stand up straight, her knuckles trembling slightly as she gripped the phone, using all her strength to keep her voice steady. Mom, don't worry. It's just some technical adjustments. There's been some malicious short-selling activity in the market, but I can handle it. The company's fundamentals are fine, and things will return to normal soon. There was a few seconds of silence on the other end of the phone, a silence that seemed to swallow up all other sounds. I don't want to hear about the process, I only want the result. Madame Zhao's voice suddenly turned cold, carrying an undeniable determination. I don't care what methods you use, I want to see the stock price stabilize within 3 days. Otherwise, you can go back to Beijing yourself, and the board of directors will send someone to clean up the mess. The Xiao family cannot afford to lose face like this. Beep. The call was disconnected. The living room was deathly silent. Xiao Qingya remained motionless in the position she was in while answering the phone, like a beautiful ice sculpture. But beneath that seemingly indestructible ice, something is quietly crumbling. Since she took control of the heavens, she has weathered countless storms and faced numerous challenges, but never before has she been so beset by internal and external troubles, surrounded by enemies on all sides, as she is today. This was the darkest moment of her career. Finally, the shoulders that had been taut all along slumped down gently. Her eyes reddened rapidly, visible to the naked eye. A scalding tear, without warning, slid down her fair cheek, hit the cold floor, and shattered into pieces. At this moment, she could no longer hold back her strength. A warm arm gently pulled her into its embrace. Lin Zhang didn't say anything to comfort her, but simply let her lean on his shoulder and gently patted her back with his palm. A familiar, reassuring scent enveloped her. Xiao Qingya could no longer hold back and buried her face in his chest, her suppressed sobs coming intermittently. Seeing this, Gu Xiaoming and Su Man quietly got up and went to the villa's terrace, leaving the space to them. For a long time, the sobbing in her arms gradually subsided. Lin Zhengkai lowered his head and whispered in her ear. Don't be afraid. His voice was soft, yet it possessed a calming power. The fish have all been caught in the net. Xiao Qingya raised her teary eyes and looked at him with confusion. Lin Zhang wiped away the tears from her face. Something was quietly changing in those eyes that had always been as calm as an ancient well. It was an extreme calmness, beneath which lay a sharp, knife-like edge about to be drawn. It's time to close the net. As he spoke, he released Xiao Qingya and turned to pick up his phone from the coffee table. Unlock screen. He opened the encrypted communication software and found Li Ming's profile picture. Long, slender fingers tapped lightly on the screen. 2 words were sent out. Start. Chapter 83: A Miracle Descends. Those 2 words, transmitted silently through encrypted lines, reached every corner of the world. Start. Xiao Qingya acted almost the instant Lin Zhang put down his phone. She didn't ask why, nor did she ask what the plan was. Those eyes, which had just been red from crying, now held only cold resolve and absolute trust. She picked up her personal phone and dialed the number of the president's secretary, Linda. It's me. Immediately authorized the Public Relations Department in my name to convene a global emergency online product launch conference in 10 minutes. Linda on the other end of the phone was clearly stunned by this sudden instruction, but Xiao Qingya's tone left no room for negotiation. Let's call it miracle. After hanging up the phone, she immediately gestured to Su Man. Man, do it. Su Man's lips curled into a bloodthirsty smile. Shanghai. In a luxurious apartment overlooking the entire Bund, facing a video conference, Su Man snapped her fingers at the entire public relations and online marketing team waiting in front of her. Everyone, dinner is ready. Smash everything we've prepared over these past few days. Let's make this a viral sensation. In an instant, the online public opinion landscape changed dramatically. All the press releases that had been prepared in advance, the carefully edited short videos, and the miracle legends that had been circulating among socialites and wealthy women for days were simultaneously detonated at this moment. Shocking. The secret to reversing time has been discovered. This is true cutting-edge technology. Bare-faced beauty comparable to cosmetic surgery? What exactly is this miracle that's going viral among Shanghai socialites? A revolutionary breakthrough. A Chinese research team has overcome the challenges of cellular aging, and the Genesis project has emerged. Do your miracle water and luxury cream even deserve to be called skincare products in the face of miracles? Eye-catching headlines, coupled with striking before and after photos of bare faces, instantly dominated the trending lists on all social media platforms. In the photos, the socialites who are usually glamorous have dull skin and obvious fine lines in one photo, but in another photo they are radiant and their skin is as firm as a peel egg. No beauty filters, no editing, just the most authentic and astonishing comparisons. Almost at the same second that Su Man gave the order, countless identical yet differently packaged bombshell messages were dropped into the seemingly calm ocean of the internet like depth charges. This storm, in just a few minutes, coalesced into towering waves. Just as the curiosity of the entire internet was at its peak, SkyDome Technologies' emergency online press conference officially began. There was no host, and no unnecessary chatter. Xiao Qingya's cold yet stunningly beautiful face appeared on the screens of all financial media and investors worldwide. Behind her were only 2 words. Miracle. Today, SkyDome Technology will redefine beauty. As soon as she finished speaking, a product demonstration video produced by Gu Tao's team began to play. The video demonstrates, in the most scientific and intuitive way, how the Genesis serum repairs cells, smooths wrinkles, and brightens skin tone. The revolutionary effect was presented to the world without reservation through high-definition lenses. When the video reached its end, the socialites appeared to share their personal experiences, recounting the changes that the miracle had brought to them. The entire market exploded. All the media, financial institutions, and retail investors who were paying attention to the stock price of SkyDome Technology were stunned by this news that came out of nowhere. This is definitely not a beauty product. This is simply a money-printing machine. It's a super weapon capable of revolutionizing the entire industry. All the previous smear articles about SkyDome Technology's tight cash flow and failed research and development now seem like the funniest jokes. Market sentiment reversed instantly. Holy crap! So the SkyDome had this amazing move in mind. Are the short sellers dumbfounded? The fundamentals are incredibly strong. Buy. Buy now. This stock price is practically free. However, they were still too naive. The real massacre has only just begun. Haitong Securities, VIP trading room. Li Ming held the encrypted phone, his blood boiling. Mr. Lin. Public opinion has exploded. Market sentiment has reversed. On the other end of the phone, Lin Zhang's tone remained calm, but his words carried the power of a landslide in tsunami. The second order. Use the remaining funds to enter the market. Go long on Tianxiong, go short on Wangshe. Yes. Li Ming put down the phone, his whole being surging like a wolf king on steroids. He turned around and roared angrily at the group of top traders behind him who had also been suppressing their emotions for 3 days. Brothers! Mr. Lin's instructions. Remaining funds. All-out attack. Kill them. Ah! The entire trading room erupted in howls like those of wild beasts. The pent-up frustration, anger, and fighting spirit that had been building up for 3 whole days were completely released at this moment. A massive torrent of funds, like 2 giant dragons, split into 2 routes and rushed towards the Hong Kong stock market with overwhelming force. On the trading screen of Skydome Technology, which is on the verge of collapse. 1 stroke, 2 strokes, 10 strokes. Countless massive orders poured in instantly, like divine intervention. The green candlestick, representing the sharp drop, came to an abrupt end after touching a mysterious low point. The next second, a massive red pillar, thicker than anyone could imagine, shot into the sky at an angle that completely defied the laws of physics, perpendicular to the ground. 40%. 30%. 20%. The stock price decline is narrowing dramatically, measured in seconds. Surge. Vertical lift. At the same time, another battlefield. Wang's International, which was operating steadily at a high level, was hit by a tsunami-like blow. A massive, suffocating sell order appeared without warning and crashed down on its stock price. The Wang family's traders, who were just celebrating their victory, hadn't even had time to react when the stock price suddenly turned downwards, plummeting like a kite with a broken string. Shanghai, the top floor of the Wang Group. Wang Zongda was holding a glass of 1982 Lafite, leisurely admiring the dying K-line chart of Skydome Technology on the screen. In his view, the game was over. That arrogant woman is probably kneeling and begging for mercy right now. The smile on his face was smug and cruel. But just then, the 2 candlestick charts on his screen, representing the sky and the Wang family, underwent a strange change without warning. The green one suddenly turned red and grew straight up in a way he had never seen before. But the red one suddenly plunged down, turning into a cascading green waterfall. At this moment, red and green have undergone the most dramatic reversal. The smile on Wang Zongda's face froze instantly. Chapter 84 Judgment Day. The glass of 1982 Lafite slipped from Wang Zongda's hand. Smack! The precious crystal glass shattered on the polished marble floor, splashing dark red wine like gushing blood. Wang Zongda made no response to this. He stared intently at the screen, feeling as if all the blood in his body had been drained away, his hands and feet turning ice cold. On the screen, the candlestick chart belonging to Skydome Technology can no longer be called a chart. That was a massive, red cannon that stretched to the heavens and the earth. With a ferocious attitude that completely disregards market rules and tramples on all technical analysis, it soars straight and arrogantly into the sky. On the other hand, the stock price of Wang's International, representing his company, plummeted straight into the abyss like a dead dog with its spine cut off. What's going on? Wang Zongda let out a roar that sounded inhuman, his facial features contorted beyond recognition. What are you doing? Smash it. Keep smashing the Skydome disk. On the internal phone, the trading manager's trembling voice came through, sounding like he was about to cry. Chairman Wang. Chairman Wang. We can't break it. Our sell order was absorbed in less than a millisecond. The other party's funds, their funds are like an endless ocean. Our short positions are being slaughtered. We're running out of margin. If this continues, we'll be liquidated. Margin call. These 2 words struck Wang Zongda's temple like a heavy hammer blow. That's hundreds of billions of dollars. Waste. He roared wildly, grabbed the ashtray on the table, and smashed it against the wall. Then we'll support the market. Protect Wang's stock price. We can't allow it to fall any further. It's impossible, Chairman Wang. The manager's voice was filled with despair. The market is full of negative news about us, saying we're maliciously manipulating the stock price, that our cash flow has dried up. Now all the institutions are frantically selling our shares. We simply can't handle it. Wang Zongda's body swayed violently, but he managed to grab the table to avoid collapsing on the spot. He couldn't understand it. I just can't figure it out. Where did they get so much money? That thing called miracle, where the hell did it come from? This is not scientific. That's impossible. Meanwhile, in countless trading rooms across the Hong Kong stock market, the same human tragedy was unfolding. Close the position. Close the position now. Holy shit. Who the hell published the smear article saying Sky Dome is doomed? I'm going to kill him. We can't buy in. We simply can't buy in. It's completely blocked by huge buy orders. We're about to be squeezed out. All the institutions and retail investors who previously followed the trend of shorting Tianxiong technology have gone crazy at this moment. Looking at the vertically upward K-line of Sky Dome technology, they felt as if a noose was tightening around their necks. Panic selling, in turn, became the most potent fuel, propelling Sky Dome technology's stock price to a height that no one could have imagined, skyrocketing wildly. This was the cruelest public execution of all short sellers. Cloud Top Villa. The living room was deathly silent. Gu Xiaoming's mouth dropped open, and he didn't even notice that the cola in his hand had spilled all over the floor. Su Man, the financial whiz who had seen it all, just stared blankly at the screen, rubbing her eyes repeatedly, thinking she was hallucinating. Xiao Qingya stood there, motionless. The towering red pillar was reflected in her glassy pupils. Her eyes, still red from crying, were now filled with extreme shock and ecstasy. She slowly turned her head to look at the man who had remained as steady as a mountain throughout. Lin Zhang remained seated on the sofa, leisurely refilling his cup of tea, as if the epic battle on the screen that swept up hundreds of billions of dollars was nothing more than a boring afternoon movie. His calmness stood in stark contrast to the frenzy outside. Junzi. Gu Xiaoming finally found his voice, his Adam's apple bobbing. This is something you fucking did? Lin Zhang picked up his teacup, blew on it to cool it down, and did not answer. But this action itself is the best answer. Holy crap! Gu Xiaoming plopped back down on the sofa, feeling as if his worldview had been completely turned upside down. This is no longer a god. This is the creator god. 4 o'clock in the afternoon. The closing bell rang precisely on time. To Wang Zongde, that sound was the death knell of judgment. To Xiao Qingya, however, it sounded like a triumphant song of victory. On the screen, the final numbers were displayed, and the dust settled. On the ruins of a 40% plunge, Tianxiong Technology not only recovered all its losses, but also defied the odds and surged 30% from its previous all-time high. This sets a new record for the largest single-day reversal gain in the history of Hong Kong stocks. On the other side, Wang's International, the stock price is stuck at the daily limit down. The decline was 40%. The company's market value evaporated by more than 30 billion Hong Kong dollars in a single day. This day will be etched in the memories of all Hong Kong stock investors. They called it Judgment Day for Sky Dome Technology. It is also the day of suffering for the Wang Group. Shanghai, the office of the chairman of the Wang Group. The place was a complete mess. Wang Zongde slumped in the expensive leather chair, his eyes lifeless and his face ashen. He was like a puppet whose energy and spirit had been drained in an instant, completely still. His trusted trading manager stood nervously in front of him, holding a newly printed loss report, but hesitated to hand it over. Explain. Wang Zongde's lips moved, and he uttered a hoarse word. The supervisor shuddered, closed his eyes, and reported in a tone as if facing certain death. Chairman Wang, we our short positions in Sky Dome Technology have all been liquidated, resulting in a total loss of 13 billion Hong Kong dollars. In addition, the stock price of our Wang's International has suffered a market value loss of 32 billion. A total of 45 billion. Boom! Something seemed to have completely exploded in Wang Zongde's mind. 450 billion. He suddenly raised his head, his bloodshot eyes fixed on the supervisor, devoid of anger, only a pure, black hole-like emptiness remained. He lost. They suffered a crushing defeat. He lost everything, not even his underwear. Not only did he fail to trample Xiao Qingya underfoot, but he also used the Wang family's billions of dollars to elevate Sky Dome Technology to an unprecedented level. He became a joke. The biggest joke in the history of the capital market. Puff. A mouthful of blood suddenly spurted from Wang Zongde's mouth, staining the expensive desk in front of him red. His body slid down softly. Just as his consciousness was about to plunge into darkness, the red, encrypted phone on the desk suddenly rang. Only 2 words were displayed on the screen. President Qin. Chapter 85: The Invisible Reinforcements. The air seemed to freeze in the living room of the Hentaying Villa. Gu Xiaoming and Su Man stood like 2 statues frozen in place, staring intently at the final image captured on the screen. That giant red pillar, representing Sky Dome Technology, is like a spear piercing the sky, full of violent aesthetics. On the other side, the dark green straight line of Wang's International is a cliff leading to hell. Holy crap! Gu Xiaoming finally managed to squeeze out those two words. He suddenly jumped up from the sofa and paced back and forth in the living room, constantly grabbing his hair with both hands, his whole being in a state of extreme excitement and confusion. 450 billion. A full 450 billion. He rushed to Lin Zhang, his face flushed with excitement. Judging from Lin Zhang's reaction, he was no longer looking at a brother, but rather looking up at a god walking among men. Although Su Man was not as out of control as Gu Xiaoming, her hand holding the water glass was trembling slightly uncontrollably. As a little witch who has been working in Shanghai's financial circle for many years, she believes she has witnessed all kinds of bloodshed and madness in capital. But today's event completely overturned her understanding. This is not war. This was a one-sided, precise, surgical massacre. She looked at the man who was still sitting on the sofa, leisurely drinking tea, and a huge wave of emotion surged in her heart. What kind of monster is this man? He not only accurately predicted every move the Wang family made, but he also manipulated market panic, human greed, and the fermentation of public opinion. Everything was under his control. The living room was filled with jubilation. The immense joy of surviving the ordeal dispelled the gloom that had hung over everyone for days. Xiao Qingya didn't say anything. She just walked silently to Lin Zhang's side and gently leaned on his shoulder. The weight of my body, along with all the pressure in my heart, was completely released at this moment. The warm touch and familiar, reassuring scent enveloped her. She could clearly hear the man's steady, powerful heartbeat, one beat after another, dispelling her last trace of fear. This is the man. When she was pushed to the edge of a cliff, when everyone thought she was going to be smashed to pieces, it was he who turned the tide. This is the man. Once again, it created a miracle for her that seemed impossible. She pressed her cheek against his arm, savoring the peace and warmth that belonged only to her. She knew that from now on, she would no longer have to be that lonely iceberg all by herself. However, just as everyone was immersed in the euphoria of victory, Lin Zhang suddenly put down his teacup. He didn't look at the beauty nestled in his arms, nor did he pay attention to Gu Xiaoming, who was so excited he was almost incoherent. His full attention returned to the huge screen. More accurately, we've returned to the disastrous candlestick chart of Wang's International. He frowned slightly. This subtle movement instantly cooled down the frenzied atmosphere in the living room. Gu Xiaoming and Su Man both stopped what they were doing and looked at him in confusion. Zhangzi, what's wrong? Is there something else wrong? Gu Xiaoming asked cautiously. Lin Zhang did not answer. He stretched out his hand and pointed to the end of Wang's International's K line on the screen. That position is where the stock price hits its daily limit down of 40%. Qingya, look here. Xiao Qingya followed his finger and looked at the area that represented a huge volume of transactions, but she didn't see anything unusual. Is something wrong? Lin Zhang did not explain immediately, but picked up his phone and dialed Li Ming's encrypted number directly. The call was answered almost instantly. Mr. Lin. On the other end of the phone, Li Ming's voice was filled with barely suppressed fervor and adoration. We won. We made history. Li Ming, Lin Zhang interrupted his excitement. I'm here. Li Ming immediately composed himself and regained his professional demeanor. Lin Zhang spoke slowly, but every word was exceptionally clear. Let's review the final stage of the battle. When Wang's International stock price fell below 35% and approached the 40% daily limit down, did your short selling encounter strong resistance? There was a moment of silence on the other end of the phone, clearly indicating that they were retrieving transaction data. A few seconds later, Li Ming reported in a more solemn tone. Yes, Mr. Lin. You are very perceptive. In the last half hour, when we tried to drive Wang's stock price down completely, a huge amount of buying funds suddenly appeared in the market. This fund is very mysterious and its operation is extremely sophisticated. They did not try to drive up the stock price, but simply built an unbreakable defense at the 40% bottom line. They absorbed every single sell order we placed. According to our preliminary estimates, this mysterious fund is at least in the tens of billions. Li Ming added, if it weren't for their staunch support, Wang's International stock price would have fallen by far more than 40% today. It could very well have triggered a more terrifying chain reaction, or even caused a complete collapse. Upon hearing this, the expressions of the three people in the living room all changed. A mysterious fund worth tens of billions. When the Wang family's power had waned and everyone was avoiding them, someone actually dared to take out hundreds of billions of real money to catch this cascading waterfall. They are no longer allies. Lin Zhang hung up the phone, and the living room fell into a deathly silence. The joy of victory vanished at that moment, replaced by a heavier and colder reality. The Wang family is more deeply rooted and more murky than they imagined. Gu Xiaoming sobered up considerably in an instant. He thought of a certain possibility, and his expression turned somewhat grim. Jingzi, do you mean there's someone behind the Wang family? Lin Zhang neither confirmed nor denied it. He simply stood up, walked up to Gu Xiaoming, and patted him on the shoulder. Xiaoming. I'm giving you a new task. Lin Zhang's instructions were clear and direct. Use all your connections, whether they're your dad's or your own, to investigate for me. Today in the Hong Kong stock market, at the last minute, who is the god who bought Wang's international shares regardless of cost to support their stock price? Gu Xiaoming's expression instantly turned extremely serious. He immediately understood the importance of this matter. Clear. Gu Xiaoming nodded emphatically, without uttering a single unnecessary word. I'll get on it right now. Even if I have to turn the whole of Jiangzhou upside down, I'll find this rat for you. After saying that, he immediately turned around and strode towards the door without even saying goodbye. Su Man also realized the seriousness of the problem. She said to Lin Zhang and Xiao Qingya, I'll ask my connections as well, and then hurriedly followed them out. The once lively living room was now empty except for Lin Zhang and Xiao Qingya. On the huge screen, the red and green candlestick chart was still flashing, silently telling the story of the day's thrilling events. Xiao Qingya walked to Lin Zhang's side and took his arm again. This time, her action carried a hint of dependence. However, this rare moment of tenderness was quickly interrupted by a sudden vibration of a cell phone. Buzzing. Xiao Qingya's body stiffened instinctively. She sat up straight from Lin Zhang's embrace and picked up her phone from the coffee table. The two words that appeared on the screen froze the atmosphere that had just eased. Mother. Lin Zhang's eyebrows twitched almost imperceptibly. Xiao Qingya took a deep breath, answered the phone, her voice slightly hoarse. Mom. On the other end of the phone, it was still that elegant and dignified female voice, but without a trace of warmth, as calm as if she were announcing an unquestionable decision. I booked a flight for 3 days from now, arriving in Jiangzhou in the afternoon. Xiao Qingya's heart sank suddenly. This matter has caused a huge stir, the voice on the phone continued, devoid of any emotion. Several uncles in Beijing are very concerned, and the family needs an explanation in person. I'll go there myself to see for myself. Xiao Qingya was about to explain when the call was abruptly ended. Beep, beep, beep. The busy signal sounded particularly jarring in the quiet living room. Xiao Qingya held her phone tightly, not putting it down for a long time. The color drained from her face, revealing a complex and indescribable paleness. She wasn't afraid of the cutthroat competition in the business world, but she felt suffocated by the pressure from her family. A warm hand grasped her cold hand, took the phone from her palm, and casually placed it aside. What's wrong? Lin Zhang's voice was calm, carrying a reassuring quality. Xiao Qingya raised her head, looked into his deep eyes, and gave a bitter smile. My mom is coming to Jiangzhou. Chapter 86 The Tenderness Before the Storm. Xiao Qingya's words created an invisible ripple in the quiet living room. The jubilant atmosphere that had just risen due to the victory cooled down instantly. Lin Zhang looked at her, watching the blush that had just faded on her face be replaced by paleness once again. That icy shell that belonged to a business queen was so fragile and vulnerable in front of the word mother. Lin Zhang. Xiao Qingya raised her head, her usually cold eyes now filled with an unprecedented panic and worry. Let's not tell Mom about our relationship for now, okay? She spoke almost in a consultative, even pleading, tone. My mom, she has very high standards for a partner. If she knew about us. She didn't finish her sentence, but the meaning couldn't be clearer. An ordinary recent graduate, a CEO's personal bodyguard. Such a status wouldn't even qualify for mention in the presence of a true elite family like the Xiao family in the capital. She was afraid. She wasn't afraid of being wronged herself, but rather that Lin Zhang would be looked down upon and humiliated by her mother and even the entire family. Lin Zhang did not speak. He simply reached out and enveloped her small, cold hand in his large one. Warm and substantial. Refined and elegant. He looked into her eyes and spoke each word clearly. Running away won't solve the problem. Besides, why should I hide? Xiao Qingya's body trembled slightly. Lin Zhang's fingertips gently caressed the back of her hand, and a calming force slowly flowed through the place where their hands were clasped. If I don't even have the courage to meet your family, how can I deserve to have you? His words were not heavy, but they carried an undeniable firmness. Our aunt is coming. We should not only not hide, but also take the initiative. Let her see that her daughter didn't choose the wrong person. Take the initiative. These 4 words completely stunned Xiao Qingya. In her past understanding, when faced with her mother's authority, there were only 2 options, to obey or to passively accept. But Lin Zhang treated it as a battle that required him to take the initiative. This way of thinking, though domineering, also gave her an unprecedented sense of peace. Yes. The man beside her was a monster who had just single-handedly defeated the entire Wang family. Is there anything he can't do? The panic in my heart was largely dispelled by this powerful confidence. Xiao Qingya's tense shoulders finally relaxed a little. Then, what should we do? She asked instinctively. Lin Zhang's lips curled into a knowing smile, as if he had everything under control. Know yourself and know your enemy, and you will never be defeated. He pulled Xiao Qingya to sit down on the sofa and gave her a fresh cup of hot tea. Tell me, what does Auntie usually like? Does she have any special hobbies? My mom, she. When her mother was mentioned, Xiao Qingya's thoughts drifted away as she carefully recalled her memories. She loves food, especially the kind of private dishes that have a heritage and a story. She has very high standards for ingredients and cooking time. She also appreciates refined art, such as calligraphy and paintings by famous artists, or antiques with a distinguished provenance. Her own study contains a collection of many fine pieces. And Xiao Qingya paused, then added, she likes all things beautiful, exquisite, and that can make her happy. Food, art, beautiful things. Lin Zhang silently memorized these keywords. It seems that this future mother-in-law is a woman with very high taste and an extreme focus on quality of life. Such an opponent is indeed not easy to deal with. But precisely because of this, once it is conquered, the rewards will be enormous. Just as Lin Zhang was pondering a solution, he suddenly realized something was wrong. Although Xiao Qingya beside him was trying her best to cooperate with his thinking, her face was even paler than before. It was an almost transparent, bloodless white. The relentless pressure, the standoff in negotiations, the stock market crash, the pressure from her family, one thing after another had already drained her of her energy. She had been holding on by sheer willpower, but now that she relaxed a little, the overwhelming feeling of exhaustion instantly overwhelmed her. Lin Zhang's heart clenched suddenly. He didn't say anything, but simply reached out and gently pulled Xiao Qingya close, letting her lean against him. Then, without further ado, he lifted her legs and placed them flat on the sofa. You. Xiao Qingya was about to struggle, but Lin Zhang pressed her back down with one movement. Don't move. His instructions were soft, yet they carried a magical quality. You're too tired, you need to rest. As he spoke, he gently placed his hands on Xiao Qingya's temples. Intermediate level miracle healer, activated. The next second. A gentle, jade-like current, yet possessing a strange penetrating power, slowly flowed from Lin Zhang's fingertips into Xiao Qingya's body. Xiao Qingya let out a soft, comfortable groan. That warm current, as if carrying life itself, precisely found every taut nerve in her brain, and then gently soothed and relaxed them one by one. The stinging sensation caused by anxiety and insomnia over the past few days is rapidly subsiding. Lin Zhang's hands slowly moved from her head to her neck and then to her shoulders. He didn't press hard, but each press landed precisely on the most sore and swollen acupoints. Those muscles that had become stiff from long hours of desk work gradually softened. The pent-up fatigue seemed to find an outlet, carried away and dispelled by that magical warm current. Xiao Qingya's body, which had been tense for countless days, finally relaxed completely. She could even feel a satisfied sigh emanating from every part of her body. Consciousness began to blur. All the sounds from the outside world gradually faded away. The only clear thing was the reassuring aura emanating from the man, and the large hands that roamed over her body, dispelling all her weariness. She wanted to say thank you. But my eyelids were so heavy I couldn't lift them. In the end, she gave up resisting and let herself sink into that warm and peaceful deep sea. Before she completely lost consciousness, a satisfied and serene smile lingered on her lips. I don't know how much time passed. Lin Zhang stopped what he was doing. The beauty in his arms was breathing evenly and steadily, fast asleep. He looked down at her unguarded sleeping face, and his heart softened. He carefully picked up Xiao Qingya and carried her to the master bedroom, his movements as gentle as if he were handling a rare treasure. He then tucked her into bed and covered her with a blanket. After doing all this, he did not leave immediately. Instead, she turned around and gently pushed open the door to the children's room next door. Only a dim nightlight was on in the room. On the pink princess bed, the little figure was curled up in a ball, fast asleep. Nian Nian was probably having a sweet dream. Her little mouth was still smacking, and a sweet smile was on her face. Lin Zhang went over and tucked the blanket back in for his daughter, which she had kicked off. He leaned down and placed a goodnight kiss on Nian Nian's smooth forehead. Guard. At that moment, the meaning of this word became incredibly clear and concrete in his mind. One was the woman he deeply loved, and the other was his daughter, who was his own flesh and blood. They were his whole world. Anyone who tries to disrupt this peace will be his mortal enemy. Whether it's the Wang family, the mysterious behind-the-scenes force, or the soon-to-be-arrived mother of Xiao Qingya. He returned to the master bedroom. Xiao Qingya was still fast asleep, her long eyelashes casting a quiet shadow under her eyes. Lin Zhang sat down by the bed and quietly looked at her. Looking at this woman who seemed invincible in front of outsiders, yet only revealed all her pretenses to him. A strong desire to possess her completely rose from the bottom of his heart. The night was quiet. The air indoors seemed to have become thick and sticky. Lin Zhang could no longer restrain himself. He leaned down and kissed those soft lips gently yet firmly. At first, it was just a gentle touch. But when he sensed the other person's unconscious response in their sleep, the kiss instantly became deep and passionate. On the eve of a storm, something always needs to be done to strengthen the bond between each other. The temperature in the bedroom began to rise uncontrollably. The clothes slipped off silently. In the darkness where even the moonlight was ashamed to peek, two burning hot bodies were tightly intertwined. Chapter 87. My cousin arrives. The next morning, Lin Zhang left the cloud-top villa alone without disturbing the mother and daughter who were still fast asleep. He took a taxi to a quaint old street in Jiangzhou and stopped in front of an inconspicuous courtyard. This is Human Tang, the most upscale private jewelry customization workshop in Jiangzhou. He was greeted by an elderly man with gray hair, wearing a Chinese-style jacket. The old man is the owner of the workshop and one of the few national treasure-level jade carving masters in China. His surname is Liu. Mr. Lin, you've arrived. Master Liu personally served you fragrant tea with a respectful attitude. Without exchanging pleasantries, Lin Zhang took out a folded drawing from his pocket and slowly unfolded it on the table. It was a hand-drawn design sketch, with smooth lines and an ingenious concept, depicting the design of a jade bracelet. The bracelet features auspicious clouds as its base, with a lifelike orchid carved on it. The orchid leaves are outstretched and the flower buds are about to bloom, giving it both a classical charm and a modern simplicity. Master Liu's gaze fell on the blueprints, and his cloudy old eyes instantly lit up. He adjusted his reading glasses, leaned closer to examine it closely, and clicked his tongue in amazement. What an ingenious design, what an elegant artistic conception. Orchids symbolize gentlemen, and clouds symbolize nobility. This bracelet must have been prepared for a virtuous elder, right? Lin Zhang nodded. I need the best Hetan mutton fat jade, and it must be made within 2 days. Master Liu looked troubled. Mr. Lin, I have the best materials, but your design the process is too complicated. 2 days is really. Lin Zhang didn't speak, he just looked at him calmly. Beneath that calm lay an invisible pressure. Master Liu felt uneasy under his gaze, and remembering the young man's mysterious background, he gritted his teeth. I'll do my best. I'll personally train my apprentices, working day and night, to finish this for you. After leaving the workshop, Lin Zhang went to the most bustling commercial center in Jiangzhou. He walked into the flagship store of a top luxury brand and picked out a limited edition handbag from the latest season for his cousin Li Qing, who was coming to visit. The value of a gift lies not in its price, but in the sentiment and its suitability. To win over your future mother-in-law, you need to be exceptionally sincere. When dealing with allies, you should use fashion items that match their status. Everything is ready. The next afternoon, Xiao Qingya was handling official business in her study when the doorbell of the villa suddenly rang. Zhang Ma opened the door, and standing outside was a woman wearing sunglasses and a mask, yet still radiating star power. Miss Li. Zhang Ma was stunned. The woman took off her sunglasses, revealing a stunningly beautiful face that could captivate anyone. She was none other than Li Qing, a top-tier actress. Is Qingya here? I've come to surprise her, Li Qing said with a smile, her voice clear and crisp. She arrived a day earlier than the agreed time. Xiao Qingya came out of the study when she heard the noise and was both surprised and delighted to see Li Qing. Sister Cheng. Why did you come early? I missed you. Li Qing opened her arms and gave Xiao Qingya a big hug. The two sisters were chatting affectionately when Lin Zhen came out of the kitchen carrying a plate of sliced fruit. Li Qing's gaze instantly fell on him. The man in front of me was dressed in simple beige loungewear. He was tall and upright, with a clean and handsome demeanor, and a touch of composure on his sunny and handsome face. He wasn't the kind of strikingly handsome man, but he possessed a comforting quality that made people feel like they were bathed in a spring breeze. Li Qing has seen all sorts of handsome men in the entertainment industry, but none of them have the unique charm of the man in front of her. Reserved, yet possessing a hidden sharpness. Who is this? Li Qing asked curiously. Xiao Qingya's body stiffened for a moment, but quickly returned to normal. His name is Lin Zhang, and he is my bodyguard. Bodyguard? Li Qing was incredibly astute. She immediately sensed something unusual from the fleeting unease in Xiao Qingya's demeanor. She observed the two of them discreetly. Lin Zhang placed the fruit plate on the coffee table and casually said something to Xiao Qingya. It's been chilled, so it's perfect to eat now. Xiao Qingya also picked up a piece of cantaloupe very naturally. There weren't many words exchanged between the two, but the unspoken understanding between them was something that shouldn't be expected between a CEO and his bodyguard. Li Qing's interest was instantly piqued. Night. Xiao Qingya originally wanted to take Li Qing to the most upscale restaurant outside to welcome her. Lin Zhang, however, took the initiative to speak. Let's eat at home, I'll cook. Upon hearing this, Li Qing looked at Xiao Qingya with amusement. Xiao Qingya nodded without hesitation. Okay, Sister Qing, try his cooking, it's very good. Li Qing became even more curious. A bodyguard who can also cook. Half an hour later. As each dish was served, Li Qing was completely speechless. Boiled cabbage in clear broth reveals a hidden world within. Buddha jumps over the wall has a rich aroma and a golden color. The squirrel-shaped mandarin fish has a unique design, resembling a work of art. The presentation of each dish is in no way inferior to that of any Michelin 3-star restaurant. Li Qing picked up her chopsticks and carefully took a bite of the heart of the boiled cabbage. The moment of entering the entrance. An indescribable, exquisite flavor exploded on her taste buds. Light in flavor, yet rich in flavor. Simple, yet complex. She froze completely. She took another bite of Buddha jumps over the wall. The soft and tender abalone, the melt-in-your-mouth fish maw, and the rich yet not greasy broth made her so comfortable that she almost groaned out loud. This is hardly very good craftsmanship. This is simply divine craftsmanship. Li Qing looked up in shock at the man who was gently serving food to Nian Nian and removing fish bones from her plate. Is he really a bodyguard? During the meal, Li Qing became very quiet. She had been observing quietly. She noticed that Lin Zhang would subconsciously pick out the cilantro that Xiao Qingya didn't like. She noticed that Xiao Qingya would naturally add soup to Lin Zhang's bowl. She saw Nian Nian asking Uncle, feed me, one moment and snuggling in Xiao Qingya's arms the next. The scene was so harmonious, it looked like a real family of three. No words are needed. The warmth and tacit understanding that flowed between the three of them was undeniable. After the meal, Lin Zhang was washing dishes in the kitchen. Xiao Qingya accompanied Li Qing to drink tea in the living room. Looking at the busy figure in the kitchen, Li Qing's feelings of affection and curiosity towards this man had reached their peak. He is sunny and handsome, calm and reliable, has extraordinary skills, and can cook amazing dishes. If someone like this is just an ordinary bodyguard, then all the men in the world could be laid off. She picked up her teacup and asked a question, seemingly casually. Refined and elegant. Li Qing's gaze passed over Xiao Qingya and went straight towards the kitchen. Which Michelin-starred restaurant's kitchen did you poach your bodyguard from? Chapter 88 My Cousin's Alliance. Li Qing's half-joking question was like a needle, gently piercing the warm and harmonious atmosphere in the living room. Xiao Qingya's hand, holding the teacup, froze for a moment. She instinctively wanted to explain, but found that any explanation seemed so pale and powerless. They say he's a bodyguard? Which bodyguard could cook such divine dishes? Which bodyguard could get along so naturally and intimately with his employer and his employer's sister? Who is Li Qing? She's a top-tier female star who thrives in the shrewd entertainment industry. These little tricks can't fool her at all. Just as Xiao Qingya was wondering how to answer, Lin Zhang walked over from the entrance hall, carrying an exquisite gift bag. He gently placed the bag on the coffee table in front of Li Qing. It's our first meeting, please excuse my lack of courtesy. His actions naturally shifted the topic and eased Xiao Qingya's embarrassment. Li Qing raised her pretty eyebrows, but instead of asking further questions, she picked up the gift bag with great interest. The bag is the classic packaging of the top luxury brand C. She opened the bag and took out a small jewelry box. She was completely stunned when she opened the box. Inside the box lay a pair of exquisitely designed diamond earrings, the latest global limited edition from CC, Starry Night. She had her eye on these earrings at Paris Fashion Week and wanted to buy them right away. She even had to pre-order them until next year. What she had tried so hard to obtain through so many connections has now suddenly appeared before her eyes. This pair of earrings. Li Qing picked up the earrings and examined them carefully, confirming that they were genuine. She looked up at Lin Zhang's reaction, which had completely changed. If before it was curiosity, now it's a thorough examination and exploration. How could a bodyguard possibly have the connections to obtain such a limited edition item? How did you buy it? Li Qing asked directly. I have some rather special channels, Lin Zhang replied casually, without offering much explanation. This air of mystery only made Li Qing feel that he was unfathomable. She carefully placed the earrings back into the box, then pushed the box back in front of Lin Zhang. This is too valuable, I cannot accept it. Please accept it. This time it was Xiao Qingya who spoke, having composed herself. This is a token of his affection. Li Qing glanced at Xiao Qingya, then at Lin Zhang. She suddenly smiled. Okay, then I won't be polite. She put away the gift, then leaned forward slightly, her bright eyes looking directly at Lin Zhang. Now that we've received the gifts, can we have an open and honest talk? She half-jokingly probed. Mr. Lin, what exactly is your relationship with my Qingya? The air fell silent once again. Xiao Qingya's heart was in her throat. Lin Zhang met Li Qing's probing gaze without flinching. He calmly reached out and grasped Xiao Qingya's slightly cool hand beside him. Their fingers were intertwined. This action speaks louder than 1,000 words. Li Qing's pupils contracted slightly. Just as I expected. I love her. Lin Zhang looked at Li Qing and said 3 words. Simple, direct, yet full of power. I am not only her bodyguard, but also her man. I hope to become her husband in the future. He made no attempt to hide anything and laid everything bare. My aunt will be arriving tomorrow. I know that with my current status, it will be difficult to gain her approval. So, I hope you can help us. Li Qing was completely taken aback by Lin Zhang's honesty. She had considered many possibilities, such as Lin Zhang being vague or Xiao Qingya intervening. But what she never expected was that this man would admit it so directly and take the initiative to request an alliance. This openness and courage are something an ordinary bodyguard would never possess. Li Qing remained silent for a moment. She looked at Lin Zhang again. This man was calm and decisive. Faced with her, a top star, he not only showed no fear, but also turned the tables and outmaneuvered her. That's interesting. Help you? What's in it for me? Li Qing reverted to her shrewd demeanor. From now on, you'll have priority in choosing any limited edition items from C brand, Lin Zhang calmly stated his terms. Li Qing. This man truly understands women. It was late at night. Nian Nian was already fast asleep, and the villa was quiet. Xiao Qingya lay in bed, tossing and turning, unable to fall asleep. The thought of her mother arriving tomorrow filled her with turmoil. She quietly got up, left the bedroom, and went to the door of Li Qing's guest room. She raised her hand, hesitated for a long time, and then gently knocked on the door. The door opened quickly. Li Qing, dressed in a silk bathrobe, leaned leisurely against the doorframe, as if she had expected her to come. What? Even our powerful businesswoman, Queen Xiao, has a time when she can't handle the Empress Dowager? Li Qing's teasing made Xiao Qingya's cheeks flush slightly. Sister Qing, she said, her voice tinged with helplessness and pleading. Come in, Li Qing said, stepping aside. In the room, Li Qing poured Xiao Qingya a glass of warm water. Speak up, what are you afraid of? Xiao Qingya held her water glass, head bowed, her strong exterior befitting a female CEO completely shed in front of her only family member. I'm afraid my mom will look down on him and humiliate him. You know my mother best, she values family background the most. Lin Zhang's family background is too ordinary. My mother will not agree to it. I can't even imagine the fury she'll feel when she finds out Lin Zhang is just my bodyguard. Hearing Xiao Qingya's worried words, Li Qing shook her head. Qingya, you're wrong. Li Li Qing sat down next to her and began to analyze the situation seriously. You only saw your aunt's strictness and her emphasis on social status, but you forgot what she valued most. What is it? It's you. Li Qing said, enunciating each word clearly. What she values most is your happiness, and whether that man can bring you happiness. You think Lin Zhang's family background is ordinary, but have you ever thought about whether he himself is ordinary? Li Qing's words made Xiao Qingya fall into deep thought. That dinner, those earrings, and the courage he had to confront me so frankly that afternoon. Qingya, you're a man who's anything but simple. My aunt has seen a lot of people. She may be prejudiced against Lin Zhang because of his background, but she would never fail to see his excellence. So the worst thing you can do right now is to hide and deceive. That will only make her think that you have no confidence in the man you chose. Li Qing's analysis was like a ray of light, illuminating Xiao Qingya's chaotic thoughts. Yes. Lin Zhang is so outstanding and so different from others. Why should I lose faith in him because of those worldly opinions? Then what should I do? Xiao Qingya raised her head, her eyes regaining their light. Be honest, and then let him show it for himself. Li Qing patted her hand. Don't worry, I'll be there for you tomorrow. A confident smile appeared on Li Qing's face. I'll speak up for you on your aunt's side when it matters and ease the tension. I'll find a way to create a perfect stage for your man to shine. We sisters have formed a united front. Hearing her cousin's promise, Xiao Qingya finally felt relieved. She nodded heavily, a long-lost determination appearing on her face. Good. Outside the window, the night was deep. A family storm that will determine the future is about to break. Inside the villa, an unbreakable united front for winning over the mother-in-law has quietly been established. Chapter 89: The Empress Dowager arrives. The afternoon of the third day. A top-of-the-line Rolls-Royce was driving smoothly on the highway to Jiangzhou International Airport. Inside the car, Xiao Qingya was dressed in a well-tailored Chanel suit, but her usual aura of unapproachability was completely gone. Her hands were unconsciously twisted together, and she felt restless. Lin Zhang slowed the car down further, picked up a bottle of Evian mineral water from the side, unscrewed it, and handed it over. Have some water. Xiao Qingya took the water but didn't drink it. She simply held it in her hand, feeling the coolness emanating from the bottle. Lin Zhang, I still think we were too impulsive. My mom is really different. Lin Zhang didn't reply, he just focused on driving. He knew that any words of comfort would be superfluous at this moment. This future mother-in-law must be won over through action. The vehicle arrives at the VIP exit of the airport. As soon as Lin Zhang parked the car, he saw a figure slowly walking out of the exit, accompanied by several airport executives. She was a woman who looked to be around 50 years old, wearing an exquisitely made dark long dress with an expensive shawl draped over her shoulders. She wasn't wearing any extravagant jewelry, but a string of warm-colored jade beads on her wrist made her look even more elegant. She is Kai Jia, Xiao Qingya's mother. Even from a distance, one could feel the elegance and majesty that only those who had long held positions of power possessed. Xiao Qingya got out of the car and quickly went to greet her. Mom! Kai Jia stopped and nodded slightly to the airport executives beside her, who immediately took their leave. Her gaze then fell upon her daughter. Lin Zhang also got out of the car at this moment, went around to the back seat, and opened the car door for Kai Jia. His movements were impeccable. Kai Jia's gaze finally swept over. That gaze didn't linger for long, it simply slid from the top of Lin Zhang's head down to his toes before returning to his own. The whole process took no more than 2 seconds. There was no anger, no questioning, and not even any obvious emotion. But Lin Zhang could clearly sense that the gaze contained a pure, condescending scrutiny and a hint of almost imperceptible disdain. It was as if they were examining an object. Get in the car, it's hot outside, Kai Jia said to Xiao Qingya, and bent down to get into the car first. Xiao Qingya followed her inside. Lin Zhang closed the car door, returned to the driver's seat, and started the car. The atmosphere inside the carriage instantly became somewhat oppressive. Kai Jia held Xiao Qingya's hand and looked closely at her face. You've lost weight. Is the company under a lot of pressure lately? No, Mom, it's all taken care of. Xiao Qingya forced a smile. Resolved? Kai Jia's tone remained unchanged. I don't think so. The Wang family's actions this time have spread throughout the capital. Several uncles and elders are paying close attention, saying that Skydome technology has achieved legendary status by stepping on the Wang family's corpse. Her words sounded like a compliment, but Xiao Qingya's heart sank. Mom, You need to give me a detailed explanation of this matter. The family also needs an explanation. Kai Jia interrupted her, not giving her any chance to defend herself. From beginning to end, she didn't glance at Lin Zhang in the driver's seat even once. It's as if this person is just a wisp of air that can drive. The vehicle drove smoothly into Yunding Mountain and finally stopped in front of Villa Number 1. Kai Jia got out of the car, glanced at the luxurious villa standing atop the mountain and the tight security surrounding it, and simply nodded. There was neither praise nor surprise. This level of residence clearly doesn't meet her standards. The villa gate opened. Zhang Ma was already waiting at the door with Nian Nian. Madam, Zhang Ma greeted respectfully. Nian Nian hid behind Zhang Ma, looking at the powerful woman in front of her with some timidity. Li Qing strode out of the living room and affectionately took Kai Jia's arm. Auntie! You finally arrived. I've missed you so much. A hint of warmth finally appeared on Kai Jia's serious face. You silly girl, all you do is talk nonsense. Encouraged by Li Qing, Nian Nian finally mustered up her courage, peeked out from behind Zhang Ma, and whispered a sentence in her soft, childlike voice. Grandmother. These two words seemed to possess a certain magic. Kai Jia paused slightly, and a corner of the frost on her always tense face melted, revealing a very faint, almost invisible smile. She crouched down and awkwardly patted Nian Nian's head. Good. The crowd ushered Kai Jia into the living room. Kai Jia naturally sat down on the main sofa in the center, and her powerful aura instantly enveloped the entire space. Xiao Qingya and Li Qing sat on either side of her. Lin Zheng acted like a true subordinate, quietly brewing tea and then placing the teacups one by one on the tea table in front of everyone. Adding water and pouring tea, the movements were fluid and graceful. Auntie, please try this tea. It's made from tender buds of the Dahongpao mother tree that I specially asked someone to bring back from Wui Mountain. There are only a few ounces of it each year. Li Qing tried her best to liven up the atmosphere. Kai Jia picked up her teacup, took a small sip, and remained non-committal. Her attention didn't seem to be on the tea. That faint, almost imperceptible glance always fell on the young man who was serving tea and water to everyone. In the living room, Li Qing was still enthusiastically telling Kai Jia interesting stories from the entertainment industry, trying to divert her attention. But Kai Jia suddenly put down her teacup. The crisp sound of the collision instantly silenced the living room. She didn't look at Li Qing, but turned to Xiao Qingya beside her. Refined and elegant. Xiao Qingya's heart jumped. We can discuss company matters in detail in the study later, Kai Jia said slowly. Right now, I'd like to talk about your safety. For the first time, her gaze finally fell openly on Lin Zhang. Wang Gang is a retired elite special forces soldier who has been with you for so many years. I trust his abilities. The security team is also composed of elites. But why was your personal security guard changed? They've arrived. Xiao Qingya's breath caught in her throat for a moment. Kai Jia's gaze lingered on Lin Zhang for a moment before she continued. And he's such a young boy. Her choice of words was very particular. She didn't use man, but rather boy. That undisguised doubt and dissatisfaction made the air in the living room freeze inch by inch. Xiao Qingya's fingertips turned icy cold. Li Qing, standing beside her, also stopped smiling and subconsciously straightened her back. The two exchanged a tense glance. They all know. The real highlight is about to begin. Chapter 90 Official Announcement and the First Test. That undisguised question was like an icicle, piercing the already frozen air in the living room. Xiao Qingya's fingertips were icy cold, and Li Qing beside her also dropped her playful posture and subconsciously straightened her back. The two exchanged a tense glance. The real highlight is about to begin. However, just as Li Qing was about to speak up and say a few witty remarks to ease the atmosphere, Xiao Qingya did something that no one expected. She took a deep breath, as if she had made up her mind, without any further delay or hesitation. She stood up. Under the watchful eyes of Kai Jia, Li Qing, Zhang Ma, and even the bewildered Nian Nian, she walked step by step to Lin Zhang's side. Then, in front of everyone, she reached out and tightly took Lin Zhang's arm. That action was firm and resolute. A terrifying silence instantly fell over the living room. The air seemed to have been sucked out. The last trace of polite, elder-like composure on Kai Jia's face vanished completely. Instead, there was an extreme coldness and gloom. She just watched her daughter link arms with that boy without saying a word. But that silent oppressive feeling was more terrifying than any thunderous rage. Li Qing's heart was in her throat. She wanted to pull Xiao Qingya, but found that she didn't even have the strength to move a finger. What are you doing? Finally, Kai Jie spoke. Her voice wasn't loud, even calm, but it carried an overwhelming force, crashing straight down on Xiao Qingya. Every word seemed to have been fished out of an ice cellar. Xiao Qingya's body trembled slightly with nervousness, but she did not loosen her grip on Lin Zhang's hand at all. She was about to speak. Lin Zhang, however, patted her hand gently first, reassuring her. He stepped forward, shielding Xiao Qingya slightly behind him, and faced Kai Jie's imposing aura, a presence that would terrify any business tycoon with composure and dignity. "Aunt." The way Lin Zhang addressed her made Kai Jie's brow twitch. "Qingya and I are truly in love, and we hope to receive your blessing." He did not explain his identity or defend himself, he simply stated a fact in the simplest and most direct way. After saying that, he took out a simple and elegant wooden box from behind him and handed it over with both hands. "Nice to meet you. This is a small token of my appreciation." That was the one-of-a-kind Hatan mutton fat jade bracelet that he had Master Lu work on overnight. However, Kai Jie didn't even glance at the gift box. Her entire attention was fixed on Xiao Qingya's face. "Xiao Qingya, I'll ask you one more time, what did he mean by what he just said?" Kai Jie questioned her sharply, this time calling her by her full name. This means that her patience has run out. Facing her mother's anger, Xiao Qingya gritted her teeth and repeated each word carefully. "Mom, let me formally introduce you. The person who just went into the kitchen is my boyfriend, Lin Zhang." Smack! A crisp sound. Kai Jie slammed her teacup heavily onto the mahogany coffee table, splashing tea and wetting the area. "Boyfriend?" Kai Jie laughed in anger, pointed at Lin Zhang, and scolded Xiao Qingya. "A bodyguard who carries your bag and drives you, and you're telling me he's your boyfriend? Where do you put the Xiao family's reputation? What will those uncles and elders in the capital think of you? What will they think of the Xiao family?" The sharp rebuke echoed in the empty living room. Zheng Ma was so frightened that her face turned pale. She quickly covered Nian Nian's ears and hugged her even tighter. Li Qing tried to speak several times, but Kai Jie's murderous aura silenced her. "He's no ordinary bodyguard." Xiao Qingya finally couldn't hold back and retorted loudly. "Mom, you don't understand him at all. He's outstanding, incredibly outstanding. Skydome Technology was able to overcome this crisis thanks to him. The Wang family was defeated because of him too." In Xiao Qingya's mind, Lin Zhang was an omnipotent god. But to Kai Jie, these words sounded so ridiculous and childish. "Rely on him?" Kai Jie sneered and looked Lin Zhang up and down again. "What else is there about a young man in his early 20s, dressed in ordinary home clothes, besides being clean-looking? Qingya, I think you've been blinded by the pressure of the business world. A pretty boy who hasn't even grown his hair yet, he just used a few sweet words to fool you, and you think he's your savior?" The term pretty boy was used with extreme emphasis. "It is extremely insulting." Lin Zhang's expression remained calm, as if Kai Jie wasn't scolding him. But Xiao Qingya was completely enraged. "Mom! I won't allow you to talk about him like that. I'm not wrong." Kai Jie retorted, "Look at him. Besides his face, what else does he have? Family background? Connections? Education? In what way does he deserve you? Deserve our Xiao family? He..." "Shut up." Kai Jie suddenly stood up, her powerful aura choking Xiao Qingya so she couldn't finish her sentence. "There's no room for negotiation on this. I'm giving you two choices. First, get him out of this villa immediately, and from now on, he is not allowed to have any contact with us. Secondly, I will personally break his legs and throw him back to the poor, remote place where he belongs." Ruthless. A resolute decision. This is the true style of the mistress of the Xiao family in the capital. Xiao Qingya's face drained of all color in an instant, turning deathly pale. She knew that if her mother said it, she would definitely do it. The atmosphere in the living room was no longer just tense, but on the verge of exploding. Li Qing was sweating profusely with anxiety, but she was at a loss. Just when the tension was high and everyone thought blood was about to spill on the spot, a calm, even somewhat untimely, voice suddenly rang out. Lin Zhang peeked out from the kitchen doorway. He was wearing an apron and holding a spatula. He gave Kai Jie, who was furious in the living room, a polite smile and said calmly, "Auntie, dinner is ready, please enjoy your meal." Chapter 91: The Feast of Conquest. Lin Zhang's words, "Please have a meal," were like a lid being gently placed over a barrel of gunpowder about to explode. The gunpowder did not explode. But everyone knows that the fuse is still hissing. The atmosphere in the huge restaurant was extremely cold. At the long mahogany dining table, Kai Jia sat in the main seat, still angry, and didn't make a single unnecessary movement. She didn't even look at the dining table or Lin Zhang, she just stared coldly at her daughter, Xiao Qingya. The meaning is quite obvious. I'm going to see what tricks this man you chose has up his sleeve. Xiao Qingya felt extremely uncomfortable and looked at Li Qing beside her for help. Li Qing understood immediately, put on a professional and sweet smile, and took Kai Jia's arm, leading her to the dining table. "Oh, Auntie, you must be hungry from the journey. Try this. I'm telling you, it's a surprise." As Li Qing spoke, she forcibly pressed Kai Jia into the main seat. "Qingya and I are so lucky to have such a delicious meal today, all thanks to you." She tried her best to warm up the atmosphere, but Kai Jia didn't respond at all, just letting her do as she pleased, her face showing no sign of softening. Lin Zhang seemed oblivious to the undercurrents surging beneath the surface. He quietly placed the first dish in front of Kai Jia. It was a bowl of soup. The soup was as clear as a piece of transparent amber, and the few goji berries at the bottom of the bowl were bright red and glistening. Besides that, there was only an ordinary cabbage heart lying quietly in the soup. The vegetable leaves are spread out and have clear textures, that's all. Boiled cabbage in clear broth. Lin Zhang put down the dishes and calmly announced their names. Li Qing immediately chimed in, "Auntie, you should try this. It's a famous dish served at state banquets. It looks simple, but it really tests your skills." Kai Jia's gaze finally shifted from Xiao Qingya to the bowl of soup in front of her. When she saw the dish clearly, a very subtle change appeared on her icy face for the first time. It was crystal clear, with no oil residue whatsoever. This soup is cooked to perfection. As the matriarch of the Xiao family, who had tasted delicacies from all over the world, she immediately saw the secret. However, it's only at a certain level. She snorted inwardly, and with an almost critical and judgmental mindset, picked up the delicate white porcelain spoon beside her. She wanted to point out the dish's shortcomings in front of everyone. She wanted to show her daughter, Xiao Qingya, how ridiculous such attention-seeking tricks were in front of her. She gracefully scooped up a small spoonful of soup, without even touching the cabbage, just wanting to taste the soup. The spoon was slowly brought into the mouth. The next second, Kai Jia froze completely. Her hand holding the spoon froze in mid-air. That indescribable, exquisite flavor, mixed with a rich yet elegant and unique aroma, exploded in her mouth. Light and bland. Yet it contains a magnificent array of delicacies from land and sea, layer upon layer. Mellow. Yet it is refreshingly clean without a trace of greasiness. The taste slid down my throat, and a warm current instantly spread to every part of my body. Every taste bud was screaming, cheering, and trembling wildly. What does this taste like? This is absolutely not the taste of the human world. She felt that all her culinary experience in her life had been completely overturned, crushed, and then reassembled in the face of this one sip of soup. She stared in disbelief at the clear broth in the bowl, then slowly raised her head to look at the young man who was quietly setting out children's tableware for Nian Nian. For the first time, a crack appeared in the cold, condescending scrutiny on his face. Li Qing and Xiao Qingya watched her nervously, not daring to breathe. "Mom?" Xiao Qingya asked tentatively in a low voice. Kai Jia did not answer. She silently put down her spoon, picked up her chopsticks, and took the seemingly ordinary cabbage heart. The bok choy melts in your mouth without chewing. A gentle touch with the tip of your tongue releases a burst of delicious juice that blends perfectly with the broth, elevating the flavor to a whole new level. Kai Jia fell completely silent. Without saying a word, she ate the entire bowl of boiled cabbage in clear broth, soup and all, until it was completely clean. Just then, Lin Zhang served the second dish. It was a huge celadon jar. As soon as the lid was lifted, an overwhelmingly rich aroma instantly filled the entire restaurant. Buddha jumps over the wall. The soup in the jar is golden and rich, with abalone, sea cucumber, fish maw, shark fin and other top-quality ingredients piled together in a pleasing and orderly manner. Kai Jia's heart skipped a beat. The cooking technique for this dish was more refined than that of any century-old restaurant she had ever eaten at. She picked up her chopsticks again. Soft and chewy abalone, melt-in-your-mouth fish maw, shark fin soaked in rich broth. The flavor of each ingredient is brought out to its fullest potential, yet they blend together perfectly, without overpowering each other, complementing each other beautifully. Tasty. It was so delicious that she forgot her anger. It was so delicious that she forgot why she came here. She was simply mechanically, one bite after another, putting this exquisite flavor into her mouth. Immediately afterwards, the third dish was squirrel-shaped mandarin fish. The entire fish is sculpted into the shape of a squirrel, with its head held high and tail raised, and drizzled with orange-red sauce, resembling a lifelike work of art. The outer skin is crispy, while the inside of the fish is tender and smooth like tofu. The sweet and sour sauce perfectly brings out the deliciousness of the fish. The fourth dish was wensi tofu. A block of tofu, cut into thin strips so fine they could be threaded through a needle, floats evenly in the clear broth, each strip distinct, soft, smooth, and melts in your mouth. This doesn't look like food at all. This is simply an amazing display of knife skills. One. Another one. Each dish was like a bombshell, constantly shattering Kaijie's decades-old pride and perceptions. She felt that all the so-called state banquets she had eaten in Beijing and the Michelin 3-star restaurants she had enjoyed in Hong Kong were a joke in the face of this table of home-cooked dishes. What a complete joke! The restaurant had become completely silent. I don't know when it started. Only the occasional soft clinking of chopsticks and bowls remained. Li Cheng and Xiao Qingya exchanged a glance, both seeing 4 words in each other's reactions. Victory is assured. The meal ended in an eerily quiet atmosphere. Kaijie put down her chopsticks and elegantly wiped her mouth with a napkin. From beginning to end, she didn't offer a single word of praise or comment. But more than 80% of the food on the table ended up in her stomach. This action speaks louder than any words. After the meal, Aunt Zhang quickly cleared the table. Looking at the almost empty plates, her awe deepened as she gazed at Lin Zhang's retreating figure. Kaijie sat on the sofa in the living room, neither immediately making a scene nor mentioning what had just happened. She simply held a cup of tea and fell into a long silence. The raging fire in her heart had been extinguished by that ultimate culinary storm, leaving only a tiny spark. Instead, she was overwhelmed with a shock that defied description, and a hint of wavering that she herself was unwilling to admit. My daughter said he was very outstanding. The daughter said that the Wang family was defeated because of him. She used to think it was a joke, that beauty is in the eye of the beholder. But now, is a man who can cook such divine dishes really just an ordinary pretty boy? Kaijie's thoughts were in disarray. For the first time, she began to truly re-examine the young man washing dishes in the kitchen. Chapter 92: The Miracle in the Bottle. The atmosphere in the living room after dinner was eerie. That breathtaking feast acted like a powerful tranquilizer, forcefully suppressing Kaijie's raging fury. She sat upright in the main seat of the sofa, without saying a word, simply holding a cup of tea that Zhang Ma had just brewed, her fingers unconsciously stroking the warm cup. The coldness and arrogance that once graced that face had been replaced by a profound shock and bewilderment. A man who can cook that kind of dish. Who exactly is he? This question, like a thorn, pierced Kaijie's heart. For the first time, her decades-long system of evaluation regarding social status, family background, and social standing has been severely shaken. Xiao Qingya and Li Qing stood on either side of her, barely daring to breathe. The two exchanged a glance, both understanding the same thing from the other's reaction. Lin Zhang had won the first round, a victory that defied belief. But they also knew that this was only the first round. A meal can win over a person's stomach, but it may not be able to win over a person's heart, especially a heart like Kaijie's that has been stubborn for decades. In this quiet and somewhat oppressive atmosphere, Lin Zhang came out of the kitchen after washing the dishes, took off his apron, and wiped his hands clean. He didn't linger in the living room, but went straight upstairs to the second floor. This move drew everyone's attention. Li Qing began to wonder, what was this guy up to now? Not long after, Lin Zhang came downstairs. He now had 2 more things in his hands. They were 2 palm-sized bottles, their bodies seemingly carved from the purest white jade, smooth and without a trace of impurity. The caps were made of some unknown metal, a dark gold color, and engraved with intricate and ancient patterns. The bottle itself is an impeccable work of art. The air in the entire living room became more subtle as he approached. Lin Zhang walked to the coffee table and gently placed one of the bottles in front of Kaijie. He then handed another one to Li Qing, who was standing next to him. Auntie, cousin, it's our first meeting, I don't have anything to give you. Lin Zhang spoke calmly. This is a skincare product that I formulated myself. It might be useful for you. Please try it. Skincare products? Did you mix it yourself? Li Qing almost burst out laughing. Who is she? A top female celebrity in the entertainment industry, a darling of major international luxury brands, what kind of exorbitantly priced skincare products hasn't she used? She even uses La Mer face cream to moisturize her feet. A bodyguard who can cook is one thing, but now he's even making his own skincare products? She found it somewhat amusing, but out of politeness, she accepted it, intending to open it, smell it, and then politely put it away. But the moment she unscrewed the dark gold bottle cap and brought the bottle opening to her nose, an indescribable, elegant, and peculiar fragrance entered her nostrils. It wasn't any kind of floral, fruity, or woody scent. It was a scent that seemed to come from the very source of life, pure to the extreme. Just one whiff of it made her feel invigorated, and the fatigue from rushing around for days seemed to be dispelled. The smile on Li Qing's face froze instantly. Her hand holding the bottle began to tremble slightly. She suddenly raised her head and stared intently at Lin Zhang, her expression of having seen a ghost 10 times more exaggerated than when she ate the boiled cabbage. This taste. She trembled, took another sniff, and then seemed to be struck by lightning. No. Impossible. Li Qing gasped in shock, her voice shrill and distorted. This is a miracle? This thing in your hand is a miracle? Is it your company's latest beauty product? The moment the word miracle was uttered, it was like a depth charge dropped onto a calm lake. Xiao Qingya, who was standing next to her, was all right. Although she knew that her family's products were excellent, she did not know what the name meant in the top circles. But Kai Jia felt a violent jolt throughout her body. For the first time, her usually dignified phoenix eyes showed shock. Miracle. She knew that name all too well. Just last month, at a gathering of Beijing's most elite socialites, a prominent socialite from a prominent family secretly boasted to them. She claimed that through her extraordinary connections, she obtained a small bottle of a mysterious product called Miracle. After just one use, the fine lines around her eyes disappeared, and her skin looked like she was 10 years younger. At the time, all the ladies thought she was bragging, but when the princess took off her sunglasses, everyone shut up. The effect was beyond the reach of modern technology, it was simply divine intervention. From that day on, the name Miracle became legendary within the very elite circle of the capital. It has a price but no market. It's extremely difficult to find even one bottle. Kai Jia never dreamed that this thing that had driven the entire circle of wealthy women in Beijing crazy would now be quietly sitting on the coffee table in front of her. Moreover, it was taken out casually by the young man he had just scolded as a pretty boy. How is that possible? Seeing her mother and cousin's expressions of utter despair, Xiao Qingya felt an unprecedented surge of pride and honor. She knew the moment that would decide the outcome had arrived. She straightened her back, took Lin Zhang's arm, and spoke clearly. Yes, Mom, cousin, it's our Sky Dome Technology's newest and most core Genesis project. Xiao Qingya's next sentence was the real fatal blow. She glanced lovingly at the man beside her, then played her final trump card at her mother, who was now completely stunned. And this groundbreaking project that revolutionized the entire industry and is called a miracle by you, from its concept to its research and development and finally to the finished product, was mainly led by Lin Zhang. Boom! Kai Jia's mind went completely blank. She felt that her worldview had been completely shattered at that moment. The god of cookery. The legendary creator of miracles. Any one of these identities would be enough to make anyone take notice. And now, these identities are all concentrated on this young man in his early 20s? The bodyguard she despised as useless, only good at deceiving his daughter with his looks? Absurd! This is absurd. Kai Jia's breathing became rapid. She stared intently at Lin Zhang, trying to find even the slightest hint of guilt or pretense on his face. But no. He remained calm, as if none of this concerned him. With trembling hands, Kai Jia picked up the small white jade bottle on the table. Practice is the sole criterion for testing truth. She unscrewed the cap and, mimicking the princess from her memory, gently picked up a tiny bit of the milky white ointment with the fingernail of her little finger. She was even reluctant to use more than necessary. She carefully applied a tiny bit of the ointment to the corner of her left eye. There are several stubborn fine lines left by years of hard work, which cannot be eliminated by any top-tier skincare products. She gently spread the cream with her fingertips. The moment the cream touches the skin, it transforms into a cool liquid and is instantly absorbed without leaving any greasiness. Then, under the watchful eyes of everyone in the living room, including Kai Jia herself, a miracle occurred. The fine lines that were clearly visible at the corner of her left eye began to fade and smooth out at a speed that was visible to the naked eye. It only took a dozen seconds. Those signs of time that had troubled her for years simply vanished into thin air. The skin around her left eye became firm, smooth, and even had a healthy glow, creating a stark and startling contrast with her right eye, which still had fine lines. Kai Jia was completely petrified. She reached out, her fingertips trembling as she touched the skin around her left eye. The smooth, firm touch clearly told her that this was not an illusion. She suddenly looked up at the mirror. There is a huge decorative mirror on the wall of the living room. In the mirror, her face, which was completely asymmetrical, was clearly reflected. On one side was a graceful and elegant noblewoman. On the other hand, it's as if I'm 10 years younger. Kai Jia's brain went blank. She opened her mouth, but no sound came out. The dignity, pride, and stubbornness that belonged to the mistress of the Xiao family were shattered and vanished at this moment by this small miracle. She looked at herself in the mirror, then slowly turned her head to look at the young man who was still standing quietly. The scales in my heart are no longer tipped. Instead, it was completely reversed. Chapter 93 Heart of the Sky. The atmosphere at the dinner table the next morning was completely different from the previous day. The tense atmosphere was replaced by an eerie silence. Kai Jia sat in the main seat, her posture still dignified, but her previously aloof and unapproachable air had lessened considerably. She simply sipped her porridge quietly, her movements elegant, yet her mind was heavy with thoughts. She went to sleep very late last night. The exquisite freshness of that boiled cabbage and clear broth, and the miraculous transformation brought about by that bottle of miracle, kept replaying in her mind. Her decades-long understanding was shattered. This young man named Lin Zhang is shrouded in mystery. Xiao Qingya carefully observed her mother, and seeing that she didn't mention driving Lin Zhang away again, she felt a little relieved. She glanced at Lin Zhang, who was feeding Nian Nian egg custard with a gentle expression, and decided to add fuel to the fire. "Mom, the weather's nice today, how about we come over to my company?" Kai Jia paused for a moment while holding the spoon. Going to the company? That's fine. She wanted to see what other skills Lin Zhang had besides cooking and dealing with bottles and jars. Her daughter said he had solved the crisis at Sky Dome Technology, and she wanted to see it for herself. Okay, Kai Jia replied calmly. An hour later, the group arrived at the headquarters building of Sky Dome Technology. When the Rolls-Royce stopped at the door, the security personnel immediately stepped forward and opened the car door. Xiao Qingya got out of the car first, and the security captain immediately stood at attention and saluted, "Good morning, Miss Xiao." Immediately afterwards, Lin Zhan got off the bus from the other side. Almost simultaneously, Wang Gang and all the security personnel around him stood at attention again, their salutes even more precise and forceful than before. "Hello, Mr. Lin." That heartfelt respect even carried a hint of fanaticism. Kai Jia took in the whole scene without showing any emotion. As Xiao Qingya entered the company lobby, the receptionist immediately stood up and greeted her sweetly, "Good morning, Ms. Xiao." But when their eyes caught sight of Lin Zhang behind Xiao Qingya, the two girls instantly stood up straight, their faces showing a hint of shyness and admiration, and their voices rose 8 octaves. "Good morning, Mr. Lin." We walked along the road. Whether it's an ordinary employee rushing around or a department manager in a suit, everyone who sees Xiao Qingya will stop and respectfully call her President Xiao. But as soon as they see Lin Zhang, their respect immediately rises. It has become a kind of respect that is mixed with worship, gratitude, and even almost faith. "Mr. Lin. You've arrived." "Mr. Lin, the bug you pointed out last time has been perfectly fixed." "Thank you, Mr. Lin." Greetings rose and fell in waves. Kai Jia keenly sensed that this respect was entirely different from the awe subordinates had for their superiors. It did not stem from the power that came with a position, but from the purest form of personal prestige. In this company, Lin Zhang is the true core. Xiao Qingya seemed oblivious to all of this. She simply led her mother straight to the top-floor strategic conference room. "Mom, please have a seat with Qingjie. We're about to have an internal meeting about the future strategy of Genesis, and I'd like you to listen in and give us your feedback." This was something she had planned long ago. Kai Jia did not refuse and sat down in the audience section of the conference room. She wanted to see what her daughter was up to. Soon, more than a dozen core executives of Sky Dome Technology filed in. These people are all seasoned elites in the business world. Each of them, if taken out individually, would be a capable leader. The meeting began. Xiao Qingya sat in the main seat, while Lin Zhang stood quietly behind her like a silent statue, acting as a true bodyguard. The theme of the meeting was the follow-up promotion of the miracle product. A vice president of the marketing department stood up. His name was Chen Hai. Marketing was recruited by Xiao Qingya with a high salary. Mr. Xiao, everyone, Chen Hai turned on the projector. The effect of Miracle is undeniable, but precisely because it is so effective, our promotion has run into difficulties. Once it goes on a large scale, it will inevitably be attacked by global cosmetic giants, and may even attract the covetousness of some capital forces that we cannot resist. Although our anonymous promotion strategy has ignited the market in the early stages, it is ultimately not a long-term solution. How to maximize the value of Miracle while protecting ourselves is a very thorny problem. After Chen Hai finished speaking, the conference room fell silent. All the executives frowned. This is a dead end. The product is so good that I dare not show it to others easily. It's like a 3-year-old child carrying a gold brick in a bustling city. One executive suggested, how about we partner with a few giants? Sell a portion of our equity and seek protection? Someone immediately objected, no way. This is letting the wolf into the house. The core technology of Miracle is our only trump card. Once the technology is shared, we will completely lose our initiative. Then what should we do? Just sell blind boxes on such a small scale? That doesn't even bring out 1/10,000th of their value. The debate raged on, but no one could come up with a truly feasible solution. Everyone was at a loss. Kai Jie listened quietly, and she had to admit that this was indeed an enormous problem. Skydome Technology's scale was insufficient to protect such a miraculous treasure. Just then, Lin Zhang, who had been silent all along, suddenly stepped forward, leaned down, and whispered a sentence in Xiao Qingya's ear in a voice that only the two of them could hear. His breath gently brushed against Xiao Qingya's ear, making her feel a little itchy. But what she cared about more was the content of that sentence. After hearing this, Xiao Qingya's body trembled slightly. She raised her head, glanced around at the worried faces in the conference room, then cleared her throat and reiterated Lin Zhang's plan. Everyone, our previous thinking was all wrong. Why do we necessarily have to sell products? Her first words stunned everyone. Not selling products? Would the company starve? Ignoring the crowd's doubts, Xiao Qingya continued, Miracle shouldn't be a commodity on the shelf. It should be a qualification, a symbol of status. My idea is to start a club. A top-tier, members-only private health club in the world. Its name is Genesis. We don't sell products, we only recruit members. Want to join? Sure, just show us your qualifications. It could be immense wealth, global influence, or outstanding contributions in fields like science or art. And Miracle is not a commodity, it is an exclusive benefit offered to our esteemed members by our Genesis Club. Boom! These words struck like a thunderbolt from a clear sky, exploding in the minds of every executive. We don't sell products, we sell memberships. They've elevated the product itself from a consumer good into a ticket to a top-tier social circle. This idea is simply wildly imaginative. Chen Hai, the vice president of the marketing department, was so excited that his face turned red, and he slapped his thigh. Wonderful! Absolutely wonderful! In this way, we won't need to promote it at all. The world's top billionaires and powerful figures will be scrambling to join. They will actively help us maintain the privacy and security of this circle. Because it concerns their own interests and status. Not only do we not have to worry about being suppressed, but we will become the object of all the giants currying favor. Because whoever can enter this club is standing at the top of the pyramid. This is no longer business, this is rulemaking. Creating a completely new set of top-level social rules that transcends business. Chen Hai's words ignited the entire conference room. All the executives saw in this plan an incredibly grand and magnificent blueprint for a business empire. They looked at Xiao Qingya with admiration that words could not describe. Clap, clap, clap. No one knows who started it, but the entire conference room instantly erupted in thunderous applause. All the executives stood up and gave the warmest applause to this brilliant idea that would go down in business history. Meanwhile, in the audience section, Kai Jie was completely stunned. She stared intently at the young man standing behind Xiao Qingya, his face calm, as if none of this concerned him. His culinary skills are divine. They possess the core technology of miracles. Now, it has revealed such a terrifying strategic vision in formulating top-level rules. Previously, she thought Lin Zhang was a capable young man. Now she realizes just how wrong she was. What kind of young person is this? This is a brilliant strategist who can plan and win battles from afar. A true strategist. The applause gradually subsided. The meeting ended, and the executives left excitedly. Kaijia slowly stood up, but she did not walk towards her daughter, Xiao Qingya. She walked through the crowd, step by step, straight up to Lin Zhang. Under everyone's astonished gaze, she looked at Lin Zhang and spoke for the first time in an equal, even solemn, tone. Lin Zhang, let's talk privately. Chapter 94 The Revelation of Genesis. Lin Zhang, let's talk privately. Kaijia's voice echoed in the empty conference room, carrying an undeniable solemnity. All eyes were focused on Lin Zhang. Xiao Qingya's heart jumped again, and she looked at Lin Zhang nervously. Lin Zhang simply looked back at Kaijia calmly, and then gave a response that surprised everyone. He didn't answer okay, nor did he ask, "What do you want to talk about?" He simply turned slightly to the side and gestured please to Kaijia. The direction was not the reception room, but rather the group driving to the Genesis building. "Auntie, if you want to understand me, why don't you go and see what I'm doing?" His words were calm and confident. Kaijia paused for a moment, then understood. She didn't ask any more questions, just nodded and took the first step. Li Cheng and Xiao Qingya quickly followed. The group passed through several alloy doors that required both iris and fingerprint verification and arrived at a heavily guarded area. This is the birthplace of the entire Genesis project. As soon as the laboratory door opened, a middle-aged man wearing a white lab coat and gold-rimmed glasses, who looked somewhat unkempt, quickly came out to greet them. He is Gu Tao, the chief researcher of the Genesis project. Gu Tao is a well-known genius in the field of biotechnology, but also a notorious arrogance. He might not even give Xiao Qingya any face normally. But when he saw Lin Zhang, his arrogance as a genius vanished instantly. He almost jogged over to Lin Zhang and bowed respectfully. "Lin Shui. Mr. Lin. What brings you here?" That posture didn't seem like he was facing a business partner, it was more like a student meeting his most respected mentor. This scene gave Kaijia and Li Qing another jolt. "Take your aunt and cousin on a tour," Lin Zhang instructed casually. Yes. "Distinguished guests, this way please." Gu Tao immediately perked up and enthusiastically guided Kaijia and her group, beginning the introduction. "Chairman Kai, Ms. Li, what you are seeing now is the core R&D area of our Genesis project." Gu Tao pointed to the dazzling array of sophisticated instruments and excitedly introduced them. "Our team had been stuck on this project for a long time. We tried all known cell activation technologies, whether chemical synthesis or biological extraction, but we could not break through a key barrier: how to make the active factors remain highly effective while being absolutely harmless and stable." Gu Tao adjusted his glasses and looked at Lin Zhang's back, his respect almost overflowing. "We had reached a dead end, and the whole team was on the verge of despair. Until one day, Mr. Lin came. He only said one sentence." Gu Tao paused, as if recalling that sacred moment. He said, "The ancient formula is the foundation, and technology is the application. Why do you always think about creating something from nothing, instead of activating and extracting the vitality that already exists in the substance itself? Ancient formulas as the foundation, technology as the application?" Kaijia and Li Qing exchanged a glance, both seeing deep confusion in each other's reactions. "This sounds more like traditional Chinese medicine theory. What does it have to do with cutting-edge biotechnology?" Gu Tao noticed their confusion and his face flushed with excitement. "That's the idea. That seemingly profound statement completely enlightened us. We no longer insist on using modern science to manufacture it. Instead, we follow the ideas of several ancient prescriptions provided by Mr. Lin and use modern supercritical extraction and cell wall recombination technology to awaken the energy hidden in those natural herbs that we could not have imagined before. We then realized that our previous research was completely in the wrong direction. We were building a car, while Mr. Lin directly gave us the design blueprints for an anti-gravity engine." Gu Tao's words were like bullets, constantly piercing Kaijia's heart. She watched the researchers busily working at the sterile workstations, and the rows of screens flashing data. Her mind was a complete mess. A young man in his early 20s solved a problem that a group of top researchers had been unable to crack for a long time with a single, almost mystical statement. "This is no longer considered excellent. This is a monster." Xiao Qingya stepped forward at the opportune moment, took her mother's arm, and couldn't hide her pride. "Mom, let me show you our finished product transformation process." She personally guided the process, from selecting raw materials to pre-processing using traditional methods, to extraction and purification using modern instruments, and finally to packaging the finished product. Every step perfectly blends classical wisdom with modern technology. The last stop on the tour was a huge technology showroom. On the screen, a 3D animation is demonstrating the microscopic process by which the miracle product works on human cells. Countless complex molecular formulas and cell models scrolled rapidly across the screen. Gu Tao stood aside, trying to explain, but the more he spoke, the more difficult it became, because the theories involved were beyond his ability to explain to laymen. This, to put it simply, is Mr. Lin's formula, which can accurately identify and repair aging cell mitochondria, and at the same time, activate a special protein that we call return enzyme. Seeing Gu Tao covered in sweat, Xiao Qingya smiled slightly and looked at Lin Zhang behind her. Lin Zhang, you speak. Lin Zhang nodded and walked onto the stage. He didn't bring any notes, he simply picked up a laser pointer and pointed it at the most complex cell structure diagram on the screen. The principle is actually very simple. His first words almost made Gu Tao stumble. Simple? It's anything but simple. We can think of human cells as a miniature alchemy furnace. Lin Zhang's voice rang out, clear and steady. Traditional skincare products are like adding various external materials to a furnace in the hope of refining a good elixir. But the effect is limited and may even cause erysipelas, which is a side effect. Our approach is to repair the alchemy furnace itself and provide it with the purest fire. He used a laser pointer to draw a circle on the screen, encircling the organelle called mitochondria. This is the alchemy furnace. We use specific saponins extracted from medicinal herbs such as astragalus and ginseng to repair the damage caused by oxidation. He drew another circle, encircling a complex protein chain. This is the spark. The principle, assistant, adjuvant, and guide in ancient prescriptions correspond to a set of combined activation sequences in modern cell biology. It does not directly provide energy, but rather awakens the cell's own repair mechanism, allowing it to produce youthful collagen on its own. Therefore, the miracle is not about covering up aging, but about reversing aging. It is not a cosmetic, but a time corrector for cells. His words were profound yet easy to understand. He didn't use a single pedantic word or obscure technical term. However, it clearly and plainly explains the complex principles that integrate ancient alchemy, traditional Chinese medicine theory, and modern cutting-edge cell biology. The entire exhibition hall was completely silent. Gu Tao and the group of researchers behind him looked at Lin Zhang on the stage with fervent expressions. Kai Jie, the matriarch of the Xiao family who had seen all sorts of elites, Nobel laureates, and business tycoons from around the world, felt as if her heart was being tightly gripped by an invisible hand. She looked at the young man on the stage, who spoke eloquently and skillfully manipulated the wisdom of two completely different eras. That profound knowledge, that terrifying ability to integrate across disciplines, that masterful simplification of complexity. At this moment, the last trace of doubt in her heart, the last bit of stubbornness about marrying someone of equal social standing, vanished completely. The tour has ended. Back in the Rolls-Royce at Hentaying Villa, the car was quiet. Looking at Xiao Qingya, who looked like a happy little woman beside her, and then at Lin Zhang, who was resting with his eyes closed in the front passenger seat, Li Qing finally couldn't help but sigh from the bottom of her heart. Qingya, this is more like you found a boyfriend than a boyfriend. You struck gold. Xiao Qingya smiled sweetly and didn't say anything. Kai Jie, sitting in the main seat, looked out the window the whole way without saying a word. Her face was devoid of any emotion. But in those phoenix eyes that were once filled with scrutiny and criticism, now there was only an extremely complex sense of appreciation and awe. The car drove smoothly on the winding mountain road, and the afterglow of the setting sun shone through the car windows onto everyone. In this silence, Kai Jie suddenly turned her head, her gaze passing over her daughter, and for the first time, she looked at Lin Zhang with an attitude of complete equality, even with a hint of negotiation. Chapter 95: The Final Recognition. Back at the Cloud-Top Villa, the Rolls-Royce glided quietly into the garage. The tranquility inside the car was a stark contrast to the awe-inspiring experience of the previous visit. In the living room, Aunt Zhang had thoughtfully prepared fruit and hot tea. But nobody wanted to touch it. Kai Jie sat in the main seat of the sofa. She hadn't spoken a word the entire way, only gazing at the rapidly receding scenery outside the window, lost in thought. The scrutiny and critical look that once graced her face had been replaced by a deep, unfathomable complexity. Li Qing, on the other hand, was restless. She would glance at her cousin Xiao Qingya, who was overflowing with happiness, from time to time, and then steal a glance at Lin Zhang, who was pouring water for Nian Nian as if nothing had happened. She could only admire him. Just when you think you've seen the limit of this man, he always manages to pull out an even more terrifying trump card. Xiao Qingya sensed the subtle atmosphere and knew that the high wall in her mother's heart had been almost completely broken down, but only one last stubborn rock remained. She took a deep breath and decided to strike while the iron was hot and drop one last bombshell. She sat down next to Kai Jie, affectionately took her mother's arm, and spoke softly in a tone that carried a hint of pride. "Mom, actually, doing scientific research and cooking are just Lin Zhang's hobbies." The words had barely left his mouth. Puff! Li Qing spat out the mouthful of tea she had just taken a sip of. Luckily, she reacted quickly and covered her mouth with her hand, preventing a complete loss of composure. However, the violent coughing still made her pretty face turn bright red. Kai Jie's hand, which was holding the teacup, suddenly stopped in mid-air. She turned her head stiffly to look at her daughter, making sure she wasn't joking. Hobbies? That culinary skill, comparable to that of a master chef at state banquets, is just a hobby? The miracle that revolutionized the entire biotechnology industry and drove the elite social circles of Beijing crazy was actually just a hobby, based on core concepts and technologies. How is that possible? If this is considered a hobby, then how many people in this world would dare to say they have a profession? Li Qing finally caught her breath and looked at Xiao Qingya with a face full of absurdity. "Qingya, don't scare me. This is considered a hobby? What's his main job then? Saving the world?" Xiao Qingya smiled, a smile filled with unprecedented pride and self-satisfaction. She ignored Li Qing's exaggeration and looked at her mother, who was completely stunned. She then played the real trump card, the one that would decide the final outcome, word by word. His greatest strength is investing. "Mom, why do you think Sky Dome Technology was able to turn the tide against the Wang family's financial attack this time? And even caused the Wang family heavy losses? All of that was orchestrated by Lin Zhang behind the scenes." Invest? Strategic planning? These two words struck Kai Jie's heart like two heavy hammer blows. She instinctively didn't believe it. She admitted that her culinary skills were superb. She's a scientific prodigy, she admits it. But now, her daughter is telling her that this young man's greatest strength is actually financial investment? And at a level where he can rival the Wang Group? This is completely beyond the realm of common sense. How could one person reach such a high level in so many fields, a level that is difficult for ordinary people to achieve? This is not scientific. This is not logical. Kai Jie had seen countless geniuses and outstanding talents, but she had never heard of such an outrageous existence. She looked at Xiao Qingya, and her attitude, which had just softened, became sharp once again. "Qingya, have you been bewitched by him? Do you even believe that yourself? A person's energy is limited. He's already a genius if he can excel in two fields. And now you're telling me he has an even stronger third field? Do you think I'm a 3-year-old? Despite her mother's questioning, Xiao Qingya remained completely calm. Because she knew that what was about to happen would completely destroy her mother's last bit of stubbornness. The atmosphere in the living room became tense once again. All eyes were focused on the man who hadn't said much. Lin Zhang knew this was the final hurdle. He didn't want to be so high profile, but it seems he can't get past his mother-in-law without showing some real talent. He smiled helplessly, a smile that seemed to say, "Okay, I'm coming clean." He didn't offer any further explanation, but simply turned and went upstairs to the second floor. A moment later, he came down with an ultra-thin laptop that looked extremely futuristic and was made entirely of black alloy. He walked to the coffee table, placed his laptop on it, and then connected it to the huge 8K TV wall in the living room through an interface. "Auntie, take a look at this and you'll understand." He spoke calmly, his finger lightly tapping the touchpad. The video wall lit up, displaying an extremely complex interface filled with data streams and star map-like nodes, instantly taking over the entire screen. It wasn't any known trading software on the market, it looked more like a sand table system from a military command center. Kai Jie and Li Qing were both stunned by the futuristic interface. Without pausing, Lin Zhang skillfully brought up an encrypted folder and entered a long, complex password. The folder opens, and a complete recording of background operations begins to play on the screen. The timeline was set a few days prior, at the moment when Sky Dome Technology faced a life-or-death crisis. On the screen, a torrent of red representing the Wang Group's vast funds was crashing into the stock price of Sky Dome Technology, while the green line plummeted like a kite with a broken string. Shocking. Li Qing instinctively covered her mouth. Although she knew the outcome, she still felt suffocated by what she saw. Kai Jie also looked solemn, she could see the danger behind it all. Just then, the scene changed. On another battlefield, Hong Kong stocks. Several previously unrelated accounts launched their attacks simultaneously at the same time. A series of astronomical short orders, like the most precise scalpel, plunged deep into Wang's international stock price. On the screen, Lin Zhang's recorded operations were smooth and effortless. Under his command, hundreds of billions of funds seemed to become the most obedient soldiers, striking wherever he was told without the slightest hesitation. The beast-taming style of attrition warfare that Gu Xiaoming had hailed as a marvel was perfectly recounted. Each price surge is like teasing an enraged bull, precisely whittling down the opponent's funds and patience. Each time the price was dumped, it hit the opponent's psychological breaking point precisely. The whole process was like a top chess player toying with a 3-year-old child. The battle between bulls and bears, fund allocation, psychological tactics. Every frame on the screen is filled with a chillingly violent aesthetic. Finally, when Wang Zhongda's gambler's last desperate attempt was swallowed up by Lin Zhang's well-prepared hundreds of billions of yuan, the line representing Wang's international on the screen completely collapsed. Immediately afterwards, a final settlement window popped up on the screen. That long string of profit figures made the air in the entire living room freeze. Li Qing couldn't understand how many zeros were at the end. She felt her mind was blank, as if it had been formatted. Kai Jie, a seasoned businesswoman who had seen it all and was in charge of part of the Xiao family's businesses, seemed to have all her strength drained away the moment she saw that number, and collapsed onto the sofa. Her mind was blank. She finally understood what the title Wall Street God of Creation that her daughter spoke of really meant. That's not an exaggeration, it's even a humble way of putting it. Culinary genius, scientific research luminary, financial tycoon. These identities, any one of which would be enough to make countless people look up to them, are actually concentrated in this young man who is only in his early 20s. She looked at Lin Zhang, speechless for a long time. This young man's energy has completely exceeded her imagination. Compared to Lin Zhang, the so-called heirs of top wealthy families in Beijing that she had in mind suddenly paled in comparison. Those people stand on the shoulders of their families, inheriting wealth and power. Lin Zhang himself is the source of wealth and power. The restaurant had been quiet for who knows how long. Finally, Kai Jie let out a long, long sigh. That sigh seemed to have released all the stubbornness and pride she had accumulated in her life. She turned her head and looked at Lin Zhang solemnly. The scrutiny that belonged to an elder had completely disappeared, replaced by an equal, even somewhat entrusted, solemnity. Treat Qing Ya well. I'll keep an eye on her stubborn old man, her father, for you. Kai Jie paused, and then added in an extremely serious tone. You need to develop as quickly as possible. As long as you are strong enough, no one can stop you. Chapter 96 The Airport of Farewell. The following morning, at the entrance of Hentaying Villa, a black Rolls-Royce Phantom was waiting quietly. Aunt Zhang and several servants carefully placed the suitcases into the trunk of the car. Lin Zhang and Xiao Qingya stood by the car, preparing to take Kai Jie and Li Qing to the airport. After a night of fermentation and settling, the extreme shock brought about by yesterday's financial achievements has transformed into a strange calm. Kai Jie stood in front of the car door and took one last look at Lin Zhang before getting in. That look was complex. It no longer contained the initial contempt and scrutiny, nor the shock and horror that followed, but only an unspeakable solemnity. She didn't say anything, but simply nodded gently to her daughter, Xiao Qingya, beside her. Then, she bent down and got into the car. This subtle movement, however, represents the complete collapse of an iceberg. Li Qing followed behind, and as she got into the car, she turned back and winked playfully at Lin Zhang, her bright face full of smiles. She mouthed 2 words to Lin Zhang without speaking. Come on. Lin Zhang understood, and he returned a smile, watching Li Qing get into the car as well. He and Xiao Qingya then got into the car. The car door closed, and the black luxury car smoothly drove away from the villa, heading down the winding mountain road. 1 hour later, at Jiangzhou International Airport, in the VIP lounge. The atmosphere here is completely different from when I first met you yesterday. There was no more tension, no more confrontation. Kai Jie sat gracefully on the sofa, her posture still elegant, but the aloof and authoritative air she once exuded had vanished. She was whispering instructions to Xiao Qingya. Qingya, don't overwork yourself at work. You need to know how to balance work and rest. That Genesis project has a very good prospect, but you also need to know how to delegate authority and not try to do everything yourself. Her words revealed her love for her daughter, but there was no longer any hint of rejection towards Lin Zhang. Lin Zhang sat quietly to the side, refilling their teacups. Kai Jie didn't cast any more disgruntled glances at him, everything seemed so natural. Li Qing was scrolling through her phone, and whenever she saw something interesting, she would share it with Xiao Qingya. The atmosphere was incredibly harmonious. Time passed quickly, and the announcement came over the loudspeaker urging passengers to board. The group arrived at the boarding gate. Xiao Qingya stepped forward and gave her mother a tight hug. "Mom, be careful on the road, call me when you arrive." "Nu." Kai Jie gently patted her daughter's back. In that gesture, there was reluctance, but also an unprecedented sense of relief. She released her daughter, and then, for the first time, her gaze fell on Lin Zhang. "I'm entrusting Qingya to you." This seemingly random statement carries more weight than any lengthy discourse. Lin Zhang nodded solemnly. "Don't worry, Auntie." Kai Jie said no more, turned around and walked into the boarding gate with Li Qing. Only after the two figures completely disappeared from sight did Xiao Qingya finally breathe a long sigh of relief, and her whole body relaxed. In the days leading up to this, she was constantly worried, fearing that an irreconcilable conflict would erupt between her mother and Lin Zhang. Now, the stone has finally fallen to the ground. She turned around and looked at the man beside her who had always silently supported her, a feeling of indescribable tenderness and dependence welling up in her heart. After seeing Kai Jie and Li Qing off, only Lin Zhang and Xiao Qingya were in the car on the way back. Apart from the driver, there was no one else in the car, and the atmosphere inside became warm and quiet. Xiao Qingya shed all pretense and strength, and like a lazy kitten, leaned on Lin Zhang's shoulder. The air was filled with his reassuring, clean scent. She recalled everything Lin Zhang had done to appease her mother and cousin. That boiled cabbage and clear broth, comparable to a state banquet, that revolutionary product that has revolutionized the industry, and that staggering sum of hundreds of billions of dollars. He sacrificed so much for himself and for his family. And it seems that I haven't done anything for him yet. Thinking of this, a strong impulse surged in Xiao Qingya's heart. She spoke softly, breaking the silence inside the car. "You've prepared so much for my mom and the others, so I should prepare some gifts for my uncle and aunt as well." Her voice was soft, yet carried an undeniable seriousness. Lin Zhang felt a warmth in his heart as he felt the softness on his shoulder. He could sense that Xiao Qingya truly considered him as a future family member and was thinking about him and his family. "Okay, what do you want to give as a gift?" Lin Zhang asked with a smile. Xiao Qingya leaned on his shoulder, tilted her head back, and a thoughtful expression appeared on her beautiful face. She began to seriously consider the matter. "Giving money? That's too tacky, and with Lin Zhang's current wealth, his parents are certainly not short of money. Sending health supplements? Lin Zhang himself is practically a miracle doctor. Nothing on the market is of any interest to him. What should I give as a gift?" Xiao Qingya pondered for a moment, and suddenly, she came up with a brilliant idea. She sat up straight, looked at Lin Zhang, and spoke in an extremely serious tone. "How about, we buy a house for uncle and aunt in their hometown?" Puff. The driver, who was driving, almost lost his grip on the steering wheel because his hand trembled. Buy a building? This idea for giving gifts is so unique. Xiao Qingya ignored the driver's reaction and continued to refine her ideas, her eyes growing brighter as she spoke. "Buy the best apartment in the city center, the one with the most comprehensive security system, and good surrounding amenities, including hospitals, parks, and supermarkets. That way, your aunt and uncle will feel at ease living there, and it will be convenient for your sister to go to school." Every word she uttered exuded an air of "I'm not short of money," but even more so, it revealed her heartfelt thoughtfulness and consideration. Lin Zhang felt a warm glow in his heart as he listened to her words. He held Xiao Qingya's hand and said softly, "I appreciate your kind gesture, but there's no rush." "Huh? Why?" Xiao Qingya asked, puzzled. "Gifts are only meaningful when given in person." Lin Zhang squeezed her soft palm. "When you come back with me later and meet them, you can give them the gifts then. They will be even happier." "Let us go back together." Xiao Qingya savored these words, and a charming blush involuntarily rose on her face. This is practically an invitation to commit. She nodded obediently. "Okay, I'll do whatever you say." Lin Zhang smiled at her shy expression, then changed the subject. "However, I need to go back first before I can take you back." His expression turned serious. "Tomorrow, I plan to go back to my hometown to settle things there." Chapter 97, Prelude to Returning Home. The atmosphere inside the car became somewhat strange because of Xiao Qingya's words, "buy a building." Looking at her earnest and thoughtful expression, Lin Zhang felt a surge of warmth in his heart. He could clearly sense that this seemingly aloof woman was trying to integrate into his world and think about his family in her own clumsy but sincere way. He held her hand tightly and explained softly. The Wang family suffered heavy losses this time, but the Wang family is probably just an agent. The people behind them will never let this go. If they can't find my weakness, they will definitely attack the place I care about most. Lin Zheng's narration was calm, yet it made Xiao Qingyat instantly understand the danger involved. My family is his only weakness. So, before I can get rid of them completely, I must go back and take care of the security at home and make full preparations for the future. It turns out that his trip back was not simply to visit relatives, but to set up a strong defensive line. Xiao Qingyat's heart clenched instantly. She immediately said, I'll have the company's team go with you. The best construction team, the most professional security consultants, all. Need not. Lin Zheng interrupted her with a smile, brought her hand to his lips, and kissed it gently. This is something a son should do for the family. I can do it myself. His movements were gentle, but his words carried an undeniable firmness. However, your sentiment is more precious than any gift. Xiao Qingyat looked at him and stopped insisting. She knew that this man had his reasons for making his decisions. All she needed to do was offer her full support and trust. During the day, Xiao Qingyat devoted herself wholeheartedly to her work at Sky Dome Technology. The strategic vision of the Genesis Club acts like a giant engine, driving the entire company at high speed. Countless departments have been mobilized, from the membership qualification review standards to the detailed design of exclusive services, and the screening of the first batch of potential members nationwide. Every task is full of challenges and opportunities. Sitting in the president's office, Xiao Qingyat issued a series of instructions with clear and logical steps. Her powerful aura as a business queen was more dazzling than ever before. Busy, but incredibly fulfilling. Because she knew that everything she was doing was contributing to her and Lin Zhang's shared future. In the evening, the setting sun painted the sky a warm orange hue. Lin Zhang drove with Xiao Qingyat to the entrance of the kindergarten where Nian Nian was. As the school bell rang, a group of adorable little children came running out chattering away. Uncle! Xiaonian spotted them immediately, and with her short legs, like a happy pink butterfly, she rushed straight into Lin Zhang's arms. Lin Zhang picked her up and kissed her on her little face. Were you a good student at kindergarten today? Nian Nian is the best girl. The little girl hugged Lin Zhang's neck and said in a sweet, childish voice. Xiao Qingyat watched the scene from the side, a gentle smile unconsciously appearing on her face. Back at the Cloud-Top Villa, Aunt Zheng had already prepared fresh ingredients. Lin Zhang took off his coat, tied on an apron, and went into the kitchen. Soon, the kitchen was filled with the clatter of pots and pans, and the enticing aromas. Xiao Qingyat didn't go to help, she just held Nian Nian and sat quietly in the dining room, watching the busy figure in the kitchen. Under the lights, his movements were skillful and elegant, as if he were not cooking, but creating an art form. An hour later, a sumptuous dinner was served. The sweet and sour pork tenderloin was delicious, the steamed sea bass was tender and smooth, and there was also a pot of steaming mushroom and chicken soup. Wow! Uncle's food smells so good. Nian Nian's eyes lit up as she held her little spoon. Eat more. Lin Zhang picked up a piece of boneless fish, carefully checked it, and then put it into Nian Nian's bowl. The family of three sat together, with a dazzling night view outside the window and warm lights and the aroma of food filling the room, creating a cozy atmosphere that could melt away all worries. 9 o'clock in the evening. Lin Zhang was in Nian Nian's room, telling her a bedtime story. In the end, the brave little rabbit defeated the big bad wolf and rescued its friends in the forest. Uncle, the little rabbit is so amazing. Nian Nian rubbed her eyes and slowly drifted off to sleep to his story. Lin Zhang covered her with the blanket, left a goodnight kiss on her forehead, and then quietly left the room. Back in the master bedroom. Xiao Qingyat was still awake, sitting on the edge of the bed, using a soft lamp to look through a document about the brand positioning of Genesis Club. She was so engrossed in watching that she didn't even notice Lin Zhang walking in. Lin Zhang didn't make a sound to disturb her, but quietly walked over and hugged her from behind. A warm breath brushed past her ear, and Xiao Qingyat's body trembled slightly as she snapped out of her reverie. Still busy? She leaned back, surrendering her entire weight to him, her nostrils filled with his reassuring aura. Almost finished reading it, she replied softly, her finger still pointing to a key clause in the document. Lin Zhang glanced down and chuckled, President Xiao, you're still so fussy even after get-off work hours. Should I pay you overtime? His chin rested gently on her shoulder, his gaze fixed on the documents, and he casually remarked, "The selection criteria for the first batch of members shouldn't just focus on wealth and status, but rather on their voice and influence in their respective fields. What we need isn't a group of wealthy clients, but a group of allies who can build the first invisible barrier for Genesis." A simple sentence instantly enlightened Xiao Qingya. She had been struggling with the quantitative assessment of assets and power, but his words suddenly made things clear. This was no longer a matter of business, it was about building an ecosystem of alliances and mutual support. Xiao Qingya turned her head, her beautiful eyes gleaming with admiration. How do you know everything?" "Because I have to support my family." Lin Zhang's answer was matter of fact, but his hands began to wander, sliding down her smooth arm, taking the documents from her hand, and casually placing them on the bedside table. "All right, Mr. Xiao, the meeting is over. Now it's family time." The next second, he swept her up in his arms. Caught off guard, Xiao Qingya let out a short gasp and instinctively wrapped her arms around his neck, her cheeks instantly flushing red. "You." Her words were cut off by a domineering kiss. The lights flickered, and the indoor temperature began to rise uncontrollably. After their lovemaking, the room returned to tranquility. Xiao Qingya's face was flushed with satisfaction. Like a docile kitten, she curled up in Lin Zhang's strong arms, not wanting to move a single finger. She felt his steady, strong heartbeat, and an unprecedented sense of security enveloped her. The thought of him leaving tomorrow brought a pang of indescribable sorrow, and she instinctively tightened her embrace. "Are you really leaving tomorrow?" Her voice was soft, filled with deep reluctance. "Mum." Lin Zhang kissed her forehead, his voice deep and firm. "I'll go and build our rear fortress, and then no one will be able to disturb our lives anymore." He paused, then added, "I'll also go back and scout things out, see what I need to prepare when my future son-in-law comes to visit." A joke dispelled the sadness that had just risen in Xiao Qingya's heart, and she couldn't help but bury her face in his chest, her lips curving upwards involuntarily. "I'll wait for you to come back," she said sullenly. "Good." Exhaustion and a sense of satisfaction washed over her at the same time, and soon, even breathing filled the air as she drifted off to sleep. Chapter 98: The Turmoil with Mom. The next morning, as dawn broke, at the entrance of the cloud-top villa, Lin Zhang bid a final farewell to the mother and daughter who were reluctant to part. "Uncle, come back soon, Nian Nian will miss you." The little girl hugged Lin Zhang's leg, looking up with her delicate, pretty face, her big eyes filled with reluctance. Xiao Qingya stood to the side, saying nothing, but her beautiful eyes, which had been following him, said it all. "Sweetie, Uncle will be back soon." Lin Zhang squatted down, ruffled his daughter's hair, then stood up and placed a light kiss on Xiao Qingya's forehead. "I'm leaving now, the house is in your hands." Xiao Qingya nodded gently, "Be careful on the road." Without much lingering affection, Lin Zhang turned around and got into a seemingly unremarkable Volkswagen Phaeton. The car's exterior is understated, resembling a larger Passat, but its interior boasts top-of-the-line features, perfectly meeting Lin Zhang's needs for returning home, unassuming and discreet. The engine started, and the black Phaeton smoothly drove away from the villa, merging into the traffic flowing down the mountain under the watchful eyes of the mother and daughter. The journey from Jiangzhou to Ping'an County is over 400 kilometers. On the highway, Lin Zhang drove at a moderate pace, the scenery outside the car window rushing past, gradually changing from rows of skyscrapers to low-rise houses and rolling fields. The transition between the two worlds happens within this short 4-hour drive. Around noon, the Phaeton entered Ping'an County. Unlike the bustling and noisy Jiangzhou, the pace of life here is noticeably slower. The streets are lined with older residential buildings, their walls peeling, and overhead wires crisscross like a spiderweb, creating a rich and vibrant atmosphere. Based on his memory, Lin Zhang drove the car into an old community called Ping'an Community. This is where he grew up. The surrounding environment and the palace-like cloud villa atop the mountain create a stark contrast between heaven and earth. He had just parked his car in an empty spot and was about to get out when a sharp argument broke the afternoon's tranquility. Lin Zhang paused for a moment. There was a voice in that voice that he knew all too well, but now it carried a hint of helplessness and grievance. He immediately opened the car door and strode towards the source of the argument. As he turned the corner of an apartment building, the scene before him made his heart sink instantly. A slightly plump middle-aged woman wearing a floral shirt was standing with her hands on her hips, shouting loudly at a thin woman with spittle flying everywhere. At their feet, a small pile of lush green vegetables lay scattered on the ground, with a few leaves already crushed to pieces. The woman who was being scolded was his mother, Li Shulan. "You old woman, can't you watch where you're going? You knocked all the vegetables I just bought onto the ground." They're all smashed and covered in dust, how am I supposed to eat them? Aren't you going to pay for them? The fat woman's voice was extremely loud, attracting several neighbors who were passing by to stop and point and whisper. Li Shulan's face was full of embarrassment and apology as she argued with the other party in a soft voice. Little sister, I'm so sorry, I really didn't mean to. I was just carrying things and didn't notice when I turned around. How about I pick up the vegetables for you and wash them so they're still edible? Pick it up? You make it sound so easy. The fat woman persisted, her voice rising even higher. I picked these vegetables out of the blue, they're so fresh. And now you've ruined them. Let me tell you, this isn't over until you pay me back. Li Shulan was at a loss for words because of her unreasonable behavior, and could only repeatedly explain, I really don't have much money on me. Seeing his mother's aggrieved and helpless expression, Lin Zhang felt a surge of cold anger rising from the bottom of his heart to the top of his head. He's back. Returning to the place where he was born and raised, the first thing he saw was his mother being bullied in the street by a shrew. He was about to step forward. Mom! A clear and powerful shout, like a pebble thrown into a pond, instantly broke the noise of the scene. The two people arguing looked in the direction of the sound. Li Shulan turned around abruptly, and when she saw the familiar, tall figure walking quickly towards her, she was completely stunned. The grievances, embarrassment, and arguments that were still on their faces a second ago vanished in an instant, turning into unbelievable surprise. Xiaoshang? You, how did you get back? She didn't even bother to continue arguing with the fat woman, immediately saying, Forget it, I'm too lazy to argue with you. Then, she quickly went to meet her son. The fat woman was about to hurl a few more curses, but when she saw Lin Zheng walking over, she swallowed her words. The young man in front of me was tall, dressed in a well-fitting casual outfit, and looked clean and refreshing. But his calm aura inexplicably made people feel a sense of pressure. Especially those eyes that looked over, calm and still, yet unfathomable, made her heart skip a beat for no reason. Lin Zheng ignored the woman and stepped forward to support his mother, who was walking quickly towards him. Mom, what happened? His voice was soft, but it carried an undeniable reassuring power. Li Shulan looked her son up and down, unable to hide the smile on her face. The unpleasantness from before had long been forgotten. She patted Lin Zheng's arm and waved her hand repeatedly. It's nothing, it's just a small matter. She pulled Lin Zheng upstairs, muttering, It was just an accident that knocked over a little bit of her vegetables, what's the big deal? She's making a fuss about it. Never mind her, come on, come upstairs with Mom. You silly child, why didn't you call ahead before you came back? Your dad and sister will be so happy to see you when they get home from school and work. As she spoke, she pulled Lin Zheng tightly, afraid that her son might act impulsively and get into a conflict with the neighbors. Lin Zhang was pulled by his mother and obediently followed her towards the stairwell. But at the last moment before turning around, his gaze still swept lightly over the fat woman who was still standing with her hands on her hips, her face full of resentment. That glance was devoid of any emotion. But it sent a chill down the spine of the fat woman for no apparent reason. Chapter 99 Reunion and Thunderclap. Lin Zheng followed his mother up the stairs that he knew all too well. The motion-activated lights in the stairwell flickered on and off, the walls were covered with various small advertisements, and the air was filled with the unique smell of an old residential area, a mixture of cooking fumes and a faint musty odor. This is a completely different world from the feeling of living in the cloud-top villa. One is in the clouds, the other is on Earth. But at this moment, this sense of everyday life made him feel incredibly at ease. The front door was an old-fashioned green security door. Li Shulan took out her key and skillfully unlocked the door. Come in quickly, it's hot outside. The house is small, with 2 bedrooms and a living room. All the furniture bears the marks of time, but it is kept spotless and in perfect order. Lin Zhang had just changed his shoes and hadn't even had a chance to properly look around his long-lost home when he heard the sound of keys turning at the door again. The door opened. A middle-aged man wearing a blue factory uniform and looking somewhat tired walked in one after the other, along with a pretty girl in a high school uniform with her hair in a ponytail. It was his father, Lin Yong, and his sister, Lin Wei. The air seemed to freeze for a second. The next moment. Ah! Brother! Lin Wei was the first to react. She screamed with delight, her school bag falling to the ground with a thud, and she flew into Lin Zheng's arms like a little swallow. Brother! You're back! I missed you so much. The girl's clear voice was filled with excitement and joy. Lin Zheng held his younger sister, who had grown quite a bit taller, and felt a wave of tenderness wash over him. I'm back now, aren't I? Standing at the door, Lin Yong could also see the people inside the room. His face, which had been somewhat serious due to years of hard work, instantly broke into a big smile, but the words that came out of his mouth still had that awkward tone of an old father. Humph, so you finally know how to come back. I thought you'd been so wild out there that you'd forgotten all about home. Li Shulan came out of the kitchen carrying a plate of washed fruit and gave her husband a reproachful glare. How can you talk like that? Our son finally comes home, can't you say something nice? The family was finally reunited. The small fabric sofa in the living room was crammed full. Lin Zhang was sandwiched between his mother and sister, with almost no space between them, their shoulders touching, exchanging direct body heat. This familiar, warm feeling, reminiscent of everyday life, finally gave his long tense nerves a moment of relief. Xiao Zhang, let mom see, have you lost weight? Your cheeks are a bit sunken. Li Shulan held her son's arm, looking him up and down, her eyes full of undisguised heartache. Is working in Jianzhou particularly tiring? Have you been eating on time? Brother, isn't Jianzhou really fun? It's much bigger than our county town, right? Are all those skyscrapers on TV real? Lin Wei clung to her brother's arm like a curious kitten, her eyes sparkling, and a string of questions came out of her mouth. One was concerned about whether he had eaten enough, while the other was curious about how wonderful the outside world was. Lin Zhang was enveloped in this familiar feeling of happiness and patiently answered, Mom, I haven't lost weight, I've just been working out lately, so I'm more toned. I eat on time and have meat with every meal. He patted his sister's head again. Jianzhou is indeed very big. When you have your summer vacation, I'll take you there to play. Humph, all you ever do is play. Lin Yong, who had been sitting on the small stool opposite him, pretending to read the newspaper, finally couldn't help but speak up. He raised the newspaper a little, only revealing a pair of eyes. The outside world is not like home. People's hearts are complicated. Don't associate with shady people, do you hear me? How can you talk like that? Our son has finally come home. Li Shulan immediately glared at her husband, defending their son. Lin Yong moved his mouth but didn't say anything more, but his ears perked up even more. Li Shulan turned back and continued her questioning, her tone tinged with a cautious probing. Xiao Zhang, is your bodyguard job dangerous? Is your boss good to you? This is what she is most worried about. My boss is very good to me. Lin Zhang's mind conjured up Xiao Qingya's stunningly beautiful face, which was cold on the outside but warm on the inside, and the corners of his mouth unconsciously curved up. Don't worry, it's not dangerous at all. It's just driving and accompanying my boss to meet clients. It's very easy. Seeing her son's relaxed expression, Li Shulan felt a little relieved. Then, remembering something, she slapped her thigh and said, Oh, right. You child, why didn't you call ahead to come back? How did you get back? Train tickets are so hard to buy these days, did you stand the whole way? This question instantly perked Lin Wei up. Hey bro. Did you manage to snag a seat? My classmate went to the city last time and had to stand the whole way, his legs are swollen from standing. The living room fell silent instantly. Lin Yong put down half of his newspaper and turned his sharp gaze over. This was what he cared about most. His son was alone outside, and everything he needed to eat, wear, and live in required money and caused him worry. Facing the three pairs of concerned eyes of his family, Lin Zhang calmly gave an answer. I drove back. Driving? Li Shulan was taken aback for a moment, then realized, you borrowed a colleague's car? You'd better return it to them quickly. Is the gas tank full? You can't take advantage of them. Lin Yang's brows furrowed immediately, and his tone became serious. Whose car did you borrow? How many times have I told you, when you're just starting out in the workforce, don't owe such big favors, it'll be hard to pay them back. He was most afraid that his son would ask others for favors just to save face. Lin Zhang felt both warm and amused looking at his father's tense and wary expression. He shook his head, meeting the gazes of his family, and dropped a real bombshell. I didn't lend it. I bought it myself. Lin Yong sat on a small stool to the side, silently smoking. Although he didn't say a word, the slightly upturned corners of his mouth betrayed his good mood. Lin Zhang patiently answered each of their questions, feeling this long-lost, simple and unpretentious warmth of family. It's lunchtime. The dining table wasn't big, it felt quite full when 4 people sat down. The dishes are simple, just a few home-style stir-fries, but every dish is full of the taste of home. Li Shulan kept piling food onto Lin Zhang's plate, making his bowl look like a small mountain. Eat more, look how thin you are. Lin Wei also put some braised pork from her bowl into Lin Zhang's bowl. Brother, you eat, I'm on a diet. Looking at the lively scene, Lin Yong picked up his wine glass and said something to Lin Zhang. Work hard outside, don't be afraid to spend money, you don't need to worry about things at home. The family was enjoying a happy time together, and a warm atmosphere filled the small restaurant. Looking at the new gray hairs at his parents' temples and the youthful smile on his sister's face, Lin Zhang's desire to protect them became stronger than ever before. After dinner, Li Shulan and Lin Wei washed the dishes in the kitchen. Lin Zhang refilled his father's teacup, paused for a moment, cleared his throat, and solemnly began to speak. Dad, Mom, little sister. His voice wasn't loud, but it made everyone stop what they were doing and turn to look at him. Lin Zhang met his family's gaze and spoke, word by word. I came back this time because I want to buy a new house for our family. The sound of dishes being washed in the kitchen stopped. Lin Yong stopped holding the teacup. Lin Zhang ignored their reactions and continued speaking. I've already chosen a place, Yupinju, the most upscale residential area in the city. It's the safest and most environmentally friendly place in the county, and it'll be close to my little sister's school. Yupinju. These 3 words exploded like a bombshell in the small living room. Who in Ping'an County doesn't know Yupinju? It's the only apartment building with elevators in the county, a synonym for a wealthy area. Any one of the apartments there costs an astronomical sum that an ordinary working family couldn't earn in a lifetime. The warm and harmonious atmosphere at the dinner table vanished in an instant. The air seemed to freeze. Lin Yong slammed the teacup down on the table with a loud thud. Li Shulan rushed out of the kitchen, her face devoid of any joy, replaced by a deep sense of panic and unease. She walked quickly to Lin Zhang and grabbed her son's hand. Her hands were trembling slightly. She stared intently at her son, keeping her voice as low as possible, as if afraid of being overheard by the neighbors. Xiao Zhang, tell your mother the truth. Where did you get so much money? Did you do something shady outside? Chapter 100 Parental Love. Those questions were like a bucket of ice water, poured over the once warm and cozy family atmosphere. The air instantly dropped to freezing point. Lin Zhang felt the slight trembling of his mother's grip on his arm, but instead of feeling annoyed by the misunderstanding, he felt a surge of warmth. He knew that this was not doubt, but rather stemmed from the deepest concern and fear. For ordinary working-class parents who have worked hard all their lives, the first reaction to their son suddenly producing a huge sum of money enough to buy the best house in the county is not surprise, but shock. They were afraid their son had gone astray, and that behind this money lay an abyss of no return. Lin Zhang turned around and gently patted his mother's hand, comforting her with an unwavering strength. Mom, what are you thinking? He spoke calmly, each word clear and forceful. Every penny of my money is clean and earned through my own abilities. You forgot, your son graduated first in his class from the computer science department of Jiangzhou University. My professional skills are very valuable. These words did not lessen Li Shulan's panic in the slightest. In her simple understanding, no matter how capable a recent college graduate is, how much money can they earn? Bang! A loud bang. Lin Yong, who had been silently smoking, suddenly slammed his hand on the table and stood up abruptly. His weathered face was now filled with anger as he stared intently at his son. Nonsense! Lin Yong's voice was extremely loud, making the entire living room buzz. We've lived in this house for decades, it's not like it's uninhabitable. Why are you changing houses when it's perfectly fine? Just because you have a few bucks doesn't make you any better. You don't know your place. He pointed at Lin Zhang, his fingers trembling slightly with excitement. You should keep that little bit of money safe. Getting married and having children will cost money, won't it? Are you letting us old folks squander it? Have you been confused by the allure of the outside world? The father's roar was like a hammer blow, striking one's heart. But Lin Zhang understood that behind the anger was nothing but clumsy care and heartache. Li Shulan, wiping away tears, hurriedly advised, Yes, son, your father is right. You need to keep this money for yourself. We're all so old, it doesn't matter where we live. Don't waste money on us, it breaks my heart. The younger sister, Lin Wei, was also frightened by the scene. She looked at her furious father, then at her tearful mother, and finally looked to her brother for help, not daring to say a word. In the living room, on one side were her parents' fierce opposition, and on the other side was her younger sister's helpless worry. Lin Zhang, however, remained unusually calm. He knew that if he talked to his parents about capital operations or business strategies, they wouldn't understand and would only worry more. Trying to win them over with money won't work. We need to look at it from a different angle. He remained silent for a moment, waiting until his father's breathing had calmed down a bit, before speaking again. His first question, however, was directed at his mother. "Mom, why did that woman downstairs argue with you at noon today?" Li Shulan was stunned. She hadn't expected her son to bring this up suddenly, and instinctively waved her hand, saying, "It's all in the past, just a small thing, an accident." "That's no small matter." Lin Zhang interrupted her directly, looking around the familiar yet slightly cramped home. "This neighborhood is too old. Petty conflicts between neighbors will only increase. There's no property management, no security, and anyone can come and go as they please. Today it's just an argument, but what if one day we run into an unreasonable person and things escalate into a physical fight?" His words, like a needle, pierced precisely into Li Shulan's heart. The unreasonable face of that fat woman from today flashed before her eyes again. Lin Zheng continued without pausing, "You and Dad are getting old, and what I fear most is that you will be wronged or bullied." After talking about his mother, he turned his attention to his younger sister. "And my little sister." Looking at Lin Wei's nervous face, Lin Jing said softly, "You're about to take the college entrance exam, which is a major event that will determine your entire life. You know better than me how well this house is soundproofed. If someone upstairs stomps their foot or someone downstairs has an argument, how can you study in peace?" Lin Wei subconsciously bit her lip and remained silent. But her reaction had already given her parents the answer. Who hasn't experienced noise disturbance while living in this old neighborhood? Yapinju is under complete lockdown with 24-hour security patrols. Outsiders can't get in at all. The neighbors are all well-mannered people, so there's absolutely no chance of any messy conflicts. The house is an apartment building with an elevator, which is convenient for going up and down the stairs, saving my parents from climbing those 6 flights of stairs. Moreover, the layout is good, and the soundproofing is the best in the county, which can provide my younger sister with the quietest learning environment." Lin Zhang laid out the benefits for them, one by one, meticulously detailing them. These words are no longer empty promises like "I have money, I'll buy you houses," but have become concrete expressions of concern and planning for their quality of life. The anger on Lin Yong and Li Shulan's faces gradually subsided, replaced by a complex silence. They knew perfectly well that their son was right. Only. Seeing that his parents were still hesitating, Lin Zheng finally unleashed his trump card. He stood up, looked solemnly at his parents, and spoke each word with resounding conviction. "Dad, Mom. Do you think I moved you to new houses just to make you more comfortable? I'm doing this for myself. Think about it, I'm all alone in Jiangzhou, and every day all I think about is whether you're doing well at home and whether you're safe. If I thought about how my mom might be verbally abused in the street over something trivial, if I thought about how my dad has to drag his tired body up 6 flights of stairs every day, if I thought about how my sister, during the most crucial stage of her studies, would be disturbed by noise from the neighbors. How can I work with peace of mind outside? How can I strive for success without restraint? Only when you can live in peace and safety, without suffering any injustice, can I have no worries. So, this house wasn't bought by me for you, it's for my sake, so that your son can have peace of mind, that you have to move in." These words completely overturned the previous logic. The phrase "sons should be filial to their parents" has been changed to "parents should be considerate of their sons." A long, deathly silence fell over the living room. Lin Yong sat back down on the small stool, picked up the pack of cheap cigarettes, lit one, took a deep drag, and the smoke he exhaled clouded his expression. Li Shulan stood there, tears falling silently. This time, however, they were not from panic, but from being moved and heartbroken. She finally understood that her son had grown up. They've really grown up. He was no longer thinking about whether he was doing well or not, but about how to make his family better from the root. I don't know how much time has passed. Lin Yong forcefully stubbed out his cigarette in the ashtray. He raised his head, and a complex light flickered in his cloudy yet still sharp eyes. There was heartache, reluctance, and helplessness, but more than anything, there was a compromise after being persuaded by her son. That Yupinju restaurant must be very expensive, right? He spoke in a hoarse voice, asking that question. The moment those words were uttered, it meant that his rock-solid defenses had finally been breached. Li Shulan quickly wiped away her tears and asked, "Son, you've bought a house, do you still have any money left? You can't spend it all." Seeing the complex expressions on his parents' faces, a mixture of heartache over the money and a hint of expectation, Lin Zhang felt a huge weight lifted from his shoulders. These are his parents. Their way of loving him was not by taking, but by giving. She would rather live in a dilapidated old building herself than let her son save every penny he earns, leaving it for him to create his own future. Lin Zhang smiled. He laughed genuinely and easily. Dad, Mom, don't worry. He stepped forward and gently supported his parents' shoulders, one on each side. Money, plenty of it. He had barely finished speaking when he gave his parents no chance to hesitate or back out. He took out a brand new set of car keys and a beautifully printed real estate brochure directly from his pocket. The car is downstairs. We'll go see the apartment on Saturday. Chapter 101: The Neglect of Yupinju. On Saturday morning, the sunlight had just begun to stream into the old neighborhood. Lin Zhang and his family came downstairs on time. When Lin Yong and Li Shulan saw the black sedan parked under the old locust tree downstairs, they couldn't help but pause in surprise. The car's lines are sleek, and its black paint reflects a deep luster in the morning light, making it look brand new. Although they didn't recognize the brand, just by looking at the heavy doors and the massive body, they knew this car was definitely not cheap. Bro, is this your car? It's so cool. Lin Wei circled the car, her face full of excitement and curiosity. Lin Yong kept a straight face and didn't say anything, but he couldn't help but take a few more glances. Li Shulan, looking distressed, tugged at Lin Zhang's arm and muttered, "Why buy such a nice car? It's such a waste of money, and it's so flashy." "Mom, it's not flashy." Lin Zhang smiled as he opened the car door. "This car has a low-key appearance and is safe." The family got into the car. The soft leather seats, the spacious rear legroom where one could easily cross their legs, and the quiet environment where almost no noise could be heard all greatly impressed Mr. and Mrs. Lin Yong and Lin Wei. This is completely different from the taxis they usually take. This chair is too soft. Li Shulan sat down carefully, not even daring to lean back too much. Lin Yong touched the smooth peachwood trim on the car door and snorted, "Gaudy." Lin Zhang glanced at his family's reaction in the rearview mirror, offered no explanation, and simply started the car smoothly. The black phaeton silently glided out of the dilapidated neighborhood and merged into the traffic flow of Pingan County. The Yupinju sales office is located in a prime location in the newly developed area of the county town. The entire building is decorated with huge glass curtain walls and gold lines. There are 2 rows of hostesses in cheongsams at the entrance, and the fountain at the entrance is gurgling. Everywhere you look, there is an atmosphere of expensiveness. When Lin Zhang's phaeton slowly came to a stop in the parking lot at the entrance, it immediately attracted the attention of many people in the sales office. A tall, heavily made-up saleswoman named Wang Yan was leaning against the front desk chatting with her colleagues. She glanced out the window. "Oh, another big Passat." Her colleague next to her scoffed. A barely perceptible hint of disdain immediately appeared on Wang Yan's face. She'd seen plenty of these cars. Many small business owners liked to buy them. They looked businesslike, but they were actually quite low class. Most of them were people who pooled their money to come here, broaden their horizons, take a few photos, and post them on social media. The car door opened. Lin Zhang was the first to get off, dressed in clean casual clothes. Next came Lin Yong, still wearing his plain work clothes and hadn't had time to change. Li Shulan, looking flustered, and Lin Wei, wearing her school uniform and full of curiosity. The family's attire seemed out of place in this opulent sales office. Wang Yan's initial disdain instantly turned into utter contempt. "They're just here to watch the show." She leisurely adjusted her silk scarf, slipped on her high heels, and lazily approached, a professional yet cold smile on her face. "Hello, just browsing?" Her tone was drawn out, carrying a condescending and perfunctory air. These simple 4 words made Lin Yong and Li Shulan, who were already somewhat nervous, even more uneasy. Lin Yong stood ramrod straight, his hands in his pockets, and remained silent. Li Shulan instinctively grabbed Lin Zhang's arm, feeling as if she had come to the wrong place. The floor tiles here were so shiny they reflected your image, and the air smelled of money, making her feel very uncomfortable. Lin Zhang supported his mother, completely ignoring her scrutinizing posture. He calmly surveyed the magnificent hall before speaking. "We'd like to see the buildings. Which building here has the best security?" His speech was clear, his purpose was clear, and he showed no hesitation whatsoever. Wang Yan was stunned for a moment. She didn't expect that this young man, who looked like a college student, would ask about security instead of the price or the apartment layout. What kind of tactic is this? Pretending to be an expert? She sneered inwardly. Your family knows nothing about security? You probably can't even afford the few hundred yuan a month in property management fees. The perfunctory look on her face became even more pronounced. Our security system is the best in the entire county. She casually pointed to the most secluded building in the corner of the huge model. They're all about the same. You can take a look for yourselves first, and call me if you have any questions. After saying that, she didn't even bother to add another word of introduction. She just stood there with her arms crossed, looking down at her phone. That indifferent attitude clearly stated, "You're just here to waste my time." This time, even Li Shulan felt a strong sense of humiliation. Lin Wei's face turned bright red with anger. "Brother! What kind of attitude is that?" the girl complained in a low voice. "She's looking down on us." Lin Zhang patted his sister on the back, giving her a reassuring gesture. He wasn't angry, and didn't even show the slightest emotional fluctuation. He'd seen this kind of salesperson, who fawned over the powerful and looked down on the weak, all too often in Jiangzhou. Arguing with such people would only lower his own standing. He led his family to the huge sand table. "Dad, Mom, little sister, look." He pointed to the location of the most prestigious buildings in the center of the model. "This is the king of the building, with unobstructed views in front and behind. It's also far from the main gate and clubhouse, making it the quietest." He ignored the salesperson's advice and instead began to analyze the situation for his family using his professional expertise. As Lin Yong and Li Shulan looked at the exquisitely crafted building model, which resembled a work of art, and listened to their son's explanation, their unease and anxiety lessened somewhat. Wang Yan glanced at them out of the corner of her eye from a short distance away. She saw the family pointing and gesturing around the sand table, but not coming over to ask her anything. Her contempt deepened. "Keep pretending. Let's see how long you can keep up this act." Just then, the door to the sales office was pushed open again. A middle-aged man with a beer belly and a thick gold chain walked in, followed by a glamorous woman. Wang Yan's eyes lit up instantly. She immediately recognized the gleaming Rolex on the man's wrist. These are the real customers. She almost immediately dropped her phone, her face instantly plastered with a fawning and enthusiastic smile, and she swayed her hips as she quickly went to meet him. "Oh, Mr. Wang. You finally arrived. We just got a batch of top-quality Longjing tea. I'll brew it for you right away." Her voice was sweet and cloying, completely different from how she had treated Lin Zhang's family earlier. The stark contrast made Lin Wei, who was looking at the sand table, tremble with anger. Lin Yong and Li Shulan's faces also stung, as if they had been slapped in the face in public. They stood there, unsure whether to leave or stay, in an extremely awkward situation. Lin Zhang remained calm as he looked at the sand table. However, no one saw that a hint of coldness finally flashed across his usually calm and unchanging eyes. Wang Yan led the CEO to the model of the shopping mall. Pointing to the few luxury buildings that Lin Zhang had just chosen, she introduced them in an exaggerated tone. "Mr. Wang, look, this is the Skyview unit in our Yapinju complex. It has the best location and the best view in the entire community. Several business owners came to see these large apartments yesterday, and they were all vying for them." As she spoke, she glanced disdainfully at Lin Zhang's family, who were still standing beside her, out of the corner of her eye. "The meaning is quite obvious. This kind of house is not for people like you." Chapter 102: The Encounter with the Young Master. Those exaggerated compliments, each word like a needle, pierced the hearts of Lin Yong and Li Shulan. They weren't stupid. How could they not hear the sarcasm and taunts in the saleswoman's words? The family was left standing awkwardly next to the model in the very center of the sales hall, unsure whether to leave or stay, as if they had become a laughingstock for others to watch. Lin Yong clenched his fists tightly in his pockets. He had never been treated like this in his life. Li Shulan lowered her head even further, wishing she could disappear into a crack in the ground. She tugged at Lin Zhang's sleeve and said in an almost inaudible voice, "Xiao Zhang, maybe we should leave. This place isn't suitable for us." Lin Wei's eyes were red, and she bit her lip hard to keep the tears from falling. Lin Zhang did not move. He simply patted his mother's hand gently to reassure her. Then, he raised his head and calmly looked at Wang Yan, the saleswoman who was still talking non-stop, as if she were a clown. In the midst of this extremely awkward atmosphere, a voice, tinged with a touch of cynicism yet crystal clear, suddenly came from the doorway, instantly shattering the tension. "Jingzi? I'm not seeing things, am I? What are you doing here?" That sound. Lin Zhang turned around and saw a young man wearing a trendy t-shirt and limited edition sneakers striding towards him. The person who came was none other than his college roommate, the little prince of Jiangzhou, Gu Xiaoming. Behind Gu Xiaoming followed a middle-aged man in a suit and tie, who was also quite overweight. The man was sweating profusely and followed closely beside Gu Xiaoming, his face plastered with a fawning smile, bowing and scraping like a lackey. Wang Yan, who was fawning over Mr. Wang with the gold chain, immediately turned her head when she heard this noise. When she saw the middle-aged man covered in sweat, the smile on her face froze instantly. That was none other than Sun Hong, the general manager of their Yupinju project. Why is Mr. Sun here? And why is he being so respectful to a young man who looks like a thug? Before she could even process what was happening, she witnessed a scene she would never forget. Gu Xiaoming, the distinguished guest who was being carefully accompanied by President Sun, completely ignored President Sun and her, and strode straight through the crowd to the family of country bumpkins. Then, he raised his hand and punched the young man hard in the shoulder. Well done, you didn't even tell me you were going back to your hometown. That's not very nice of you. Gu Xiaoming's tone was incredibly familiar, full of brotherly intimacy. Lin Zheng smiled and punched him back. It was a last-minute decision. What are you doing in this small county town? My family has some dealings with the developer of this property, so we're just here to take a look, Gu Xiaoming explained casually, then curiously sized up Lin Zheng's family members. Aren't you going to introduce them? This is my dad, my mom, and my sister, Lin Zheng introduced simply. I brought them to see the house. Looking at houses? Gu Xiaoming's eyes lit up. He immediately dropped his nonchalant attitude, stood up straight, and bowed slightly to Lin Yong and Li Shulan very politely. Hello, uncle, hello, aunt, I'm Lin Zheng's classmate from university, I sleep in the bunk below him, my name is Gu Xiaoming. His humble and polite demeanor contrasted sharply with his flamboyant attire. Lin Yong and Li Shulan were flattered and didn't know how to respond for a moment. Looking at the extraordinary young man before them, and then at the big boss behind him who treated even his own son with utmost respect, their minds went blank. Hello. Li Shulan was the first to react and hurriedly responded awkwardly. Lin Yong simply nodded stiffly, unable to utter a single word. The entire sales hall fell silent at that moment. All eyes were focused on this bizarre scene. Just moments ago, this family had been looked down upon by everyone and scorned by the salespeople, but now they were the center of attention. The sales office manager, who was being fawned over, stood respectfully to the side like a schoolchild, not daring to even breathe loudly. Wang Yan's mind went blank with a buzz. The color drained from her face instantly, and her body began to tremble uncontrollably. She finally understood. The country bumpkin she looked down on turned out to be the general manager's best friend. What she just said, what she just did. The thought sent a chill down her spine, making her legs go weak and almost causing her to collapse to the ground. Even the beer-bellied, gold chain-wearing CEO Wan was dumbfounded. He stared, mouth agape, at Gu Xiaoming, then at Lin Zheng, and finally at the saleswoman next to him who was on the verge of tears. He belatedly realized that he seemed to have witnessed something extraordinary. At this moment, General Manager Sun Hong truly felt like dying. He finally managed to get the young master of the Gu family to come and inspect the project today. If he could keep him happy, even a small amount of money leaked from the Gu family would be enough to offset the profits of many of their company's projects. And what was the result? His own subordinate actually offended young Master Gu's best friend right in front of him. This is no longer a work mistake, this is a matter of life and death. He dared not delay any longer and rushed over in 3 strides. He first forced a smile that looked more like a grimace at Gu Xiaoming. Young Master Gu, look at this. Then, he turned around abruptly and stared intently at Wang Yan, whose face had turned deathly pale, with a look that was almost murderous. He didn't roar, but lowered his voice to a whisper, each word sounding as if squeezed out from between his teeth. Wang Yan. Is this what you call the highest standard of hospitality at Yupinju? This question struck Wang Yan like a heavy hammer blow. Her lips trembled, and she couldn't utter a single word. The immense fear caused her mind to completely shut down. Sun Hong didn't even bother to look at her again. He took a deep breath, turned around, and bowed deeply at a 90-degree angle to Lin Zheng, a young man he had never met before. Mr. Lin. I'm so sorry. It's my fault for mismanaging things, causing you and your family to suffer. On behalf of Yupinju, I extend my sincerest apologies to you and your family. This bow caused the air in the entire sales hall to freeze completely. Lin Yong, Li Shulan, and Lin Wei were all stunned. They looked at the important person bowing and apologizing to their son and felt like they were dreaming. Lin Zheng didn't even bother to help him up. He simply looked at Sun Hong calmly and spoke softly. No need for an apology. I just want to know, is this property development under the control of your general manager, Sun? Sun Hong suddenly raised his head, cold sweat sliding down his forehead. Without hesitation, he replied, yes. Mr. Lin, please tell me what you need. Lin Jiang nodded and pointed to Wang Yan, who was already in a daze. I don't want to see her here again. A simple sentence pronounced a death sentence on a person's career. Without the slightest hesitation, Sun Hong turned around abruptly and shouted at Wang Yan. You, go to the HR department right now to collect your salary. Get out of here right now. Wang Yan swayed, the last trace of color draining from her face, and she collapsed onto the smooth marble floor. Chapter 103 The Weight of a Single Sentence. Gu Xiaoming asked curiously, what caught your eye? The security system here is provided by a brand under our company, so it's reliable. His voice carried an innate confidence. Lin Jiang glanced at Wang Yan, who was slumped on the ground not far away, her face pale, and said indifferently, it seems quite reliable. It's a 3-story building, which means 6 apartments. I'm planning to buy one for my parents. 1 building. Not a set. These 2 words, spoken lightly by Lin Jiang, were like 2 depth charges, exploding in the hearts of everyone in the sales hall. Lin Yong and Li Shulan stared wide-eyed at their son in disbelief. Buy a building? What nonsense is this kid spouting? They can't even afford 1 apartment in their entire lives, and he's asking to buy an entire building? Lin Wei's mouth also opened into an O shape. She felt that her brain was not enough to process what she was going to do. The arrogant Mr. Wang with the gold chain, who had just been so domineering, dropped his cigar on the ground, burning his pants without even realizing it. The entire sales office was deathly silent. Everyone was stunned by those 2 words. Lin Jiang seemed oblivious to everyone's reaction. He changed the subject and added another sentence. I just don't know if the sales offices here have such reliable eyesight. Gu Xiaoming was extremely astute. Upon hearing this, and recalling the strange atmosphere when he entered, he immediately understood what was going on. The nonchalant smile on his face vanished instantly. His face instantly darkened, and he turned to look at General Manager Sun Hong with a cold gaze. There was no anger, no questioning in that gaze, only a pure, bone-chilling coldness. Sun Hong shuddered at that glance, and the sweat he had just wiped away instantly returned to his forehead, trickling down his cheeks. It's over. Only those 2 words remained in his mind. The eldest son of the Gu family's friend has been wronged here. This is no ordinary customer complaint, it's a huge incident. If this matter isn't handled properly, forget about cooperation. The Gu family could make their developer unable to operate in the entire Jiangzhou with just a word. He knew that the eldest son of the Gu family's friend had been wronged here, and if this matter was not handled properly, the consequences would be unimaginable. Sun Hong dared not hesitate or offer any explanation. Without saying a word, he suddenly turned around and roared like a wild beast at a man in a suit who was trembling not far away. Manager Liu. Get your ass over here. This roar used all his strength, and it made the glass of the entire sales hall vibrate. The entire sales hall fell silent instantly. Everyone was stunned by this sudden turn of events. The man called Manager Liu is the sales manager here. He actually saw what Wang Yan did, but he didn't care because he thought it was better to avoid trouble. At that moment, upon hearing President Sun's murderous roar, his legs went weak, and he almost knelt down as well. He scrambled over, barely able to stand, his voice trembling uncontrollably. Mr. Sun. Mr. Sun. Sun Hong didn't even look at him. Instead, he bowed to Gu Xiaoming and Lin Jiang again, his posture even more humble than before. Young Master Gu, Mr. Lin, it's my fault for poor management, I was blind to their abilities. Please give me 1 more minute. After saying that, he straightened up and slapped Manager Liu hard across the face. Smack! A crisp, resounding slap echoed in the silent hall. Everyone shuddered in fright. Lin Jiang's parents and sister stared blankly at the crazy scene before them. They had absolutely no idea what was happening. The son only said 2 sentences, so why does this leader, who seems to be of paramount importance, beat and scold his subordinates? Li Shulan gripped Lin Jiang's arm tightly, her palms were sweaty, and her face was filled with panic and unease. Lin Yang's weathered face was blank. He looked at his son, then at the enraged general manager, opened his mouth, but couldn't utter a single word. After slapping Manager Liu, Sun Hong pointed at him and lowered his voice, each word sounding like a poisoned steel needle. Is this the team you built? Is this how we at Yapinju treat our distinguished guests? You've left our guests standing here, being humiliated by a snobbish salesperson. What kind of manager are you? Don't you want to quit either? Manager Lu, clutching his burning face, was terrified and repeatedly begged for forgiveness. President's son, I was wrong. I was really wrong. I'll handle it right away. I'll handle it right away. Gu Xiaoming watched all of this with a cold eye, and finally spoke up impatiently. Mr. Sunday. Sun Hong immediately stopped all his movements and turned around respectfully. Young Master Gu, what are your orders? My brother is here to buy a house, not to watch your company put on a show. Gu Xiaoming's tone was calm, yet it carried an irresistible pressure. Get rid of all these messy people, and then find someone who can make the decisions to come and introduce the properties to my brother. Buy one. He emphasized the last three words. Sun Hong broke out in a cold sweat even more profusely, and he kept nodding and bowing. Yes, yes, yes. Young Master Gu is right. I'll come myself. I'll personally introduce him to Mr. Lin. He whirled around and yelled at the terrified manager Lu and the salespeople beside him, take that disgraceful wretch, and you too. Take them all to HR. I don't want to see any of you in the company again today. Several security guards rushed over immediately. One of them helped up Wang Yan, who was already limp as a rag doll, while the other shoved the ashen-faced manager Lu and let him out in a disheveled state. The farce has finally come to an end in an extremely shocking way. In the entire sales hall, no one dared to underestimate the simply dressed family anymore. All eyes were fixed in awe on the young man who had remained remarkably calm throughout. A single sentence can determine the careers of several people. One sentence was enough to make the general manager of a project grovel. Who exactly is this young man? After dealing with his subordinates, Sun Hong immediately put on an unprecedentedly humble and enthusiastic smile and personally walked up to Lin Zhang. He didn't even dare to stand too close, maintaining a slightly bowed distance. Mr. Lin, I am so sorry. It was a huge mistake on our part that caused you and your aunt and uncle so much distress. He snatched a finely crafted brochure from a salesperson next to him and presented it to them with both hands. Mr. Lin, you just said you want to buy a building, right? Which one are you interested in? Is it our Skyview building, the king of buildings? His attitude was beyond what could be described as the customer is God. He was practically treating Lin Zhang like an ancestor. Lin Zhang hadn't spoken yet. His father, Lin Yon, standing behind him, finally recovered from the immense shock. He suddenly pulled his son's arm, lowered his voice, and scolded him in a tone that was both urgent and angry. Lin Zhang. What nonsense are you spouting? Why would we buy a whole building? Look how scared they've made. We're not buying it. Let's go home. After saying that, he turned around and was about to leave this place of trouble with his wife and daughter. Chapter 10 for the General Manager's Panic. Lin Yon's urgent and angry words, carrying a father's most basic worries, echoed in the deathly silent sales hall. He grabbed Lin Zhang's arm, as if he really wanted to leave. In his view, this place was a huge whirlpool, and no matter how capable his son was, he couldn't act so recklessly. Li Shulan and Lin Wei were also frightened and hurriedly tried to follow her outside. However, Lin Zhang stood still, completely motionless. He gently grasped his father's wrist with his own, and a steady and gentle strength was transmitted to him. Dad, don't worry. Lin Zhang's calm demeanor caused Lin Yon to stop moving. He looked at his son and found that the child hadn't shown the slightest bit of panic from beginning to end. That composure didn't seem feigned. Just then, General Manager Sun Hong directed the security guards to clear out those shameful individuals. After dealing with the internal issues, he needed some time to calm down and think about how to take the next step to remedy the situation. A brief power vacuum emerged in the sales hall. Taking advantage of this moment, Lin Zhang looked at Gu Xiaoming beside him and asked a question out of curiosity. How did you get here? Gu Xiaoming shrugged, his carefree attitude returning somewhat. Ever since I helped you sort out that mess with the Wang family and made a little money along the way, my dad thinks I'm not a complete good-for-nothing anymore. He pointed to an inconspicuous surveillance camera on the ceiling. They started to gradually let me get involved in the family business. For example, the entire security system for their new building, from access control to surveillance, was made by our company. I came here to check on the final implementation and see if they cut corners. Lin Zhang understood after listening. So that's how it is. He patted Gu Xiaoming on the shoulder with satisfaction. This is a good thing. It means that Uncle Gu is starting to really value you. The two brothers chatted as if no one else was around, as if the dramatic farce that had just happened had nothing to do with them. But the more relaxed they are, the more invisible pressure those around them feel. Especially Lin Zhang's parents and sister. Lin Yong and Li Shulan looked at each other, watching their son chatting and laughing with this extraordinary young man, feeling as if they were dreaming. They had never seen anything like this in their entire lives. Just then, General Manager Sun Hong finally adjusted his mindset and jogged back. Behind him was Lu, the sales manager who had just been slapped by him. Manager Lu followed behind with his head down, like a prisoner about to be judged. Sun Hong jogged up to Lin Zhang's family, adopting an even more humble posture than before, his face filled with almost fawning apology. "Mr. Lin, uncle, aunt. We are so sorry. We were blind to your greatness and looked down on you. We have neglected you and your family." As soon as he opened his mouth, it was a series of self-deprecating remarks. Sun Hong knew exactly what was going on. The fact that the young master of the Gu family is here today is definitely not a coincidence. And this Mr. Lin, whom young Master Gu treats like a brother, is probably more terrifying in status and power than he imagined. Gujiao's security products are absolutely top-notch in China, with virtually no substitutes. Their developers have several high-end projects in the future, all of which are looking forward to cooperating with Gujia. If Gu Xiaoming goes back today and says a few bad things to his father, or tries to manipulate the subsequent cooperation quotes, the losses would be more than a project general manager like him could afford. Today, he absolutely has to make these two gentlemen feel comfortable. Thinking of this, Sun Hong dared not hold back any longer. He must show the utmost sincerity to make up for his mistake. He gritted his teeth, steeled his resolve, and solemnly announced it in front of everyone. "To express our sincerest apologies. Mr. Lin, will give you a 20% discount on any purchase you make at this property today. 20% off." These words caused an uproar in the audience. The entire sales hall, filled with customers and sales staff who had been listening intently to the gossip, gasped in shock. That's Yipinju, the most expensive residential complex in Ping'an County. What does a 20% discount mean? That means you can save hundreds of thousands by simply buying one. What's more, what they just said was that they wanted to buy a whole building. Everyone's brains went blank. They couldn't imagine what an astronomical figure it would be if an entire building were discounted by 20%. This discount is beyond the authority of a project general manager. This isn't selling houses at all, this is begging for mercy at any cost. Wang Yan, the saleswoman who had just been carried out and hadn't gone far, felt all her strength drain away upon hearing those words. Her legs gave way, and she could no longer support herself, collapsing completely onto the cold, hard marble floor, her face ashen. She knew that what she had missed was not just a commission. She offended a powerful figure who could make the entire Yipinju tremble. She's finished. My life is over. Lin Yong and Li Shulan were completely stunned by this 20% discount. They lived frugally their whole lives, carefully calculating every penny. In their world, getting a discount of a few dozen yuan on something is a huge joy. Now, they offered discounts of hundreds of thousands of yuan as soon as they opened their mouths. This shock left their minds blank, and they even forgot where they were. Lin Wei's small hands gripped her brother's clothes tightly. She looked at the general manager who was bowing and scraping to her brother, and at the shocked and distorted faces of the people around her. For the first time, she vaguely sensed that her brother seemed to be different from before. Only 3 people remained calm throughout the entire hall. One of them was Gu Xiaoming, who merely raised an eyebrow, seemingly taking the discount for granted. The other one is Lin Zhang. He didn't react at all from beginning to end. The astronomical discount seemed no different to him than a discounted cabbage in a supermarket. He looked at Sun Hong, who was covered in sweat and had an expectant look on his face. Everyone in the room seemed to hold their breath, waiting for his answer. Lin Zheng finally nodded. Can. Chapter 105. The dust settles down, a new home. Lin Zheng's okay sounded light and airy, yet it carried a weight heavier than 1,000 pounds. Sun Hong's heart, which had been in his throat, finally settled back into his stomach with a thud, and he felt completely exhausted. But Lin Zheng's parents were furious. Son! What nonsense are you talking about? Li Shulan was the first to scream. She grabbed Lin Zheng's arm, her face pale with anxiety. What 20% discount? No way. Absolutely not. We won't take advantage of that. She lived an honest life, and in her opinion, such a huge discount was no different from robbery. It was too hot to handle and she couldn't sleep peacefully. Lin Yang's face turned a deep purplish red. He had lived half his life and valued his reputation above all else. He was still furious at being humiliated, and now his son was taking such a big advantage of him. He felt even more ashamed than before. "I'm not buying anymore. Let's go home," he roared, grabbing his wife and trying to pull her out. "Lin Zhang, if you still consider me your father, come back with us. Don't embarrass yourself here." Seeing his parents' anxious and frightened expressions, Lin Zhang not only didn't panic, but instead smiled. He gently pressed down on his mother's hand, and the steady strength made Li Shulan stop her flustered movements. "Dad, Mom." He turned to his parents, not deliberately lowering his voice, and calmly explained, "Mr. Sun isn't trying to take advantage. This is a sincere apology. If we just turn around and leave after he's put himself in this position, that would be disrespectful and push things to the brink. Leave a way out for others, so you can meet again in the future. Didn't you teach me this principle when I was little?" These words were spoken clearly and calmly. Lin Yang and Li Shulan were both stunned. They found themselves speechless. "Yes, that makes sense, but that's a 20% discount." Gu Xiaoming watched with great interest, and his admiration for Lin Zhang rose to a new level. "This guy is amazing." With just a few words, he not only appeased his parents but also elevated the matter of accepting the discount from taking advantage to understanding social etiquette. He gave Sun Hongtian a huge face while also making his parents reluctantly accept it. "That wrist of his doesn't look like that of a young man in his early 20s at all. It's more like that of a cunning old fox who's been in the underworld for decades." Sun Hong was moved to tears. His attitude towards Lin Zhang was almost one of worship. This Mr. Lin not only has an extremely powerful background, but his character and methods in dealing with people are also at a godlike level. He hurriedly bowed and desperately explained to Lin Yong and Li Shulan, "Uncle, Aunt, Mr. Lin is right. This is purely a small token of our company's appreciation, a compensation for our huge mistake at work. If you two don't accept it, it means you don't forgive us, and I won't be able to explain this to our chairman today." After he put it this way, Lin Yong and Li Shulan were completely speechless. They looked at each other, staring at the obsequious big leader before them, then at their own composed son, and felt as if the whole world had become unreal. Lin Zheng didn't give his parents a chance to hesitate any longer and said directly to Sun Hong, "Mr. Sun, could you please show us the VIP unit in the building?" "All right. Mr. Lin. Uncle and Auntie. This way please." Sun Hong felt as if he had been granted a pardon. He immediately straightened his back, his face beaming with the warmest smile, and personally led the way. His demeanor was even more attentive than that of an ancient chief eunuch serving the emperor. In the entire sales hall, everyone held their breath, watching the group march towards the very center of the model, to the area known as Sky Realm, the king of the buildings. Sun Hong pointed to the models of those buildings with the best locations and unobstructed views, and spoke eloquently. "Mr. Lin, look, this is our Tianjing residential complex, the most central location in the entire community. Regarding the security issues you mentioned earlier, this is the highest level. We are using the latest Skynet 3.0 security system from the GU Group, which includes facial recognition at the community entrance, access control for building units, dedicated floor stops for elevators, and finally, 4-in-1 smart door locks at the entrance layer upon layer of security. Moreover, these buildings all have a 2-elevator per unit design, ensuring absolute privacy. There will be almost no disturbance between neighbors, providing the uncle, aunt, and little sister with the quietest living environment." Every word he said precisely hit the points that Lin Zhang had previously used to persuade his parents. As Lin Yong and Li Shulan listened, their initial resistance gradually crumbled without them even realizing it. Lin Wei's eyes lit up as she listened. She tugged at Lin Zhang's arm and whispered in her mind, "Brother, 2 elevators per household, doesn't that mean our floor is just our family? Just like in the movies." Lin Zhang smiled and nodded. He walked around the model once, and finally pointed to the building in the very center, which had the best view, was closest to the community garden, and was far away from the main road. "This is the one." Just 3 simple words. Sun Hong's heart skipped a beat. He suppressed his excitement and asked, "Mr. Lin, you mean the entire building?" Lin Zhang's answer remained calm. Boom! Sun Hong's mind completely exploded. He thought he had misheard, assuming that Lin Zhang had only taken a liking to one of the apartments in the building. But those 2 words were crystal clear. The whole building. One building, 2 elevators per unit, 6 large single-level apartments from the first to the third floor. This is insane. This isn't buying a house anymore, this is wholesaling. Gu Xiaoming, who was standing next to him, whistled, with an expression that said, "I knew this would happen." Lin Yong and Li Shulan were just stunned by the 20% discount, and now they are completely overwhelmed by the words, "the whole building." Li Shulan's lips trembled. She wanted to say something, but couldn't utter a single word. Lin Yong felt a sudden dizziness and grabbed the railing beside him to keep his balance. Lin Zhang completely ignored everyone's reactions. He took out the black bank card from his pocket and handed it to Sun Hong, who was completely petrified. "Pay by card, full amount." Sun Hong mechanically took the card, his hands trembling uncontrollably. He felt as if he were holding not a card, but a red-hot branding iron. He walked to the front desk almost simultaneously and operated the POS machine himself. When that long string of numbers was entered, when Lin Zhang finished entering the password with a blank expression, and when that long payment voucher was printed out with a sizzle, the entire sales hall was so quiet you could hear a pin drop. Sun Hong held the voucher in both hands, bent over, and handed it back to Lin Zhang. His forehead was covered with beads of sweat. Lin Yong and Li Shulan's gazes were fixed on that thin piece of paper. That string of zeros, which they couldn't even count, was like a series of heavy hammer blows, slamming into their hearts. They never even saw that small fraction of a penny in their entire lives. At that moment, all doubts, all unease, and all worries were shattered by this string of numbers. They finally understood their son's strength in the most shocking indirect way. "Brother! We really have a new home. And such a big new home." Lin Wei was the first to recover from her shock. She jumped up excitedly, hugged Lin Zhang's arm tightly, and her face was filled with uncontrollable joy. On the way home, the black phaeton drove smoothly on the streets of Ping'an County. The atmosphere inside the car was completely different from when we arrived. Lin Wei sat in the back row, chattering away excitedly about how she would decorate her future room. Lin Yong and Li Shulan, however, remained unusually silent. They sat side by side in the back seat, their bodies ramrod straight, without uttering a word. Li Shulan would glance at her son driving every now and then quickly lower her head, her hands nervously twisting together. Lin Yong kept turning his head to look out the window at the familiar, even somewhat dilapidated, streets. Lin Zhang saw his parents' expressions in the rearview mirror. It was an extremely complex mixture. There was pride, honor, and satisfaction, but more than anything, there was a sense of bewilderment and an undeniable feeling of unfamiliarity. They felt that their son, who still needed their care and guidance, had suddenly grown into a towering tree that they could look up to. The tree sheltered them from the wind and rain, but it was also so tall that they felt a sense of distance from it. Lin Yong turned his gaze back from the window and inadvertently met his son's eyes in the rearview mirror. His cloudy eyes were churning with emotions. In just a second, he quickly looked away and gazed out the window again, but his tightly pursed lips betrayed his inner turmoil. Chapter 106: The Warmth of Home. When the black phaeton slowly came to a stop in front of the old residential building, none of the 4 people in the car made any immediate movement. The building was too old, with peeling paint and cluttered with neighbors' belongings in the stairwell. It stood in stark contrast to the Yapinju apartment that had just been left and the understated yet luxurious car, creating 2 completely different worlds. Lin Wei was the first to jump out of the car. She didn't care about any of this and was still immersed in the great joy of having a new home. Lin Zhang turned off the engine and removed the car key. Lin Yong and Li Shulan in the back seat, however, seemed to be nailed to their seats by something, and did not move for a long time. They pushed open the car door, slowly stepped out, stood downstairs, and looked up at their own window, which was lit by a dim yellow light. That was their home for over 20 years. They knew every brick and every tile intimately. But today, as they stand here again, an unprecedented sense of unfamiliarity wells up in their hearts. Walking into the narrow, dimly lit stairwell, back into that small apartment of less than 70 square meters, this feeling became even stronger. The familiar space, the familiar furniture, the familiar, slightly worn smell. Nothing has changed. But everything seems to have changed. The old sofa in the living room seemed smaller than I remembered. The television on the wall, which had been used for almost 10 years, looked so cramped. Lin Yong and Li Shulan looked around at the home they once found incredibly warm and cozy. Then, recalling how their son had so casually bought an entire building at the sales office earlier that day, a huge, indescribable sense of separation struck their hearts. How did their son, who relied on odd jobs to supplement their family income and whose future they worried about, suddenly become a big shot they didn't know at all, spending money like water? This unfamiliarity, tinged with a hint of panic, quickly festered in the confined space. The atmosphere at dinner was eerily silent. Li Shulan prepared several home-style dishes, all of which Lin Zhang had loved since childhood. However, at the dinner table, she had little appetite and mechanically shoveled rice into her mouth. Lin Yong didn't say a word from beginning to end, only focusing on drinking, one cup after another. The cheap liquor was pungent and irritating, but he seemed oblivious to it. "Brother, I want my new room painted light pink, and I want to buy a big bookshelf to hold all my workbooks." Lin Wei was the only one who was happy. She gestured excitedly, trying to break the silence. "Okay, whatever you say." Lin Zhang smiled and put a piece of food on her plate. Lin Wei then turned to her parents. "Dad, Mom, which floor do you like?" "I think the second floor is fine, so I don't have to climb too high." Li Shulan forced a smile. "It's all good, it's all good." Lin Yong slammed his wine glass down on the table with a loud thud, startling Lin Wei. "Why talk so much while we're eating?" The air at the dinner table grew completely cold. Seeing his parents' preoccupied expressions, Lin Zhang understood that the thin payment receipt and the frighteningly long string of numbers brought them not joy, but a heavy burden and unfathomable fear. After dinner, Lin Wei obediently went back to her room to do her homework. Li Shulan silently tidied up the dishes in the kitchen. The sound of running water could not drown out her suppressed sobs. Just as Lin Zhang was about to walk over, Li Shulan had already wiped away her hands in tears and came out of the kitchen. She walked up to Lin Zhang, grabbed his hand, and pulled him into the small bedroom she shared with Lin Yong. The door clicked shut. Only one bedside lamp was on in the room, making the light dim. Li Shulan could no longer hold back. She grabbed her son's arm, her eyes instantly reddening. All the worry and fear that had been building up all afternoon finally erupted at this moment. "Zhanger, tell Mom the truth." Her lips trembled, each word choked with sobs. "That money, where did that money come from? Did you do something illegal outside? Mom begs you, if you go astray, how are your dad and I supposed to live the rest of our lives?" She dared not imagine, nor dared to ask, and could only torment herself with the worst possible guesses. No sooner had he finished speaking than the bedroom door was pushed open. Lin Yong walked in with a stern face. He still smelled strongly of alcohol, but he stood up straight and showed no signs of drunkenness. He walked to Li Shulan's side, put his arm around his wife's shoulder, and then looked at Lin Zhang with an unprecedentedly stern attitude. "Your mother is right. Lin Zhang, let me tell you, our Lin family has always been honest and upright people. Being poor is fine, but we must never bend our spines. If that money was obtained illegally or through illegal activities, this family will not take a single penny. You must return it to me right now." His words were powerful and resounding, each one striking Lin Zhang's heart. Looking at the two people in front of him who were worried about him and loved him the most in the world, Lin Zhang felt an indescribable warmth welling up in his heart. The genuine worry and deep-seated fear on their faces made him feel warm. What they worried about was never how much money they had, but whether their son was on a safe and correct path. He didn't immediately defend himself, but instead reached out and gently helped his mother to sit down on the edge of the bed, and then moved a stool for his father. "Dad, Mom, please have a seat." His movements were gentle, and his words were calm yet powerful, which calmed the two elderly people down a little. Lin Zhang squatted down in front of them, looking up at them. "Dad, Mom, don't worry, every penny of this money is clean and can withstand any investigation." He began to explain to them using the simplest and most unadorned language. "You know what stock trading is, right? Buy low and sell high to make a profit from the difference." Lin Yong and Li Shulan nodded. They understood. "What I did was similar in principle, but not in China, but in the international financial market. Some time ago, the Hong Kong stock market experienced a very large fluctuation. I seized the opportunity and used the professional knowledge I learned in university and some techniques I had researched to carry out a series of investment operations. Simply put, I predicted the market trend and invested my money in the right place at the right time. Because the principal was relatively large, the returns were also relatively high." He deliberately obscured the dangers and the breathtaking capital battle, presenting only the outcome in a light-hearted manner. All of this was done through legitimate securities companies and legal international trading platforms, with complete records, and was entirely legal and compliant. Seeing that his parents were still somewhat skeptical, he solemnly made a promise. "Dad, Mom, I promise you. Everything I do is in accordance with my conscience, and I will never do anything to make you worry. I'm all grown up now, and I know what I'm doing. Now that your son is capable, all he wants is for you and your sister to live a good life, so you never have to worry about money again, and never have to be at the mercy of others. To completely dispel their doubts, Lin Zhang took out his mobile phone. If you're still not convinced, I can log into my investment account right now and show you. You might not understand the curves and numbers, but you can see that it's a legitimate platform, and all the transaction records are there. This candid and unreserved attitude was the key to breaking down the last line of defense in the parents' hearts. They can't understand what a candlestick chart is, nor can they distinguish between going long and going short. But they could understand their son's attitude. A person who has done something wrong would never act so openly. Li Shulan's heart, which had been hanging in suspense, finally settled back into her stomach. She reached out her hands, which were slightly rough from years of hard work, and gently touched her son's face. The tears in her eyes turned from worry to heartache. Silly child. Mom doesn't need to look at that. Mom is just afraid of you, afraid that you will suffer injustice outside and go astray. She choked up, her words filled with lingering fear and relief. As long as you're safe and sound, that's better than anything else. Whether you have a lot of money or a little, as long as it's enough to get by, that's fine. Mom doesn't ask you to be rich or great. Lin Yang's tense body finally relaxed. He exhaled a long breath of stale air, reeking of alcohol, as if releasing the heaviness and unease that had accumulated throughout the day. He stood up, walked to Lin Zhang's side, and placed his large, strong hand heavily on his son's shoulder, patting him gently. I've grown up. His voice was a little hoarse, but the sternness had disappeared. You've got guts. These 6 simple words were the highest affirmation this traditional father, who was not good with words, could give. The warm atmosphere of family life returns at this moment. The invisible wall erected by the immense wealth was completely melted away by the son's sincerity and promise. The sense of unfamiliarity and fear that had lingered in Lin Yong and Li Shulan's hearts vanished, replaced by boundless peace of mind and an almost overflowing pride. Their son truly grew into a towering tree that could shelter the whole family from the wind and rain. Chapter 107 Brothers' Night Visit. The family was immersed in this long-lost warmth, and the atmosphere was just right. Ding dong. The crisp sound of the doorbell shattered the tranquility of the night without warning. Lin Zhang was slightly taken aback. Who could it be at this point in time? Lin Yong and Li Shulan exchanged bewildered glances. In this old neighborhood of Ping'an County, their home rarely received visitors at night. Lin Zhang stood up and walked towards the door. He looked out through the peephole and was completely stunned. Standing outside the door was none other than Gu Xiaoming. This guy was dressed head to toe in trendy brands, his hair was slick back and shiny, and he was dragging a large suitcase with several expensive-looking gift bags next to him. He was winking and making exaggerated faces at the cat's eyes. Lin Zhang opened the door with a look of utter exasperation. What are you up to? When Gu Xiaoming saw the door open, he immediately put on an exaggerated look as if he was about to cry and tried to pounce on Lin Zhang. Ah, Zhang! My good brother! I've been abandoned. Lin Zhang pushed him away with disgust. Speak like a human. My driver. My heartless driver. Gu Xiaoming angrily accused, he suddenly had an emergency at home and drove straight back to Jiangzhou. I told him I didn't have anywhere to stay, and he actually told me to take a taxi myself. He pointed to his suitcase, speaking with self-righteousness. I'm in an unfamiliar place, and I haven't booked a hotel. After thinking it over, I've decided to come and rely on you. You must take me in tonight. Lin Zhang looked at him, speechless. With Gu Xiaoming's abilities, he could arrange things perfectly with just one phone call, not to mention Ping'an County, even if it were the ends of the earth. This guy is clearly doing it on purpose. Lin Yong and Li Shulan, who were in the living room, had already heard the commotion. When they saw that the person standing at the door was the distinguished young Master Gu from the sales office during the day, the two of them were immediately at a loss and hurriedly stood up from the sofa. Young Master Gu. Lin Yong stammered. Gu Xiaoming, with his sharp eyes, immediately bypassed Lin Zhang, put on a bright smile, and enthusiastically went inside. Hello, uncle. Hello, aunt. I'm so sorry to bother you so late. He was incredibly sweet-talking, and as he spoke, he carried in several large gift bags from the doorway and placed them on the coffee table. Since this is my first visit, I didn't know what you liked, so I just bought some tonics and tea as a small token of my appreciation. Please don't find them offensive. Li Shulan had never seen such a scene before and waved her hands repeatedly. Oh dear, this is unacceptable. It's too valuable, we can't accept it, we can't accept it. Auntie, you're being too polite. Gu Xiaoming sat down on the sofa as if they were old friends, without any airs at all. Zhang and I are bunkmates, closer than blood brothers. His parents are my parents too. It's only right that I take care of you too. He looked around the old but spotless house and exclaimed in admiration. Auntie, your house is so clean and cozy. It feels so much more welcoming than my cold, big house. These words instantly bridged the gap between them. Li Shulan and Lin Yang's initial unease was largely alleviated by his enthusiasm and friendliness. Lin Zhang sighed and walked in, closing the door behind him. He knew that although the shameless brother was a bit flamboyant, his desire to be close to him was genuine. You haven't eaten yet, have you? Lin Zhang asked. No. I'm just waiting to come to your house for a free meal. Gu Xiaoming said without any politeness. Upon hearing this, Li Shulan immediately tied on an apron. Oh, please sit down. I'll go to the kitchen right away and add a couple more dishes for you. They'll be ready in no time. Thank you, Auntie. You're so kind, Auntie. Gu Xiaoming smiled broadly, his eyes practically disappearing from his teeth. Soon, the sounds of chopping vegetables and the range hood starting up could be heard from the kitchen. In the living room, Gu Xiaoming became the absolute focus of attention. Lin Wei also peeked out of the room, looking curiously at the legendary rich second-generation brother of her brother. Hey little sister. I'm your brother's best friend, Gu Xiaoming. Gu Xiaoming greeted her first. Hello. Lin Wei was a little shy, but still responded politely. Gu Xiaoming vividly recounted Lin Zhang's glorious deeds during their university days to Lin Yong and Lin Wei. Uncle, let me tell you, Zhang was a top student in college, winning scholarships left and right. But he's just so clueless about romance. The prettiest girl in our department chased him for 2 whole years. She brought him breakfast every day and saved him a seat. Then one day, she finally mustered up the courage to confess her feelings to him, and guess what he said? Gu Xiaoming deliberately kept everyone in suspense. Both Lin Yong and Lin Wei were intrigued. He said, "Thank you for your kindness, but I don't plan to be in a relationship right now. If you have any difficulties with your studies, I can help you." Put. Lin Wei was the first to burst out laughing. Even Lin Yong's usually serious face twitched slightly, revealing a look that was both funny and exasperated. And then? What happened next? Lin Wei pressed. And then? Then the most beautiful girl in the department got angry and ran away. Our whole dorm said he's single by choice. Gu Xiaoming slapped his thigh and laughed so hard he almost fell over. Lin Zhang walked over with a glass of water and placed it in front of him with a disgruntled expression. Keep making things up about me. I'm not making this up. I'm trying to present the real you to your uncles and aunts. Gu Xiaoming said confidently. For a moment, the entire living room was filled with laughter and joy. Gu Xiaoming's arrival was like a pebble thrown into a calm lake, instantly turning this ordinary Sunday night into a lively and vibrant one. He also allowed Lin Yong and Li Shulan to see what their son's life was like outside from another perspective. It turns out that their steady and filial son also had a youthful past where he was teased by his brothers, and also had such a colorful campus life. Li Shulan quickly served several plates of steaming hot home-style dishes. Gu Xiaoming ate with great relish, which delighted Li Shulan, whose face was beaming with joy and whose smile never faded. Looking at the harmonious scene before him, at the heartfelt smiles on his parents' faces, and at his sister and brother playing together, Lin Zhang felt an unprecedented sense of satisfaction and peace welling up inside him. This is home. This is what he is willing to do anything to protect. Late at night. The day's excitement finally subsided into tranquility. Lin Wei went back to her room to sleep, and Lin Yong and Li Shulan also went back to their rooms to rest early because of their emotional ups and downs during the day. Only Lin Zhang and Gu Xiaoming remained in the living room. After taking a shower, Gu Xiaoming changed into Lin Zhang's loungewear and sat cross-legged on the sofa. The carefree smile on his face had completely vanished without him noticing. His entire aura changed. The carefree rich kid disappeared, replaced by a shrewd and sharp family air. Lin Zhang keenly noticed this change. What's up? Gu Xiaoming did not answer immediately. He took out his cell phone from his pocket. It was a specially encrypted device. He opened an app, entered a long and complex password, and only then did a dialog box pop up on the screen. He turned the phone toward Lin Zhang. This was sent by Su Man this afternoon. Lin Zhang's attention instantly focused. Su Man, Xiao Qingya's best friend, is a little devil in Shanghai's financial circle and is now one of the core participants in the Genesis project. The fact that she contacted Gu Xiaoming through encrypted channels instead of directly contacting herself or Xiao Qingya demonstrates the seriousness and secrecy of the issue. Gu Xiaoming spoke in a low voice, a stark contrast to his carefree and jovial demeanor during the day. She said that we might have been thinking too simply before. Lin Zhang remained silent, waiting quietly for him to continue. Gu Xiaoming swiped his phone screen to show him a text, while silently lip-reading to add to it. The Wang family lost over 10 billion in the Hong Kong stock market. Logically speaking, even if that old fox Wang Zongda wasn't seriously injured, he should have been severely weakened and had to restrain himself for a while. However, according to the intelligence Su Man obtained through her contacts in Shanghai's financial circles, Gu Xiaoming raised his head, looked directly at Lin Zhang, and his expression was extremely solemn. The Wang family's cash flow shows no signs of breaking down. On the contrary, there is a mysterious external fund quietly providing them with financial support. Chapter 108: Shocking Secret and the Return Date. In the living room, the old ceiling fan turned silently, cutting through the dim yellow light. Gu Xiaoming's words were like a piece of ice, smashing into the warm air. Lin Zhang, who had been leaning back on the sofa, sat up straight without anyone noticing in that instant. He didn't speak, but just looked at Gu Xiaoming, waiting for him to continue. I used all of our family's intelligence network to trace those accounts, but after finding a few shell companies registered in the Cayman Islands, the trail went cold. For the first time, a hint of frustration appeared on Gu Xiaoming's face. Those people are incredibly meticulous and professional. I had no choice but to ask for help. Gu Xiaoming swiped his phone and opened an encrypted chat app. The chat partner's profile picture was a cunning little red fox. Su Man. For professional matters, you have to find professionals. In terms of financial intelligence, that little devil Su Man is far more capable than my family's intelligence network, Gu Xiaoming explained. She used the Su family's core channels and spent a lot of effort to unravel the complex flow of funds and find the ultimate source. Gu Xiaoming raised his head and uttered two words, one after another. The Qin family. These two words were spoken so softly, yet they seemed to freeze the air in the entire living room. The Qin family. The Qin family in Shanghai. Lin Zhang subconsciously pulled his hand away from his knee. If the Wang family is a nouveau riche who has risen to prominence in recent years, acting arrogantly and conceitedly, then the Qin family is a true dragon crossing the river, entrenched deep within Shanghai's financial circle. This family is much more low-key than the Wang family, and almost never appears in the public eye, but its foundation and layout in the field of financial investment are unfathomable. The Wang family focuses on real industries. Finance is merely a tool for them. For the Qin family, finance is one of their main businesses. This perfectly explains why the funds supporting the market were so abundant and their operational methods so sophisticated that even the Gu family's intelligence network failed to achieve anything. Because the opponent was simply not in the same league. Gu Xiaoming's expression was very serious. Su Man said that the Qin family and the Wang family have had business dealings over the years, but it's far from the point where they would spend hundreds of billions of yuan to save the market without regard to cost. There must be a deeper level of vested interests behind this that we don't know about. In Lin Zhang's mind, countless clues were rapidly connecting. Wang Ba's obsession with himself and Xiao Qingya. Wang Zongda's madness in the stock market. Now, there's another unfathomable family, the Qin family. The once clear chess game instantly became shrouded in mystery. He could set up a trap and slowly destroy the Wang family. But if you add the Qin family, the nature of the situation changes completely. This is not as simple as 1 + 1 = 2. A hungry wolf and a prehistoric crocodile standing behind a hungry wolf are two completely different concepts. Xiao Qingya and Sky Dome technology may be on the edge of an even more dangerous precipice right now. He has to go back. Immediately. Right now. I'll be heading back to Jiangzhou first thing tomorrow morning, Lin Zhang said without the slightest hesitation. Gu Xiaoming nodded. He had come to deliver this message. I'll go with you. Things here are all taken care of. Lin Zhang glanced at him and said, You stay and do me a favor. What? You personally oversee the security system for the new house. I want the highest standard, no matter the cost, Lin Zhang instructed. I don't want any oversights regarding the safety of my parents and Xiao Wei. Gu Xiaoming immediately understood the seriousness of the matter and nodded solemnly. Don't worry, leave it to me. I'll personally oversee every single screw for you. This shocking news shattered the tranquility of the night. The following evening, after seeing off Gu Xiaoming, who was also in a hurry, Lin Zhang returned to the small house filled with the warmth of everyday life. At the dinner table, the atmosphere was warm and cozy. Li Shulan kept putting food on her son's plate, and Lin Yong was more talkative than usual. Even Lin Wei temporarily put aside her fantasies about the new room and quietly ate with her brother. They could all tell that their son was leaving. After the meal, Lin Zhang helped his mother clear the dishes before he finally spoke. "Dad, Mom, I'm going back to Jiangzhou first thing tomorrow morning." Despite having a premonition, Lin Yong and Li Shulan still paused for a moment when Lin Zhang said those words. The house, which had just warmed up, seemed a bit deserted again. "So soon?" Li Shulan's voice was filled with reluctance. "Is there a lot going on at the company?" "Yes, something urgent has come up, and I have to go back to deal with it." Lin Zhang nodded. Lin Yong smoked a cigarette without saying a word, but his tightly furrowed brows betrayed his inner emotions. Lin Wei, the daughter, was even more direct. She pouted and clung to Lin Zhang's arm, refusing to let go. "Brother, you've only been back for a few days." Seeing the undisguised disappointment on his family's faces, Lin Zhang felt a warmth in his heart. He smiled. He walked up to his parents and said half-jokingly, "Don't worry, I'll be back soon after I've taken care of things." And, he paused deliberately, keeping everyone in suspense, "Next time I come back, I'll definitely bring my girlfriend back with me." "What?" Lin Yong and Li Shulan raised their heads almost simultaneously, their reactions were exactly the same. Lin Zhang's words were like a thunderclap, blasting away their sorrow of parting. Li Shulan grabbed her son's hand, her face filled with surprise and disbelief. "Zhanger, are you telling the truth? You have a boyfriend?" Lin Yong's serious face instantly broke down. He forcefully stubbed out his cigarette in the ashtray, leaned closer, and asked eagerly, "Which family's daughter is she? What does she do? What's she like?" Even Lin Wei forgot to act cute and stared wide-eyed at her brother with curiosity. "Is my future sister-in-law pretty? Is she good to you?" Seeing the family's gossipy and expectant expressions, Lin Zhang didn't know whether to laugh or cry. "She's a very nice person and very beautiful, you'll definitely like her." "Then what are we waiting for?" Li Shulan slapped her thigh, her attitude completely changing. Just a moment ago she was reluctant to let her son leave, but now she couldn't wait to push him onto the plane. "Business is important. Hurry back and get back to work. Don't keep the young lady waiting." Lin Yong nodded repeatedly, a rare smile appearing on his face, and urged, "Yes, yes, yes. Work is important, but relationships are even more important. Once you've finished dealing with this, bring the person back for us to see as soon as possible." "That's right." Lin Wei chimed in, "Brother, you should go now, I'm waiting to see your wife." The living room, which had just been filled with sorrow and parting, was instantly replaced by a joyful atmosphere. Looking at the heartfelt joy and anticipation on his parents' faces, Lin Zhang felt the last bit of heaviness in his heart caused by the impending separation completely dissipate. He knew that this promise was the best reassurance for them. Li Shulan held his hand, giving him a long, detailed explanation, her smile never fading. "Hurry up. Bring him back to Mom as soon as possible." Chapter 109 Arrangements before departure. Seeing the bright smiles on his parents' faces, Lin Zhang had an idea and decided to strike while the iron was hot. He took a bank card out of his pocket and gently placed it on the old coffee table in the living room. The crisp sound of plastic colliding instantly silenced the once lively living room. "Dad, Mom, please take this." Li Shulan's attention was drawn back from her fantasies about her future daughter-in-law, and she picked up the card with a puzzled look. "Zhanger, what's this for?" "There are 10 million inside," Lin Zhang calmly stated. "The renovation of the new house will cost money. Don't be too frugal with your daily life, buy whatever you want." 10 million. This number was like a thunderclap, exploding loudly in the ears of Lin Yong and Li Shulan. The two had just been overwhelmed by the good news of their future daughter-in-law, and now they were stunned by this string of numbers. "No. Absolutely not." Lin Yong was the first to react. He almost jumped up and pushed the card far away, as if it were a hot potato. "Nonsense. Absolutely nonsense. We haven't even recovered from the house purchase, and you're already throwing out so much money." He glared, his face flushed red. "Do you know how hard it is for you to earn money? You work so hard outside, how can we possibly take so much money from you again? Keep it for yourself, for your future marriage, supporting your family, there are so many places where you'll need money." Li Shulan also came to her senses, waving her hands repeatedly, almost crying with anxiety. Yes, son. We can't take this money. Your dad is right, you keep it for yourself. Your dad and I are capable enough, we really have enough. They had just accepted the fact that their son had truly made something of himself, but their deeply ingrained traditional values made it difficult for them to accept this enormous sum of money, which was astronomical to them. Seeing his parents' anxious and frightened expressions, Lin Jiang not only didn't panic, but instead smiled. Dad, Mom, you must accept this money. He pushed the card back, his attitude gentle but firm. We've already bought the new house, so we can't just leave it empty, right? We definitely need to renovate it. He looked at his parents, then changed the subject, offering a reason they couldn't refuse. Besides, the renovation can't be done carelessly. Later, when I bring her back, I can't let her see our new house still being dilapidated, can I? We're not trying to show off, but we can't let the girl feel that we don't value her or that we're just making do. It's not just about money, it's about the reputation of our Lin family. Future daughter-in-law. Face. These two words precisely hit the nail on the head regarding Lin Yong and Li Shulan's weaknesses. Li Shulan froze instantly. She immediately pictured it in her mind. My successful son brought a beautiful and outstanding girl home, her family must be well off too. When she visits for the first time and sees the house bright, clean, and beautifully decorated, she'll surely be happy and feel that they genuinely welcome her. But if the new house is decorated frugally, with every penny saved, what will the girl think, even if she doesn't say anything? Will she think their family is only glamorous on the surface? Will she think they don't value her as their future daughter-in-law? That won't do. Absolutely not. Our son's marriage is a matter of life and death, and we can't let such details cause problems. Li Shulan's heart wavered instantly. She quietly tugged at her husband's sleeve and gestured to him with her eyes. Lin Yong originally wanted to say something with a stern face, but when he met his wife's suggestive gaze and heard his son say the face of the Lin family, most of his stubbornness dissipated. Yes, my son is right. He may not care about his own life, but he cannot disregard his son's reputation, nor can he disregard his future daughter-in-law's first impression of their family. Under Lin Zheng's insistence and the offensive of using the future daughter-in-law as a trump card, the elderly couple finally compromised. Li Shulan's hands trembled as she accepted the thin bank card. This card felt incredibly heavy in her hands at that moment. It carries not only the son's filial piety, but also his expectations and promises for a bright future. Son, then Mom will keep it for you for now. Li Shulan's eyes reddened as she carefully put the card away. When you bring him back, Mom will make sure the house is in perfect order and I won't let you down. Seeing that his parents finally accepted the gift, Lin Jiang felt a weight lifted from his heart. It was already late at night when I had settled everything at home. Lin Jiang returned to his small bedroom and closed the door. The joy and warmth outside were shut out, and the air inside instantly became heavy. He took out his phone and dialed that familiar number. The phone rang for a long time before being answered, and Xiao Qingya's soft voice, slightly sleepy, came from the other end. Conquest. It's me. Upon hearing her voice, the resentment Lin Jiang felt due to the Qin family subsided considerably. Did I wake you up? No. Xiao Qingya on the other end of the phone seemed to suddenly wake up, her voice filled with suppressed longing and a hint of dependence. Are you all right at home? Yes, everything is fine. Lin Jing didn't mention the Qin family's affairs. He didn't want her to worry about these things while she was thousands of miles away. He simply said gently, I'll be going back to Jiangzhou first thing tomorrow morning. So fast? Xiao Qingya's voice revealed a hint of surprise, but it quickly turned into worry. Is there something urgent? Well, I need to go back and prepare for what's to come regarding the Wang family, Lin Zheng said, making an excuse. Okay, Xiao Qingya didn't ask any more questions. She trusted him unconditionally. There was a few seconds of silence on the other end of the phone, then came her low, tender words of advice. Drive carefully on the road, don't go too fast. When you arrive, send me a message. Okay, Lin Zhang replied. Go to sleep now, good night. After hanging up the phone, silence returned to the room. That brief moment of tenderness made Lin Zhang's determination to protect her even stronger. Without pausing for a moment, he immediately found another number and dialed it. Wang Gang. Mr. Lin. On the other end of the phone, Wang Gang's voice was always crisp and clear, full of a soldier's sense of obedience. I'm giving you a top priority task. Lin Zhang's words were devoid of any emotion, cold and direct. I bought a property for my parents in my hometown of Ping'an County. I'll send you the address later. Starting tomorrow, you will personally lead the team there. I want you to build a top-notch security system. I will put in a good word with the GU Group. You can use all the latest technology and the best equipment you have. Money is not a problem. I want that house to become a true fortress. There can be no oversight in any corner. You will personally oversee it until it is completed. Wang Gang didn't ask why, but simply replied in a deep voice, "Yes, Mr. Lin. I guarantee I will complete the mission." After ending the call, Lin Zhang tossed his phone aside. He lay on the bed with his hands behind his head, his eyes open, staring straight at the ceiling. His parents' smiling faces, his sister's expectations, and Xiao Qingyao's admonitions flashed through his mind like scenes from a movie. Behind all this beauty lies the Wang family's undying resentment and the Qin family's greedy eyes, hidden even deeper within. He cannot lose. We cannot afford to lose even one step.